Ning Ye is regarded as the illegitimate daughter of the Fu family, often shunned and characterized by her silence and demure demeanor. Fu Yunting shares this perception. However, at the entrance of the club, he intercepts her. Fu Yunting, do you frequent this establishment? Ning Ye, no, I came for a classmates' gathering, it's my first time. Half an hour later, a video of the girl downing drinks in rapid succession, challenging 5 men, goes viral among her friends. Fu Yunting, outside the internet CF, he gazes at her retreating figure and dials a number. Where are you? Ning Ye, at school. Is there something you need, uncle? Fu Yunting approaches, his voice deliberate and heavy. Ning Ye, if you think you can evade me, do you believe I won't make all your fears and attempts to escape become your reality? Outside the club, Ning Ye is on the phone with her friend Chen Rue when she notices a group surrounding a man striding toward the entrance. The man, clad in a charcoal gray suit, possesses a tall, imposing stature, listening intently to the conversations around him, exuding an intimidating aura from a distance. As the group draws nearer, Ning Ye instinctively wants to retreat. Yet, before she can move, the man seems to sense her presence, abruptly turning to look in her direction, his gaze piercing through the distance. Ning Ye's heart races as she recognizes his face. It is unmistakably her uncle, Fu Yunting, who returned to Haicheng just days ago after years in the military. Desiring to avoid him, she hesitates, ultimately remaining still until he approaches, stiffly calling out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting halts, his gaze settling on her, deep and inscrutable. The people surrounding him also pause, their attention now fixed on Ning Ye. She lowers her head, feeling the weight of his stare, which feels as oppressive as a mountain. The silence stretches uncomfortably, and Ning Ye grows anxious. Having been raised in the Fu household, her position there is precarious. To avoid provoking the family, she has always maintained a silent, invisible presence, daring not to engage too much with Fu Yunting, only wishing to escape. "Uncle." Fu Yunting responds with a curt his gaze unwavering. "What brings you here?" Ning Ye stiffens. "I'm here with classmates." "Do you often visit Jiangyi?" "Not really. It's a classmate's birthday. I had no choice but to come here." Surprised by his interest in her personal affairs, she tries to keep her voice steady. Fu Yunting lets out a low sound, which only amplifies the pressure in the air, staring at her intently. "When does the gathering end?" Ning Ye considers her response. "It shouldn't be very late. Would you like to come upstairs?" Ning Ye quickly replies, "No need, my friend will be here shortly." Fu Yunting hands her a card. "Contact me if you need anything." Ning Ye hesitates before accepting the card. "Thank you, uncle." He lingers for a moment before turning to ascend the stairs. Only when his figure disappears does she release a quiet sigh of relief. Gazing at the card in her hand, she ponders Fu Yunting's intentions, chuckling self-deprecatingly. Even if she were to encounter trouble, seeking Fu Yunting's help would be out of the question. Ning Ye tightly grips the card, her gaze resting on it for a moment before discarding it into a nearby trash bin. Before long, Chen Rue rushes over, her expression anxious. "Why did you suddenly hang up on me? You scared me." Ning Ye pauses. "I accidentally pressed the button." Chen Rue refrains from probing further. Having been classmates and close friends for 3 years, she knows little about Ning Ye's family matters apart from the rumors surrounding her financial struggles. The two of them expertly navigate to the second floor, passing through a long corridor. Chen Rue halts at the door of a private room, turning to Ning Ye. "I just spoke with Brother Su from Jiangyi. He said Xiao Yang and his group are already inside, waiting for you." After a moment, she asks with concern, "Should I call a few people to come?" "No need," Ning Ye replies, glancing at her. "Bringing someone like Xiao Yang over would be pointless." Chen Rue understands this well. Xiao Yang and his friends are powerful figures in Haicheng, and few dare to cross them. If Ning Ye refrains from summoning help, she would only invite greater trouble. "What will you do?" Chen Rue asks, worry evident in her voice. "Will you really go and entertain them?" Ning Ye had encountered Xiao Yang and his group the previous week while working at Jiangyi. At that time, Xiao Yang had pinned her to the sofa, attempting to remove her clothing. In a moment of desperation, she had struck him with a bottle. The room had fallen silent. It was known that Xiao Yang was the most influential and feared among them. Eventually, someone from his group shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get him to the hospital." Only then did the chaos begin, and Ning Ye seized the opportunity to flee. However, the following day, Brother Su from Jiangyi called, instructing her not to return, and soon after, she received a notice of expulsion from her school. The other party likely felt pity for her and inquired delicately if she had offended someone. Ning Ye's mind had buzzed for a long while, leaving her feeling vacant. When she regained her senses, she hurriedly sought to find Xiao Yang's contact information. When she called, Xiao Yang was smoking. He asked, "Who is it?" Ning Ye's voice was naturally soft. "Hello, Xiao. This is Ning Ye. May I meet with you?" Xiao Yang, leisurely toying with his lighter, responded coldly. "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." "I'm sorry." Ning Ye clutched her phone tightly. "I want to apologize in person. When would you be available? I can wait for you at Jiangyi." After a long silence, during which Ning Ye's heart sank, he finally responded with a lazy mockery. "Room 208 on the second floor, Jiangyi. Come next Tuesday at 8. That was the very room where she had struck him with the bottle, revealing his malicious intent. While claiming not to be afraid would be a lie, her greater fear lay in the possibility of being expelled from school. Xiao Yang had certainly investigated her background, targeting her weakness directly. Ning Ye's current job was secured through Chen Rue, who was now frantic. Should we think of another solution? Ning Ye had already exhausted her options and shook her head, not elaborating to Chen Rue. "You go find Brother Su first. He'll call you later. He'll go in with you." "No," Ning Ye insisted. "He said I should go in alone. If I bring someone, who knows how he might make things worse for me." Chen Rue was both angry and anxious. "If you run into trouble, call me. If it comes to it, you'll report him. I refuse to believe the police won't intervene." After Chen Rue left, Ning Ye took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. The door to the private room was slightly ajar. The moment the bell rang, a voice called from within, "Come in." Ning Ye's hand trembled slightly as she pushed the door open. As the door swung wide, the scene inside came into view. Inside the room, there were approximately 10 individuals, more than half of whom were men, comprising the same group of wealthy heirs who had gathered previously. Upon recognizing Ning Ye outside the door, a few individuals within the private room began to whistle and provoke a ruckus. "Ah, Xiao Yang, the one who sent you to the hospital last time is here," one of them exclaimed. Following the direction of that person's gaze, Ning Ye finally spotted Xiao Liang amidst the crowd. Xiao Yang was seated in a corner, his eyes fixed intently upon her. His position was somewhat dimly lit, preventing Ning Ye from discerning his expression clearly, though she could sense a profound intensity in his gaze. Chapter 003. Deceit. Ning Ye stood motionless at the doorway. Xiao Yang commanded, "Come in." Despite the multitude within the private room, his voice resonated with authority. Ning Ye bit her lip and stepped inside. Xiao Yang instructed, "Undress and climb on my lap." She froze, her complexion paling as she implored, Xiao, I acknowledge my wrongdoing from our previous encounter. I sincerely apologize and beg for your magnanimity. Please do not hold it against me." Xiao Yang's expression remained as cold as frost, clearly unyielding to her apology. He said nothing, and the onlookers, wary of his mood, remained silent. Casting a glance at the bottles on the coffee table, Ning Ye nervously poured 3 glasses. Lowering her posture significantly, she declared, "I shall first drink 3 cups as a form of self-punishment." Xiao, how can I earn your forgiveness for my past indiscretions?" Xiao Yang remained silent. Someone nearby taunted, "You had the audacity to confront Xiao last time. Are you backing down now? You have 2 options. Either undress and come over here for us to enjoy, or muster the courage to drink us all under the table, and only then will we let you leave." There were about 10 individuals present, each seasoned in the art of drinking. It was evident that overpowering them in a drinking contest would be impossible, even to the point of risking Ning Ye's life. Lowering her long lashes, she pondered for a moment before turning to Xiao Yang. Xiao, is that acceptable?" Xiao Yang fixed her with a steady gaze, the dim lighting obscuring his expression and rendering his eyes inscrutable, though his thin lips curled slightly as he replied, "Very well." Ning Ye smiled gently, simply drinking lacks excitement. "If I am to atone to you, it must be done with sincerity. Wouldn't you agree, Xiao? As she spoke, she summoned a waiter and whispered instructions into their ear. The waiter glanced at Xiao Yang, who remained inscrutable, scrutinizing Ning Ye as if attempting to see through her soul. After a moment, he consented, follow her lead. Before long, the waiter returned with a substantial pile of fresh, large chili peppers. Ning Ye proposed, "It would be dull to merely drink. How about this? For each chili pepper consumed, we shall drink a glass of liquor. If I win, can we consider our grievances resolved?" Xiao. Xiao Yang's gaze deepened. The surrounding crowd began to murmur in disbelief. Is this woman seeking death? She must be here to meet her end. Drinking is perilous enough, but with chili peppers involved, Surviving this will be a miracle. Xiao Yang continued to observe Ning Ye intently. She met his gaze unwaveringly. After what felt like an eternity, he acquiesced, agreed. Ning Ye then lifted her glass, her voice still soft, and approached the man who had initially proposed the challenge. She recalled his name from earlier. He was Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao, shall we begin? Qi Xiao's expression shifted slightly. Ning Ye said nothing further, first consuming a chili pepper, then downing her drink in one swift motion. A chorus of gasps echoed around her. Qi Xiao's complexion shifted from pale to ashen and then to crimson, while Ning Ye patiently awaited his response. A fleeting glance at Xiao Yang revealed no intention to intervene, causing Qi Xiao's pallor to return, yet he still took a bite of the small chili pepper. Before he could swallow, he was seized by a fit of coughing, and with a glass of alcohol consumed, his stomach began to cramp. This group had grown up indulged in luxury, savoring various delicacies. Yet few could withstand the heat of spicy food. Ning Ye continued to pour drinks for several rounds. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly peculiar, with someone initially taking out their phone to record the event and posting it online. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Yi Club, Fu Yunting was meeting with a group of friends. Zhou Hanshun inquired, "I hear you are preparing to take over the Fu family business?" Fu Yunting, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, maintained an expression devoid of emotion, yet his demeanor bore the weight of a soldier's stoic restraint. His voice was calm. "Nothing has been confirmed yet." Zhou Hanshun prodded further, "Are you here on a mission?" Fu Yunting tapped the ash from his cigarette, his countenance betraying no harshness, yet emanating an undeniable aura of authority. Zhou Hanshun realized he could glean no information from him and was about to speak when a sudden exclamation of horror erupted from the other side. Zhou Hanshun turned to see what had transpired, his brow furrowing. "What happened? Check the group chat. It's gone wild. Has this girl lost her mind drinking like that? She has already knocked down 5 people. Zhou Hanshun seized a phone, revealing a video. A strikingly beautiful yet seemingly young girl was engaged in a drinking contest. Her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, her complexion an alarming shade of pallor. She stood before a man, biting into a small chili pepper before downing a glass of beer, her gaze fixed on him, waiting for him to drink, exuding an air of coercion. Zhou Hanshun couldn't help but curse inwardly. Find out who organized this. It's as if they're trying to kill the girl. What is going on? Fu Yunting, still holding his cigarette, had not approached to see. Zhou Hanshun handed him the phone. Take a look for yourself. As Fu Yunting accepted the phone and discerned the girl's face on the screen, his expression darkened. He recognized her as Ning Ye, who had recently lied to him about attending a friend's birthday party and seldom visiting the Yi Club. If his memory served him correctly, she had just a month left before her college entrance examinations. Chapter 004, Getting in the car. Fu Yunting gazed at his phone for a while. The video was brief, lasting approximately a minute. Yet Ning Ye had already consumed 2 glasses. Her lips, whether inflamed by spice or intoxicated by alcohol, were a vivid crimson, in stark contrast to her face, which appeared pallid and devoid of color. Fu Yunting's expression darkened as he reflected on the conversation he had just had with Ning Ye at the door. He silently took a drag from his cigarette, extinguishing it in the ashtray with his long, powerful fingers. He then picked up the suit jacket draped beside him and stood up. "I need to step out for a moment." "Where are you going?" Zhou Han looked at him in surprise. Fu Yunting's eye sockets were slightly deep-set, with long, thick lashes framing his dark eyes. All his emotions were concealed within those profound orbs, resembling hidden, turbulent reefs that were impossible to fathom. "Just a little matter," he replied. And with that, he exited the room, sending messages as he walked. Responses came swiftly, accompanied by a phone number. Once outside, Fu Yunting dialed Ning Ye's number. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the nightclub, Ning Ye had her eyes closed, enduring the searing pain that felt like spasms within her stomach and internal organs. After a moment of stillness, she finally realized the ringing phone was hers. Groggily, she fumbled for her phone, managing to answer in a daze. "Hello, who is this?" Just as she finished speaking, a low voice resonated from the receiver. "Where are you?" Ning Ye's heart momentarily halted upon hearing that voice, jolting her back to clarity. Instinctively, she straightened her posture, recognizing who it belonged to. After a moment of confusion, she hesitantly inquired, "Uncle, which private room? I'm still at the club celebrating a classmate's birthday." "What's wrong?" There was a brief silence on the line, followed by the sound of a lighter flicking. He was likely smoking. After a moment, he replied, "Ning Ye, I asked you which private room you're in." Ning Ye hesitated, struggling to endure the suffocating pain while contemplating Fu Yunting's intentions. Her insides felt as if they had been displaced, making even speech laborious and thought nearly impossible. Ultimately, she resignedly answered, "I'm at the entrance of the nightclub." Fu Yunting ended the call and descended to the basement to retrieve his car. Ning Ye pressed one hand against her stomach while the other braced against the trunk of a large tree at the entrance. Although the call had been terminated, Fu Yunting's words left her feeling even more tormented and anxious. She remained uncertain of his intentions. Before long, the sound of an engine echoed behind her, followed by the resounding thud of a car door closing. Someone exited the vehicle, and the steady sound of footsteps grew increasingly closer on the silent street. Despite facing away, Ning Ye could sense the weight of the approaching presence. Her heart raced in response to the familiar engine sound. It was as if she had an inkling of who was coming. In no time, a pair of polished shoes came into view, the tall figure casting a shadow over her. Ning Ye's vision had become rather unclear, yet she could still perceive the overwhelming presence of Fu Yunting, akin to a mountain pressing down upon her. This sensation stirred an instinctive urge within her to retreat. Standing before her, Fu Yunting loomed with an air of superiority. "How much have you had to drink?" Ning Ye replied, "Not much." His gaze, profound and discerning, responded, "I seem to recall instructing you to seek me out if you found yourself in need." Ning Ye's complexion turned as pale as paper, and she dared not meet his eyes, directing her gaze instead towards his polished shoes and the impeccably straight trousers that bore hardly a crease. Even this modest focus felt oppressive. She parted her lips, her voice a mere whisper, delicate and soft, easily perceived as timid and fearful, a testament to her reluctance to deceive. "Uncle, I remember, but I haven't encountered anything that would require troubling you." Fu Yunting chose not to respond further and made his way to the car parked by the roadside. Upon entering, he noticed that Ning Ye had not followed and called out, "Aren't you getting in?" Ning Ye hesitated, unwilling to enter his vehicle, and resisted, saying, "I am waiting for a friend to arrive." Fu Yunting's tone became stern. "Get in the car." Chapter 005. Confrontation. Ning Ye stood in place for a moment, ultimately daring not to defy him. Unsteadily, she approached the passenger side of Fu Yunting's car and opened the door to get in. The scent of alcohol clung to her, compelling her to stay at a distance from Fu Yunting, forcing her to press tightly against the window, wishing to meld into the glass. Fu Yunting drove at a swift pace, engaged in a phone conversation with an unknown party. Ning Ye felt a tumult of pain twisting within her, but she remained silent, enduring it all. The journey was shrouded in silence. Before long, the passenger seat became soaked with the sweat seeping from her body, rendering her as if she had just emerged from a water prison. Her consciousness was fading. The mere presence of Fu Yunting beside her, so palpable in the confined space of the car, instilled a sense of tension and fear, compelling her to hold onto her awareness, preventing her from succumbing to sleep. However, this endurance had reached its limit, and her eyes began to redden. The swelling around her eyes ached painfully. Ultimately, she could no longer hold back. Tears began to fall silently, one by one. Before long, her dwindling consciousness slipped away, gradually consumed by the intense agony within her, plunging her into a realm of darkness. When she awoke once more, she found herself lying in a hospital, greeted by a sea of white. For a moment, Ning Ye's mind was foggy, but she soon realized she was in a hospital. She quickly sensed the presence of someone in the room. Turning her head, she caught sight of a tall, austere figure. The silhouette stood straight, clad in a sharp suit, exuding an air of gentleness that paradoxically did not invite familiarity. Instead, it emanated a dignified composure characteristic of someone wielding power, evoking a sense of reverence. The individual held a cigarette between his fingers, facing away from her, standing by the partially open window as he smoked. Ning Ye could only see half of his profile, but she immediately recognized him as Fu Yunting, whom she had encountered the previous day, a figure she ought to address as uncle. Upon recognizing Fu Yunting, an involuntary tension gripped Ning Ye. She attempted to discreetly withdraw her gaze. However, at that moment, whether he sensed the movement or not, Fu Yunting abruptly turned his head, locking eyes with her. Their gazes met, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean, unfathomable. He inquired, awake? Ning Ye lowered her eyelashes slightly. In the span of a night, Fu Yunting possessed the capability to uncover every detail of the previous evening's events. She pressed her lips together, her fingers curled up beneath the covers, and softly replied, her voice delicate and obedient, "Thank you, uncle, for your trouble last night." Fu Yunting noticed the wariness reflected in her demeanor, but refrained from commenting. He turned away to extinguish his cigarette, discarding the butt into a nearby trash bin. His long legs, encased in tailored trousers, approached Ning Ye. The shadow of his tall figure loomed over her, causing her to feel a surge of anxiety. Fu Yunting extended his fingers to grasp her chin, compelling her to lift her gaze. Ning Ye found herself meeting his profound eyes. His thumb pressed against Ning's slightly swollen lips, rubbing forcefully from one corner to the other. Ning held her breath, uncertain of the reason for her anxiousness, and involuntarily uttered, "Uncle." Fu Yunting's fingers, which had gripped her jaw, did not withdraw. Instead, they pressed deeper, more firmly. "Do you realize that you nearly perished here last night?" Chapter 006. Rumors. Ning Ye was unaware of the exact moment when Fu Yunting departed. All she could discern was a sensation of suffocation as his fingers constrained her. Fortunately, a doctor knocked and entered, providing her with salvation. Given her fragile mental state, she soon succumbed to slumber. She drifted in and out of sleep until the following day, when she began to feel slightly better. By the time Ning Ye was discharged from the hospital, 3 days had elapsed. Since her admission, she had only encountered Fu Yunting once upon awakening, and thereafter he had not reappeared. On the day of her discharge, she called her school. Only after receiving confirmation that she could resume her studies did she finally exhale in relief. Just then, Chen Rui's call came through. "Ning Ye, you finally answered. Where have you been? I couldn't find you that day and was almost frantic. I later heard that you were taken away by your uncle, but your phone has been unreachable for the past couple of days. Is everything all right?" Ning Ye paused, her heart instinctively racing. "How do you know I was taken by my uncle? I've been trying to reach you that day. Eventually, he texted me, saying he was your uncle and had taken you home. I've been increasingly anxious, hardly able to sleep, fearing that the person who took you wasn't your uncle. I even considered reporting it to the police." Ning Ye surmised that Fu Yunting had preferred to avoid complications and simply stated that he had taken her home. After contemplating for a moment, she chose not to disclose her hospitalization, replying, "It's nothing serious. I'll be back at school in a couple of days." "Was it really your uncle who took you home?" "Yes." Chen Rui sighed in relief, admitting that her anxiety had escalated over the past few days. She regretted trusting the text message so readily, just recalling it sent cold sweat cascading down her back until this moment of relief. Following the call, Ning Ye reflected as she glanced at her phone, confirming the barrage of missed calls from Chen Rui. She also checked her messages, where she found a text sent from her phone. "I am Xiao Ye's uncle. She drank too much, and I have taken her home." As she stared at the message, her grip on the phone involuntarily tightened. Once aboard the bus, Ning Ye clutched the scorching device, her thoughts inevitably drifting back to Fu Yunting. She pondered whether he would inform the Fu family about this incident. If he did, how would she justify her return to the Fu household? She remained troubled by these thoughts until she alighted from the bus, still unable to arrive at a reasonable conclusion. The bus stop was somewhat distant from the Fu residence, and Ning Ye walked for quite a while before finally sighting the security booth at the entrance. After passing through the booth and navigating the winding corridors, she reached the grand hall of the Fu villa. Hesitating for a considerable time, she finally summoned the courage to step forward, only to freeze mid-stride upon hearing a familiar voice that made her heart skip a beat. The voice was fleeting, consisting of only a few words. Yet Ning Ye recognized it as Fu Yunting's. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable dread towards him. The conversation within the room continued, with the elder Mr. Fu inquiring, "How much longer will you be staying this time?" "About 10 days. Is this mission still confidential?" The silence from Fu Yunting suggests tacit agreement. It seems that the old master Fu could extract no further information from him, likely due to his irritation. As he abruptly shifted the subject, "When do you intend to marry?" His voice bore an air of authority. Fu Yunting remained silent. "Xiaoman has accompanied you for many years. You once forsook your studies for her, joining the military, and she followed you through all hardships. I have heard that she has returned with you this time. Choose an auspicious date to introduce her to your family and formalize your engagement." Chapter 007. When to prepare for marriage. Hearing this, Ning Ye pressed her lips together, deciding not to continue the conversation. As she turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind her, "Xiao Yi?" Turning back, she recognized it was Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma hurried over, her expression filled with concern. "Where have you been these past few days? I've been trying to reach you, but your phone was unreachable. Why are you returning at this hour?" Ning Ye replied, "I had some matters to attend to outside." Zhang Ma, speaking with a measured tone, continued, "The young master and young lady have returned. Mr. Fu requested that if you come back, you should not go in just yet." The young master and young lady she referred to were Ning Ye's half-brother and half-sister, while Mr. Fu was, of course, their father, Fu Jingye. Ning Ye was taken aback. She had anticipated that Fu Ji and Fu Yu had already come home. She understood Zhang Ma's implication. They were a harmonious family, and as a child born out of wedlock, it would be best for her to keep her distance, so as not to disturb their happiness. However, hearing such sentiments from her own father was still somewhat painful. "I understand," Ning Ye responded. After speaking, she turned and made her way back to her room in the eastern villa. Lying on her bed, she struggled to find sleep, eventually dozing off for a brief moment before awakening to hunger, prompting her to venture downstairs in search of food. As she reached the corner, she overheard Fu Yu angrily confronting their father, Fu Jingye. "I don't understand why she must return. My brother and I have finally come back once, and now we have to let her stay at home for these few days? Can't we just allow my mother to celebrate her birthday peacefully during this time?" Fu Jingye replied, "Where else could she go if not home? Do you think her presence will make my mother's birthday any happier? Or do you intend to invite her mother as well to celebrate with us?" With a cold laugh, he added, "Oh, I forgot. That woman who made my mother endure humiliation is already dead." Fu Yue. Chen Su's voice resonated, and in the next moment, she turned to see Ning Ye, her expression shifting. "Xiao Ye?" Her tone softened. Ning Ye replied, "I was staying at a classmate's house for a few days due to her birthday." Fu Jingye frowned, but said nothing. Ning Ye added, "It's at grandfather's place. Could you please inform auntie and father?" She wished to avoid being confined again. Chen Su said, "Xiao Ye, Fu Yue." "It's all right, auntie," Ning Ye reassured her. Packing her belongings, she stepped outside, only to realize it was already late at night. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she found herself uncertain of where to go. She contemplated calling Chen Rue, but quickly remembered Chen Rue was in a difficult situation herself, with an abusive father and a sick mother at home. After walking for nearly an hour, she sat at a bus stop. The affluent neighborhood made it difficult to hail a taxi, and her funds were dwindling. Over the years, Chen Su has often inquired about Ning Ye's well-being, yet she has never offered her any financial assistance. Whenever Ning Ye is absent, Chen Su becomes exceedingly anxious about her safety, urgently seeking the help of old Master Fu. Thus, she harbors a profound fear of revealing her absence from home to the Fu family. After waiting for half an hour without the arrival of a vehicle, Ning Ye was just about to rise when a car emerged from within. Turning her head against the light, she struggled to discern the occupants inside. She could only identify it as a black phaeton, which appeared from a distance like a leopard lurking in the shadows. Ning Ye felt an inexplicable familiarity with the car, but before she could fathom the reason, it had already come to a halt before her. As the window descended, she caught a clear glimpse of the man's face within. The dim interior light accentuated the sharp contours of his profile, his eyes dark and tranquil. Ning Ye remained frozen in place, her heartstrings taut. "Uncle," she called out softly. Chapter 008. Undercurrents. Fu Yunting gazed out through the half-open car window, his fingers delicately pinching a cigarette, the light and shadow dancing around him. His penetrating gaze fell upon Ning Ye, calm yet imbued with an unyielding intensity. For reasons unknown, Ning Ye suddenly recalled the moment in the hospital when he grasped her chin, speaking to her with an unsettling calmness. His eyes, though seemingly devoid of emotion, possessed the ability to ensnare one in an abyss of unease, sending shivers through her very core. The hand that held her chin was long and strong, like tempered steel. She could still feel a lingering warmth and slight ache in her jaw. However, her thoughts were swiftly interrupted as Fu Yunting abruptly pushed the car door open and stepped out, his custom leather shoes striking the asphalt with a hollow echo. Drawing nearer to her, each step felt as though he were treading upon her very nerves, inducing an instinctual urge to retreat. Perhaps sensing her hesitation, Fu Yunting halted a meter away, towering over her, his gaze drifting to the bag slung over her shoulder. In the darkness, his silhouette appeared even more imposing. "Where are you headed at this hour?" he inquired. "To a classmate's house," Ning Ye replied. Fu Yunting's voice deepened. "Be honest." Ning Ye felt enveloped by his presence, an oppressive force that made her feel confined. "I'm being honest. What purpose do you have at this hour?" Ning Ye fell silent, her voice stifled. Fu Yunting flicked the ash from his cigarette, his steady gaze fixed on her. "Which classmate's house?" "I shall drive you." "My taxi has already arrived," she insisted. "You want to find a taxi at this hour," he replied, his tone unwavering and authoritative, like the intensity of his gaze. Ning Ye tightened her grip on her bag. "Get in the car," he commanded. With that, he turned, circling around the back of the vehicle before opening the driver's door and settling into his seat. Ning Ye, holding her phone in one hand and clutching her bag with the other, stood hesitantly for a moment as the dormant Black Panther of a car remained steadfast. Ultimately, she succumbed to the situation and entered the vehicle. Unwilling to regard Fu Yunting as merely a driver, she opted for the passenger seat. Fu Yunting glanced at her and instructed, "Place your belongings in the back seat," feeling somewhat disoriented as she left. Ning Ye had carelessly packed only a few sets of clothes. She placed her bag on the rear seat and dutifully buckled her seatbelt. Fu Yunting did not inquire about her destination. After a brief pause, the silence persisted, compelling her to speak, her voice soft and demure. "Uncle, I truly am going to my classmate's house. You can drop me off on Shuwang Road." Fu Yunting remained unresponsive, starting the engine. The interior was enveloped in silence. He appeared contemplative, not out of disinterest, but rather as if mulling over something profound. Ning Ye, sensing the weight of the moment, refrained from speaking further. She wished to inquire of Fu Yunting whether he had divulged to old Master Fu the matter of her going to the night, yet as she parted her lips, no words emerged. Her peripheral vision caught the contours of Fu Yunting's profile, sharp and fluid, akin to a sculpted blade. With one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other extending out of the window, he finally broke the suffocating silence at an intersection, drawing a breath of smoke before abruptly stating, "That night I was intoxicated." Chapter 009. The alarm bell. Ning Ye's body stiffened abruptly, her heart racing. Fu Yunting did not specify which night he referred to, yet she intuitively understood that he was not speaking of the night he dined with Xiao Yang, but rather a night even earlier, the very night he returned to Haicheng. Without allowing him to finish, Ning Ye interjected, "It was not I who accompanied my uncle upstairs that night." Fu Yunting furrowed his brow, his silhouette obscured by the darkness. He drew on a cigarette and leaned back, his dark eyes shifting toward her. Ning Ye regulated her breathing, clearly frightened, her eyes betraying her fear of any audacious words he might utter. Fu Yunting's fingers rubbed the cigarette tip, narrowing his eyes as if contemplating his next words. Every syllable he might speak filled Ning Ye with trepidation. Observing her demeanor, Fu Yunting ultimately refrained from further comment and resumed driving with a serious expression. Yet, Ning Ye, unable to quell her anxiety, ventured, "Uncle, I heard you were getting married?" Fu Yunting fell silent for a moment, his thin lips curling slightly, his tone unchanged. "Are you very concerned about my affairs?" Ning Ye sensed an inscrutable implication in his words. Each letter was innocuous, yet together they danced along a precarious line, evoking a hesitation to respond. Sitting upright, she replied softly, "I apologize. I merely overheard and did not intend to pry into my uncle's romantic life." Fu Yunting's long fingers rhythmically tapped the steering wheel, and he said nothing more. Upon reaching Shuguang Road, Ning Ye suggested, "Uncle, you may drop me off at Guangbai. I will stay there for the night. There is no need to trouble yourself." She added, "I have arranged to meet friends here. Just let me out at Guangbai." Fu Yunting turned the steering wheel, bringing the car to a stop at the roadside. With a decisive click, he locked the vehicle and turned to Ning Ye. "Do you think that if you lie, I will not be able to hold you accountable?" When Fu Yunting gazed at someone, few could withstand the depth and restraint in his eyes. Ning Ye's complexion drained of color, her pallor exacerbated by her recent illness, rendering her visibly frail. His words instinctively led her to fear that he intended to inform Grandfather Fu of her nocturnal activities. In a hurry, she clarified, "I did not mean that, Uncle. You misunderstand me. I truly have plans to meet a classmate here." As she spoke, she handed her phone to Fu Yunting, displaying her chat history with Chun Rue. She had meticulously edited it, retaining only the relevant parts, which conveniently highlighted their meeting at Guangbai. Throughout this exchange, she appeared impeccably obedient, her eyes pure and innocent, reminiscent of an exemplary student who earns the trust and admiration of all her elders. Fu Yunting observed her continue to weave her web of untruths before him. After extending her phone for what felt like an eternity with no response from him, an uncomfortable anxiety surged within her, prompting her to retract the device. Her palms had begun to glisten with perspiration. As she traveled along the road, she began to harbor a faint suspicion that Fu Yunting had not yet divulged her plans to visit the night to the members of the Fu family. Otherwise, Chen Su would not have remained utterly silent during her recent visit to the Fu household. However, the moment Fu Yunting's warning resonated, trepidation enveloped her. Ning lowered her long eyelashes, her voice quivering with fear. "Uncle, regarding the previous incident, I acknowledge my mistake. May I implore you not to inform Grandfather about my intention to go to the night?" Chapter 010. Resolute Fu Yunting disregarded her. The car ultimately made its way towards Fu Yunting's residence in the city. As he alighted from the vehicle, he remarked, "I purchased this apartment years ago, yet I seldom reside here. It has been left untouched, though someone comes regularly to maintain it, and the toiletries cabinet is stocked with fresh supplies." Ning Ye turned to retrieve her backpack, replying, "Thank you, Uncle." She then followed closely behind him. After taking a couple of steps, Fu Yunting paused and turned to look at her. "Do you have anything else you need to buy?" Ning Ye hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat awkward, and shook her head. "No. If there is anything, just let me know." "Understood." The two entered the elevator, and the doors closed with a decisive thud, leaving only Ning Ye and Fu Yunting in the confined space. Fu Yunting, tall and imposing, bore the disciplined posture of someone accustomed to military life. His steady gaze exuding an intense pressure. He observed Ning Ye in silence for a while before asking, "Why did you come out so late from home tonight?" Though his inquiry could be perceived as a mere expression of concern from an elder to a younger relative, it struck a deep chord within Ning Ye. Since her arrival at the Fu household, when she mentioned needing to stay at a classmate's home, Fu Yunting had not even attempted to persuade her to stay. Ning Ye felt somewhat lost. As a young girl, the lateness of the hour and the unavailability of transportation nearby left her anxious. She would need nearly 40 minutes to reach the nearest bus stop from the Fu residence, and she was genuinely afraid of the dark. Furthermore, she had no clear destination in mind, nowhere to go. Yet, Fu Yunting had not bothered to question her, simply accepting her words. She was distinctly different from Fu Yu and Fu Ji. Ning Ye bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Fu Yunting. Fortunately, the floor he occupied was not high, and they soon arrived. He produced a key, unlocked the door, and entered, switching on the lights and inviting Ning Ye inside. Once inside, she realized it was a one-bedroom apartment, and she stood beside the sofa, reluctant to move. Fu Yunting, oblivious to her hesitation, placed the key on the coffee table, shed his coat onto the armrest of the sofa, and inquired, "Have you eaten?" "I have," she replied, pausing before adding, "Uncle, since you've lent me the apartment, where will you sleep?" Initially, Fu Yunting had intended to rest on the sofa in his clothes, yet seeing Ning Ye's apprehensive demeanor, he ultimately stood up. He handed her a business card, saying, "My phone number is on this card. If you need anything, just call me." Ning Ye accepted the card from Fu Yunting's hand. Given the large number of residents in the Fu household, aside from Ning Ye's number, The contact information of others was quite public among family members. Many, including Fu Yu and her siblings, had Fu Yunting's number saved. Therefore, when he had encountered her at the entrance to the bar last time, he had assumed she already possessed his contact details. His formal presentation of the card now clearly indicated his intention for her to store his number, regardless of whether she had it previously. "I understand, Uncle," Ning Ye replied. Fu Yunting reiterated, "Call me if you need anything." Ning Ye stood before Fu Yunting, appearing slightly younger than her actual age. She nodded, acknowledging, "I understand, Uncle." It was only after Fu Yunting had departed that Ning Ye exhaled a sigh of relief. The last time, Fu Yunting had called her, but she had not saved his number. This time, she dared not dispose of the business card. Instead, she dutifully stored Fu Yunting's number in her contacts. Chapter 011. Boldness. That night, Ning had a restless sleep, her mind oscillating between thoughts of Fu Yunting and Fu Jingye, leaving her in a state of distress. The following morning, she rose early to attend school. Upon her arrival, she sent Fu Yunting a message. "Uncle, I've gone to school. I've left the key with the guard." After sending the message, she intended to switch off her phone. This way, if Fu Yunting sought her later, she could easily claim that she was at school and had turned her phone off. To her surprise, Fu Yunting was already awake. No sooner had she sent the message than his call came through. Startled, she hesitated but ultimately answered, "Uncle?" Fu Yunting inquired, "Have you gone to school?" "Yes," she replied. "Do not worry about the situation with Shaoyang for now. The college entrance examination is just a month away. Focus solely on your studies." Ning Bao said, feeling neither elated nor at ease, acutely aware that Fu Yunting likely remembered the events of that night. "Okay," she responded. There was a brief silence on Fu Yunting's end, and fearing he might say something else, Ning quickly interjected, "Uncle, I'm going to be late for class." Fu Yunting hesitated momentarily before replying. "Then make sure to attend your class diligently." Meanwhile, at a nearby tea shop, Zhou Han's hen, cigarette in hand, cast a glance at Fu Yunting. Last night, after Fu Yunting left his apartment in the city, Zhou Han's hen had called him while he was still in the basement, inviting him to KTV. Their long-standing camaraderie, coupled with deep entanglements of interest, made such gatherings common. Fu Yunting, without much thought, drove over. Once there, they discussed the economic climate of Haiqing and Zhou Hanshin's recent investment endeavors. Having been preoccupied with a task days prior, Fu Yunting had not slept well and took a nap in an adjacent room. It was uncertain how late they had stayed out, but Zhou Han's hen was still able to call him for breakfast the next morning. As Fu Yunting smoked, he ended his call, glanced at Zhou Han's hen, then fell into a contemplative silence before stating, "My brother's child." "Fu Yue." Fu Yunting furrowed his brow before relaxing it again. "No." Zhou Han's hen took a moment to comprehend. "You must mean the one who was forced to drink by Shaoyang that day." Fu Yunting affirmed with a soft mm. That day, Zhou Han's hen had only learned after Fu Yunting left that the young person was indeed from the Fu family. The affair involving Fu Jingye and his mistress had been rather notorious within their circle. At that time, Fu Jingye's infidelity and desire for divorce had created quite a stir. In their social milieu, illegitimate children often led challenging lives, unless they possessed an extraordinary talent that compelled admiration. Yet, even in such cases, few would genuinely pursue divorce, at most acknowledging the illegitimate child. Moreover, regardless of their merits, there remained a distinction between illegitimate sons and daughters. Zhou Han then queried, was she also the one at the entrance of Jianye that day? On that day, he and Zhou Chu arrived later and were unaware of Ning Ye's deception in front of Fu Yunting. It was only after Fu Yunting departed that he learned of it from others. Fu Yunting remarked, "Indeed, she deceived you and then, right under your nose, engaged in drinking with someone else?" Zhou Han's hen was somewhat taken aback. Such audacity? Fu Yunting glanced at him through the haze of smoke, a look that was profoundly inscrutable, indicating that he should cease the conversation. Zhou Han's hen, deterred, refrained from further discussion. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted the topic. "Is your return related to discussing marriage with Cheng Man?" Meanwhile, at the school, Ning Ye found himself encircled behind the abandoned laboratory building, and one of the assailants delivered a harsh kick toward him. Chapter 012. Fever. Shortly after Ning Ye hung up the phone with Fu Yunting, she encountered Shu Ye and attempted to take a longer route to her classroom. However, as she passed the laboratory, someone seized her by the hair and dragged her into the experimental building. Almost immediately, 4 or 5 individuals surrounded her, forcefully slamming her against the wall. "Where do you think you're running off to? Damn it, I told you to run." They taunted, pushing her harder against the wall. After the initial assault, she spotted Fu Yi. Without uttering a word, Fu Yi delivered a swift kick to Ning Ye's chest, sending her crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Aren't you so capable? Why don't you dodge now? Come on, why aren't you dodging?" With every word, Fu Yi landed another kick on Ning Ye. Curled up on the floor, Ning Ye remained motionless. The sight of Ning Ye's passive demeanor only fueled Fu Yi's anger further. She resembled a lifeless corpse, devoid of any reaction. Compounded with her own recent misfortunes, her father's infidelity resulting in a son nearly her age, Fu Yi felt a deep sense of resentment. Here she was, the legitimate child, forced to contend with the presence of an illegitimate sibling, while her family prioritized the newcomer. The atmosphere at home was suffocating, and with no outlet for her frustration, she redirected her rage towards Ning Ye, who had once been acquainted with Fu Yu from their middle school days. In those earlier times, Fu Yi had grown close to Fu Yu. Whenever Fu Yu felt wronged, Fu Yi would confront Ning Ye, seeking vengeance on her behalf, and, in doing so, publicly exposed Ning Ye's status as an illegitimate child. All the anger that she could not unleash upon her half-brother was instead directed at Ning Ye. To avoid being in the same school as Fu Yu, Ning Ye purposely performed poorly on her entrance exams, never anticipating that Fu Yi would also attend this institution. "Why aren't you speaking? Cat got your tongue? You were so good at dodging before, yet now you just stand there? Damn it." Ning Ye shielded her head and face with her hands, curling up to protect her more vulnerable areas. Cold sweat began to bead on her skin. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Her nails dug into her flesh as she silently prayed for someone to intervene, hoping for the darkness to pass swiftly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a voice broke through, calling out, "Stop hitting her! Someone else coming." At the sound, Fu Yi spat at her and cursed, "You filthy bitch! A mistress like you deserves to die." After hurling her insults, she turned away with a smug smile, accompanied by her group. When Ning Ye returned to the classroom, she found Fu Yi engaged in conversation with a group of students. Upon her entrance, Fu Yi glanced away, boasting with her peers. Upon seeing Ning Ye, her laughter was brazen and mocking. A shiver ran through Ning Ye's body. Yet she remained silent and took her seat. However, it wasn't too long before pain overwhelmed her, and she rested her head on the desk. Chun Rue, observing her condition, hesitated to inquire but couldn't suppress her concern. When the class ended and Fu Yi's group exited amidst laughter, she timidly asked, "Did they hit you again?" Ning Ye remained silent, still resting her head on the desk. With her eyes brimming with tears, Chun Rue offered, "Should I go buy you some medicine?" She was acutely aware that, at school, she could not openly approach Ning Ye. The school resembles a miniature society. Once ostracized, one's entire life may spiral into ruin. Ning Ye's voice was barely a whisper. "No need. Please refrain from speaking to me, lest they see us." Only a month remained. Chun Rue's voice trembled with emotion. "Once you enter university and leave this place, everything will improve, Xiao Yi. You must strive diligently for your exams and distance yourself from here." That night, Ning Ye developed a fever. She dared not stay in the dormitory. Previously, she would return to the Fu residence after school, but now that avenue was closed to her, so she sought refuge in an internet cafe to sleep. She was oblivious to the car ahead, where a man inside gazed with mild surprise, contemplated for a moment, and made a phone call. "Hello?" The phone rang several times before a deep voice responded. "Guess who I've just seen?" As Ning Ye's phone rang, she was slumped over the computer, asleep. Due to her fever, she felt utterly drained, barely registering the incoming call. She answered without glancing at the caller ID. "Hello?" No sooner had she spoken than a deep voice inquired, "Where are you?" Chapter 013. Realization. Ning Ye instantly tensed her body, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to speak softly. "I'm at school, residing with my classmates. Is there something urgent that my uncle needs to discuss with me at this late hour?" Fu Yunting straightforwardly inquired, Which internet CAF? After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Ye eventually disclosed the address to him. Wait for me there. After hanging up the phone, Ning Ye sat for a while before descending the stairs. In truth, she was reluctant to engage with Fu Yunting too closely. Yet until the veil of misunderstanding was lifted, she dared not take a misstep. Not long after she made her way downstairs, she spotted Fu Yunting's car. He drove directly in front of her, exited the vehicle, and strode towards her with purpose. Ning Ye, feeling pain, crouched down. His towering figure cast a shadow over her, and he looked down at her with an imposing presence. "Did you come here alone?" he asked. Ning Ye softly affirmed with a faint sound. Fu Yunting stood before her in silence, yet his presence felt as overwhelming as a mountain. Throughout her life, no one had ever cared for her in such a manner. Each time Chun Su expressed concern for her, she felt a surge of fear. Now, her heart raced with anxiety, and she dared not meet his gaze, her eyes fixated on the nearly wrinkle-free fabric of his trousers. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "Uncle, I merely wished to look up some information, and I intended to leave once I was done. I had no intention of lingering here." Fu Yunting bent down, his fingers gently gripping her chin, compelling her to lift her gaze. Their eyes locked. Ning Ye held her breath. Fu Yunting spoke deliberately. "Ning Ye, if you are fabricating these lies to evade me, do you believe I wouldn't make all your fears, worries, and attempts at avoidance come to fruition?" Ning Ye's heart raced uncontrollably, and she felt a wave of suffocation wash over her, the sensation of her heart accelerating while her breath was stifled. She found herself rendered speechless. Ning Ye sat in the passenger seat while Fu Yunting drove, his formidable aura creating an oppressive atmosphere that left her paralyzed with fear. Her heart had yet to settle, and she dared not breathe too deeply. Fu Yunting's warning was a potent deterrent, crossing boundaries that left her on edge. Fu Yunting paid her no mind, focusing solely on the road ahead. Yet Ning Ye recognized their route. It was the same path he had taken with her the previous day. Not far ahead lay the Shunhang community. Fu Yunting's intentions were clear. He was taking her to the one-bedroom apartment they had visited yesterday. Ning Ye was acutely aware of this, but could not bring herself to request he stop the car. Soon enough, they arrived at the Shunhang community. Fu Yunting drove into the underground garage and parked the car, then exited the vehicle. Ning Ye followed him into the elevator. From the moment they entered the elevator until Fu Yunting unlocked the door with a key, he remained silent, and she too refrained from speaking. Her complexion was quite poor, lacking vitality. Despite having a fever that left her less prone to sweating, her body felt weak, and she endured the pain while trailing behind Fu Yunting. Just moments ago, she had been slumped over in the internet CAF, unable to endure the pain any longer. Now, after traversing such a lengthy distance, despite her fever, the strands of her hair were dampened by the cold sweat. As Fu Yunting entered, he glanced back at her and instructed her to find a place to sit. Although his residence was a one-bedroom apartment, it was quite spacious, with both the living room and bedroom generously sized. Ning settled onto the sofa, while Fu Yunting retrieved a medical kit from the bedroom, bringing forth a few antipyretic tablets for her. "Take these first," he advised. "Once you've taken the medicine, we shall have a conversation." Chapter 014. The flavor. Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback as Fu Yunting brought over a cup of water along with the medicine from the medical kit. She accepted the medicine and water, feeling a bit anxious since Fu Yunting mentioned he wanted to talk to her, causing her to consume the medicine slowly. Fu Yunting patiently waited by her side. Ning Ye carefully sipped the water, finishing nearly half a cup before settling onto the sofa. Once she had completed her medicine and water, Fu Yunting collected the items. Ning Ye could hear the sound of water from the kitchen. He was likely washing the cup. After washing the cup, Fu Yunting sat beside her on the sofa, maintaining a straight posture as his deep, dark eyes gazed at her, calm yet profound. "Are you planning to sleep at the internet CAF tonight?" he inquired. Ning Ye bit her lip, lowering her eyelashes, her hands tightly clasped together. Due to her fever, her throat was dry and painful, and her voice was soft and slightly weak. "No." Fu Yunting continued to look at her intently. "You don't realize you have a fever?" Ning Ye replied honestly this time, "I feel a little off." "Is your brother really allowing you to be out here alone?" Ning Ye's eyes suddenly turned red. She hadn't even cried when she was hit by Shu Yi. Yet now, she found it impossible to hold back her tears. She opened her mouth, fighting against the tears that threatened to spill, her eyes stinging painfully, and after several attempts, she managed to sound somewhat normal. "He cares, but I have some matters to attend to these past few days and need to stay at a classmate's house. Planning to finish your research at the internet CAF before heading over?" Ning Ye barely whispered a response of agreement. Fu Yunting scrutinized her deeply. "You intend to stay at your classmate's house for several days?" Ning Ye was uncertain why he was asking this. However, she calculated that Chun Su's birthday was in 3 days, and it would be better for her to return to the Fu household a day or two after the celebration. This way, Fu Yunting would not suspect anything. "Counting today, it will be 6 days in total. Then you shall stay here for those 6 days. Ning Ye's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him, her heart racing, feeling a tightening in her chest. But before she could finish her sentence, Fu Yunting interrupted her. "I will be staying here as well. The bedroom is yours, and I will sleep on the sofa. I will come back every day." Ning Ye felt a taut string within her, not wanting to reside here with him, feeling slightly anxious. "But I already have plans with my classmates." "Ning Ye." Fu Yunting's voice grew grave. "Do you think I am easy to persuade?" Whether due to the medication or not, layers of sweat began to break out on Ning Ye's skin. She recalled the words Fu Yunting had spoken at the entrance of the internet CAF. Ning Ye pressed her lips together, feeling unable to retreat or advance, and even more hesitant to meet Fu Yunting's gaze. After what felt like an eternity, she eventually nodded in agreement. Fu Yunting then asked, "Have you had dinner?" Ning Ye felt pain throughout her body and only wished to lie down and sleep. "I've already eaten," Fu Yunting replied. "You should rest for a while. I'll step out for a bit." Ning Ye sighed in relief, though she felt somewhat awkward. "Why don't you sleep in the bedroom, and I'll take the sofa?" Fu Yunting had already risen to his feet, standing at an impressive height of over 1.80 meters. As he faced Ning Ye, the light slanted in from behind him, accentuating the depth of his features. "You should go to sleep," he stated. Ning Ye fell silent for a moment, choosing not to respond further. She didn't even bother to take a shower, heading directly to the bedroom. Logically speaking, this house, situated here, was typically uninhabited. Even if Fu Yunting spent a few days here throughout the year, the bedding had all been freshly laundered. There should have been no lingering scent. Yet, as she nestled into the covers, she found herself enveloped by a distinct, refreshing fragrance that unmistakably belonged to Fu Yunting. Chapter 15. Concerning, Ye had a brief slumber in bed before rising to take a seat at the desk in Fu Yunting's room, where she rested her head in a light doze. Her body ached, and lying down was uncomfortable, coupled with the fever-reducing medication she had taken. She was perspiring profusely and feared soiling Fu Yunting's bedding. After a short while, she vaguely heard the sound of a door opening outside. Initially, she paid little attention, but soon, footsteps approached the door, accompanied by the sound of a doorknob turning. Startled awake, Ning Ye quickly stood up, locking eyes with Fu Yunting, who was still gripping the doorknob outside. For a fleeting moment, her heart skipped a beat as she felt a rush of anxiety. "Uncle?" Fu Yunting paused, his gaze drifting to the desk before returning to Ning Ye. "Why aren't you sleeping in bed?" Standing there, she replied, "I haven't bathed. I feel dirty." Fu Yunting scrutinized her for a long moment, making Ning Ye feel somewhat guilty, before he said, "Since you're awake, don't go back to sleep. Come outside." With that, he turned and walked towards the living room. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Ye followed him out. To her surprise, she noticed several bags in the living room, presumably from his recent outing. Fu Yunting took out a thermometer from one of the bags and handed it to her. "First, check your temperature. After that, you should eat something." Ning Ye took the thermometer carefully and obediently seated herself on the sofa. She opened her mouth, ready to speak, but just then, Fu Yunting's phone rang. He glanced at it before stepping aside to answer. Ning Ye heard him call, "Chu-man?" After a brief exchange, Fu Yunting frowned and replied, "Don't rush." He then fell silent, listening intently, occasionally murmuring in response. The conversation stretched on for a considerable time before he finally hung up. Ning Ye felt her heart race inexplicably. She bit her dry lips, and, as Fu Yunting turned to approach her, she looked up and tentatively asked, "Uncle, was that Chu-man?" Fu Yunting halted, casting a penetrating gaze upon her, his eyes imbued with a depth that made Ning Ye feel somewhat overwhelmed. "Are you particularly concerned about my marriage?" Indeed, she was concerned. She wished for Fu Yunting to marry soon. Yet, she dared not voice this sentiment, fearing that further probing might elicit even more overwhelming words from him. His gaze, calm yet predatory, seemed capable of consuming everything. After observing her for an extended moment without receiving a response, he dismissed her with a gesture, extending his hand. Realizing his intention, Ning Ye handed him the thermometer. Fu Yunting glanced at it and remarked, "You still have a slight fever. Go take a shower, and once you're done, eat something." After her shower, Ning Ye emerged dressed in a somewhat thin nightgown, eliciting a piercing glance from Fu Yunting. That look was unsettling, sending a shiver through her. However, it wasn't long before Fu Yunting served a bowl of congee at the dining table. "I wasn't sure what you liked, and given the late hour, it was difficult to procure ingredients. Eat a little, and then you can return to sleep." "Uncle, aren't you eating?" "I'm not hungry." Ning remained silent, diligently finishing her meal. Afterward, she stood up, intending to wash the dishes. Fu Yunting interjected, "Just leave them here." Ning hesitated for a moment, uncertain of how to respond, and ultimately turned to her room to retire for the night. This time, she found herself resting on Fu Yunting's bed. Meanwhile, in the living room, Fu Yunting rose to wash the dishes, lit a cigarette, and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, taking a puff. Soon, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zhou Han's hen. "So, have you caught your little niece yet?" Chapter 16. Blocked. Fu Yunting paid him no heed and turned off his phone. Due to Fu Yunting's decision to sleep outside, Ning Ye found herself unable to rest well that night. When she awoke in the morning, Fu Yunting was already at the dining table, awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing him, Ning Ye faltered in her steps. The memory of that absurd night made her anxious in his presence. She felt that their interactions were akin to his gaze upon others, calm, yet enveloping, subtly encroaching without a sound. She called out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting's piercing dark eyes fixed upon her, as if they could slice through her exterior to reveal her innermost self. His voice was cold and deep. "Come eat after you wash up." After finishing her morning routine, Ning Ye quietly took a seat across from him. Fu Yunting handed her a thermometer, instructing her to take her temperature. She complied, relieved to find her fever had subsided. Fu Yunting served her breakfast, which he had prepared himself, though it differed from the previous night's meal. The porridge was expertly crafted, the ingredients more abundant, and the open kitchen bore witness to several bags strewn about, hinting that he may have ventured out again that morning. The flavors were more vibrant than those of the prior evening, yet Ning Ye found it difficult to eat comfortably. Fu Yunting consumed his meal rapidly, waiting for her to finish. Prompted by his impatience, she hastened her pace. Once breakfast was complete, Fu Yunting announced, "I will pick you up after school tonight." Ning Ye gasped, abruptly lifting her gaze to meet his. She wished to decline, but as their eyes locked, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Throughout the journey to school, her body remained tense, pressed against the car door. As they approached their destination, Fu Yunting remarked, "Call me if you need anything." He had reiterated this several times, and Ning Ye merely replied, "All right." However, Fu Yunting did not immediately unlock the door. It seemed he was contemplating something. This made her uneasy, for she dreaded every word he might utter. The last time he had behaved this way, he had surprised her with an unexpected declaration. Heart racing, she ventured, "Uncle?" Fu Yunting paused, observing her frightened demeanor, yet ultimately said nothing, abruptly unlocking the door with a click. Ning Ye exhaled in relief as she exited the vehicle. Upon arriving at school, Ning Ye hesitated to enter the classroom. After being struck by Shu Yi the previous day, she felt apprehensive. Shu Yi often harbored her grievances for 2 or 3 days, turning this period into a nightmare for Ning Ye. She decided to wait until the class bell rang before stepping inside. As soon as she entered the classroom, Shu Yi turned her gaze toward her. During class, Shu Yi's eyes remained fixated on her, causing Ning Ye to lower her head. During breaks, she was hesitant to venture to the restroom, and if she did, it was only when the area was crowded. Even then, she felt a persistent unease, as if she might be cornered again at any moment. Throughout the day, she struggled to absorb what the teacher was saying. Her anxiety often resulted in a ringing in her ears. before the last class of the morning. She emerged from the restroom only to collide with Fu Yi and her group. Fu Yi cast a cold glance in her direction, prompting Ning Ye to sidestep and grant her passage. Until Fu Yi entered the restroom, Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back to the classroom. However, as she made her way back, she noticed a commotion in the corridor with everyone peering downwards. Ning glanced below and her complexion drained of color. At the base of the building, Xiaoyang stood in front of a sports car, smoking. As she looked down, Xiaoyang nonchalantly raised his head, their gazes locking across 2 floors. He took purposeful strides towards the upper levels. Ning's breath hitched, and in a panic, she turned away. Yet, Xiaoyang's strides were long, and before she could enter the classroom, he had already positioned himself at the doorway, blocking her path. Chapter 017. Peace. Ning Ye gasped for breath, standing there in a state of distress. Xiaoyang's eyes were dark, and he inquired, "Why did you run?" As if he had the right to ask. Ning Ye's face was pale, and terror flickered in her gaze as she looked at him. Xiaoyang himself was unaware of the source of his anger. He held a talisman, one he had been persuaded to seek during a visit to the temple with friends when he was troubled. At the time of his request, he had given it little thought, yet today, as he drove past Ning Ye's school, an inexplicable urge compelled him to turn in. Standing there now, he felt somewhat unhinged. It seemed that ever since Ning Ye had consumed alcohol that night, he had been somewhat off-kilter. However, having arrived, he had no intention of taking the talisman back. Xiaoyang asked, "What time do you finish school?" Ning Ye's heart sank. She lowered her head, her voice slightly faltering. "Xiao, you said last time that after I drank, you would make things difficult for me." It was impossible to discern whether malice or something else lingered in Xiaoyang's eyes, and it sent a chill down Ning Ye's spine. Xiaoyang questioned, "Did I ever say I would make things difficult for you?" Ning Ye found herself at a loss for words. Just then, the school bell rang, and the surrounding commotion began. Though Xiaoyang had a somewhat questionable character, he was undeniably attractive, possessing a compelling exterior. He himself disliked the sensation of being observed. He stated, "I'll wait for you by the school gate after class." With that, he turned and walked down the stairs. Ning Ye struggled to focus throughout the afternoon. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Xiaoyang's intentions and how she might resolve this predicament. She pondered how to communicate with Fu Yunting about the situation. However, her contemplation was interrupted when Chen Rue discreetly slipped her a note as she returned to her seat during the second period. Initially hesitant to open it, she finally dared to do so midway through the class, using the pretense of completing her homework. The note bore only a few words: "Run quickly after school." Ning Ye glanced at it once before crumpling it up and stowing it away. The remainder of the classes passed in a blur, her body drenched in cold sweat. At long last, the school day concluded. Ning Ye dashed down the stairs with her backpack slung over her shoulder, but before she could exit the teaching building, someone seized her by the hair and dragged her behind the abandoned laboratory. The assailant slammed her against the wall. Dazed and disoriented, she saw Fu Yi approaching, delivering a kick to her side. "Run. I told you to run." Ning Ye curled up, clutching her head, remaining silent. Fu Yi yanked her hair, taunting whore. "I heard you can seduce wild men now. How about I find one for you?" Ning Ye remained mute. As time wore on, someone observing her motionless demeanor seemed to grow frightened and urged Fu Yi, "Hey, stop it. What if something really happens?" Only then did Fu Yi relent. Perhaps sensing the impending graduation and the accompanying uncertainty and fear of the future, she felt an overwhelming need to unleash her frustrations. This time, her aggression lacked restraint, and a flicker of fear crossed her mind as she glanced at Ning Ye before being pulled away. As Ning Ye sat up, the sky outside was nearly dark. Her phone had been incessantly ringing. She always carried a change of clothes in her bag, and she slowly made her way to the restroom to change, washing her face in the process, only to discover a bruise on her cheek. Upon exiting the restroom, her phone rang once more. Though she needed not glance at the caller ID, she instinctively knew who it was. Yet, she was reluctant to answer. She placed her phone back into her backpack. However, before she could secure the zipper, she heard a deep, warm voice call out, "Ning Ye." Chapter 018. The phone. Ning Ye's spine stiffened as Fu Yunting approached with purposeful strides. His tall figure enveloped her, and as he gazed down at her, his tone was devoid of inflection, yet weighed heavily. "Why did you not answer the call?" Ning Ye had barely placed her ringing phone into her bag when Fu Yunting must have noticed. She found it impossible to lie and claim she hadn't heard. Lowering her head, she remained silent. Fu Yunting reached out, intending to lift her chin with his finger. The sight of his long fingers sent a wave of anxiety coursing through her. The prospect of such physical contact made her feel flustered and flushed. She instinctively recoiled. In truth, she felt that many of Fu Yunting's actions had crossed boundaries, yet his unspoken nature left her hesitant to voice her concerns. His finger halted midair. In the dim light of dusk, his gaze was heavier than the darkened sky behind him, and his voice dropped. "Why did you not answer the call?" Ning Ye's hair fell loosely, obscuring half her face as she pondered for an extended moment before conjuring a feeble excuse. Her voice was soft and barely audible. "I thought it was someone else." Fu Yunting regarded her intently, his voice deepening. "Ning Ye." Her heart skipped a beat, and she tightened her grip on her bag. Yet, she remained silent. Observing her reaction, Fu Yunting held his silence as well. Ultimately, he said nothing and turned to walk out of the school. Ning Ye followed closely behind him. The journey was steeped in silence. Upon reaching the car, Fu Yunting climbed in, and she followed suit. Due to the pain she felt, she leaned her head against the car window. However, it wasn't long before her phone rang again, its sound jarring in the stillness of the vehicle. Calls were a rarity for Ning Ye. Before Fu Yunting's return, her phone would only ring occasionally from Chun Rue or Su from Jiangyi. At that moment, she had a sinking feeling about who it might be. "Why did you not answer?" As Ning Ye wrestled with her unease, Fu Yunting's voice startled her. She hesitated, then unzipped her backpack. Glancing down to confirm her suspicion, it was Xiaoyang. Staring at his name, she pressed her lips together, catching a glimpse of Fu Yunting's sharply defined jawline and the long, powerful fingers gripping the steering wheel. She moved her fingers slightly, but ultimately decided to hang up, explaining it was a telemarketing call. Her thoughts wandered as Fu Yunting navigated around the corner, and she took a moment to respond to Xiaoyang with a text. "Something happened at school just now. My uncle came to pick me up. Xiao. If there's anything, could you please wait until after my college entrance exams to discuss it?" After sending the message, she sat in the car awaiting Xiaoyang's reply. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang, seated in the driver's seat and smoking, glanced down at his phone as he received the message. Recalling the sight of Ning Ye getting into a car with another man, he turned off his phone and tossed it onto the center console, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he drove away. Ning Ye waited anxiously for a response, but after a prolonged silence, she put her phone away. Just then, Fu Yunting's phone rang unexpectedly as they turned the corner. He lowered his gaze and answered the call, his voice faint. "Yeah?" The spacious interior of the vehicle, avoidance, enveloped them, yet Ning Ye was seated by the window, not particularly close to Fu Yunting. However, within the confines of the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, made stifling by Fu Yunting's presence, Ning Ye still discerned the melodious tone of Fu Yu's voice from the other end of the line, tinged with a hint of playful affection. "Uncle, when will you return tonight?" Chapter 019. Wounds. Fu Yunting drove with one hand while holding his phone in the other, stating, "I have matters to attend to in the next couple of days, so I won't be returning home just yet." "What about the day after tomorrow?" came the question. "It's my mother's birthday, and the entire family will be present." "Will you be back, uncle?" As it was his elder brother's birthday, Fu Yunting certainly intended to return. "I will be back that day," he replied. Fu Yu's spirits lifted, and even across the line, Ning Ye could discern the delight in her voice. "I want to have the moose cake from Shuguang Road. Could you please bring me a piece when you come back?" "Certainly, I will arrange for someone to buy it and bring it along," Fu Yunting assured her. Ning Ye chose not to listen further. A sudden memory struck her. When she first arrived at the Fu household, Fu Jingye and Chun Su had quarreled fiercely, causing young Fu Yu to cry out in fear. Yet, Fu Ji would comfort her, covering her ears to shield her from the discord. On one occasion, during their most heated argument, no one was watching over Fu Yu, and she fell from her chair, only to be spotted by Fu Ji returning home from school. That incident seemed to genuinely enrage Fu Ji. He grasped Ning Ye by the collar and lifted her, his eyes glinting with cold fury as he confronted Fu Jingye. "Are you finished yet? Do you believe that if you continue this ruckus, I will toss her out of here to her demise. At that time, Fu Yunting had not yet enlisted, but he was already known for his icy demeanor, instilling fear in Ning Ye. However, Fu Yu was different. Despite Fu Yunting's sporadic visits, whenever he returned to the Fu villa, Fu Yu would cling to him, showering him with affection. No matter how aloof Fu Yunting appeared, he would still treat her to delectable treats, including mousse cakes and Haagen-Dazs. If they were to venture out together, he seldom denied her requests. Ning Ye, newly arrived at the Fu household and still a mere child, was timid and often trembled in fear, hiding away and quietly shedding tears. She dared not show herself in front of the Fu family. During that time, Fu Jingye was still considerate, inquiring whether she had eaten. Yet, Ning Ye hesitated to admit her hunger, fearing that her lack of decorum would displease the only family member who showed her kindness. There were occasions when days would pass without a meal. When hunger struck fiercely, she would sneak into the kitchen to consume leftover morsels. On one fateful night, Fu Yunting unexpectedly encountered her while rising from slumber. Her face turned pale with fright. As he approached, she trembled uncontrollably, her wide, glistening eyes filled with terror. Before he could reach her, she fled in a panic. In the days that followed, she instinctively avoided Fu Yunting whenever he was near. When he eventually departed for the army, she felt an unspoken relief, and soon enough, she managed to forget him altogether. Leaning against the car window, Ning Ye gazed at the swiftly retreating scenery outside. It wasn't too long before her phone vibrated. Glancing down, she saw a message from Chun Rue. "Chun Rue, how are you doing today?" "Ning Ye, I'm well." Seemingly concerned, Chun Rue promptly replied, "Chun Rue, I just overheard them in the restroom, saying they plan to confront you after school. Where are you now? Is everything all right?" "Ning Ye, I'm fine. I'm in my uncle's car." Chun Rue sighed in relief, and after a while, sent another message. "Chun Rue, Ning Ye, I apologize." Ning Ye understood that Chun Rue was referring to her failure to assist. "Ning Ye, it's all right. Had you intervened, it would have only entangled you further." "Chun Rue, what does Xiao Liang want with you?" "Ning Ye, I'm not sure, but it should be nothing to worry about." After exchanging a few more words, Ning Ye turned off her phone. Before she could set it down, the car suddenly swerved sharply and came to a halt. Caught off guard, she lurched forward, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt. A wave of panic washed over her, and before she could comprehend the situation, someone abruptly seized her jaw. Startled, she found herself staring into a pair of eerily deep eyes. In the suffocating silence of the car, her heart raced and her breathing became erratic. Fu Yunting's features were shrouded in darkness, save for those penetrating black eyes that seemed to reach into her very soul. He inquired, "What happened to your face?" Chapter 20. The hospital. Ning Ye took a moment to regain her composure, stepping back slightly. She chose not to discuss matters with Fu Yunting, merely whispering, "I fell." Fu Yunting fell silent for a brief moment before abruptly steering the wheel in a different direction. Ning Ye was uncertain of their destination, yet she felt an undeniable sense of relief. However, as time passed, she began to sense something amiss. Fu Yunting was taking her to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital parking lot, Fu Yunting exited the car first, while Ning Ye remained seated, hesitating to follow. He walked around the front of the vehicle, approached her side, and opened the door, leaning down to look at her. With her head bowed, she inquired, "Uncle, why have you come to the hospital?" Fu Yunting's voice was devoid of warmth as he commanded, "Get out." Ning Ye clenched her delicate fingers tightly, remaining silent for an extended moment. Fu Yunting stood outside, patiently waiting for her. Ultimately, she alighted from the vehicle, but he ignored her presence and turned, striding towards the hospital while speaking on the phone. Ning Ye trailed behind, uncertain of Fu Yunting's intentions. Her facial injury was obscured by her hair, rendering it hardly visible. Nevertheless, Fu Yunting led her directly to the door of a doctor's office. Inside, someone was already awaiting his arrival. Fu Yunting instructed, "Find a female doctor." The physician, whom Ning Ye recognized from a previous encounter, was one of those who had accompanied Fu Yunting to the night event. Without further inquiry, she turned to the individuals inside the office and called, "Chun Yi, please come here." Chun Yi approached and glanced at Fu Yunting and Ning Ye, seemingly aware of Fu Yunting's identity and feeling a tinge of apprehension. She then asked the doctor, Dr. Jiang, what do you need me for? It was Fu Yunting who replied, examine her injuries. Ning Ye was taken aback, finally grasping the purpose of Fu Yunting's visit. She protested, Uncle. It's just a scrape on my lip. Fu Yunting did not spare her a glance, but addressed Chun Yi, conduct a full examination, and provide a detailed report. Ning Ye attempted to voice her objections, but Fu Yunting turned to her, his gaze profound. Do you wish for me to assist you with the examination? Momentarily speechless, she opened her mouth to protest. No. In the end, she followed Chun Yi into the examination room. Once they entered, only Fu Yunting and Jiang Lu remained outside the office. Watching Ning Ye and Chun Yi enter another room, Fu Yunting could not resist lighting a cigarette. Jiang Lu glanced at him and remarked, isn't she your niece? Fu Yunting acknowledged with a slight nod. Jiang Lu continued, why are you the one accompanying her? Fu Yunting, wishing to keep his explanations brief, replied, there are matters to attend to these days. Jiang Lu, not one for excessive conversation, simply stated, you may not gain the approval of the Fu family by overseeing her this way. Fu Yunting scoffed softly, leaving his response ambiguous. Afterward, Jiang Lu fell silent, his white coat unbuttoned to reveal a shirt beneath, as they both waited outside. After a while, Chun Yi and Ning Ye emerged from the examination room. Fu Yunting cast a glance towards them, and Chun Yi remarked, we should take a photo. Fu Yunting gaze deepened. Yet the lack of warmth in his eyes rendered his emotions inscrutable, save for a chilling demeanor. He directed his attention to Ning Ye, who was bowing her head. Fu Yunting then stated, you take her to have the picture taken. Chapter 021. The dog. When Fu Yunting spoke these words, his calm gaze seemed to swirl like a vortex, capable of drawing one in with great force. Ning Ye bit her lip, feeling utterly unable to resist. She had emerged with Chun Yi half an hour later. The injury report would take a while longer. Upon stepping out, she found Fu Yunting standing there, smoking. Their eyes met, and his expression was icy and unyielding. Instinctively, Ning Ye clenched her fists and dared not approach him, cautiously taking a seat at a moderate distance. Fu Yunting ignored her. It was not until Chun Yi appeared at the door, holding the report with a solemn expression, that he finally acknowledged her presence. With a glance, he extinguished his cigarette and tossed the butt into the trash, striding towards Chun Yi. Dressed in a tailored shirt and trousers, his attire exuded sharpness. He did not pause until he reached Chun Yi. Though Chun Yi harbored a deep-seated fear of him, she closed the door and approached, holding out the report. The young girl has quite a tolerance, she remarked, handing the document to him. Fu Yunting opened the report, his brow furrowing as he examined the shocking images within. There are both new and old injuries, Chun Yi explained. Many of these appear to have been sustained yesterday, multiple soft tissue contusions. Fortunately, there are no injuries to the internal organs or bones. She seems adept at avoiding serious harm. As she spoke, her heart ached slightly, recognizing the signs of a brutal beating. It was remarkable that she could evade critical damage, even to the exposed skin. One could only wonder what she had endured. Fu Yunting remained silent, his unusual quietness pervasive as he meticulously reviewed the report, his gaze growing increasingly somber. Memories of the previous night flooded back to him. Ning Ye sleeping on his desk. I just applied some medicine to her, Chun Yi continued. I gently massaged some of the bruised areas, but I did not dare apply too much pressure. Her wounds may take some time to heal. She then handed Fu Yunting a few medications. As he turned to retrieve the medicine, Ning Ye sat upright in her chair, a sheen of sweat on her forehead. Upon seeing Fu Yunting exit the room, she immediately stood up, her movements swift. He descended the stairs in silence, and Ning Ye followed closely behind, resembling an innocent little puppy. Once they reached the ground floor, Fu Yunting remained silent, which made Ning Ye increasingly anxious. When they arrived at the car, he halted and turned to look at her. Lost in thought about Fu Yunting, Ning Ye failed to halt her steps in time and inadvertently bumped into him. He stood like an immovable mountain, unflinching. Startled, she quickly stepped back. I'm sorry, she murmured softly. Fu Yunting paused for a moment, then inquired, have you eaten? After the tumult of the evening, it was nearly 9 o'clock, approaching 10. Yet Ning Ye felt no appetite due to the pain coursing through her body. She opened her mouth to respond, but before she could speak, Fu Yunting's cool, magnetic voice interrupted. Think carefully before you answer. Under his penetrating gaze, Ning Ye ultimately shook her head obediently. Fu Yunting took her out for a meal. Ning Ye did not eat much. After finishing their food, Fu Yunting escorted her back home. Initially, he did not turn on the lights and stood in the darkness for a moment. Ning Ye hesitated to switch them on. The atmosphere somewhat mirrored that of the night he returned to Haicheng, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety. Eventually, Fu Yunting lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and seated himself on the sofa in the dim light, instructing her to turn on the lights and come over. Ning Ye obediently complied, illuminating the room, yet chose to sit at the farthest distance from him. Fu Yunting glanced at her and said, "Lift your clothes. Let me see." Chapter 022. Resolution. Ning Ye paused for a moment, remaining still, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her garment, displaying a sense of avoidance. "Uncle, I'm already 18, she declared. Fu Yunting almost retorted, acknowledging that this was not their first encounter, but observing Ning Ye's demeanor, he chose to remain silent. He took a drag from his cigarette. Though he seldom smoked in her presence, he found it difficult to resist at that moment. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Were you also beaten yesterday?" Ning Ye lowered her head, offering no response. Fu Yunting continued, "If others bully you, will you simply allow it? You seemed quite capable when it came to drinking with others." Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Did he truly believe she had never fought back? During her first encounter with violence in middle school, she had yearned to retaliate fiercely. Gripping Shu Yi's hair, she had forced her to the ground, disregarding the blows raining down upon her, intent solely on inflicting pain upon Shu Yi. Yet, Shu Yi's sister was a childhood friend of Fu Ji, and regardless of Shu Yi's lesser status compared to her illegitimate brother, she was still a legitimate member of the Shu family. That same night, Shu Yi was hospitalized, and although Ning Ye was also in a poor state, upon returning to the Fu household, she received a stinging slap from the elder Fu, leaving one ear ringing. Subsequently, she was confined in a pitch-dark room where she trembled with fear, haunted by the dread of being alone, feeling as though she were surrounded by ravenous beasts. Night after night, she pounded on the door, apologizing, her voice hoarse from crying, vowing never to misbehave again. Eventually, when the Fu family made her kneel at the ancestral hall, she obediently complied. Afterward, despite burning with fever, she still had to apologize to Shu Yi at the hospital, enduring humiliation until the matter gradually subsided. Fu Yunting waited in silence for Ning Ye's reply. When it did not come, he lowered his voice, his gaze piercing through the haze of smoke. "Does your father know about these incidents? I recall he used to care for you dearly." The mention of Fu Jingye did not affect Ning Ye much, even with her eyes slightly reddened. Yet, when he brought up Fu Jingye, her heart clenched painfully, the ache surpassing any physical wound she bore. Upon her arrival at the Fu family, Fu Jingye had indeed shown her some protection. However, after regaining composure, Chen Su, in a bid to win back Fu Jingye, had reluctantly accepted Ning Ye's presence, even tolerating the fact that Fu Jingye maintained a mistress. Less than a year after Ning Ye's return, under the persuasion of the elder Fu and the matriarch, she relinquished her arguments with Fu Jingye, becoming gentle and accommodating, while Chen Su treated her as if she were her own. Yet, this maternal affection only instilled fear in Ning Ye. From a young age, when Fu Yu feigned an injury to garner attention, she had quietly urged Fu Yu to behave and not hold grudges against Ning Ye in front of the Fu family. Gradually, as they grew older, on snowy days, she would call Ning Ye to inform her that Fu Ji would be bringing his girlfriend home, subtly suggesting that she should not return too early. Nevertheless, she would prepare a lavish meal, waiting for the family to dine together. Even when the elder Fu urged them to begin, she would gently persuade him to wait a little longer. Yet, when Ning Ye finally returned home, she would be met with yet another tempest. Over time, Fu Jingye began to perceive her as lacking in understanding. To avoid conflict, Ning gradually became increasingly silent, shying away from interactions with the Fu family, and consequently, her presence diminished. So much so that Fu Jingye often found it difficult to remember he had a daughter. Men's emotions, it seems, are often fleeting. Even paternal love can have an expiration date. Ning felt tears welling up, yet she was determined not to cry in front of Fu Yunting. so she held them back with great effort. After a prolonged silence, her voice emerged softly, tinged with a hint of nasal timbre, as she asked, "Uncle, could you refrain from telling my father about this matter?" Fu Yunting, smoking in silence, regarded her intently. He then leaned closer to the point where his breath was perceptible and said, "So you wish for me to resolve this issue on your behalf." Chapter 023. Fan Lung's gaze was profoundly deep, and his presence loomed too closely to Ning Ye, leaving her feeling almost breathless. Her heart raced with an intensity that ebbed and flowed. Perhaps it was merely her illusion, but she sensed that his words consistently carried an air of audacity. In truth, Ning Ye was not particularly aloof. Had this individual not been her uncle, had he not belonged to the Fu family, she might have been inclined to engage with him, especially if he were willing to take responsibility and treat her well. However, regrettably, Fu Yunting embodied both of those unfortunate circumstances. Thus, every transgression on his part only served to heighten her anxiety. Ning Ye bit her lip, opened her mouth, yet had not uttered a word when Fu Yunting's phone rang. She exhaled softly in relief. Yet, Fu Yunting showed no intention of answering. The phone rang twice before he terminated the call. "Ning Ye inwuted. Why don't you answer?" Fu Yunting glanced at her briefly before turning back to retrieve the phone, his voice carrying an icy tone. "Principal Zhou." Ning Ye's head snapped up in surprise. However, Fu Yunting paid her no further attention. He rose and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window, exuding an unsettling calm reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. What could Principal Zhou want at such a late hour? The conversation on the other end remained inaudible, and Fu Yunting remained silent, merely withdrawing a cigarette. Time passed in an indeterminate haze until he finally spoke. "Is that so? Coincidentally, I have some documents I wish to present to Principal Zhou." With that, Fu Yunting ended the call and turned his gaze toward Ning Ye. "Come with me." The journey in Fu Yunting's car was steeped in silence. Their destination was not far from his residence, merely a 10-minute drive. Upon disembarking, Ning Ye realized they were meeting at Dingsheng. A wave of trepidation washed over her as she followed Fu Yunting inside. However, when the door to the private room swung open and she beheld the occupants within, she instinctively shrank back. In the room, besides Principal Zhou, were Xu Yi and her father, Xu Qirong. The moment they spotted Fu Yunting entering, both stood up in alarm, particularly Zhou Jianye. He had never anticipated receiving a call earlier that evening regarding a formal investigation into serious bullying issues within their school. No institution could withstand such scrutiny, least of all him as the principal. He hastily sought connections to discern the situation. Upon investigation, the inquiry led directly to Fu Yunting, and the realization that he was the only person in the school with ties to the Fu family sent cold sweat cascading down his back. Naturally, he dared not confront Fu Yunting directly. Instead, he inquired of Xu Qirong whether they had received any notifications from the company. Indeed, Xu Qirong's company had received word that an audit would be conducted. The suddenness of this news was alarming, hinting at underlying issues. Just then, Zhou Jianye's call came through, weighing heavily on his mind as he asked, "What does this mean?" Zhou Jianye, too, was merely speculating without certainty, suggesting that he bring Xu Yi along for dinner that evening, hence their meeting at this location. After the appointment, he inquired of Xu Yi whether there had been any recent discord with Ning Ye. Typically, if Principal Zhou had broached the subject, she would not have hesitated to speak the truth. The audacity with which she had bullied Ning Ye stemmed from her initial triumph, which had emboldened her, thanks to the support of the Fu family. However, in this instance, with Principal Zhou having summoned Xu Qirong specifically to discuss this matter, she found herself suddenly reluctant to concede. Regardless of Principal Zhou's persistent questioning, she resolutely maintained, "No, I have had no contact with her lately." After several inquiries yielded the same response, Principal Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, upon encountering Ning Ye, Zhou Jianye felt utterly weakened, rising to address Mr. Fu. Chapter 024 Report Fu Yunting, however, paid him no heed, merely taking a seat on a nearby sofa. His expression remained unchanged, calm and composed, yet his obsidian eyes, when fixed upon another, cast an ominous shadow, instilling an unsettling chill along one's spine. The atmosphere in the private room grew palpably tense. Beside him, Shu Ye's complexion paled at the sight of Ning Ye, her mind buzzing with confusion. Half an hour prior, Shu Qirong had brought her to this establishment after having been at the company with him. She had overheard a conversation between Shu Qirong and Zhou Jianlin. Though she grasped little, she sensed it involved troubles arising between the school and the Shu family's company, entangled with certain individuals. To her surprise, Shu Qirong had summoned her to accompany him, a rarity, as he typically favored her brother, Shu Yu, for such matters, often neglecting his daughter. Elated at being included, she had harbored high hopes. When Zhou Jianlin had inquired about her, she feared that Shu Qirong might dismiss her, perceiving her as immature and lacking in poise. Thus, she refrained from revealing her past entanglements at school. The instances of her orchestrating bullying against Ning Ye were far from few, spanning from middle school to high school. They accumulated to 5 or 6 years. Except for the very first encounter, subsequent events had never gone awry. Ironically, even during the initial incident, it was not she who ultimately suffered the consequences. Having learned from that experience, Ning Ye had become exceedingly timid, refraining from confronting the Fu family. For she knew that, even if she did, the Fu clan would not only dismiss her complaints, but would punish her instead. Indeed, during the first incident, although it was she who had instigated a group assault on Ning Ye, the outcome had seen the elder Mr. Fu deliver a resounding slap to Ning Ye, subsequently confining her and compelling her to apologize. Rumor had it that the impact left Ning Ye unable to hear clearly for a fortnight. No one seemed to care. This illustrated just how lowly Ning Ye was regarded within the Fu household. Yet, she had never anticipated encountering Ning Ye in this setting. Reflecting on Zhou Jianlin's remarks, Shu Yi felt a wave of weakness wash over her, cold sweat beading on her brow as she instinctively glanced towards Shu Qirong. He, however, stood up, having received alarming news that the individuals investigating his company were formidable. He, too, was sweating profusely as he approached Fu Yunting, greeting him with a respectful nod. Mr. Fu. It seemed that despite the complex ties between the Shu and Fu families, particularly through Fu Ji, Shu Qirong retained a semblance of composure, saying, "Principal Zhou and I have made a reservation here. Shall we dine together?" Yet, Fu Yunting did not entertain his suggestion, his voice devoid of warmth. "There is no need for a meal. I have some matters I would like both of you to review." As he spoke, he tossed a stack of documents onto the table, a bound booklet. Zhou Jianlin and Shu Qirong exchanged wary glances, Zhou Jianlin's outstretched hand trembling slightly. Achieving the position of principal was no small feat for him, and his ascent had not been without its share of dubious dealings. Once the school is involved in any matters, his career would be utterly destroyed, and upon further investigation, even the risk of imprisonment looms. Zhou Jianlin picked up the documents, and as he opened them, he was momentarily stunned. It was an injury assessment report, perhaps due to the excessive pallor of the individual in the photographs. The contents within appeared strikingly shocking. Meanwhile, as Shu Yi discerned the nature of the contents, her face drained of all color, turning completely pale. Chapter 025. Venting. Shu Qirong's expression shifted, his brows furrowing as he turned to Fu Yunting. "What does this mean, President Fu?" Fu Yunting, unable to contain himself, turned slightly to light a cigarette, taking several puffs before peering through the haze of smoke at him, his voice muted. "If you do not comprehend, I have something else for you to observe." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, tapping the screen a few times before tossing it onto the coffee table. Soon, an image flickered to life on the device, blurry and distant. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that it depicted a young girl, curled up on the ground, clutching her head, while 5 or 6 individuals mercilessly assaulted her. Their fists and feet struck without restraint. The distance robbed the scene of sound, yet the silent imagery alone was sufficient to convey the inhumanity of those involved. As the video played, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Zhou Jianlin appeared nearly incapacitated, struggling to maintain his composure. Concurrently, upon recognizing the identity of the ringleader in the footage, Shu Qirong suddenly whirled around and, with a resounding slap, struck Shu Yi across the face. "Useless wretch, Do you have any idea the losses the company has suffered because of you? The slap was so unexpected that no one had the chance to react. He let out a scream as she was propelled into a nearby table and chair. One side of her face stinging, yet it paled in comparison to the terror that gripped her heart. The moment the video surfaced, she found herself engulfed in fear, lacking the courage to even glance at Fu Yunting. She had believed that he brought her here to involve her in company matters, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner. Fuming, Fu Yunting turned to Fu Yunting. Rest assured, President Fu, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Meanwhile, Ning Ye watched the scene unfold, witnessing herself being dragged by Shu Yi's associates and hurled against a wall, observing her own cowering form enduring the brutality of those individuals. Her delicate fingers clenched tightly, and before she realized it, tears began to well in her eyes. She had never before encountered such a visceral depiction of her own suffering. The realization was disheartening. She was uncertain when Fu Yunting had procured this video, perhaps during her medical examination. From a moment he discovered her injuries to her hospital visit, he had not contacted anyone. Upon her return, she had not received a single call from him. In truth, over the past 5 or 6 years, Ning Ye had grown desensitized to such occurrences. Being beaten was merely a fleeting pain. She had always endured it stoically. She had never envisioned that someone would stand up for her, and that this advocate would be a member of the Fu family. From the moment she was still naive and barely grasped the complexities of the world. She understood that regardless of whether she was outside or at home, she must never reveal her grievances to the members of the Fu family. Not only must she refrain from disclosing her troubles, but she must also go to great lengths to conceal them, ensuring they remain oblivious. For she could not ascertain if what awaited her would be yet another tempest. Ning stood there, her face devoid of color, unable to utter a single sound. Fu Yunting took a few more puffs of his cigarette. Despite having watched the video multiple times while standing in the hospital corridor, he could not achieve tranquility. Fu Yunting rose to his feet, retrieving his phone, and addressed Zhou Jianlin and Fu Yunting, stating, I will pursue this matter through the appropriate legal channels, and my lawyer will contact you in due course. As for the affairs concerning the school and the company, those are beyond my jurisdiction. Chapter 026. Gratitude. After finishing his words, Fu Yunting turned and walked towards the exit. Ning followed him like a devoted shadow. President Fu, Zhou Jianlin dared not pursue the conventional judicial procedures. Setting aside other considerations, how many lawyers in Haicheng could rival Fu Yunting? Anxiety enveloped him. Cold sweat streamed down his back as he hurried after Fu Yunting, his legs trembling to the point of weakness. He called out, President Fu, I will ensure that the school thoroughly investigates this matter and provides you with a satisfactory explanation. Might I implore you to show some leniency? Fu Yunting was also in a dire predicament. Numerous projects within the Shu Corporation were encountering issues, leading to significant financial losses and insolvency concerns. In light of this turmoil, the Shu Corporation was desperately seeking financing solutions. Being subjected to an audit during such a critical time was akin to adding insult to injury, and it could potentially jeopardize their financing endeavors. Fu Yunting was filled with an intense desire to blame Shu Yi. He shot a fierce glance at her. Shu Yi seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, collapsing onto the ground, paralyzed by fear, her face devoid of color. She never anticipated that this incident would have such a profound impact on the Shu Corporation. She could scarcely fathom how Fu Yunting would respond to her once they exited the door. Though Fu Yunting longed to unleash his fury upon her, he recognized that this was not the appropriate time for venting his frustrations. He hastily followed Zhou Jianlin, declaring, President Fu, this matter stems from my incompetent and reckless offspring. Whatever resolution you desire, whether it be imprisonment or something else, I will not utter a word of dissent. Upon hearing the word imprisonment, Shu Yi's head snapped up, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Fu Yunting. Yet, Fu Yunting's expression remained impassive. He replied, It is not I, Fu Yunting, who requires an explanation from Principal Zhou and President Shu. With that, he exited the bustling establishment, accompanied by Ning. Once they reached the car, Fu Yunting lingered by the door, taking several puffs from his cigarette before extinguishing it and discarding the butt in a nearby bin. Ning stood a short distance away, hesitant to approach him. It was only when Fu Yunting entered the vehicle that she followed suit. A tumult of emotions surged within her, and her heart ached profoundly. Yet fear gripped her as well. She dreaded the repercussions this incident might have on Shu, Yi, and Fu Ji, fear that Qin Su might plead with the elder Fu, and most of all, dreaded the possibility that the elder Fu might lay blame upon her. Nevertheless, she remained silent. Fu Yunting took Ning directly home, settling onto the sofa. Ning, too timid to retreat to her room, yet reluctant to draw too close, found herself in a quandary. Fu Yunting glanced at her and said, "Go to bed. You can rest at home tomorrow and skip school." Ning parted her lips, whispering, "I am about to take my college entrance examination. With your abysmal grades, what difference does it make whether you attend school or not?" Ning was momentarily taken aback, her mouth opening as if to respond, yet no words emerged. In truth, her academic performance was not entirely poor. She had managed to maintain a middle ground score deliberately. Scoring too high would attract the attention of the Fu family, while scoring too low would prompt the school to contact her parents, something she lacked. However, for someone as exceptional as Fu Yunting, her performance at school could indeed be deemed quite poor. Ning Ye did not counter his remark. She stood up but lingered for a while without leaving. Fu Yunting turned his gaze toward her. After much contemplation, Ning Ye finally spoke to Fu Yunting. "Thank you, uncle." Fu Yunting remained seated on the sofa, his piercing and profound eyes fixed on Ning Ye. Despite the upward angle from which he looked at her, it created an impression of condescension. "I will stay at home tomorrow. You should rest at home for the next couple of days." Chapter 27, Are You Afraid of Me? Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback. The thought of spending the entire next day in the company of Fu Yunting filled her with unease. She glanced over at Fu Yunting, her delicate fingers nervously curling. Yet upon meeting his gaze, she found herself unable to utter a single word. It was abundantly clear from the depths of his dark eyes that Fu Yunting had no intention of consulting her. Ning Ye hesitated in place for a while, remaining silent. Just as she was about to turn and enter her room, Fu Yunting glanced at the medicine on the coffee table and said, "Go take a shower first. Apply the medicine afterward." Ning Ye paused her steps and turned to pick up the medicine. Fu Yunting's solemn gaze lingered on her back, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth to speak. However, Ning Ye's spine stiffened at his intent. Noticing her discomfort, Fu Yunting decided against continuing the conversation. "You should shower first," he reiterated. Ning Ye breathed a sigh of relief and headed to her room to fetch some clothes. The apartment was a one-bedroom unit with only one bathroom. As she made her way to the bathroom, she had to pass through the living room where Fu Yunting was seated on the sofa. Anxiety consumed her. She turned on the water in the shower, cautious not to let it run too loudly. Inside, she could vaguely hear Fu Yunting on the phone. She was reluctant to linger in the shower for too long, but even after finishing, she hesitated to emerge, fearing the conversation he was having might be inappropriate for her ears. While inside, she took the time to wash her own clothes. Once Fu Yunting concluded his call, she finally stepped out. After hanging her clothes on the balcony, she felt uneasy returning directly to her room and instead offered a gentle greeting. "Uncle, I'm going to bed now. Please wait a moment." Fu Yunting glanced at the clothes she had hung out to dry, his expression serene. "Come sit for a while," he invited. Ning Ye was taken aback that he even noticed her garments, making her feel quite uncomfortable. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old girl, and her undergarments were among those drying outside. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, Fu Yunting's demeanor was so calm and principled that Ning Ye felt she was overreacting, and she obediently took a seat, her ears tinged with red. Fu Yunting inquired, "Haven't you eaten dinner yet?" In the midst of their earlier commotion, Fu Yunting had forgotten to consider whether Ning Ye had dined, especially after being riled by the school's video. Now, glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly midnight, and she had remained uncommunicative. After a moment of silence, Ning Ye, perhaps influenced by Qin Su throughout her life, found herself fearful of the Fu family's concern for her well-being. Even when Fu Yunting took her to confront Shu Yi on her behalf, the first person that surfaced in her mind was old Master Fu, followed closely by a wave of panic. Thus, after a brief silence, she quietly replied, "I've eaten." Fu Yunting studied her, and his previously calm gaze turned weighty. When I picked you up from school, you hadn't even left the school gate. Where did you have dinner? The room fell into silence. After a moment of silence, Ning Ye said, I just had a casual snack after class. Fu Yunting replied, You were the first to leave the classroom after class. Ning Ye fell silent, having forgotten that he had viewed her video. Was she hiding from Shu Yi at that time? This time, Ning Ye dared not tell a falsehood, simply responding with a yes. Did you already know she was going to confront you? Ning Ye once again remained silent. Fu Yunting remarked, I recall having asked you to save my phone number. Ning Ye resembled a child who had committed a wrongdoing, her head bowed, her hair soft, and the swirl at the crown of her head quite exquisite, appearing both obedient and pitiable in this posture. However, Fu Yunting's heart did not soften. He had initially intended to refrain from bringing this up. Had Ning Ye admitted to not having eaten, he would not have mentioned it at all. Yet, she chose to lie. Fu Yunting pressed on. Are you afraid of me? Is that why you dare not contact me? Chapter 28. No deceit. Ning Ye felt a tremor within her. She could not discern if it was merely her imagination, but she sensed a profound ambiguity in his words. Are you afraid of me? He had always been aware of what he feared. His inquiry at this moment felt like an insistent pressure upon her. Ning Ye's heart raced uncontrollably, her pulse quickening with anxiety. She pressed her lips together, taking a considerable amount of time to muster a response. I was too nervous at that moment to think clearly. Was it truly a lack of thought? Or was it something more profound? In truth, her mind had been wholly preoccupied with the urgency of escape. I only remembered you were outside when I was running, but by then, they had already surrounded me, she added hesitantly. Fu Yunting regarded her with a penetrating gaze, leaving her uncertain whether he believed her words. Uncle, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Just then, the doorbell rang. Fu Yunting turned to answer it, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman standing outside. Ning Ye cast a quick glance, curious about her identity, but felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fu Yunting stepped aside, granting the woman entry. The woman possessed an impressive figure and a tall stature, adorned with minimal makeup, her posture reminiscent of someone from the military. She addressed Fu Yunting. I was unsure of your preferences, so I brought a few random items. Fu Yunting ushered her inside, accepting the items she offered and placing them on the coffee table. He beckoned Ning Ye. Why are you just standing there? Come and eat. Surprised that the food was meant for her, Ning Ye hesitated momentarily, then approached and seated herself obediently, beginning to eat. It was only then that the woman noticed Ning Ye's presence, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Who is this child? I don't believe I have seen her before. Fu Yunting replied, She is my brother's child. Fu Yu? Ning Ye paused. Not her, Fu Yunting clarified. Ning Ye tightened her grip around her chopsticks, feeling a pang of discomfort. When others spoke of Fu Jingye's children, they invariably thought of Fu Ji and Fu Yu. A sense of unease settled within her as she continued to eat in silence. Fu Yunting's phone rang again, prompting him to move towards the floor-to-ceiling window to take the call. Ning Ye hurried to finish her meal. By the time she was done, Fu Yunting was still engaged in conversation. She tidied up the remnants of her meal and waited patiently until he concluded his call. Uncle, I think I shall retire for the night now, she announced. Fu Yunting responded, Have her apply some ointment for you. Ning Ye hesitated, her emotions swirling within her. After the ointment was applied, the woman departed. Once she was gone, Ning Ye refrained from inquiring about her identity, primarily due to Fu Yunting's earlier probing question about her fear of him, which had left her feeling apprehensive. So much had transpired that evening, her body ached. And thoughts of the day's events weighed heavily on her mind. She pondered the potential repercussions within the Fu household, considering that Shu Yi's sister was Fu Ji's girlfriend and would undoubtedly seek out Fu Ji. As the time approached, she found herself consumed by dread, contemplating how Fu Ji would treat her and how the old master Fu would behave. The more she pondered, the more her anxiety escalated. She anticipated a sleepless night. Yet surprisingly, she dozed off shortly thereafter. When she awoke the following morning, her body ached, and she remained sprawled on the bed for quite some time before regaining her composure. The mere thought of Fu Yunting being at home rendered her hesitant to venture outside. It was not until Fu Yunting knocked on her door that morning, calling her to rise for breakfast, that she finally mustered the energy to get out of bed. During the meal, she kept her head bowed, avoiding any eye contact with Fu Yunting. Fortunately, he mentioned he would be home all day, but after breakfast, he received a phone call and hurriedly left. Before departing, he glanced at her from the entrance, stating, "I may return late. If you feel hungry, help yourself to something. I've left some money in the living room." Ning Ye obediently nodded, yet ultimately refrained from using Fu Yunting's money. Previously, Chensu had given her some funds to buy food outside and return later. She spent the day wandering, and when hunger struck, she spent around 20 or 30 yuan. However, upon returning home, she discovered that Chensu was searching for money. It was from a maid that she learned that 100 yuan had gone missing from Chensu. The moment she heard that amount, fear seized her, leaving her frozen in her room. Eventually, the money was indeed found in her possession, but only 60 yuan remained. When the Fu family inquired about the source of the money, she, trembling, claimed it was given by her aunt. No sooner had the words left her lips than the old Master Fu delivered a resounding slap. At such a young age, you already know how to lie. Ning Ye was left in a daze from shock. Subsequently, the old Master Fu ordered her to kneel in the ancestral hall for the entire night. Having always harbored a fear of darkness, she cried herself hoarse from terror. Later, Chensu approached the old Master Fu to plead for her, and in front of the entire Fu family, amidst a palpable tension, she gently advised, "Xiao Yi, if you ever need money, ask your aunt. But do not take it yourself or tell lies, understood?" After this incident, Ning Ye carried a psychological shadow regarding both Chensu and the old Master Fu for a long time. She became acutely aware of these matters, ensuring she would never touch Fu Yunting's money. That evening, Fu Yunting returned home quite late, and the following day was Chensu's birthday. During breakfast, Fu Yunting unexpectedly inquired, "Would you like to accompany me back to the Fu residence?" Chapter 029. An incident. Ning Ye lowered her head and murmured, "I will return in a few days." Fu Yunting replied, "If you need anything, just give me a call." Shortly after Fu Yunting departed, Ning Ye found herself unable to resist the urge to check Chensu's moments on her phone. Among the Fu family's WeChat contacts, she only had Fu Jingye and Chensu. This was because Chensu often inquired about her well-being, treating her as if she were her own daughter. The clothing, shoes, and other items she possessed were all purchased by Chensu, consisting of high-quality brands with appealing designs. However, many of these shoes and clothes were often too small for Ning Ye, rendering them unwearable. Yet, if she did not wear them, Chensu would ask in front of Fu Jingye, "Do you not like the shoes I bought for you? Why haven't I seen you wear them? If you don't like them, I can take you to exchange them." In truth, Ning Ye felt quite apprehensive about Chensu buying her things. Upon opening Chensu's moments, she immediately spotted a family photo. In the background were Fu Yunting and Fu Yu. With Fu Yu holding the mousse cake, she had playfully requested Fu Yunting to buy for her, her face radiant with happiness. Further along, she saw Fu Jingye laughing while embracing Fu Ji and Fu Yu. Ning Ye lingered over this photograph for a long time, her heart feeling as though it had been tightly gripped, causing a deep ache within her. She chose not to look further. However, it wasn't too long before her phone rang. Picking it up, she was taken aback by the caller ID. It was Su Ge from Jiangyi. Ning Ye, he greeted. "Are you in class right now? I took a leave today for some matters." "What's up? Do you need to come to Jiangyi tonight?" Su Ge paused before saying, Xiao asked for you to come." Ning Ye's heart sank, and she quietly inquired, "Is he looking for me regarding something?" "I don't know, but it would be best if you came." After much contemplation, she decided to go in the evening. She feared that Xiao Liang might threaten her again regarding her studies. Worried that he would grow impatient waiting for her, she arrived early. Yet, upon her arrival, before she could find Xiao Liang, a drunken man staggered toward her. Ning Ye tried to dodge, but he lunged at her, attempting to tear her clothing. Her face drained of color as she struggled fiercely. The man refused to relent, and in a moment of panic, she seized an object, unbeknownst to her what it was, and struck him forcefully on the head. Even after the initial blow, she, feeling insecure, continued to hit him multiple times, gasping for breath. Before long, the man, dazed from the blows, stood upright. Everything unfolded so unexpectedly. In that brief moment, he inadvertently stepped on something, causing him to lose his balance and tumble backward. Behind him lay a staircase, Ning Ye. She then heard a terrified shout. Despite the loud music at Jiang Yi, she clearly heard his words. Turning around, she saw Su Gu rushing toward her, shouting urgently, "Catch him! Don't let him fall!" Ning Ye was startled into awareness by his roar and quickly turned around. But it was too late. All she heard was a resounding thud. Everything around her seemed to freeze in time, as if caught in an elongated slow motion. She witnessed the man tumble backward, his head striking the ground first, before rolling downwards. In the chaotic scene, Ning Ye thought she heard a scream, yet it felt distant, overshadowed by the large pool of blood on the ground. Later, in a daze, she heard the distant wail of an ambulance, following Su Gu without a clear memory of how she ended up at the hospital. She had no recollection of Su Gu instructing others to load the injured onto the ambulance, nor of her own journey to the hospital. She merely sat numbly outside the emergency room. Before long, the police arrived and began to question her about the incident. With a disjointed narrative, she recounted what had transpired. Her face pale as she asked, "Will he die?" When Jiang Lu arrived, he found her in this state and recognized her as the girl whom Fu Yunting had brought 2 nights prior. He rushed over to inquire about the situation. Su Gu had already arranged for the surveillance footage to be reviewed, and, unable to bear the thought of making Ning Ye answer more questions, he summarized the events instead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu glanced at the still-shocked Ning Ye before making a call to Fu Yunting. When Fu Yunting arrived, Ning Ye was fixated on the emergency room door, a relentless voice in her mind repeating, "I have killed someone." This realization overwhelmed her, leaving her feeling as though her very soul had departed. As she heard footsteps approaching, she turned her head in a daze, and, upon seeing Fu Yunting, the floodgates of her emotions burst open, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Chapter 030. The kiss. She truly had not cried like this since she became aware of her surroundings. The last time, when Xiao Yang coerced her into drinking. Despite the excruciating pain, she merely endured it, allowing herself only a brief moment of silent tears when the agony became unbearable. Yet, she quickly composed herself once again. Fu Yunting paused momentarily, but did not attend to her. Instead, he sought to understand the situation and arrange for someone to accompany him in reviewing the surveillance footage. After the investigation, he proceeded to handle the necessary paperwork. Once the formalities were complete, they waited. After approximately 4 to 5 hours, the lights of the emergency room extinguished abruptly, and the doctor emerged. Ning Ye's heart raced. Her legs felt weak, rendering her unable to stand. It was Fu Yunting who stepped forward to inquire about the situation from the doctor. Amidst her daze, she heard the doctor say, "The patient has passed the critical period." It was as if she could finally breathe again. However, upon seeing Fu Yunting, her fear resurfaced. Ignoring her, he turned and walked down the stairs after the patient was transferred to a regular ward. Ning Ye dared not hesitate. She quickly rose, obediently trailing behind him. Even more compliant than during her previous hospital visit, Fu Yunting remained silent as he drove, the tension surrounding him palpable. Ning Ye sat in the corner, feeling dazed, suppressing her tears and refraining from speaking. He drove directly back to the community, opening the car door to exit. Ning Ye hesitated momentarily, unsure whether to follow. But Fu Yunting cast a glance in her direction, enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere. Terrified, she shrank back and followed him into the vehicle. As they ascended in the elevator, Ning Ye felt a heightened sense of apprehension. Fu Yunting's silent demeanor instilled a fear in her, for one could never tell if a storm awaited them ahead. The atmosphere in the elevator grew stifling under the weight of his presence. Upon entering the apartment, he did not switch on the lights. Ning Ye, gripped by trepidation, hesitated before extending her hand to turn on the light. Suddenly, Fu Yunting seized her, pinning her against the wall, his hand lifting her chin. Ning Ye stepped back, her back pressed against the wall, with nowhere else to retreat. His fingers restrained her, leaving no room for evasion. In the darkness, his eyes were like obsidian. Ning Ye's heart raced uncontrollably, feeling as if it had momentarily ceased, only to surge wildly, akin to a bottle of sparkling soda. It was in this moment that Fu Yunting unexpectedly pressed closer. His lips intruded upon hers, and Ning Ye's eyes widened in shock, her chest heaving. Her heart pounded fiercely against her ribcage, the sound resounding as if it threatened to break through. Her breath became erratic, and she felt as though she might perish. Fu Yunting's tongue entwined with hers, and the ambient light dimmed further, plunging the room into a deeper darkness. Ning Ye's chest felt as though it had been struck by a wave of softness, her tongue ensnared, as if her very heart had been swept away in the tumultuous tide. She felt utterly disoriented and weak. Yet, Fu Yunting did not relent. His strong fingers gripped her chin, entwined with her lips, asserting dominance with forceful fervor. Though his actions may not have lasted long, to Ning Ye, it felt as if an eternity had passed, akin to a century. Then, with his gaze lowered upon her, his eyes darkened with an unsettling intensity, he inquired, "Ning Ye, is this what frightens you?" Chapter 031. Deprivationism resonated like a tightening grip around Ning Ye's heart, synchronizing her pulse with an unyielding rhythm. Leaning against the wall, she pressed her lips together tightly, her heart constricting with each passing moment. She stood there, paralyzed, as if her breath had been stolen away. Yet, Fu Yunting showed no intention of relenting. In the darkness, his voice, intertwined with the beat of Ning Ye's heart, took on an ominous tone. "If you continue to disregard my words, I have no qualms about seeing this matter through to its conclusion." Ning Ye was frightened by his threatening words, her whole being trembling with fear, her breath quaking as she was transported back to that fateful night when Fu Yunting returned to Haichin. The night was equally dark, his ferocity and arrogance laid bare. Once again, she found herself pinned against the wall, inch by inch stripped of her defenses. The thought of the past repeating itself filled her with dread. Terrified that he would leave her no avenue of escape, her lips quivered with tension as she spoke softly, "Uncle, I truly have not disregarded your words." Fu Yunting's fingers remained firmly clasped around her chin, offering her no respite, as if he were poised to launch another assault at any moment. Terrified that he might indeed follow through, she whispered, "I truly have taken your words to heart. I never anticipated encountering such a situation." Yet, Fu Yunting remained coldly silent. His silence felt like an insidious pressure, suffocating Ning Ye. She spoke nervously, "I promise I will not dare again." After her words hung in the air, silence enveloped them, and Ning Ye felt as though she were awaiting a verdict. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. It felt both brief and like an eternity before Fu Yunting finally released her. Retreating to the sofa, where he leaned back and lit a cigarette. With a flicker, the flame ignited, illuminating half of his face, heavy with an oppressive aura. Only when Fu Yunting withdrew did Ning Ye feel she had crossed a threshold into safety. Her legs felt weak, nearly buckling beneath her, and she dared not move or turn on the lights. Silence spread throughout the room, the darkness enveloping them as the ember danced at Fu Yunting's fingertips while Ning Ye trembled in fear. "Go turn on the lights," he commanded. Stunned, Ning Ye fumbled to obey. As the lights flickered on, she could finally discern Fu Yunting's face. His features were chiseled, sharp, and deep-set. His piercing gaze remained calm. Yet she understood the terrifying whirlpool that lay beneath that calm surface, one capable of engulfing and overturning. Fu Yunting showed no intention of allowing her to remain seated. His voice was grave. "What brings you here at this hour?" Ning Ye hesitated, knowing she could no longer afford to lie. "I was called over." "By whom?" After a lengthy silence, she replied, "Xiaoyang. He called you. Why did you not contact me?" Ning Ye fell silent. Fu Yunting was not her father and had no obligation to oversee her affairs. Moreover, given their relationship, she was more inclined to avoid him than seek him out. Fu Yunting awaited her response in silence, drawing on his cigarette with an intensity greater than ever before. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally inquired, "When did this incident occur?" She replied that it had happened shortly after she left, while en route to the restroom. "Why did you not call me when the mishap occurred?" Fu Yunting turned to gaze at her, stating, "I distinctly recall requesting you to save my phone number more than once." Chapter 032. Fear Ning Ye found herself unable to relax. Yet she could not muster a response to him. Fu Yunting silently took several more puffs of his cigarette, raising his wrist to glance at his watch. It was already quite late, past 1 in the morning. Feeling a growing sense of agitation, He expressed his desire to end this meaningless conversation, take a shower, and go to bed. As Ning Ye stepped into the shower, she felt a shiver run through her. The water gushed from the faucet, conjuring images of the man who had menaced her earlier, interspersed with scenes of blood and the inescapable urgency of an emergency room, until it all morphed into the figure of Fu Yunting pressing toward her with an overwhelming force. In the bathroom, she remained in a daze. While washing, she faintly heard Fu Yunting speaking on the phone outside, catching snippets of words like accountability, surveillance, and lawyer. Whether he was addressing matters concerning Shu Yi or the events of the day, she could not discern. After her shower, she hesitated to emerge, taking the time to wash her clothes. When she finally stepped out, she found another presence in the room, the woman from the previous night. Fu Yunting had finished his call and turned to Ning Ye. Upon meeting his gaze, her steps faltered. She felt a rush of nervousness, instinctively retreating a step. Disregarding her trepidation, Fu Yunting instructed, "Apply the medicine." Ning Ye's heart raced, her pulse unsteady. She dared not meet his eyes, nodding her head as she turned to hang her freshly washed clothes. Then, she entered the room alongside the woman. After tending to her wounds, she still lacked the courage to leave, merely listening as the woman opened the door, revealing that Fu Yunting was still on the phone. This time, it appeared he was speaking to someone from the Fu family. As she overheard him say, "I have some matters to attend to. I want to be returning. I'll head back first thing in the morning. Sister-in-law, please inform Ye." Hearing the name Ye brought to mind the family portrait she had seen on Chunsu's social media, along with the smiling faces of Fu Jingye, Fu Ji, and Fu Yu. Lying in bed, sleep eluded her. Before long, her phone began to ring. Glancing down, she saw it was Xiaoyang. She stared at the illuminated name, but refrained from answering. The call ended automatically, only to ring again shortly after. Eventually, she answered. Upon picking up, Xiaoyang inquired, "Where are you?" Fear gripped Ning Ye. She wished for Xiaoyang to cease his tormenting behavior that left her in dread. Xiao, could we possibly discuss this after my college entrance examination?" At that moment, Xiaoyang was at the hospital. When Ning Ye had encountered her incident, Su Sheng had called him, but coincidentally, at that precise moment, his sister had caused their father to suffer a heart attack, leading to his immediate collapse. His sister had been beside herself with fright, necessitating an urgent call to him. He had hastily turned around and rushed to the hospital amidst chaos. While waiting for his father, he had reached out to Su Sheng, but at that time, Ning Ye had been too stunned to notice. Su Ge had also refrained from informing her. The procedures he had to navigate were numerous, and he also had to comfort his mother. He planned to call Su Sheng only after his father regained consciousness from the hospital. It was then that he discovered Ning had also been taken away by a man. Sitting by his father's bedside, he fiddled with his phone, contemplating for a long time before finally making the call. Hearing Ning's inquiry now troubled him. Xiaoyang remained silent for a moment, his voice turning icy. "Do you believe I orchestrated this?" Ning wanted to deny such thoughts, but that would be a deception. When the man lunged at her, and while she sat outside the emergency room, she couldn't help but wonder if Xiaoyang was still angry about the previous incident. However, confronted with Xiaoyang's question, she felt too intimidated to voice her thoughts. Her voice softened, imbued with an innate gentleness. Xiao, please spare me. I truly did not intend for this to happen last time. If you seek to vent, I've already complied with your requests." She had safeguarded his reputation, using her own life to provide him with a dignified exit, ensuring no one would speak ill of him behind his back for being hospitalized due to a woman. Xiaoyang waited for a moment and was taken aback by her response. Clenching the talisman in his hand, he fell silent before ultimately ending the call. Unable to resist, he lit a cigarette, but before he could take a drag, a voice interrupted from behind. "Who were you just speaking to?" It was his sister, Xiao. Xiaoyang tucked his phone away into his pocket, replying curtly, "No one." "Was it a woman?" "Just take care of yourself," he retorted coldly. Xiao had recently become engaged, yet was entangled with a ruffian. Just as the wedding approached, she abruptly announced her desire for a divorce to pursue a life with him, causing their father to fall ill, leaving her still shaken. Hearing Xiaoyang's words, she refrained from probing into his affairs. After taking several more puffs from his cigarette, he extinguished it and turned back toward the hospital room. Meanwhile, After hanging up, Ning sat on her bed, staring blankly at her phone. She was uncertain if Xiao Liang would heed her. That night, she found herself unable to sleep. How could she possibly find rest? The following morning, though hesitant to venture out, she had rested at home for 2 days and resolved to attend school today. When she emerged, Fu Yunting was already waiting for her at the dining table. Ning paused, greeting him softly, "Uncle." She had contemplated for a long time how to face Fu Yunting, ultimately convincing herself to forget the previous day's events, as if she had never awakened beside him. It was as if that incident had never transpired. She had not encountered Fu Yunting that night. Yet, when it came to actualizing this resolve, it remained profoundly challenging. After all, Fu Yunting had only vaguely mentioned a few words when he first brought Ning here while intoxicated, but thereafter, he had remained silent. Last night was different. Both were entirely sober, fully aware of their actions. The sensation of his tongue forcefully invading her mouth lingers even now, as if it has yet to fade. Fu Yunting cast a glance at her, choosing not to utter another word, merely instructing, "After you finish washing up, come downstairs for breakfast. Once we eat, I shall take you to school." Ning Ye, genuinely apprehensive about being in his presence, quietly replied, "Uncle, I can manage to go to school on my own." Fu Yunting turned his gaze towards her, rendering Ning Ye momentarily speechless. During breakfast, Ning Ye consistently kept her head bowed. Fu Yunting ate swiftly, finishing his meal and patiently awaiting her. "Consequently, Ning Ye hastenet her pace." Fu Yunting frowned slightly, inquiring, "What is the rush?" Ning Ye hesitated, ultimately responding, "Nothing. I'm just a little hungry." In truth, she and T even savored the flavors of her food. Once they were in the car, Ning Ye leaned against the window, remaining silent throughout the journey, her gaze carefully avoiding any inclination towards Fu Yunting. Chapter 33. The marriage as the vehicle approached the school. Fu Yunting brought it to a halt, allowing Ning Ye to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, Fu Yunting showed no intention of letting her exit the car. Ning Ye tugged at the door handle twice without success, her anxiety resurfacing. She softly reminded him, "Uncle, I'm going to be late for class." Fu Yunting had initially intended to say he would pick her up in the evening, but upon seeing her demeanor, he refrained from speaking. Ning Ye quickly alighted from the car. Upon entering the classroom, she was met with a cacophony of noise. Several classmates, who had previously been close with Xu Yi, cast glances her way, their expressions not particularly pleasant. Ning Ye paused momentarily, choosing to ignore them as she settled into her seat. Shortly after, as the group following Xu Yi exited the classroom, Chen Rui stealthily approached Ning Ye and whispered, "Have you heard? Xu Yi has been taken in. There's a possibility she might face imprisonment." Ning Ye's actions faltered, and Chen Rui, with reddened eyes, continued, "Xiao Yi, evil deeds warrant retribution. You no longer need to fear her." Sitting at her desk, pen in hand, Ning Ye lowered her head to complete her homework, momentarily halting at Chen Rui's words. After a lengthy pause, she softly acknowledged with a gentle Later, through snippets of conversation among her classmates, Ning Ye learned that Xu Yi had not attended school for the past couple of days. Whispers circulated that she had encountered serious trouble, having committed a grave offense and been apprehended. Others speculated differently, claiming she had made a significant mistake and was severely punished by her father, rendering her unable to attend school. Yet, the specifics of the situation remained shrouded in mystery. There was also the matter concerning Zhou Jianlin's inspection, which had not leaked among the students, likely to avoid inciting panic within the school. Ning Ye was unaware of how Fu Yunting had resolved these issues, and, throughout the day, she found herself distracted during classes. In the afternoon, Ning Ye received a call from Fu Yunting, instructing her to wait for him after school, as he would come to pick her up. At that moment, she could not focus on her studies. Although she recognized every word in her textbook, they failed to coalesce into coherent meaning. After school, Ning Ye stepped out of the classroom and indeed spotted Fu Yunting's car. She lingered for a moment before making her way towards him. Once inside the vehicle, seated in the passenger seat, she quietly informed him, "Uncle, I will be going home to stay tomorrow." She had initially claimed she would be staying at a classmate's house until after Chun Su's birthday. She could not remain away indefinitely. Should Chin Su later complain to the elder Mr. Fu, It might be construed that her reluctance to return home stemmed from mistreatment. The uncertainty of what awaited her at home weighed heavily on her mind. Fu Yunting did not impede her plans, as he himself would be returning to the Fu residence in a few days before heading back to the military. He directed the car towards the city residence, while Ning Ye remained silent, hesitant to speak further. She had developed a psychological aversion to returning with Fu Yunting. He, however, paid her no mind as they entered the elevator. Ning Ye stood beside him, her palms growing clammy with sweat. Furthermore, her thoughts were still preoccupied with the events of the previous night. She vaguely recalled hearing a doctor mention that the patient was no longer in a critical condition while at the hospital. However, she was uncertain whether it was reality or merely a figment of her imagination. Subsequently, after Fu Yunting arrived, she trailed closely behind him. While he conversed with the doctor, she vaguely heard the disheartening words suggesting an inability to awaken. Ning also found herself grappling with the weight of responsibility should the other party truly fail to regain consciousness. Regardless of her past experiences, she remained, after all, a sheltered child who had only just turned 18 and had little exposure to the world beyond. Biting her lip, she ultimately could not restrain herself and inquired, "Uncle, about the person from last night." Fu Yunting, initially disinclined to respond, was swayed by her demeanor and replied, "They are still under observation. The hospital has stated that if they do not awaken within 24 hours, there's the possibility they may never wake again." Ning's face drained of color. Unsure if she was merely seeking solace, her voice trembled slightly as she asserted, "I was acting in self-defense." Self-defense. As the elevator doors opened, Fu Yunting halted abruptly at her words, turning to gaze at her solemnly. "Are you aware of the term excessive self-defense?" The blood drained completely from Ning's face. She was cognizant of the term, but lacked understanding of its criteria for judgment. "You need not concern yourself with this matter," Fu Yunting stated, dismissing her worries. "I will handle it." With that, he turned to open the door. Ning stood hesitantly behind him, too apprehensive to follow him inside. It was here that she had been pulled by Fu Yunting the previous night. Upon entering the room, Fu Yunting turned to see Ning still lingering at the doorway and said, "Come in." Her heart raced as she complied, entering the room but maintaining a considerable distance from him. Observing her trepidation, Fu Yunting felt an overwhelming urge to pull her against the wall and kiss her, to frighten her further. Yet, he chose to ignore her, retreating into the kitchen. Although Ning's life in the Fu household was fraught with hardship, she had never learned to cook. Firstly, she had no opportunity, and secondly, Chen Su would not permit it. During her school days, she had to be cautious of Shu Yi, and upon returning home, she had to constantly guard against Chen Su, weighing what actions were permissible and which were forbidden. When vacation arrived, she was tasked with finding ways to earn money, leaving her with neither the time nor the opportunity to learn culinary skills. However, Ning was taken aback to discover that Fu Yunting, despite being a man of privilege, could indeed cook. That evening, after dinner, she chose to retire early to avoid Fu Yunting, but found it difficult to sleep. He resided in the living room, and when the lights dimmed, her mind conjured the image of his piercing gaze as he approached her. The following day was a Saturday, and upon rising early, Ning tidied her belongings and placed them in her room. After they finished breakfast, Fu Yunting drove Ning back to the Fu residence. En route, he made a detour to a cake shop, procuring some treats. Ning recognized it as one of Fu Yu's favorite bakeries. In the Fu family, Fu Yu was the most cherished, with Fu Ji treating his sister like a precious jewel, unwilling to subject her to any hardship. With her excellent academic performance and the nurturing of Chen Su, she had long since mastered the art of pleasing the venerable Fu patriarch. Unlike her, even though she brought home the top score initially, the Fu family simply did not favor her. Instead, they would project their discontent onto her due to Fu Yu's foul mood. Ning Ye pressed her lips together and turned to gaze out of the window. Upon their arrival at the Fu residence, they were momentarily taken aback. In addition to the members of the Fu family, there were others present. Upon noticing Fu Yunting and Ning Ye entering, the elder Mr. Fu disregarded Ning Ye and addressed Fu Yunting, saying, "Yunting, you have returned." I instructed Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang to bring Chu Man over so that our families could dine together and discuss the arrangement of your marriage. Chapter 034. Dining. Ning Ye instinctively glanced towards the woman seated in the hall. Her gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Chuman, who sat beside the esteemed matriarch of the Fu family. Jiang possessed a striking beauty, exuding a certain charm when she smiled, captivating even women, let alone men. Ning Ye felt an indescribable sense of compatibility between the two. However, she dared not stare for too long, as besides the Jiang family members, there were also Chen Su, Fu Jingyi, and Fuji. She could distinctly sense that ever since she and Fu Yunting entered, the eyes of Chen Su and Fu Ji had fixated on her. Yet, due to the nature of the gathering, no one spoke. Furthermore, ever since the elder Fu had uttered that statement, everyone awaited Fu Yunting's response. Ning Ye felt a twinge of anxiety herself, hoping that Fu Yunting would promptly finalize the marriage arrangement. However, her hopes were swiftly extinguished upon hearing Fu Yunting's calm voice. Chu Man and I currently have no plans for marriage, and I will be returning shortly. As his words echoed, a moment of silence enveloped the room. Jiang Chuman's expression faltered for an instant, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling as she remarked, I have mentioned before that we are not planning for marriage just yet. I'm not prepared for it either, Grandpa. Why the urgency? Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach. The elder Fu's countenance darkened. He wished to intervene in Fu Yunting's affairs, but found himself unable to do so. Fu Yunting remained taciturn, while Zhang's parents appeared increasingly unsettled, their confidence waning. They could not fathom why. Despite Fu Yunting's past sacrifices for Jiang Chuman, defying familial opposition and abandoning his studies to enlist, things had not progressed to marriage. Jiang Chuman had been unwaveringly devoted to him, and over the years, Fu Yunting had treated her with utmost kindness. When Jiang Chuman fell ill last year, he had taken leave to be by her side, ceaselessly attentive. In their social circle, how many men could display such unwavering devotion over the years? In all honesty, men of Fu Yunting's stature and loyalty were rare, and many in Haicheng would desire to marry their daughters to him. Yet, the only concern for Zhang's parents was the fact that, after all these years, the couple had yet to take the step towards marriage. Had it not been for the absence of other women around Fu Yunting, they might have suspected his affections had waned. Moreover, with Jiang Chuman not being particularly young, the longer they delayed, the more difficult it would become for her to find a suitable match should they not end up together. Time was not a luxury women could afford to squander. A silence lingered in the hall. Chen Su, however, was quick to respond with a smile, saying, It's not that we need to finalize the marriage immediately. We're merely here to enjoy a meal together. Fu Yunting chose not to elaborate further. Zhang's parents visibly relaxed. The Fu family swiftly arranged the dining venue. And Fu Jingye, noticing Ning Ye, remarked, Little Yi should join us as well. Ning Ye initially intended to return to her room discreetly while everyone was preoccupied. However, as soon as Fu Jingye spoke, she fell silent, nodding obediently. When it came time to board the vehicle, Fu Yunting naturally shared the same car with Jiang Chuman. As Fu Yunting drove out, Ning Ye was standing outside, waiting for Fu Jingye and the others. When Fu Yunting's car passed by Ning Ye, he came to a halt in front of her, lowering the window slowly to reveal his sharp and composed profile. Fu Yunting's gaze settled on Ning Ye as he said, Get in, I shall take you there. Chapter 035. At this moment, Ning Ye dared not approach his car. The mere sight of him sent her heart racing. Resisting the impulse to retreat, she softly murmured, Dad asked me to follow his car. Fu Yunting cast a glance her way, but did not insist, driving off instead. When Ning Ye entered the vehicle, she found herself seated next to Fu Jingye, behaving impeccably throughout the ride. However, at dinner, she ended up sitting beside Fu Ji and Fu Yunting. Dining with Fu Yunting had always been a source of pressure for her, and she typically remained silent at the table. This time, she even hesitated to reach for the dishes. Chen Su glanced at her, and Fu Yunting, playfully inquiring, Did Xiaoye return with your uncle today? Ning Ye remained silent for a moment, daring not to meet Fu Yunting's gaze, and quietly replied, I ran into him on the road. Uncle gave me a lift for a while. Chen Su did not pursue the topic further. It was Fu Jingye who turned to Ning Ye and asked, Where have you been staying these past few days? Ning Ye tikten it her gulip on her chopsticks. Her eyes stinging, and replied, at a classmate's house. Meanwhile, the elder Fu engaged in conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, inquiring about Jiang Chuman. When do you plan to return, Chuman? Jiang Chuman, a paragon of grace since childhood, adeptly endeared herself to her elders, responding with a smile. Around the same time as Yunting. During the meal, Ning Ye excused herself to the restroom. As she stepped out of the private room, she encountered a group approaching her. She instantly recognized the leader as Xiao Yang. Panic surged within her, and she contemplated hiding among the crowd. But Xiao Yang's gaze was already fixed upon her, cold and penetrating. Just as she attempted to evade him, he strode forward in her direction. Ning Ye stood frozen in place. As Xiao Yang drew closer, he halted before her, his eyes lowered, and asked, "Dining here?" "Yes," Ning Ye replied, her palms damp with sweat. Xiao. A cigarette dangled from his fingers, the smoke casting a shadow over his expression. He continued, "Was it your uncle who took you away from the hospital that day?" He had learned later from Su Sheng that it was Fu Yunting who had taken her, but he had never encountered Fu Yunting in person and thus did not know his appearance. Ning Ye nodded, her eyes pleading, "My family is inside. I cannot stay out for long." Xiao Yang regarded her for a moment before stepping aside. Ning Ye hurriedly made her way to the restroom, while Xiao Yang watched her retreating figure, taking several puffs of a cigarette. "Who is she?" questioned one of Xiao Yang's companions, who had not seen Ning Ye before. "She is indeed beautiful, but is she of age?" Xiao Yang replied, "A friend. Seems a bit timid, doesn't she?" They observed as Xiao Yang absent-mindedly toyed with his lighter, muttering perhaps. Upon her return, Ning Ye found Xiao Yang seated with his friends in the hall, not having entered the private room. Regardless of the path she chose to take back to her table, she had to circumvent him. Anxiety inevitably coursed through her. She could distinctly sense that as soon as she emerged from the restroom, Xiao Yang was casting a gaze in her direction, whether intentionally or not. She remained oblivious to his intentions, yet he did not approach her further. Ning Ye felt a wave of relief wash over her. Throughout the latter part of the gathering, she found herself somewhat distracted. Fortunately, her naturally quiet demeanor went unnoticed. When their group finally departed, she indeed spotted Xiao Liang still lingering in the vicinity. Anxiety gripped her heart, but he remained stationary, merely watching her leave. It was only when she could no longer feel his gaze that she exhaled in relief. Upon reaching the entrance, Chinsu initially intended for Jiang Chuman to accompany her on a shopping excursion. However, Jiang's parents unexpectedly received a call from the Jiang family, informing them that the elder was feeling unwell. This development left Chinsu with no choice but to let Jiang Chuman go. Jiang Chuman, ever the comforter, reassured her, "Let's postpone our outing for now. I will accompany you to shop properly in a few days." Once Jiang's parents departed, Fu Jingye had to head to his company. An old master Fu took another vehicle, leaving only Chun Su and Fu Ji. Fu Yu had gone to a gathering with her classmates earlier and was being picked up by Fu Ji at that moment. Fu Yunting was still inside, settling the bill, leaving Chun Su alone outside. Chun Su inquired, "Are you returning home with me, Xiao Yi, or what?" Ning Ye, with her head bowed and voice barely audible, replied, "Annie, I still need to purchase a few items outside. I could take a taxi back later." Chun Su did not insist, saying, "Then do return home early." Ning Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Just as she was about to step forward after Chun Su left, a black phaeton came to a halt before her. She froze in her tracks. The window slowly lowered, revealing Fu Yunting's profile. Instantly, she felt a surge of nervousness. Their eyes met, and she softly uttered, "Uncle." Chapter 036. The examination. Fu Yunting's calm gaze enveloped her, heavy with unspoken words. "Get in the car," he commanded. Yet, Ning Ye hesitated, reluctant to comply. "Uncle, I still need to buy a few things outside. You should head back," she murmured softly. Fu Yunting's voice grew somber. Ning Ye, after a moment of stalemate, with Fu Yunting showing no signs of yielding, she ultimately climbed into his vehicle. The journey was steeped in silence. Fu Yunting remained taciturn, and Ning Ye dared not break the quietude. The atmosphere within the car was stifling, suffused with Fu Yunting's formidable presence. Only when they arrived at the Fu family villa did Ning Ye exhale in relief. She pulled the car door, attempting to exit, but it resisted her efforts. Growing anxious, she called out, "Uncle?" Fu Yunting inquired. "Has Xiaoliang contacted you recently?" Ning Ye replied, "No." "Be honest," he pressed. Ning Ye shook her head. The only time Xiaoliang had called was on the day of her incident, and there had been no further communication since. Their encounter today was purely coincidental. "I truly haven't, Uncle," she insisted. Fu Yunting opened the car door, prompting her to hastily descend. Yet, she lingered, not immediately departing. Fu Yunting turned his head, his dark eyes piercing through her like a chasm, awaiting her words. In a barely audible voice, Ning Ye implored, "Uncle, could you please keep the recent events from Grandpa and the others?" After a prolonged silence, Fu Yunting finally acquiesced, understood. Ning Ye opened her mouth to speak, fear gripping her heart. She would not have dared to approach Fu Yunting, even with Xiaoliang's threats or the harassment from Shu Yi's associates, had she not been so terrified of the repercussions from the elder Fu. After a while, she added, "Uncle, Shu Yi's sister is Fu Ji's fiancée." Fu Yunting had not anticipated this additional layer of connection. Upon hearing Ning Ye's words, he grasped her implications. He initially intended to question the significance of such entanglements, but swallowed his thoughts upon observing her demeanor. "It will not affect you," he assured her. That evening, Fu Yu returned with Fu Ji, while Ning Ye retreated to her room to read and do homework, though her focus was scattered. She overheard Fu Jingye inquiring about the college entrance examination, asking how prepared Fu Yu felt and if she was anxious, which stirred unease within her. After several days of apprehension, with no disturbances from the Fu family, Ning Ye gradually found her peace and resumed her studies. She continued to avoid Fu Yunting, who was preoccupied with his own affairs, leading to their paths not crossing. A few days later, she heard that Chun Su and Jiang Chuman had gone shopping. Ning Ye paid little attention, her own nerves heightened as the examination approached. It was only later that she learned Fu Yunting had departed from Haicheng, which brought her a sense of relief. In the days leading up to the examination, Su Ge called her, asking, "Are you nearing your exams?" Initially, during their time at Night of the Night, Su Sheng had shown considerable care for Ning Ye. He had continued to look after her after the previous incident. Ning Ye responded with a soft affirmation, inquiring, "Is there something you need, Brother Su?" Su Sheng asked, "Will you still come to work here during the holidays?" Ning Ye contemplated her need to earn money for her university tuition. She envisioned renting a place of her own once she began her studies, allowing her to remain independent during the winter and summer breaks. The earnings from her current job were substantial, and Ning Ye was indeed in dire need of funds. She replied, "All right." Yet, as the college entrance examinations approached, she unexpectedly fell ill with a fever. Chapter 037. Personal matters. She took some medication, yet her condition showed no signs of improvement. Ning Ye felt a twinge of anxiety, though she managed to maintain her composure. The day before the college entrance examination, as she was leaving school, Ning Ye received a call from Chun Su. On the other end of the line, Chun Su said, "Xiao Yi, please come home a bit later tonight." Ning Ye paused momentarily before asking, "Andy, is something wrong?" Chun Su replied, "Tomorrow is the exam, and Yu is feeling immense pressure. She's been irritable at home. Your father thinks it would be best for you to keep your distance from her." Ning Ye stood there for quite a while, feeling somewhat dizzy, with her eyes reddening. "Xiao Yi?" Chun Su called her name again. Ning Ye quietly responded, "I understand. As for Grandpa, I've already informed him that your school is far away, so I'll be sleeping over at a friend's place tonight." Ning Ye fell silent. "Shall I hang up now?" Chun Su inquired. Ning Ye replied with a soft and said, "Okay." After ending the call, she remained motionless for some time before deciding to find a nearby internet CAF. Once logged in, she sat there lost in thought. It was not until after 10 o'clock that she remembered she hadn't eaten. She went downstairs to grab a quick meal. However, upon approaching the internet CAF, she noticed a group of delinquents loitering at the entrance and hesitated to enter. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she sought out another internet CF, took some medication, and carelessly set it aside before resting her head on the table. Not long after, her phone rang unexpectedly, but she did not answer. The phone rang again shortly, a total of 3 or 4 times before she finally retrieved it from her pocket. Upon seeing the caller's name, she was momentarily taken aback. It was Fu Yunting. Ning Ye stared at the name for an extended period, her grip on the phone tightening. "Uncle? Where are you?" Upon hearing his voice, her heart instinctively skipped a beat. "I'm at home, already in bed." "What is it, Uncle?" Fu Yunting remained silent for a moment, causing Ning Ye to unconsciously tense up, her senses sharpening. He was likely smoking. His next words were heavy and direct. "Ning Ye, I am currently at the Fu residence." Ning Ye was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond to his revelation. Fu Yunting inquired again, "Where are you?" Obediently, Ning Ye provided her address. Fu Yunting instructed, "Wait for me there." After hanging up, she sat for a moment, then gathered her belongings from the table and made her way downstairs. Shortly thereafter, Fu Yunting's car arrived, stopping not far from her. He exited the vehicle, his immaculate leather shoes and tailored trousers striding purposefully towards her. Ning Ye felt the weight of his penetrating gaze upon her, as if the very mountain itself had settled upon her shoulders. Her eyes fell upon his sharply tailored trousers, the sound of his shoes striking the asphalt growing increasingly closer, each step echoing in her heart. Before long, Fu Yunting stood before her, towering and looking down. His steady, profound gaze seemed to encompass her very heart. Ning Ye felt a tense energy coursing through her nerves. After many days apart, Fu Yunting's presence was even more formidable. His voice resonated above her. "Isn't the college entrance examination tomorrow?" Ning Ye replied with a soft mm and addressed him as uncle. However, Fu Yunting disregarded her term of endearment and inquired, "Why aren't you resting at home?" With her head bowed, Ning Ye confessed, "I couldn't sleep, so I came out to review some materials." Fu Yunting observed her in silence for a considerable time, yet offered no response. He turned to enter his vehicle. Ning Ye, despite her reluctance to accompany him, preferring instead the solace of an internet CF, felt a fear that stifled her resolve. Just as he was about to get in, he noticed a bag in her hand, halting abruptly to ask, "Are you unwell?" His sudden stop caught her off guard, and she stumbled forward, colliding with him. In a hurry, she stepped back, the thought of physical contact with Fu Yunting sending ripples of anxiety through her, as if it could revive haunting memories. Once at a safe distance, she recalled that when she received Fu Yunting's call, her nerves had overwhelmed her, causing her to forget to conceal the bag. She hesitated to fabricate an excuse, finally admitting, "I have a slight fever." "Since when?" He probed. "Just the past couple of days." "Has it not improved?" He continued. "It got better, but then it returned," she replied. Fu Yunting was perplexed by Ning Ye's submissive demeanor within the Fu household, his gaze darker than the night outside. "Has your father truly neglected you to this extent, allowing you to remain out here before the examination?" Tears welled in Ning Ye's eyes, and she pressed her lips together, taking a long moment before whispering, "He doesn't know about my being out here." Fu Yunting's belief in her words remained ambiguous. He drove her to the hospital, where the doctor conducted examinations and administered Infor. Throughout the process, Fu Yunting remained by her side. During a brief interlude, he answered a call from Zhou Han's hand. "I heard you've returned," Zhou inquired. Fu Yunting responded with a quiet "Emma." "Is it for another mission?" Zhou pressed. "Personal matters," Fu Yunting replied, indicating his reluctance to divulge further details. "How long will you be back?" Zhou asked. "Just a couple of days. I'll call you when the time comes." Fu Yunting assured him before hanging up. He then settled across from Ning Ye. Once the 4 was completed, without consulting her, he steered the car toward his residence in the city. Chapter 038 Interactions 1. The car sped along the road, with Fu Yunting remaining enveloped in silence. His return was rather unexpected for Ning Ye. Fu Yunting's quietness compelled her to suppress even the faintest sound of her breathing, rendering her speechless. They swiftly arrived at the underground parking lot, where Fu Yunting exited the vehicle with a forceful slam of the door. Ning Ye followed closely behind him until they arrived at his residence. Upon opening the door, Fu Yunting turned on the lights, but showed no intention of entering immediately. Instead, he pivoted to regard Ning Ye. Their eyes met, and the depth of his calm gaze was profoundly penetrating, difficult to resist. Ning Ye felt a surge of trepidation under his scrutiny, uncertain whether he would be fiercely demanding or mercifully lenient in the next moment. She dared not approach him. Halting a meter away and softly uttering, "Uncle," Fu Yunting extended his hand, attempting to lift her chin. Ning Ye's heart tightened painfully, and she instinctively withdrew from his fingers. He observed her in silence from above, stating, "Ning Ye, do you truly believe you can evade me if I genuinely wish to pursue you?" His words effortlessly conjured memories of a prior, one-sided encounter shrouded in darkness. Ning Ye's heart raced violently, pounding against her chest, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over her. With her lips pressed together, she felt a lingering ache within her chest. Yet, Fu Yunting's gaze remained unflinchingly serene. Struggling to breathe, she whispered, "I did not mean it that way." He regarded her with a heavy stare before retrieving the thermometer he had previously purchased. Offering it to her, "Check your temperature." Ning Ye accepted it, sitting on the sofa and obediently measuring her temperature. Fu Yunting sat across from her, inquiring, "If I hadn't returned today, were you planning to sleep at the internet CAF indefinitely?" Ning Ye replied, "No, uncle. I was going to head home after finishing my research." "You didn't return home after school? You remained there to study?" Ning Ye was unsure whether it was due to her recent injection or her anxiety, but a fine sheen of sweat formed on her palms. She had stepped out after dinner. Unable to resist, Fu Yunting lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before looking at her through the haze of smoke. He stated, "Ning Ye, the housekeeper mentioned you haven't been home since school." Ning Ye felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Fu Yunting's tone remained flat. "I recall giving you a card. Since you had no intention of returning, why not stay at a hotel?" She hadn't anticipated him bringing up the card so suddenly, causing cold sweat to bead on her back as she murmured, "I left the car at home." Fu Yunting studied her intently, which made Ning Ye feel tense all over. Ultimately, he refrained from saying anything further, extinguishing the cigarette silently. After measuring her temperature, which indicated a slight fever, Fu Yunting asked, "Have you eaten?" Ning Ye replied, "Yes." Fu Yunting gazed at her, and she pressed her lips together, aware that her words lacked credibility. She added, "Uncle, I have my college entrance examination tomorrow. I would never jest with my health. As long as one is not destitute or truly lacks appetite, one would never intentionally impose hardship upon oneself." Fu Yunting refrained from further commentary, inquiring, "What time is the college entrance examination tomorrow?" Ning replied with the designated time. "Do you plan to stay out these few days?" Ning opened her mouth, grappling with the truth. She fell silent, her gaze fixated on her toes, choosing not to speak. Fu Yunting understood her unvoiced thoughts and stated, "You shall stay here for the next few days." Ning responded with a barely audible acknowledgement. "First, go take a shower and rest. I will accompany you tomorrow." Ning cast a fleeting glance in his direction, feeling that having Fu Yunting escort her to the examination would only heighten her anxiety and jeopardize her performance. Chapter 039. Interaction 2. Her heart tightened with an escalating sense of anxiety. She wished to decline, but lacked the courage, attempting to speak several times. Ultimately whispering a timid acknowledgement, "Uncle, I shall go take a shower now." After a moment, she inquired, "Then where shall I sleep?" Fu Yunting regarded her, replying, "In the bedroom." Ning Ye kept her head lowered, unable to meet his gaze, and after a prolonged silence, she asked, "What about you, uncle?" Fu Yunting queried, "Where would you prefer me to sleep?" Ning Ye felt an overwhelming tension, unable to articulate her thoughts. Fu Yunting stated, "Go shower. I shall sleep in the living room." Ning Ye found herself at a loss for words. In Fu Yunting's presence, she was inherently anxious, hesitant to speak, and turned to enter her room, clutching her backpack. Once inside, as she unzipped her bag, it dawned on her that she had forgotten to bring any clothes. Ever since Fu Yunting had met Zhou Jianlin and Shu Qirong at the flourishing gathering, Shu Yi had not returned to school, and Ning Ye had subsequently overlooked the necessity of packing clothes. Today, she had not anticipated spending the night away from home. Ning Ye lingered in place, motionless for a time, before finally deciding to step outside. As she did, it seemed that since her departure, Fu Yunting had retreated to the balcony to smoke. His long, elegant fingers grasped a cigarette, its ember flickering. He had yet to change out of his formal suit, exuding an aura of austere restraint. Ning Ye had never encountered a man who could wear a suit with such an air of chastity. Not only was there a sense of modesty, but also a commanding presence that emanated an inexplicable pressure, rendering her uncomfortably tense. She bit her lip, hesitating for an extended moment before approaching Fu Yunting. She did not dare to step onto the balcony, merely lingering at the threshold. Hearing her footsteps, Fu Yunting turned to face her. The light streamed in from behind Ning Ye, casting her shadow long, landing gracefully upon Fu Yunting's trousers. His gaze, piercing through the haze of smoke, settled upon her with a weighty intensity, calm yet profound and undeniably assertive, leaving Ning Ye reluctant to voice any requests. In a barely audible tone, she said, "Uncle, I wish to buy a set of clothes." Fu Yunting glanced at his watch. It was already past 11. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. At this hour, you still wish to venture out? Besides, everything outside is closed by now. Ning Ye remained silent, reasoning that it was merely for one night. She could make do. However, Fu Yunting extinguished his cigarette and stepped back inside. His long strides quickly brought him in front of her. As he passed by, Ning Ye felt her chest soften involuntarily. Yet he had already moved beyond her, entering the inner room. He retrieved one of his shirts from the wardrobe and handed it to Ning Ye. "I do not reside here often, and my wardrobe is sparse. You may wear this for the night. After your escapade, you needn't worry about the examination tomorrow." Ning Ye accepted the shirt, but the thought of donning it felt inappropriate. How could a niece wear her uncle's shirt? Such an intimate item. Yet, she could not voice her objections. In truth, she did not absolutely need to purchase new clothes. It was merely for a single night. She brought it up for two reasons. First, because she was wearing jeans, which were quite uncomfortable for sleeping. Second, she had already worn the outfit for an entire day and feared that Fu Yunting might have a penchant for cleanliness. The meticulousness displayed in the car he drove, his choice of attire, and the arrangement of the room suggested his fastidious nature. Moreover, since she intended to take a shower, it was only proper to change her underwear as well. However, she never anticipated that Fu Yunting would offer her his own clothes. Ning Ye felt that accepting his garments crossed a boundary, yet she hesitated to voice her discomfort. Reluctantly, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, uncle." Fu Yunting regarded her from a superior vantage point, contemplating before fetching a hairdryer for her. He instructed, "Please wash the pants yourself and dry them. The other clothes can remain as they are. I will have someone bring you a new set tomorrow morning and take the rest to the dry cleaners." His tone was calm, as if he were merely stating that there was no need to procure cabbage today, for he would bring it tomorrow. Ning Ye felt her ears flush, sensing her reaction was slightly exaggerated. Although Fu Yunting was discussing a rather intimate issue, his demeanor was devoid of emotional nuance, as though he were merely recounting a fact. Thus, she could only respond with composure, "I understand." Having said that, she hurriedly turned and exited. Fu Yunting remained silent, selecting a set of his own clothes before leaving the room and placing them on the sofa. If he lingered, Ning Ye would likely find it difficult to re-enter the room later. In the bathroom, she stood for quite some time, her heartbeat still not having returned to its normal rhythm. Of course, it was not a heartbeat of infatuation. Rather, Fu Yunting had an unsettling aura that instilled a sense of danger, compounded by his inherently commanding presence, which weighed heavily upon her. When faced with him, his imposing demeanor overshadowed even his strikingly handsome visage. Only when her heartbeat had calmed somewhat did she neatly arrange the clothes and hairdryer he had provided, shedding her garments to take a shower. After washing, she turned off the water. During her previous visit, she had utilized the towels, toothbrush, and toothpaste that Fu Yunting had left here for her convenience. Since they were not her possessions, she had refrained from taking them when she departed. Upon moving back to the villa, she found that Fu Yunting had not discarded them. Everything remained in pristine condition, neatly arranged alongside his own items. Moreover, during her initial stay, she discerned that Fu Yunting exhibited tendencies akin to obsessive-compulsive disorder, or perhaps it was simply his habitual nature. When she first bathed here, the towels had been folded but appeared somewhat haphazard. However, upon returning to shower the following day, she discovered that Fu Yunting had meticulously arranged the towels into perfect folds, fit for display. The same went for her toothbrush and cup. Initially, she had placed them in a corner, only for Fu Yunting to organize them neatly. While he never directly addressed her, Ning Ye became particularly attentive to maintaining order during her subsequent showers. Ning Ye took a towel to dry her body, folding it neatly before hanging it up. She stood before the coat rack for some time, gazing at the garments of Fu Yunting that were draped there, before finally deciding to don one. The attire was a simple white shirt, yet crafted from exquisite custom fabric and tailored to perfection. For Ning Ye, however, it was somewhat oversized, draping down to her thighs, and the sleeves were exceedingly long. She had to roll them several times to reveal her delicate, fair wrists. Soon enough, Ning Ye realized that this very shirt was one she had seen Fu Yunting wear during her previous stay, coincidentally on the day of Chun Su's birthday. Chapter 040. Coexistence. Ning Ye's impression of that day was indelible, as he had left an unforgettable mark on her heart, one that made her heart race at the mere sight of him. It was a feeling that was difficult to erase. However, Ning Ye did not dwell on her thoughts for long. After rolling up her sleeves, she proceeded to wash her undergarments. As she dried her panties with a hairdryer, the sound inevitably reminded her of Fu Yunting outside the door, causing her heart to flutter with unease and embarrassment. Fortunately, she soon heard the sound of a television playing outside, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. After finishing with her panties, she hesitated over whether to dry her bra as well. If she opted not to dry it, and Fu Yunting did not buy her new ones the next day, she would be left without anything to wear. Conversely, if he did procure new lingerie for her, the thought was stifling. Moreover, Fu Yunting had not inquired about her size. She then considered whether she should don her bra when she stepped out, although her figure was modest and Fu Yunting's shirt was loose, rendering it unnoticeable. One must still exercise caution in the presence of the opposite sex. With that in mind, she decided to dry her bra as well. Her undergarments were not thick. However, since they were freshly washed, it took some time to dry them thoroughly. Once she had finished, Ning Ye dressed and placed her other garments into the laundry basket. As she opened the door, she was unsure whether it was the heat of embarrassment or the fever that had caused her face to flush, her heartbeat racing like a drum. Upon exiting, she found Fu Yunting seated on the sofa, the television on, but his attention diverted to his phone as he replied to messages. Ning Ye felt hesitant to retreat to her room directly, so she lingered in the hallway, addressing him in a voice as soft and gentle as a whisper. "Uncle, I will head to bed now." Fu Yunting lifted his gaze from his phone, his eyes dark and profound as he regarded her. The intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down Ning Ye's spine, and she stood upright, her legs visible beneath the hem of Fu Yunting's shirt, slender and straight, her skin pale and smooth like polished jade, undeniably beautiful. Yet, she felt no particular sensation regarding her appearance. Fu Yunting's gaze remained fixed on her, unwavering. After a moment of swallowing hard, he inquired, "Is there anything else you need to prepare aside from your clothing?" If any other man were to gaze so intently at a woman clad in his shirt, it might be perceived as somewhat intrusive. However, Fu Yunting's demeanor was imbued with a sense of uprightness and integrity. Ning Ye, who had intended to return to her room, responded softly, "Everything is ready. There is nothing more." She added, "You are familiar with the location, aren't you?" They had visited the examination venue a few days prior, which was quite distant from here, yet not far from the Fu family villa, and it was located near Fu Yu's school. Ning Ye glanced at Fu Yunting, uncertain of which examination venue Fu Yu would be attending, wondering if their paths might cross. If they did encounter Fu Yu and she saw Fu Yunting accompanying her, it was likely to cause quite a stir. However, Ning Ye has never been one to speak ill of others, remarking only, "The waterway is the third." It was quite late, and Fu Yunting did not say much, urging her to rest. Ning Ye exhaled slowly before returning to her room. Just as she was about to enter, she heard Fu Yunting's phone ringing. Fu Yunting often received numerous calls, but rarely did any come in so late unless they were of utmost importance, at least during the week they had spent together. Ning Ye paid little mind to it. However, as she closed the door, she caught a glimpse of Fu Yunting's voice, not raised, calling out Chu-man. Ning Ye was curious to hear what he would discuss with Jiang Chu-man, but Fu Yunting likely stood up and moved to the balcony to avoid disturbing her rest. She felt a tinge of regret, unable to comprehend how Fu Yunting could manage to return to Haicheng while being so busy with work and involved with Jiang Chu-man. Moreover, she was astonished that Fu Yunting would concern himself with the life and death of a child born out of wedlock like her. Ning Ye felt a bit drowsy, yet sleep eluded her. Meanwhile, in the living room, after Ning Ye had left, Fu Yunting's phone rang again. He glanced down to see it was Jiang Chu-man and answered without hesitation. "Chu-man?" Jiang Chuman inquired over the phone. I just heard the leader say you took a leave of absence. Fu Yunting replied with a non-committal standing and making his way to the balcony as he asked, "Is there something urgent that prompted you to call me at this hour? Why the sudden leave?" Jiang Chuman, feeling a bit anxious, replied, "Didn't you finish your matters there?" Fu Yunting responded, "I have a personal matter to attend to." Jiang Chuman knew Fu Yunting's character well. If he were inclined to share, he would not have simply stated that he had personal business. His response implied that he would not divulge further. Unable to resist, she pressed on, "What personal matter?" Fu Yunting remained silent. In truth, it was not only Ning Ye who feared Fu Yunting. Jiang Chuman also felt trepidation in his presence, for his thoughts were inscrutable. It was as if a thick wall separated them, rendering her unable to reach into his inner world. She hesitated to inquire further, fearing to overstep and provoke his impatience, and eventually asked, "When will you return?" Fu Yunting replied, "In about 3 or 4 days." Jiang Chuman paused and asked, "Have your psychological evaluations returned with favorable results?" For those in their profession, mental state held great significance. The assessment standards differed greatly from those outside their field, and he had already undergone several rounds of testing. All data indicated no issues when assessed on another individual. Yet with Fu Yunting, the psychologist refused to grant approval. Fu Yunting remained silent for an extended period, his voice heavy as he stated, "I am still awaiting results." Jiang Chuman asked, "What will happen if you do not pass?" "Nothing of consequence," he replied. "You should return quickly. Jean and the others are back and wish to dine with you." Fu Yunting acknowledged her with a simple Jiang Chuman wanted to say more, but conversations with Fu Yunting proved difficult due to his reticence. "Ah Ting, I will await your news. Call me once you return." Fu Yunting responded with another With little else to say, Jiang Chuman ended the call. After Fu Yunting hung up the phone and returned to the living room, he noticed that the television was still on. Concerned about disturbing Ning Ye's rest, he took the remote control and turned off the TV. He then picked up the clothes he had draped over the sofa and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, as he entered the bathroom, Ning Ye remained awake, feeling somewhat anxious. She was uncertain whether her restlessness stemmed from thoughts of Fu Yunting, the impending college entrance examination, or the pressures related to Fu Jingye. Nonetheless, sleep eluded her. Chapter 041. A peaceful slumber. Ning Ye lay restless in bed, tossing and turning. She wore Fu Yunting's shirt, the fabric pressed against her skin, as if the coolness of his body had been transferred to her. Uncontrollably, she recalled that this garment once adorned Fu Yunting himself. Whether it was due to his lingering presence after she had moved out or the fact that she was now wearing his clothing, she felt enveloped by his essence, cold, reserved, yet inescapably encompassing, much like the aura he exuded. Her thoughts were in disarray. Soon, her phone vibrated, and upon glancing at it, she fell into silence. It was a message from Chun Su. "Auntie, Xiao Yi, Yu has already fallen asleep. Are you coming back now?" Ning Yi stared at the text for an extended period. Since receiving Chun Su's call, she had been unable to shake off the thought of whether the suggestion to avoid Fu Yu came from Chun Su or if it was indeed Fu Jingye's intention. Deep down, she was convinced it was Chun Su's words, yet she found it hard to dismiss the possibility that it could reflect Fu Jingye's silent approval. After all, she had been away for quite some time, and with the impending college entrance examination, Fu Jingye had not even bothered to call. Even if it was not his idea, he should have acknowledged it. This realization struck Ning Ye profoundly. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have brushed it off, but with the looming pressure of the exams, it was exceptionally challenging to disregard. No child remains indifferent to their father's attitude. In the past, when Fu Jingye had compromised to avoid family discord, Ning Ye often found herself troubled by her surname, feeling the weight of her identity for an extended time. After a prolonged silence, she ultimately chose not to respond, placing her phone on the pillow and shutting her eyes. Yet, sleep eluded her. Perhaps influenced by her mood, she soon felt a slight resurgence of fever, the warmth beginning to ache in her bones. Coupled with the presence of Fu Yunting outside and the stress of the exams, her anxiety grew. She tried to convince herself to focus solely on the upcoming test, but the more she urged herself to sleep, the more elusive it became. Over an hour passed, and still, slumber remained a distant dream. Her body felt utterly exhausted, yet her mind buzzed with excitement. As dawn approached, she had no choice but to sit up. Carefully, she descended from the bed, standing at the door for a moment before mustering the courage to open it. The lights outside had dimmed. Fu Yunting had likely succumbed to sleep on the sofa. Ning Ye lingered at the threshold for a while, then gradually made her way toward him. The living room had left an indelible mark on her psyche, yet she continued to approach Fu Yunting slowly. The room remained shrouded in darkness, allowing only a vague outline of Fu Yunting to be discerned. The spacious sofa in the living room, though ample, felt somewhat constraining for Fu Yunting. Ning Ye dared not draw too close to him. Instead, she stood for a while before him, softly calling out, "Uncle, are you asleep?" In truth, Fu Yunting had awakened the moment Ning Ye opened the door, forcing him to sit up. The darkness enveloped them, and he turned his gaze toward her. Ning Ye's delicate, pale fingers were clenched tightly. She softly inquired, "Did I disturb you?" Fu Yunting responded, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Were it not for the impending college entrance examination, Ning Ye would never have mustered the courage to seek Fu Yunting out. Insomnia was a far more tolerable ordeal than confronting him. However, with the exam looming, she found herself with no other choice. Bowing her head, her voice trembled with urgency as she asked, "Uncle, do you have any sleeping pills?" As soon as her question hung in the air, silence enveloped the room. Fu Yunting paused for a moment, refraining from turning on a light. His voice low and devoid of inflection. "What is going on?" Ning Ye stood a short distance away, replying, "I can't sleep." Fu Yunting pondered her response and asked, "Is it due to stress?" Ning Ye felt at a loss for words and merely nodded, but realizing he might not see her, she added softly, "A little." Fu Yunting regarded the bowed figure of Ning Ye before him, his tone inscrutable. "Did you also take sleeping pills when you couldn't sleep before?" Ning Ye barely mustered the courage to respond, "No, I was just afraid it would affect tomorrow's exam." Yet Fu Yunting remained unconvinced. "Who prescribed them for you before?" Ning Ye found herself momentarily dazed, recalling the singular occasion when she had taken sleeping pills before, an experience marked by the first slap from Master Fu. On that day, she returned in a state of distress, yet she could hardly anticipate that before she could even recover from her fear, she would be met with another harsh blow from the elderly Mr. Fu, followed by a punishment of kneeling and confinement. Subsequently, while suffering from a fever, she was compelled to apologize to Shu Yi. During that period, her courage diminished significantly. Her rib cage ached, and her hearing was impaired in one ear. For an extended time, she lived in the dread of deafness, unable to find solace in sleep. At that juncture, she had yet to earn any income, leaving her nearly devoid of cash. She wished to confide in Fu Ye, but he had embarked on a business trip before she could complete her apology. Ning Ye struggled to find an opportunity to speak with him. Her insomnia became increasingly severe, and she had a classmate who, grappling with his own issues, kept a small supply of such medication at home. Ning Ye inquired and obtained a few pills, though not in excess. Eventually, as her hearing gradually improved, her insomnia lessened, and she ceased taking the medication. However, that episode was a distant memory, known to scarcely anyone, and certainly not something Ning Ye would disclose to Fu Yunting. Ning Ye pressed her lips together, and under Fu Yunting's gaze, she softly remarked, "Uncle, I truly haven tea. Such medication is heavily regulated outside. As a student, I cannot procure it." "Then did you previously seek someone to obtain it for you?" Fu Yunting questioned. Ning Ye replied, "No. I merely feared it would affect my college entrance examination. With such poor grades, how much could it truly impact you?" Fu Yunting remarked. "Moreover, you do not seem like someone easily influenced by such matters." Though she appeared timid, the prolonged years of bullying had led to a steady, albeit dismal, academic performance. This was the second time Fu Yunting had commented on her grades being unsatisfactory. He likely had never experienced the pressures of the college entrance exam and could not comprehend why someone with such low scores would feel anxious. Ning Ye found herself at a loss for words in response. Fu Yunting perhaps sensed his tone had been too harsh and fell silent for a moment. "You shouldn't worry excessively. Even if you do poorly, there are still universities available, so there is no need for such anxiety. While others might have fallback options, Ning Ye was not necessarily among them." "I wish to perform better," she asserted. Fu Yunting remained silent, and an uncomfortable stillness enveloped the room, leaving Ning Ye tense. She recognized that her earlier desperation had led her to seek help from him, knowing full well that Fu Yunting would never provide her with such substances. Yet she felt there were no alternatives. "Is your insomnia quite severe?" he inquired. "A bit," Ning Ye admitted. Fu Yunting lapsed into silence, which only heightened her anxiety. As she opened her mouth to dismiss the topic, he suddenly reached out, pulling her toward him. Ning Ye was caught off guard, colliding with his solid chest. Her heart skipped a beat. The physical contact resurrected memories of that night, enveloping her in darkness once more. Her heart raced, overwhelmed with panic. She exclaimed, "Uncle!" Fu Yunting disregarded her, embracing her tightly between the sofa and his chest, preventing any movement. "Without sleeping pills, if you cannot fall asleep, then sleep here." Ning Ye was terrified, her body tense, the sound of Fu Yunting's strong heartbeat resonating in her ears. Clad in his shirt, she felt utterly enveloped by his presence. As he too wore a shirt to sleep, the air around him nearly overwhelming her. Her heart raced, pounding like a drum. Their position was undeniably intimate. Ning Ye yearned to break free from Fu Yunting's grasp, but the moment she stirred, she felt him lift her chin in the darkness, silencing her. Even her breath caught in her throat. Her heart threatened to leap from her chest, and beads of cold sweat formed on her skin, fearing he might draw closer. After a long while, she finally called out in a breathless panic, "Uncle!" Fu Yunting had no intention of pursuing anything further. He merely found her movements bothersome. "Stop fidgeting." This time, Ning Ye complied, and Fu Yunting's strong arms held her firmly, her face nearly buried in his chest, leaning against him. In the darkness, she could hear the steady rhythm of her heart, a sensation so intense it nearly suffocated her. She felt a sense of despair, wondering if she could endure the entire night like this, uncertain if she would be able to attend the exam the next day. Yet, with Fu Yunting remaining still, she dared not breathe heavily. Chapter 043. A night of restlessness. Ning Ye had anticipated a night of torment. Yet perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of anxiety or the formidable strength of Fu Yunting's embrace, she found an unexpected sense of security. Even amidst her fears, she unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Not long after she fell asleep, Fu Yunting carried her into the room. As he gently set her down, Ning Ye felt a flicker of unease, instinctively clutching his waist. He paused momentarily, waiting for her to settle before covering her with a blanket. The following morning, Ning Ye was awakened by the persistent sound of knocking. As she stirred, a dull ache throbbed in her head, and she momentarily lost her bearings. Yet the knocking continued, accompanied by Fu Yunting's calm, unyielding voice calling her name. The sound pierced her consciousness, resonating within her heart, and she quickly recognized the identity of her visitor, jolting her awake. Suddenly, memories of the previous night flooded back, sending her into a panic. She hesitated to step outside. Glancing at her phone to check the time, there were merely a couple of hours left until her college entrance examination. With the traffic expected to be congested, she knew there was no time to spare. Fear gripped her, and she trembled with anxiety, yet she forced herself to rise from the bed, quickly adjusting her attire before approaching the door. Standing at the threshold, her nerves escalated beyond mere anxiety. Her legs felt weak, and it took her a while to muster the courage to open the door. On the other side stood Fu Yunting, impeccably dressed in a shirt and trousers, his presence commanding as he loomed over her. "Uncle," she called softly. Fu Yunting observed her pallor and inquired, "Have you not rested well?" Ning Ye dared not admit her lack of sleep. Instead, she bit her lip, cast her gaze downward, and replied, "I'm all right." He chose not to address the events of the previous night, stating instead, "The clothes have been washed and dried. Change into them and come down for breakfast. I will take you to the examination venue afterward." Ning Ye accepted the garments he offered, murmuring her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." Fu Yunting remained silent, seemingly unperturbed by the events that had transpired. However, Ning Ye was far from composed. After closing the door, she lingered for a moment before unpacking the clothes he had given her. The first bag she opened contained two simple yet stylish outfits, a pair of white t-shirts paired with jeans, crafted from comfortable fabric and undoubtedly of considerable expense. Alongside them lay a set of sleepwear. As she retrieved the second bag, her face flushed with embarrassment. Inside were two sets of undergarments, remarkably similar in style to those she typically wore. The realization that Fu Yunting had instructed someone to procure these items, even specifying their sizes, sent a wave of heat to her cheeks. He likely perceived himself as an adult while viewing her as a child, handling such matters with the same nonchalance as a biology teacher discussing sex education. Despite her youth, Ning Ye found herself enveloped in a veil of embarrassment, unable to disclose her monthly cycle at such a tender age. She felt a profound sense of shame and awkwardness while feigning composure. Upon glancing at the garments, she noticed they were all of her current size, leaving her bewildered at how Fu Yunting could gauge her measurements so accurately. After a moment, her cheeks flushed, and she gradually donned the attire. As she stepped outside, Fu Yunting stood with his back to her, engaged in a phone call by the floor-to-ceiling window. Ning Ye discreetly navigated around him and retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon her return to the living room, Fu Yunting turned to face her, prompting her to freeze and lower her gaze. He regarded her briefly before speaking into the phone. "There are still matters to attend to here. I shall contact you later." Once he hung up, he instructed, "Let us have breakfast." Ning Ye obediently proceeded to the table, her head nearly buried in her bowl during the meal. Fu Yunting remarked, "I wasn't too sure what size you wore, so I purchased these based on instinct. Will they fit? If not, I can arrange for an exchange." Ning Ye paused, taken aback. Wasn't it someone else who was supposed to make the purchase? Chapter 044. A restful sleep for Fu Yunting remarked, "It's close, so I went to fetch it myself. The other shops hadn't opened so early. He had contacted someone to retrieve it first thing in the morning." Ning Ye was at a loss for words, and after a moment, she murmured an indistinct not wishing to prolong the conversation, her voice barely audible. "All right, thank you, Uncle." She paused before adding, "I will wash your clothes and return them to you." However, Fu Yunting did not respond to her statement. Instead, he inquired, "Are you feeling any discomfort?" Ning Ye merely had a slight headache and a mild fever, although she felt a sense of urgency. It was too late to go to the hospital, and she genuinely did not want to trouble Fu Yunting. It would be exhausting. Fortunately, after breakfast, Fu Yunting drove Ning Ye to the examination venue. She retrieved her necessary items from her backpack, holding them in her hands as she sat in the passenger seat. Throughout the journey, she nestled into the corner, gazing out the window, not daring to glance at his fingers gripping the steering wheel. Fu Yunting stole a glance at her, his expression neutral. Uncertain of his own thoughts, he asked, "Are you still nervous?" In truth, the pressure Fu Yunting exerted on Ning Ye far exceeded that of the college entrance examination. She remained in a state of panic. Yet, Ning Ye hesitated to voice her feelings, especially after the events of the previous night. She simply replied, "I'm okay." Fu Yunting did not continue the conversation. He was not naturally loquacious, and his additional inquiries stemmed from noticing that her anxiety was bordering on excessive, so much so that she sought sleeping pills from him. The remainder of the journey was marked by silence. Though he refrained from speaking, his presence was undeniably strong. The pressure weighed heavily on Ning Ye's heart. After some time, she could no longer contain herself and quietly asked, "Uncle, did you come back alone this time? Didn't Sister Chu-man accompany you?" As she finished her question, her posture straightened slightly. Fu Yunting was driving rather swiftly, and upon hearing her, he fell silent for a moment. His long, strong fingers tapped the steering wheel as he replied, "What is it you wish to know?" Ning Ye hesitantly said, "I wasn't really asking anything specific. I just heard that you once gave up your studies for her, and your relationship has been strong over the years. I find it a bit enviable." Fu Yunting fell silent, his gaze unwavering. Ning Ye felt a cold sweat forming in her palms as she continued, "I heard you were already together in high school. And back then, your academic performance was exceptional. That's enough." Before she could finish, Fu Yunting interrupted her, abruptly turning the steering wheel to pull the car over to the side of the road. He turned to face Ning Ye, his voice grave. "Ning Ye, if you truly wish to know something, there is no need for such probing. After your exams, we can find a suitable place where I can explain everything to you from the beginning. But you must confirm that you are prepared to interfere in my affairs of the heart." Ning Ye fell silent, her voice caught in her throat. Time seemed to stretch as she finally uttered, "I'm sorry." Fu Yunting remained quiet. His gaze upon her was deep and calm, yet laden with unspoken emotions. Ning Ye found herself unable to withstand the weight of his gaze, feeling as though a colossal mountain pressed down upon her. She parted her lips, aware that she ought to cease her words, to refrain from continuing further. Yet, she was already somewhat overwhelmed by the multitude of emotions surging within her. Her apprehension towards Fu Yunting had reached an alarming degree. With her eyelashes lowered, beads of cold sweat formed on her brow, and her voice, barely audible and trembling, uttered, "Uncle, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely feel a twinge of envy. I have never experienced the kind of affection you share, and I cannot fathom what it feels like to care for someone devoid of blood ties. I fail to understand how one can selflessly give to another without expecting anything in return. I have not encountered such feelings, nor do I comprehend them." She paused momentarily before continuing, "I do not believe in the concept of love." Chapter 045. Examination. Fu Yunting remained silent and remarked, "One day, you will come to believe." Ning Ye was uncertain of the meaning behind his words, yet she dared not probe further. Fu Yunting turned the steering wheel, directing the car toward Shuechu number 3. Throughout the journey, Ning Ye refrained from uttering a word. Each of her tentative attempts to engage him only heightened her anxiety. Upon their arrival at Shuechu number 3, traffic began to congest, with numerous parents dropping off their children at the school gate, eliciting a sense of envy from Ning Ye. Then she spotted the Fu family's car parked nearby, with Fu Ji at the wheel. He exited the vehicle and stood before Fu Yu, gently coaxing her in hushed tones. Fu Jingye and Chen Su were also present. Fu Jingye affectionately ruffled Fu Yu's hair, uttering something she could not hear, prompting a smile from Chen Su. Ning Ye fell silent in the car, diverting her gaze as Fu Yunting parked the vehicle. He too had witnessed the scene, but remained silent, unable to resist. Ning Ye glanced back in their direction. Fu Yunting inquired, "Do you wish to go greet them?" Ning Ye replied, "No." To approach Fu Yu at that moment would likely lead to her enduring a prolonged penance. After a pause, she asked, "Uncle, do you know Fu Yu is taking her exam here?" "I have a vague idea," he replied. Ning Ye fell silent once more. After Fu Yu entered, Fu Jingye and Fu Ji did not leave, presumably waiting for her to finish the exam and escort her home. It was only when they returned to the car that Ning Ye opened the door and stepped out, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle." Fu Yunting responded, "Call me once you finish, and I will come to fetch you." Ning Ye was reluctant for him to come. His presence was too distracting during her examination. She cast a glance at him. Fu Yunting added, "I didn't give you your medication earlier, fearing you might doze off during the exam. After you finish, we shall visit the hospital." Ning Ye concurred that a trip to the hospital was indeed necessary. Thanking him again, "Thank you, Uncle." As Ning Ye made her way to the examination hall, she circled around Fu Jingye's group. Upon exiting the vehicle, Fu Jingye lit a cigarette. His awareness of Fu Yu's examination location stemmed from the family's considerable concern regarding her college entrance examination. Fu Yu had previously called him, informing him of this matter. After finishing his cigarette, Fu Yunting remained still. The traffic outside was heavily congested, making it difficult to drive away, so he opted to wait. He also took the opportunity to make a call to Jiang Lu, informing him that he would come by at noon. Jiang Lu, who happened to be at the hospital conducting rounds, emerged from a patient room clad in a white coat, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Upon passing a patient who greeted him, Jiang Lu paused to respond before moving aside to inquire, "Didn't you return to the army?" Fu Yunting replied, "There are some matters to attend to." Jiang Lu did not press further, saying, "Just come directly. I'll be here all day." With that, Fu Yunting ended the call. In the examination hall, Ning Ye found herself in a rather unsettling state. Her thoughts drifted to her recent encounter with Fu Yunting, particularly the enigmatic remark he had made, which left her in a state of confusion. Regardless, it stirred a sense of unease within her. Her mind then wandered to Fu Jingye, recalling the jarring image of their family of four together. Each thought tangled her emotions further. However, perhaps due to the years of bullying by Shu Yi, she managed to maintain a semblance of calm, even in such a tumultuous state. Once the exam papers were distributed, she quietly commenced answering the questions. After a while, feeling slightly dizzy, she rested her head for a moment before continuing. Upon completing her answers, a sense of urgency enveloped her, likely exacerbated by her fever. Just as she resolved to review her work, the bell rang, startling her and reddening her eyes. After submitting her paper, Ning Ye stood at the classroom door, feeling a bit lightheaded. It took her a moment to gather her composure before she dialed Fu Yunting's number. The phone rang once before he answered. "Little uncle, I've finished my exam," she announced. Fu Yunting replied, "I'm right where you got out of the car. Come over directly." She acknowledged him, ended the call, and made her way toward him. In the distance, she spotted Fu Yunting's car. He had already exited and was approaching her. Deep down, Ning Ye felt that if she did not perform well in this subject, Fu Yunting might bear some responsibility. Yet, articulating that he had influenced her performance was a daunting task. As her uncle, he had shown her immense kindness. Without him that night, during the long night, she would have been at a loss. She remained unaware of whether that person had regained consciousness. Fu Yunting had taken charge of all subsequent matters on her behalf. Nevertheless, Ning Ye feared that his assistance might extend beyond mere kindness to an extent that would overwhelm her with anxiety. Even if she did poorly on the exam, all she could do was feel anxious inside. She preferred not to dwell on the matter, fearing it would affect her subsequent tests. In this regard, she managed to stay composed. With her head lowered, she walked toward Fu Yunting. Yet, before she could reach him, a voice called out from behind, "Ning Ye." Chapter 046 Examination 2. Hearing the voice, Ning Ye's body stiffened momentarily. After a brief pause, she turned to see Fu Yu, who was gazing at Fu Yunting behind her. From a distance, she noticed Fu Yunting approaching Ning Ye, and after a moment of hesitation, he called out to her. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Fu Yunting, having spotted her, approached without uttering a word. Fu Yu's expression darkened. She was aware that Fu Yunting had returned the previous night. Yet when she inquired about Chun Su this morning, she was informed that Fu Yunting was not at the Fu residence due to some matters. Since childhood, Fu Yu had harbored a blind admiration for Fu Yunting, who, in her eyes, held more authority than even the elder Fu. Her possessiveness towards Fu Yunting was perhaps stronger than that she felt towards her brother. Fu Yu turned to Ning Ye, her tone slightly frigid. "Did you come here with my uncle?" While they conversed, Fu Jingye, and Chun Su had waited for quite some time without Fu Yu's arrival. Growing anxious, Fu Ji attempted to call Fu Yu several times, but to no avail. Just as he was about to search for her, he spotted Fu Yu among the onlookers. Without further thought, he made his way over. As they approached, they caught sight of Ning Ye beside Fu Yu and Fu Yunting not far off. Fu Ji's gaze turned icy upon seeing Ning Ye. "Yeah, what are you doing here?" However, Fu Yu paid no heed to him and, focusing on Ning Ye, repeated her question. "Did you come with my uncle?" Ning Ye observed them approaching and, after a moment of silence, replied, "No. Is he here to find you then?" At that moment, Fu Yunting had come to a halt. Ning Ye could feel his gaze upon her, and her palms began to sweat. She felt a pang of guilt, often to avoid being entangled in unnecessary conflicts. She would fabricate any lie. Moreover, at this moment, she truly lacked the energy to argue with Fu Yu. Pressing her lips together, she said, "What could he possibly want from me? He must be aware that you are here for the examination. Hence he came to pick you up." As she spoke, Fu Jingye and the others arrived at the scene, clearly taken aback by Ning Ye's presence at the examination. Fu Jingye's voice wavered as he asked, "Is Xiao Yi also taking the exam at water dish number 3? His words caught Ning Ye off guard, stirring an indescribable bitterness within her. This bitterness magnified the discomfort she had managed to suppress regarding her poor performance in the exam. Ning Ye replied, "Yes. Why didn't you inform us?" She gripped her hands tightly. In front of outsiders, Chun Su always maintained a composed demeanor. But now she expressed a hint of reproach. "You child, taking the exam here. Why didn't you let Annie know? I texted you yesterday, asking you to come home. But you didn't reply. Had you done so, I would have taken you and Ye here together this morning." Ning Ye responded, "It's all right, Auntie." Upon hearing this, Fu Yu's expression changed dramatically. "I would never come with her. I might contract AIDS." Ning Ye's face drained of color, and she felt a sense of disorientation. "Yeah. Chun Su called out sharply. Fu Jingye frowned. "Yeah, stop speaking nonsense. Is that not the case?" Fu Yu gazed at Fu Yunting and said, "Uncle, you should keep your distance from her. Her mother died of AIDS. Who knows if she has contracted it as well?" Fu Yunting's voice grew heavy. "Have you had enough?" Everyone around turned their attention toward them. Upon hearing the word AIDS, they were gripped by fear, but dared not approach. Ning Ye felt a buzzing in her ears. Fu Yu, momentarily stunned by Fu Yunting's outburst, was well aware of his intimidating presence. His reprimand silenced her fury, leaving her feeling both incredulous and aggrieved. "Uncle, are you raising your voice for her?" Fu Yunting turned to Ning Ye. "You should go to the car." Ning Ye hesitated, feeling out of place, but ultimately turned and climbed into Fu Yunting's vehicle. Fu Yu found it utterly unacceptable. "Uncle, you're allowing her to be with you? Are you not aware she is the daughter of a mistress? Have you forgotten how she and her mother once wreaked havoc in the Fu family, causing my mother great distress? Yet you still choose to support her?" Chen Su, fearing Fu Yu's reckless words, interjected, "You should hold your tongue." Fu Yu retorted, "Why should I remain silent? Have you forgotten the time you nearly jumped off a building with me? How many people laughed at you back then? And later, how many praised your composure, while secretly mocking your ability to endure? You even tolerated your husband as infidelity and had to assist in raising his illegitimate child?" Her words not only struck a nerve with Chen Su, but also implicated Fu Jingye, whose expression darkened. Chen Su interrupted Fu Yu. Fu Yu recognized that discussing such matters in public was inappropriate, and she closed her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. Chen Su's expression soured. No one wishes to have their wounds exposed in front of a crowd. After a moment of silence, she turned to Fu Yunting and asked, "Yunting, how is it that Xiao Yi is with you?" Fu Yunting's voice was calm, adopting a tone of an elder. "I encountered her last night. She was alone in an internet CAF. Concerned for her safety, I brought her back." Chen Su questioned, "Didn't she say she was going to a classmate's house? Why would she be in an internet CAF?" "I did not inquire," Fu Yunting replied. Fu Jingye, troubled by Fu Yu's commotion, instructed Fu Ji to take her back to the car. Fu Yu refused. Fu Ji, his expression equally grim, insisted, "Come with me to the car. Is this the place to air family grievances?" His rare display of anger made Fu Yu uneasy, and she ultimately followed him. Once Fu Ji and Fu Yu had departed, Fu Jingye turned to Fu Yunting and inquired, "How long will you be staying here?" 2 or 3 days, Fu Yunting responded. "Let her stay with you for a while." Fu Jingye contemplated for a moment. "As you can see, with her acting out like this, it's not suitable for her to be at home. She has her college entrance exams coming up, and if she doesn't perform well, it will only cause more trouble for Xiao Yi." Fu Yunting agreed. As Fu Yunting approached the car, he found Ning Ye leaning against the window, looking pale and weary, her lips pressed tightly together. He remained silent as he drove toward Jianglu's hospital. Chapter 47. Examination 3. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. Ning Ye followed behind him like a robot. As Fu Yunting waited for Jianglu outside, she found a seat and sat down, keeping a considerable distance from him, evidently fearful. Fu Yunting paid her no mind. When Jianglu emerged and spotted Ning Ye behind Fu Yunting, he glanced back at Fu Yunting, who remained expressionless. He remarked, "There's still the college entrance examination this afternoon. She has been burning with fever for several days, and it hasn't subsided. She was on in 4 yesterday, which brought it down a bit, but it's fluctuated since." He handed Jiang Lu the medical record. Jiang Lu took it and suggested, "Let us get an X-ray. With such recurring fevers, I'm worried it might develop into pneumonia." Fu Yunting replied, "Find someone to take her for the X-ray." Jiang Lu then sought someone to accompany Ning Ye for the procedure. Fu Yunting stepped towards Ning Ye, his polished black shoes echoing on the hospital's tiled floor. His tall figure loomed over her, casting a shadow that made her feel a pang of anxiety. "Get up and go for the X-ray," he instructed. Ning Ye stared at his trousers, looking frail, yet hesitated to meet his gaze. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "You have nothing to apologize for," he responded, and she fell silent. Rising to her feet, Ning Ye lingered for a moment before following Jiang Lu's companion to the X-ray room. Jiang Lu remarked, "Why so stern?" Fu Yunting lit a cigarette, ignoring him. "Aren't you being a bit overprotective of this little niece?" Jiang Lu inquired. Fu Yunting replied, "There's no one at home to look after her. I fear for her safety." Jiang Lu recalled the alarming state he had seen Ning Ye in on several occasions. Each instance had been rather shocking. However, in their circles, illegitimate children seldom fared well if their families refused to acknowledge them. Not every illegitimate child had the fortune of a life like Xu Yu's. Even Xu Yu had faced her share of struggles within the Xu family, only gaining recognition from Xu Qiron later on. You keeping an eye on her won't bring peace to the Fu family, Jiang Lu warned. Fu Yunting did not respond. Jiang Lu hesitated to say more. In truth, the young girl evoked sympathy. She was so obedient, enduring severe beatings without shedding a tear. He had even heard that when Chun Yi treated her wounds, she was gentle, comforting Chun Yi instead. The last incident he witnessed was equally distressing. Despite being in such a state, she only saw Fu Yunting shed a tear before quickly stifling it. Had it been Fu Yu, the hospital would have been inundated with visitors. As he pondered this, Ning Ye soon returned from her X-ray, Fu Yunting's gaze landing on her. Holding the X-ray film, she trembled with fear. However, Fu Yunting swiftly averted his eyes. Ning Ye tightened her grip on the film. Jiang Lu arranged for medication and skin tests for Ning Ye before she received an 4-drip. Fu Yunting had food delivered for her, eating a little himself as well. Ning Ye felt a bit indifferent to the taste of her food. After she finished eating, Fu Yunting tidied up her belongings and had Jiang Lu bring over a blanket for her. Take a nap for now. I will wake you when the time comes. Leaning against the chair with her head lowered, Ning Ye seemed to want to say something, but remained silent. After Fu Yunting left, Jiang Lu, still outside, inquired, I haven't asked you yet, when will you be back? In a few days, she replied. I heard that last time you returned, old Master Fu was discussing your marriage with Chu Man. Fu Yunting turned to him, a somber expression in his eyes. Jiang Lu continued, I didn't expect you to refuse. You sacrificed so much for her. Fu Yunting responded, I'm not as noble as you think. Noticing Fu Yunting's reluctance to discuss Jiang Chu Man, Jiang Lu chose to change the subject and asked, I heard you were considering a return to High City? It's not confirmed yet. Meanwhile, after Fu Yunting departed, Ning Ye found herself unable to sleep. Her phone rang. It was Chun Rue. Xiaoyi, how are you? It seemed she had heard about Fu Yu's incident from classmates, several of whom had taken the exam at Water Channel number 3. News like this spread rapidly. Ning Ye replied, It's nothing. Don't let it affect you. Once you leave this school for a new one, no one will know you. Keep your distance from Fu Yu, and soon things will improve for you once Xu, Yi, and the others face their consequences. After a moment of silence, Ning Ye said, Yes, I understand. Thank you. You need not worry about me. Focus on your studies. Let's work hard together. All right. After hanging up, Ning Ye leaned back in her chair, tightly gripping her phone. Her expression still troubled. Fu Yu's words echoed in her mind. She recalled that her mother had seemingly contracted HIV, a consequence of a traumatic encounter with a man on her way home one night. The man had been infected. The Fu family never spoke of this matter, for it was not something they deemed honorable. Ning Ye sat there for quite a while before finally drifting off to sleep, only to be awakened by Fu Yunting. On their way to school, he remained silent, and Ning Ye sat beside him, lost in thought. Upon arriving at Water Channel number 3, Fu Yunting glanced at her expression and did not immediately open the car door. Ning Ye pressed her lips together. After a moment of silence, Fu Yunting said, You needn't take Fu Yu's words to heart. Focus on doing well in your exams. Chapter 048. Darkness. Ning Ye reluctantly replied, All right. Fu Yunting turned his head to look at her, saying, Call me directly after the exam. Ning Ye dared not meet his gaze. Yet she could feel his eyes upon her, to which she merely nodded in response. After expressing her gratitude to Fu Yunting, she turned and walked into the school. Once she departed, Fu Yunting also left the school, driving away in his car. After receiving an injection at noon, Ning Ye felt less feverish by the afternoon, though she still lacked strength. As she hurried to the examination hall, she walked briskly, fearing an encounter with Fu Yu. Along the way, it became increasingly evident that others were deliberately avoiding her. The feeling of isolation and the whispers of judgment seemed to resurface, even more intense and brazen than before. Upon arriving at the examination hall, the noise within was overwhelming. As Ning Ye approached the door, she hesitated upon witnessing the scene inside. Her assigned seat, which was clearly marked as the second to last by the window at the back door, had been moved to the very back, next to a garbage bin. She stood there for a moment, stunned, and just as she was about to enter, she overheard the murmurs of her classmates. Isn't this a bit excessive? One voice questioned. If you think it's too much, then go sit with her. I certainly won't, another replied. I was terrified, just moving her desk while wearing gloves. Afterward, I didn't even dare to throw them away. Me too. If you want to sit with her, be my guest. Is it because you think she's pretty? Feeling sorry for her? If you like her so much, why not give it a try tonight? But you might not know. She's the child of a mistress. Her mother is reportedly HIV positive. No way. What did her mother do? What can a mistress do? Who knows if she was a prostitute in the past? Used by men? She looks so innocent, but she has probably been ruined long ago. I have a friend who knows her. She once mentioned seeing her working at a nightclub. Once, she entered a young master's private room and was sent to the hospital in the middle of the night. Who knows what went on in there? Ning Ye clutched her pencil case tightly, though she was no longer subject to physical abuse. Life was considerably better than before, yet the stares and gossip still felt like a form of torture. Standing at the door, she listened to the discussions about her. Over the years, she had become somewhat desensitized to such remarks. However, the events of the past few days had been overwhelming, compounded by the possibility of failing her first exam and the image of Fu Yunting's family sending Fu Yu off, which had deeply affected her. Her face paled as she remained at the entrance, hesitating to enter until the bell signaling the start of the exam rang. She noticed the proctor approaching and finally stepped into the classroom. As she entered, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Ning Ye's desk and chair stood forlornly beside the garbage bin, and all eyes were on her, waiting for her reaction. Ning Ye said nothing, simply sitting there, dazed. And before long, she rested her head on the desk. Though she was not short, her petite frame made her appear small and quiet in that position. The people around her had prepared for her to erupt in anger, but upon witnessing her demeanor, they were taken aback. The invigilator arrived, and upon seeing Ning Ye's chair, her expression shifted. What is going on? The student at the back, quickly return your chair. Do you still wish to participate in the college entrance examination? Ning Ye sat up, yet before she could fully rise, someone exclaimed, Teacher, she has AIDS. She cannot sit with us. Indeed, the students insisted. It's not that we lack understanding, but this disease is incurable. What if we accidentally brush against her and become infected? What nonsense! The teacher retorted. It's true. Teacher, a classmate interjected. Earlier today, someone in the examination room overheard her family say that her mother was a former escort who gave birth to her after contracting AIDS. The classroom erupted with these accusations, and while the invigilator wished to bring her back, the resistance from the students was too fervent. Such a significant examination could not be treated lightly, leaving the invigilator with no options. She glanced over at Ning Ye, who sat there, recalling the first time she felt the sting of isolation, which was surprisingly in kindergarten. At that time, Chun Su had just come to terms with the fact that Fu Yunting was keeping a mistress and reluctantly allowed her husband to leave their child with the Fu family. During that period, everything she provided for Ning Ye was either equal to or even superior to what she gave Fu Yu. She arranged for Ning Ye to transfer to the best school, placing her in the same class as Fu Yu. Ning Ye, curious about her kindergarten life, had no inkling that within less than a week, the other children would begin to pelt her with stones. The unfiltered emotions of children were evident. They would approach her, pushing her and calling her a bad child, urging everyone to avoid her. Your mother is a mistress. She stole someone else's father. They were oblivious to the true meaning of the term mistress, yet they labeled Ning Ye as such. At that tender age, standing among those children, she felt confused and frightened, unable to move. Though these memories had faded, they inexplicably resurfaced at that moment. Surrounded by chaos, Ning Ye's mind felt blank. And after a while, she spoke softly, Teacher, it's all right. I will just sit here. The exam became increasingly difficult for her to endure. It was not until a third of the way through that it began to improve. Nevertheless, she completed it, though there was little time left for review. With uncertainty looming over the last few significant math problems, she wished to double-check her work, but the bell outside rang, sending a chill down her back. After finishing, she did not leave immediately. Only when the corridor grew quiet did she slowly drift towards Fu Yunting. Yet, even from a distance, some people began to shy away upon seeing her, and she faintly heard the words mistress, AIDS, and stay away, infection. Ning slowed her pace once more, waiting for the crowd to disperse before making her way to the school entrance. At this moment, she found herself reluctant to visit Fu Yunting. By avoiding him, she could take the time to compose herself. However, The thought of facing Fu Yunting, even if he remained in the living room while she stayed in her room, filled her with trepidation. The very sound of his breath felt like an immense pressure upon her. It was even more daunting considering that she had brazenly lied to him earlier that afternoon. Although Fu Yunting insisted that she had not wronged him, she still felt unprepared to confront him. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Fu Yunting's call came through. Chapter 049. Darkness 2. Ning Ye stood still for a moment, gazing at Fu Yunting's phone number, before finally answering. "Uncle, where are you?" Fu Yunting's voice was heavy, striking Ning Ye's heart like a hammer. She hesitated, her throat parched and burning, and replied, "I've arrived." Fu Yunting did not say anything further, perhaps due to the psychological shadow cast by Fu Yu. Ning Ye was on edge, constantly scanning for any sign of her. It was only when she laid eyes on Fu Yunting that she halted in her tracks, her delicate fingers unconsciously tightening into a fist. After what felt like an eternity, she approached him. Fu Yunting did not immediately get into the car, but instead scrutinized Ning Ye's complexion. "Still unwell?" he inquired. Although Ning Ye herself might not have felt much, it was evident to an outsider that her condition was dire. She lowered her head and murmured, "I'm fine." "Be honest," Fu Yunting urged. A sense of awkwardness enveloped her. Unlike before, when lying to him felt effortless, this time it weighed heavily on her. Although she feared his reaction, the pressure he exerted upon her at noon had been palpably greater than usual. Even when he had uttered that he wasn't upset with her, his expression remained impassive, his tone unchanged yet somehow menacing. Reluctantly, Ning Ye confessed, "Perhaps I didn't perform well." "Influenced by Fu Yu?" he probed. "Not just that," she thought momentarily before conceding. "Maybe a little." Fu Yunting continued, "And what about the exam this morning?" Ning Ye felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Had Fu Yunting not spoken those words earlier, she might not have been so affected. On the surface, it appeared that Fu Jingye's influence was more significant, but in reality, both he and Fu Yunting had impacted her equally. She couldn't shake the thought of his question regarding her readiness to interfere in his romantic affairs. It felt utterly taboo. Just contemplating it sent shivers down her spine, leaving her in a cold sweat, yet she could not voice her turmoil. Whenever she faced him, her heart raced unevenly, compelling her to keep her head lowered to alleviate the overwhelming sensation. "During this morning's exam, my fever was quite severe, so I rested my head on the desk for a while, and didn't have much time to check my answers," she explained. Fu Yunting's voice was subdued, devoid of discernible emotion. Now that the exam is over, there's no need to dwell on it. Ning Ye simply replied with a soft Fu Yunting then turned and entered the car with her following suit. Rather than taking her to his apartment in the city, he directed her once more to the hospital for nebulization treatment. The examination conducted at noon had confirmed that Ning Ye was indeed suffering from pneumonia, resulting in her recurrent symptoms. At that time, Jiang Lu had suggested that hospitalization would be advisable, but with Ning Ye's exams looming, that was not feasible. As she waited in the nebulization room for the doctor, Fu Yunting remained outside, engaged in a phone call. It was Jiang Chuman on the line. She had overheard him calling her name as he stepped out. During the nebulization, Ning Ye caught sight of Chun Yi, who also noticed her. Chun Yi approached with concern, asking, "Are you unwell?" "I have a fever," Ning Ye replied obediently, calling her sister. Chun Yi, already in her late 20s, smiled and said, "You can call me Annie." Ning Ye softly remarked, "You look young." Everyone appreciates a compliment, and Chun Yi felt her spirits lift. She inquired, "Are you preparing for your college entrance exams in the next few days?" Ning Ye responded affirmatively. Chun Yi found her genuinely endearing, soft, beautiful, and though her voice was quiet, it was melodious. She thought Ning Ye resembled a plush little creature. Chun Yi asked, "How did you fare in your 2 subjects today?" Ning Ye hesitated for a moment, as the question touched upon her sorrow, yet she answered, "It was okay." "Keep it up and do your best," Chun Yi encouraged. "Thank you," Ning Ye replied. Chun Yi felt a pang of sadness. On both occasions she had encountered the young girl, she seemed unwell. Chun Yi came from a comfortable background and was somewhat connected within her social circle. The incident involving the Shu family had garnered significant attention, and she had only later heard whispers about Shu Yi. It was then that she learned of Ning Ye's status as the illegitimate daughter of the Fu family. She also became aware of the circumstances surrounding the incident in which Ning Ye had been assaulted. However, what surprised her was the revelation that Ning Ye had endured such brutality for nearly 6 long years. Throughout this time, aside from the initial confrontation with Fu Yunting, she had remained largely silent. Chen Yi could empathize with her. Given Ning Ye's background, it was indeed a source of discomfort and criticism. Additionally, the members of the Fu family were not particularly kind to her. Ning Ye likely understood that she was the product of a broken home, and often, even when wronged, she might have felt compelled to accept her circumstances with quiet resignation, knowing her and her mother's presence had inflicted pain upon another family. While Chen Yi disapproved of being a third party in such matters, she held a favorable view of Ning Ye. Just as she was about to speak further, she noticed Ning Ye turning towards her, seemingly wanting to say something. "What is it?" Chen Yi inquired. Ning Ye, feeling that she might struggle to sleep that night, was anxious. With her long lashes slightly lowered, she nervously whispered, "Sister, could you please discreetly help me obtain some sleeping pills?" Chen Yi was taken aback. "What do you need sleeping pills for?" Ning Ye explained, "I've been having trouble sleeping these past few days." Chen Yi replied, "But sleeping pills require a prescription. A doctor's diagnosis is necessary to obtain them, and we cannot dispense them casually." Upon hearing this, Ning Ye relinquished her request, having merely been trying her luck. She pressed her lips together, about to speak again, when someone urgently approached Chen Yi, saying, "Dr. Chen, we have an emergency patient. Please come quickly." Chen Yi barely had time to bid farewell to Ning Ye before she stood and hurried away. Coincidentally, someone called for Ning Ye to proceed with her nebulization, leaving her unable to convey her thoughts to Chen Yi. The nebulization lasted a brief 15 to 20 minutes, after which Ning promptly exited. Upon leaving, she noticed Fu Yunting still engaged in a phone call. However, this time, Ning distinctly perceived that his complexion appeared rather unwell. Chapter 050. Darkness 3. Ning Ye hesitated to step inside, but Fu Yunting quickly spotted her and turned his gaze in her direction. For reasons unknown, Ning Ye felt a sense of unease within her. Fu Yunting inquired, "Are you finished?" Ning Ye nodded yes. He uttered no further words and turned ahead towards the parking lot. Ning Ye rarely witnessed Fu Yunting in a foul mood, with the exception of the incident at the hospital during Chun Su's birthday. His current demeanor filled her with apprehension. As he entered the vehicle, she refrained from provoking him, genuinely fearful. His present state inevitably reminded her of that fateful night when he kissed her. He had been similarly silent that evening, from the hospital to home. Yet Fu Yunting remained taciturn, taking Ning Ye to a restaurant without seeking her opinion. He ordered dishes for her. Ning Ye ate cautiously, unable to savor the meal. Once they finished dining, Fu Yunting drove her back home in silence. She surmised that he must have had a quarrel with Jiang Chuman, though she remained oblivious to the specifics of their disagreement. From their previous dining experience, apart from expressing a lack of immediate plans for marriage, Fu Yunting had shown a protective instinct towards Jiang Chuman, an instinct that seemed almost instinctive, akin to muscle memory. However, it was his heavy gaze that betrayed the depth of his emotions. His calm expression concealed the turmoil within. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Fu Yunting exited the car and, recalling Ning Ye's need for sleepwear, turned to ask, "Is there anything you need to purchase?" Although she had left some necessities behind last time, she had taken many other items with her. Even if she had needs, she dared not voice them. Instead, she shook her head no. Fu Yunting regarded her for a moment before saying nothing further. When they reached the elevator, they discovered that the building was experiencing a power outage, with only emergency lights illuminating the area. A notice indicated that the external circuit was malfunctioning and that repairs were underway, with power expected to return by 10 o'clock that evening. Fu Yunting's residence was on the 8th floor, in a low-rise building with 1 unit per floor. With the elevator inoperative, they had no choice but to take the stairs. Leading Ning Ye to the emergency exit, the stairwell was enveloped in darkness. He activated the flashlight on his phone, instructing Ning Ye to proceed ahead, though she remained silent. Behind her, Fu Yunting's footsteps resonated through the stairwell, his towering figure almost overshadowing her. Ning Ye felt an acute sense of anxiety, prompting her to quicken her pace. The 8th floor was not particularly daunting for Fu Yunting. Yet for Ning Ye, it felt quite high, especially given her recent illness. Before long, she found herself struggling to ascend. As she ascended the final flight, her foot slipped, nearly sending her tumbling down the stairs. A startled gasp escaped her lips, and her heart sank. Fortunately, Fu Yunting's quick reflexes saved her as he swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist. However, the moment Fu Yunting's hand brushed against Ning Ye's waist, her entire being became rigid. In an instant, the cold and steady aura surrounding him surged towards her with an overwhelming intensity. In the darkness, his presence was suffocating, causing Ning Ye to feel a surge of anxiety and weakness in her legs. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she instinctively attempted to struggle and retreat. Fu Yunting, now genuinely irritated, decisively wrapped his arm around Ning Ye's waist, pinning her against the wall in the shadows, and leaned in to kiss her. Chapter 051. The Past. As Fu Yunting's lips drew closer to Ning Ye, her heart trembled incessantly. The sensation of their moist contact enveloped her, seemingly gentle yet fierce, akin to a beast encircling its prey. She attempted to push him away, but Fu Yunting's tongue had already entwined with hers, pressing against the root of her tongue. Ning Ye felt utterly weakened, shrouded in the darkness of the corridor. It was as if she were drowning, sinking deeper, gasping for breath. One of Fu Yunting's hands encircled her waist, while the other lifted her chin, compelling her into a posture of compliance, urging him to kiss her more deeply. Ning Ye had never kissed anyone before. Her first kiss occurred merely a month ago, on the night Fu Yunting returned to Haiqing. It was also a night of twilight when she unexpectedly collided with a drunken Fu Yunting who was being supported by a woman. Fearful of being discovered while working at the bar, she kept her distance and wished to hide. However, before she could turn away, Su Sheng called out to her, "Ning Ye." The sound startled her into stillness. At his call, Fu Yunting turned his gaze towards her. With her back to him, her spine straightened, trembling slightly as she approached Su Sheng. "Brother Su," she greeted. Su Sheng inquired, "Why are you heading back so late?" "I still have half an hour left on my shift. Would you like me to give you a ride after work?" Ning Ye, along with Chen Rui, was relatively young, and Su Sheng had always taken care of them at the bar, ensuring they avoided troublesome private rooms. Whenever they faced real difficulties, Su Sheng would come to their rescue, except for that one time with Xiao Yang. That incident had been an accident as well. However, given that Ning Ye resided in the Fu family's villa, it was not appropriate for him to offer her a ride. After a moment of silence, she replied, "It's all right, Brother Su. My friend will come to pick me up soon. We've already made arrangements." Su Sheng asked, "How long until he arrives?" "I just spoke to him. He is waiting outside." Since she had someone to escort her, Su Sheng refrained from saying more. While it was good that she had company, the fact remained that it was a man and a woman, and caution was necessary. He advised, "Please be careful. It's unsafe for a girl to be out alone at this hour." Ning Ye nodded, "Thank you, Brother Su." Once Su Sheng departed, Ning Ye hesitated to look back. As she lingered, she heard footsteps behind her, causing her to break into a cold sweat. She had recently been bullied by Shu Yi, and her body still bore some pain from the night's work, leaving her exhausted. Yet, the sound of footsteps heightened her alertness. She contemplated pretending not to see Fu Yunting and turning back towards the bar, but he had already reached her. Fu Yunting, a man seasoned in the realm of power, radiated an aura of gravitas and composure. The light reflected in his eyes was serene yet piercing, capable of slicing through one's very being. Standing before Ning Ye in silence, he had already intimidated her. At that moment, fear gripped her. Fear of the Fu family discovering her presence, fear of being harmed by them, and above all, the dread of being confronted by Fu Yunting himself. Yet at this juncture, she found herself with no retreat. Turning around, she lowered her head and softly called out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting's expression was inscrutable, the scent of alcohol heavy upon him, though he appeared to retain a semblance of clarity. He inquired of Ning Ye, "What brings you here?" Ning Ye replied, "I came to deliver something." "To whom?" "A classmate." "At such a late hour?" It was already past midnight. Ning Ye explained, "She works here and comes from a difficult family. Tonight, she was bullied and has no change of clothes. She was frightened and called me. I was worried something might happen to her, so I came." This was her first instance of lying to Fu Yunting, and her heart raced with anxiety, fearing she might slip up, yet her tone remained remarkably steady. "Your father does not mind you being out this late?" At the mere mention of Fu Jingye, Ning Ye's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Chapter 052. The Past 2 for Ning Ye. Fu Yunting was her sole family member. The old master Fu harbored no affection for her. Indeed, he regarded her with disdain, perceiving her as tainted. This disdain stemmed from her being the offspring of Fu Yunting and an unremarkable woman from outside. A woman whose reputation was sullied and whose demeanor was suggestive of the brothels, appearing unclean. In stark contrast stood Chen Su, a refined lady of noble upbringing, exuding grace and propriety. Even when it came to managing the complex relations involving a mistress and her illegitimate daughter, Chen Su navigated the situation with utmost decorum after the initial phase of resentment had passed. Moreover, Ning Ye's mother had suffered a tragic fate, having been brutally assaulted and subsequently afflicted by a debilitating illness. Throughout the years, Ning Ye often reminisced about the early years with Fu Yunting, recalling his kindness and his protective nature towards her. Admittedly, those moments of protection were scarce, yet they remained etched in her memory. Whenever she felt wronged or overwhelmed, she would revisit those memories, which rendered her days less burdensome. In a soft voice, Ning Ye said, "When I received the call, I rushed out too hastily and did not inform him." "What about your classmate?" Fu Yunting inquired. "She has gone home," Ning Ye replied. "At such a late hour. How will you return?" Fu Yunting pressed. "I called a taxi. It's on its way," Ning Ye answered. "It's unsafe at this hour. I shall see you home," he insisted. Ning Ye felt hesitant to oppose him. The prevalence of incidents involving ride-hailing services, particularly concerning young women late at night, was indeed alarming. Reports had surfaced revealing that many women had been victimized, some even confined in basements for years without anyone noticing. In truth, every time Ning Ye hailed a taxi, a flicker of fear would course through her. Yet, despite the dangers, she consistently chose to take a cab after finishing her work, even if the fare represented a significant portion of her earnings. Compared to other modes of transportation, a taxi offered a semblance of safety. When Fu Yunting offered to escort Ning Ye home, she refrained from declining, merely wishing for the situation to pass swiftly. "Thank you, uncle," she said. However, before Fu Yunting could place his call, the phone of the woman supporting him rang. She frowned, glanced at her phone, and answered, "Hello?" Her voice was notably loud, and Ning Ye, standing nearby in the quiet setting, could hear the conversation clearly. On the other end, a voice inquired, "Xiaoyu, are you there?" Your mother suddenly collapsed in the workshop. The woman named Xiaoyu turned pale at the news, biting her lip as she asked what happened. How could she collapse so suddenly? "Who knows? She just fainted while standing," came the reply. Xiaoyu questioned urgently, "Where is she now?" "She has already been taken to Jinxing Hospital and is currently in the emergency room. We cannot reach your father. You must come quickly," was the response. After hanging up, Xiaoyu appeared frantic. She looked at Ning Ye and then at Fu Yunting, pleadingly saying to Ning Ye, "He is intoxicated. Could you take him to the hotel first?" Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback, but Xiaoyu had already begun to cry in desperation. "You know him, don't you? He returned alone, and I feared for his safety. He absolutely must not encounter any misfortune. Please accompany him for a while. You heard the phone call just now, did you not? My mother suddenly collapsed in the workshop." As she spoke, she guided Fu Yunting towards Ning Ye. Ning Ye had no choice but to support Fu Yunting. The woman couldn't even wait to ensure Fu Yunting was steady on his feet. She dashed outside, simultaneously making a phone call. Once she departed, Ning Ye steadied Fu Yunting and looked up, inquiring, "Where do you reside, uncle?" Fu Yunting had significant matters to attend to that evening. His return to Haicheng was initially for business. Although he appeared lucid, he was genuinely not entirely aware of his surroundings due to excessive drinking. Rubbing his eyes, he provided an address, a hotel near Jiangye. Ning Ye was quite familiar with Jiangye and its surrounding hotels, though she had never entered one. She knew where the hotel he mentioned was located and had heard of its exorbitant prices, which were indeed outrageous. However, this was to be expected, as Fu Yunting had been raised with a silver spoon. Ning Ye did not dwell on these thoughts and helped him towards that direction instead. Supporting him proved quite strenuous. She herself bore injuries, and his weight caused her considerable pain, making their journey a clumsy one. Upon reaching the hotel, while making their way to the elevator, Ning Ye was pressed against the wall several times by him, his presence enveloping her, causing her body to tense. Upon arriving at the elevator, Fu Yunting struggled to maintain his balance, and as Ning Ye attempted to assist him, she found herself pinned against the elevator wall. She pushed against him, but could not budge him. "Uncle?" Fu Yunting lowered his gaze upon her, igniting a wave of anxiety within her. He gently lifted her chin, causing her heart to race. And she called out again, "Uncle." His eyes held a weighty intensity, as if penetrating her very soul, and he gradually leaned down. The elevator was cramped and enclosed, saturated with Fu Yunting's essence. As he bent closer, Ning Ye felt as though her breath had been stolen away. Yet, he did not advance further. Perhaps he genuinely could not maintain his stance, as with one hand, he braced himself against the wall behind her. Ning Ye found herself trapped between his chest and the confines of the elevator, her chin ensnared by his long, powerful fingers, her face resting against his chest. The air around her was thick with his cool fragrance, reminiscent of wood, and the rhythmic beating of his heart resonated in her ears. Confused about his intentions, her breath quivered. At that moment, the elevator chimed. Ning Ye's taut nerves seemed to snap, and in her anxiety, her voice emerged hoarse and barely audible. "Uncle, we have arrived." Fu Yunting closed his eyes, remaining motionless. His chest felt like an impenetrable wall. Ning Ye dared not move, sensing the air around them growing thin. "Uncle." Her voice involuntarily rose slightly, yet remained soft, her eyes dark and bright, conveying a sense of alarm. "Fu Yunting esse, gaze, dimid." At that moment, someone entered from outside and beheld Fu Yunting and Ning Ye, their bodies alarmingly close, breaths mingling in the narrow space. The newcomer hesitated, contemplating whether to intrude upon what seemed a private affair. However, Fu Yunting, upon hearing Ning Ye's voice, released his hold on her chin and gently rubbed the area beside his nose and eyes, inquiring, "Why are we lingering here?" As he stepped back, Ning Ye felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "Uncle," she said, "we have arrived at your residence." Only then did the visitor realize the situation, concluding that the man must be intoxicated. Standing at the threshold, he addressed Ning Ye. "Are you coming out?" "Yes," she replied. "Do you require assistance?" As they were nearly at their destination, Ning Ye shook her head and responded, "No, thank you." She then supported Fu Yunting as they exited the elevator. Chapter 053. The past three. Upon reaching the door of the room, Ning Ye instructed Fu Yunting to retrieve the card and swipe it. Fu Yunting, eyes closed in discomfort, murmured, "It's in my pocket." Ning Ye paused for a fleeting moment, her voice barely audible as she replied, "You get it yourself." Such refusals were rare for her. When she did turn someone away, it was not with harshness, but rather with a gentle demeanor, devoid of much emotion, simply a calm assertion of reality. Her words were so soft, they could scarcely be heard. Yet in the stillness of the night, Fu Yunting likely caught her words, responding, "I feel dizzy." Ning Ye hesitated briefly before reaching towards him. Her hand was soft, and Fu Yunting frowned. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate the card in his clothing pocket, she declared, "I can't find it." Fu Yunting directed her, "It's in my pants pocket." After standing there for a moment, Ning Ye reached towards the pocket of Fu Yunting's trousers. Her hand, soft as it was, pressed against the fabric, generating an uncomfortable warmth for him. Supporting himself against the door, he inquired, "Did you find it?" Ning Ye replied, "No." Meanwhile, Ning Ye found herself trapped between the doorframe and Fu Yunting's chest, making it difficult to turn. She leaned back cautiously, attempting to feel for the other pocket of his trousers. Her fingers brushed against a wallet. "It's in the wallet," Fu Yunting said. Ning Ye extracted the wallet, but the confined space made it a struggle, and after several attempts, she finally managed to pull it out. Turning around was challenging, but she persevered, retrieving the card from within and swiping it to unlock the door. She then assisted Fu Yunting into the room. The lights were off and the curtains tightly drawn, rendering the space utterly dark. As she helped him inside, she intended to leave the door ajar to insert the card, but before she could turn back, the door closed automatically behind them, plunging them into complete darkness. Determined, Ning Ye held the card, ready to insert it into the slot. However, Fu Yunting felt exceedingly heavy to her, and in the pitch black, as she supported him back, her strength waned. With him unsteady on his feet, Ning Ye suddenly lost her balance. She collided against the wall, and Fu Yunting's body fell against hers. Ning Ye fell silent. Her heart raced, echoing like a drumbeat. The darkness amplified every sensation, including the awareness of their bodies in proximity. Uncle? Fu Yunting propped himself up, but did not move away. Ning Ye's breath was shallow, her heart pounding fiercely against her chest, and she thought he was straightening up, intending to follow her to the bed. However, Fu Yunting remained still, gazing down at her, his fingers lifting her chin. In the obscurity, only the faintest outlines were discernible, yet Ning Ye could clearly see the depth of his eyes, darker and more profound than the night enveloping the room. She dared not make a single move. She understood that reasoning with a drunk was futile, and force would yield no results. Gentle coaxing was necessary. She parted her lips, about to suggest he join her in bed for rest. As soon as the words slipped from her lips, Fu Yunting's mouth descended upon hers. In that fleeting moment, Ning Ye felt her breath and heartbeat cease simultaneously. She stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, as if she were drowning. Yet Fu Yunting offered her no time to process her shock. He bit her lip, forcefully invading her space. The effects of alcohol rendered him fierce and unrestrained. Ning Ye was terrified, pushing against him with all her might, desperate to call him uncle and compel him to stop. However, Fu Yunting pinned her against the wall, his hands slipping beneath the hem of her clothing, making contact with her skin. Ning Ye felt herself go limp, struggling to breathe, yet no air could penetrate her lungs. Fu Yunting held her tightly, and she trembled violently. Ning Ye seldom experienced physical contact with others, even with Chun Rue, who, despite their close friendship, found it difficult to draw near her due to Ning Ye's inherently reserved nature. She appeared gentle, but, upon closer inspection, exuded an undeniable coldness. When they shared a bed, Chun Rue would awkwardly lean against her, seeking comfort, while Ning Ye remained composed, as if they were two girls tending to each other's wounds. Never had Ning Ye realized that such skin-on-skin contact could possess a destructive force. She felt utterly weakened, reduced to a puddle of anguish. Tears streamed down her face. As she cried, Fu Yunting too experienced discomfort. He kissed her lips and murmured, "Don't bite so hard. It hurts." He did not refer to her lips, but rather the emotions entwined between them. Yet Ning Ye was in so much pain, her body already wounded, feeling the intensity of his grip. Every inch of her ached. She continued to weep softly, unable to bear the sensation of collapsing under him, tears flowing even amidst her suffering. He kissed her tears, trailing down to her nose, then captured her lips once more. However, the tenderness he displayed only intensified Ning Ye's turmoil. He lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bed. Fu Yunting's suite was a standard one, furnished with a large bed and a few other amenities like a wardrobe, a bathroom, and smart devices. Ning Ye clung to his neck, protesting the pain and pleading to be set down. The memories that followed were a whirlwind of confusion for Ning Ye. She recalled her repeated breakdowns. When Fu Yunting finally fell asleep, dawn was approaching, and Ning Ye felt every part of her body in disarray. He had wrapped his arms around her waist, his breath warm against her neck. Ning Ye continued to tremble, the echoes of their earlier encounter still resonating within her. As the first light of day crept in, Ning Ye quietly slipped from his embrace, exerting considerable effort despite her frailty. The moment her feet touched the floor, she collapsed to her knees. Yet, she dare not linger. Trembling, she retrieved her clothes and hurried to the bathroom, washing her face with the faintest trickle of water, too afraid to turn it on fully. Her gait was unsteady, and even the slightest touch caused her pain. Despite her accustomed resilience to discomfort, it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. After finishing her shower and dressing, she dared not make any sudden movements, cautiously stepping out of the room with trepidation. Chapter 054. Plunder for Ning Ye. The memories of that night are an infinite taboo, an absurdity she deliberately avoids discussing. Even the slightest mention from Fu Yunting sends her heart into a state of tension, fearing he might delve deeper into the subject. At this very moment, Fu Yunting presses her firmly against the wall in the dimly lit corridor, kissing her deeply. The world around them becomes eerily silent, save for the sound of her racing heartbeat and the cold breath emanating from him. He draws closer, as if to consume her very heart, leaving her soul trembling in response. Ning Ye feels as though she has been transported back to that night, when he stripped her of her defenses. In the darkness of that room, he had offered her no opportunity for retreat. His ferocity and dominance nearly extinguished her spirit. Her heart quivers. Suddenly, footsteps echo in the corridor, approaching from 2 or 3 floors below. The rhythmic sound intensifies, mirroring the rapid beat of her heart. Yet, Fu Yunting shows no sign of relinquishing his hold on her, and she feels as though she might drown in this moment. The footsteps draw closer until they are just beneath her. Panic wells up within her, nearly bringing her to tears. As someone prepares to ascend, Fu Yunting abruptly halts the kiss. Ning Ye turns into a puddle of weakness. Who is it? A voice calls from below, directing itself upward. Still breathless, she braces herself against the wall, her back pressed firmly against it. They are positioned midway up the stairs, not yet around the corner. Fearing her legs might betray her and send her tumbling down again, she grips the wall tightly. Fu Yunting remains silent for a moment, then reaches out, his thumb grazing her lips. Ning Ye's heart races anew, paralyzed with fear. His thumb presses against her soft lips with a hint of force, contrasting sharply with her delicate nature. He meticulously wipes away the traces of moisture from her lips. She dares not breathe, trembling slightly. Then, Fu Yunting's voice pierces the stillness. Have I not told you that if I truly wished to do something to you, no amount of dodging would suffice? Ning Ye leans against the wall in terror, overwhelmed by the sensation of imminent transgression that leaves her in a state of constant apprehension. Each word he utters sends ripples through her heart. The individual below seems to have heard Fu Yunting's statement, falling silent for a moment, hesitating to use a phone to illuminate the ascent, and hurriedly retreats down the stairs. The corridor returns to its oppressive quiet. Ning Ye's chest feels heavy, a painful ache taking hold, and her voice falters. Uncle, I did not intend to evade you. Yet, her words lack conviction. Deep down, she knows her prior actions were indeed misguided. She had inadvertently stepped on something and was about to tumble down the stairs. In such circumstances, Fu Yunting was caught off guard. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, with even the emergency lights failing to illuminate the way. For Fu Yunting to catch her at the moment she unexpectedly fell, perhaps even before he had steadied himself, was no trivial feat. She ought not to struggle. Should she resist too fervently, the consequences could result in both of them plummeting together. Yet, there were certain truths she comprehended but found herself powerless to act upon. For every touch of Fu Yunting against her skin felt like a silent invasion, an imprint etched deep within her being, having conditioned her to respond instinctively. Chapter 055. Plunder 2. Fu Yunting fell into a momentary silence, refraining from further conversation. He retrieved his phone from the ground and ascended the stairs. Ning Ye remained motionless for a considerable time. Upon reaching the landing, Fu Yunting paused, showing no intention of urging her onward, and inquired softly, "Can you move?" Ning Ye's legs trembled lightly, rendering her unable to take a step. After a brief contemplation, Fu Yunting approached her, seemingly intending to either embrace or carry her up. Yet, as he drew near, Ning Ye straightened herself and declared, "Uncle, I can make it on my own." Fu Yunting hesitated momentarily, halting his advance, and replied, "I will stay here and have a smoke." He positioned himself against the wind's edge and lit a cigarette. Ning Ye leaned softly against the wall once more. Fu Yunting smoked slowly, the faint tendrils of smoke swirling in the breeze, intertwining with Ning Ye's breath, as if infused with his essence. Even after Fu Yunting had distanced himself, Ning Ye's heart continued to constrict in waves. She stood there for what felt like an eternity, gradually regaining her strength. Regulating her breathing, she dared not mention the recent kiss, her forte lying in the art of concealing turmoil. Regardless of the tempestuous atmosphere between them, she maintained an outward calm. Standing tall, she remembered to retrieve her phone from her pocket and softly asked, "Uncle, have you finished your cigarette?" Fu Yunting extinguished the stub, discarding it on the ground and crushing it underfoot, then queried, "Can we go back?" Even if the answer was no, Ning Ye felt compelled to affirm positively. She nodded and, recalling that he couldn't see her, added, "Yes, uncle." Fu Yunting then turned and ascended the stairs, with Ning Ye trailing behind him. However, he moved at a leisurely pace, prompting her to match his rhythm. Eventually, he remarked, "Come ahead. Do you truly wish to fall and injure yourself?" Reluctantly, Ning Ye quickened her pace, stepping in front of him. It was difficult to discern whether Fu Yunting was attentive or simply indifferent. Despite the possibility of his lack of concern, he certainly took care to accommodate her emotions in many subtle ways, ensuring she did not feel awkward. Conversely, if he was attentive, he appeared oblivious to her trepidation. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Ning Ye was breathless and lightly perspiring. She pushed against the door to the safety passage, but found it barely budging. Fu Yunting stepped forward to assist. Ning Ye stiffened, yet she adeptly masked her tension, striving to relax immediately after. Fu Yunting sensed her discomfort, but chose not to acknowledge it. He pushed the door open, allowing Ning Ye to exit the stairwell. Once outside, she stood at the threshold while he retrieved his keys to unlock the door. The room was shrouded in darkness due to a power outage, and Ning Ye hesitated to enter, burdened by her apprehensions. Upon entering, Fu Yunting glanced back at her, prompting Ning Ye to finally step inside. He instructed, "Let us sit on the sofa for a while." Settled onto the sofa, clutching the items necessary for her upcoming college entrance examination, refusing to set them down. Meanwhile, Fu Yunting retrieved his phone and made his way to the bar, searching for a spare candle. He lit it and placed it on the coffee table in the living room, turning his gaze towards Ning Ye. He instructed her to shower first and then retire for the night. The water supply on his end was always available, unaffected by power outages, sufficient for 3 or 4 people. The living room was dimly lit. After placing the candle, Fu Yunting took a seat on the sofa opposite her. Ning Ye mechanically rose and entered her room, placing her belongings on Fu Yunting's desk. She sat briefly in the chair before picking up the pajamas and underwear he had bought for her and stepped out of the room. As she exited, she found Fu Yunting reclining on the sofa, his eyes closed in contemplation. She exhaled in relief and moved a few steps toward the bathroom. Upon entering, she recalled that there was no light in the bathroom. Fu Yunting likely remembered this only when she turned on the bathroom light. He stood and returned to the bar, retrieving another candle, which he lit before walking toward her. Ning Ye stood still, pressing herself against the wall. Fu Yunting ignored her, placing the candle on the sink and opening the window, letting down the curtain. After washing his hands, he instructed her to hurry and shower. "Thank you, uncle," Ning Ye replied. Fu Yunting lingered for a moment, his throat moving as if to speak. The dim light illuminated her face, casting a gentle glow, emphasizing her large, dark eyes that shone with purity and innocence. He glanced at her, but ultimately said nothing, merely advising, "Close the door properly." With that, he turned and returned to the sofa in the living room. Ning Ye remained silent, feeling as though his instruction to close the door was a subtle reminder, an admonition against potential dangers. Biting her lip, she placed her clothes inside, shut the door, and locked it before stepping into the shower. As she bathed, her mind spiraled uncontrollably back to the events in the hallway, and then to the moment she had exited Fu Yunting's room to procure both ointment and food. That day, as she departed from the hotel, the sky outside was a murky gray, teetering on the brink of dawn, yet still shrouded in shadows, leaving the streets eerily desolate. Her mind was blank, and she stood outside for a considerable time, observing the empty road, uncertain of where to go next. The pain within her persisted. She questioned whether all men were like this, or if it was merely Fu Yunting's formidable presence that rendered her so vulnerable. That night, the aftershocks of their encounter lingered relentlessly, an unending cycle that threatened to consume her, plunging her into despair and dread. Standing on the street, she dared not revisit or ponder those memories. One can only repeatedly console oneself that Fu Yunting, inebriated, may not recall the events of that night. She had heard it said that those who are intoxicated often have no memory of the occurrences that transpired. Chapter 056. Plunder. She had scarcely walked a short distance before fatigue engulfed her, draining the color from her face. Eventually, she arrived at a bus station and boarded the earliest bus, oblivious to her destination. Upon settling into her seat, she glanced at her phone and noticed that Chun Su had attempted to call her the previous night. At that moment, being embraced by Fu Yunting, she had been unable to answer and had hesitated to return home. She promptly switched off her phone and sat there, gazing out of the window. Later, she spotted a 24-hour pharmacy at the bus station, which reminded her of her pressing needs. She hastily alighted at the next intersection and retraced her steps to the pharmacy, where she purchased some medication. She acquired ointment for her wounds and contraceptive pills. A wave of shame washed over her, igniting her cheeks with an intense heat. She simply requested the torn medication and contraceptives, and the clerk readily provided them, even inquiring if those were indeed what she sought and explaining their usage. Ning Ye had never encountered such an experience before. Her long hair concealed her face as she nodded awkwardly. The pharmacy staff, displaying great sensitivity, reminded her that the contraceptive needed to be taken within 72 hours to be effective. After acquiring the medication, Ning Ye also purchased a bottle of mineral water. Once outside, she swallowed the pills, then sought a restroom to apply the ointment. As dawn broke and the streets began to fill with people, she wandered to a nearby stall and bought a bowl of noodles. After finishing her meal, she found herself at a loss for where to go, and she sat idly by the roadside. It was only at midday that she mustered the courage to return to the Fu household. Ning Ye stood beneath the cascade of water, letting it wash over her. She rarely revisited the events of that day, for everything had been too chaotic, and the aftermath had been unbearably tormenting. She did not dwell on it for long. Instead, she focused earnestly on her shower. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Chun-Yi attended to an emergency patient suffering from kidney stones, writhing in agony on the floor. After a series of examinations, the hospital recommended surgery, but the patient hesitated, leaving both parties at an impasse. Regardless of the outcome, hospitalization was necessary, so Chun-Yi prescribed medication and processed the admission paperwork. Once the patient had departed, she received several more patients, and by the time she emerged, the hour had grown late. A colleague urged her to take a break for lunch. Midway through her journey, she noticed a high school girl in the neurology department, seemingly overwhelmed by the pressures of the college entrance examination and accompanied by an adult seeking help from a psychologist. Chun-Yi was instantly reminded of Ning Ye, who was also among this year's candidates for the exam. Thinking of Ning Ye inevitably led her to recall the afternoon when Ning Ye had requested sleeping pills. Chun-Yi perceived the matter as both significant and trivial. Ning Ye's complexion was notably pale. Of course, anyone unwell would exhibit a lack of vitality, which was to be expected. However, aside from her wan appearance, Chun-Yi initially failed to discern any deeper issues with her condition. She was exceedingly quiet, her pair of eyes dark and luminous, gazing at others with a serene stillness. If she remained silent, it was difficult for Chun-Yi to discern that she had not slept for several days. However, for someone with such a reserved demeanor to reach the point of requesting sleeping pills, it must indeed indicate a serious predicament. The more Chun-Yi pondered, the more uneasy she felt, worried not only for the young girl, but also hesitant to inform Fu Yunting, which had prompted her to seek out Jiang Lu. Nowadays, numerous students had encountered difficulties during the college entrance examinations. Contemplating this, Chun-Yi paused her steps and promptly turned toward Jiang Lu's office. Inside Jiang Lu's office, several cases were under review. Upon entering, Chun-Yi called out, "Dr. Jiang," wearing gold-framed glasses. Jiang Lu turned his head at the sound of her voice and looked in her direction. He was strikingly handsome, possessing a cool and aloof charm. Chun-Yi often found herself captivated in his presence, yet she was acutely aware of his inherent coldness. Chun-Yi said, "There is something I believe I should bring to your attention." "What is it?" he inquired. Chun-Yi replied, "The young girl named Ning Ye, whom Mr. Fu brought in today, discreetly approached me during her nebulizer treatment, requesting that I prescribe her some sleeping pills." Jiang Lu's expression turned serious, his voice taking on a stern tone. "Did you prescribe them to her?" "How could I?" Chun-Yi exclaimed. "I wouldn't dare to prescribe such medication casually. I intended to inform you at the time, but then an emergency case came in, and I completely forgot. I only recalled it just now when I was about to go for lunch." "I understand," Jiang Lu responded. After Chun-Yi departed, he contemplated for a moment before dialing Fu Yunting's number. However, he found Fu Yunting was already on another call. Frowning, he hung up, planning to call back later. At that very moment, Fu Yunting was engaged in a conversation with a proctor from the school. Coincidentally, the proctor, Su Lei, had been a classmate of Fu Yunting. Today, while waiting for Ning Ye, he had encountered Su Lei exiting the teaching building. They exchanged a few words and exchanged contact information. Now, the tone from the other end was somewhat grave. "Do you know a senior student named Ning Ye?" Fu Yunting frowned. "Yes, she is my brother's child." "Why?" "So she's indeed a member of the Fu family," Su Lei said, taking a drag from his cigarette. We just had a faculty gathering, and they were discussing that child. She must be feeling quite distressed today at school. What's the matter? Did her mother contract AIDS? Fu Yunting fell silent. Sule quickly understood. It seems that, due to her background, news has spread throughout the school today, and the public sentiment is rather intense, especially in her exam room, where everyone is aware she is the child of a mistress whose mother has AIDS. They are reluctant to let her sit with them, even moving her desk next to the garbage bin. The invigilator in their examination hall hails from our hometown. She is quite reasonable. Initially, I felt that the student's behavior was somewhat excessive and considered asking her to return to her place. However, the entire classroom was abuzz with rumors, labeling her as the child of a mistress, alleging that she was HIV positive, and claiming her private life was chaotic. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. The teacher, who had intended to assist her, found herself overwhelmed by the student's agitation, leading to a situation spiraling out of control. Ultimately, she had no choice but to allow the student to proceed with the examination. Fu Yunting stood on the balcony, clutching her phone, remaining largely silent. Sule remarked that the pressure of the college entrance examination is already substantial, and in recent months, numerous incidents have occurred. The invigilator was concerned for the child's well-being, fearing she might be bullied, and was at a loss for whom to contact. In her distress, she sought information from her classmates and discovered that the student belonged to the Fu family. As I only know you from the Fu family, I felt it necessary to inform you of this situation. Chapter 57. Shortly after concluding the phone call, the two parties hung up. Regardless of the circumstances, Ning Ye was indeed the child of Fu Jingye and an external woman. Whether Fu Yunting would take responsibility remained uncertain in Sule's mind. After all, he possessed a modicum of understanding about their social circle. In this realm, illegitimate children are seldom acknowledged. Their existence is not only met with scorn, but is also considerably more arduous than that of those born into conventional families. Even if they were to perish one day, it would evoke little more than indifference among them. Moreover, at the end of the day, Ning Ye was not Fu Yunting's child, making her difficult to manage. Meanwhile, shortly after Fu Yunting had hung up, his phone rang again. He glanced down to see it was Jiang Lu. Previously, when he was engaged in conversation with Sule, Jiang Lu had attempted to reach him, but he had chosen not to answer. Now, he answered the call, his tone devoid of warmth. "Hello?" Jiang Lu inquired. "Are you busy?" Fu Yunting replied, "No, what is it?" Without preamble, Jiang Lu asked, "Did you bring your little niece over today, merely for a fever?" Fu Yunting's brow furrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" Jiang Lu elaborated. "Chun Yi just visited me and mentioned that while she was administering nebulization, your niece quietly asked if there were any sleeping pills available." Fu Yunting fell silent. Jiang Lu continued, "I noticed your concern for her, so I thought it prudent to inform you." In the bathroom, Ning Ye had finished her shower but did not immediately exit. She tidied her belongings, feeling too embarrassed to ask Fu Yunting to take her undergarments to the dry cleaner, and it was even more mortifying to hang them out to dry separately. The thought was too shameful. Utilizing the dim light of a candle, she took a basin and hand-washed all her clothes. She was in a rather poor state, as the thought of Fu Yunting in the living room and that kiss in the dark corridor left her apprehensive about emerging. She washed at a leisurely pace, took her time brushing her teeth, arranged her toothbrush and toothpaste neatly, and lingered inside for a considerable while before finally stepping out. When Ning Ye emerged from the bathroom, she found Fu Yunting seated on the sofa. Under the dim light of the living room, the contours of his features appeared even more sharply defined and austere. Ning Ye felt her heart skip a beat, hesitating in her steps as she stood still for a moment, not daring to approach him. Instead, she went to the balcony to hang up her clothes. Once she finished hanging the laundry, she felt too shy to greet Fu Yunting. Yet she could not simply retreat into the room. Therefore, she stood at a distance, softly calling out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting glanced at her, stood up, retrieved the medicine from the cabinet, and poured a glass of water, handing them to her. "Take your medicine first, and then we shall talk." Upon hearing this, Ning Ye's heart raced. Given that Fu Yunting had just kissed her and they had scarcely exchanged any words, his continued silence had created an oppressive atmosphere. The prospect of him wanting to discuss matters suddenly reminded her of his earlier question this morning about whether she was prepared to involve herself in his emotional affairs. Ning Ye lowered her head, extending her hand to receive the medicine and water from Fu Yunting, her fingers tightening around the cup. Due to her anxiety, her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "What does my uncle wish to discuss with me?" Fu Yunting replied calmly, "First, take your medicine." Thus, Ning Ye had no choice but to lower her head and comply. The knowledge that Fu Yunting wanted to talk made her consume the medicine slowly. She sensed that beneath his tranquil gaze lay a tempest of unsaid words, not mirroring the serenity of his eyes. Furthermore, she perceived that his complexion had not improved. It remained unchanged from when he had escorted her out of the hospital or when he had leaned in to kiss her in the corridor. Such an atmosphere perpetually instilled fear within Ning Ye, making her feel as though he might, at any moment, infringe upon her personal space with another kiss. With her head bowed, she meticulously took her medication, daring not to make a sound. Fu Yunting awaited her patiently, embodying a calm before the storm. Upon finishing her medicine, she slowly drank the water he had poured for her. She was uncertain of the significance of her actions, yet it seemed that by prolonging her consumption, the impending danger might also be delayed. After she completed her task, Fu Yunting collected the medicine and cup, and soon, she heard the sound of running water from the kitchen, indicating he was washing the cup. This recollection transported Ning Ye back to the first time Fu Yunting had brought her home, a time when he had not yet openly indulged in passionate kisses. What she feared most was his mention of the events from that night in Haicheng. Unlike now, when even a slight movement or a deeper emotional expression from him left her breathless. With her head bowed, she gazed at her toes, her delicate neck slightly bent, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the sofa. Moments later, Fu Yunting's footsteps approached from the kitchen, drawing nearer to her. She felt the oppressive aura he exuded, her heart constricting slightly. As he passed by, his towering figure nearly enveloped her. Ning Ye held her breath. Fu Yunting settled onto the sofa beside her, casting his gaze in her direction. The flickering candlelight in the room accentuated the depth of his features, rendering his calm gaze unsettlingly intense. Ning Ye's voice was soft and fragile, her chest feeling equally tender. She perceived this situation akin to an interrogation. Gathering her courage, she inquired once more, "Uncle, what do you wish to talk about?" Fu Yunting, seated there, could not resist lighting a cigarette. As he smoked, Ning Ye fell silent. He was usually considerate, often opting to smoke on the balcony or in areas where the smoke would not reach her. Rarely did he indulge in smoking in the living room in her presence. Yet, at this moment, he succumbed to the urge. He remained silent, inhaling deeply for quite some time. No one knew that with each puff he took, he genuinely yearned to pin Ning Ye down and kiss her fervently, to frighten her deeply. He felt that he had been overly lenient with her just moments ago in the corridor. Fu Yunting drew on his cigarette, having consumed nearly half of it, and began to speak in a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. He inquired, "What was the reason for your poor performance in both subjects today?" Chapter 58. A discussion. Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Fu Yunting would pose such a question. Just moments prior, while he spoke, she could distinctly perceive the profound understanding reflected in his eyes. This depth of insight was something she had encountered only twice before. The first instance was during Chan Su's birthday in that dimly lit room, when he had approached her with an overwhelming intensity. The second occurrence transpired merely half an hour ago in the corridor of their building. Both instances heralded a kiss from him, instilling within Ning Ye a sense of dread and fear, leaving her with significant emotional scars. Thus, when she found herself subjected to Fu Yunting's gaze, her heart began to quiver with an unsettling mix of fear and vulnerability. At that moment, as he uttered his question, she was uncertain whether her heart had eased or tensed further, for she did not comprehend the meaning behind his inquiry. However, being one accustomed to deceit, and having suffered many betrayals throughout her life, she had trained herself to firmly engrave her lies into her memory. Though she struggled to decipher Fu Yunting's intent, she recalled her own response when he had last questioned her. Ning Ye parted her lips, poised to speak, but before she could utter a word, Fu Yunting's calm voice interjected, imbued with an air of admonition. "Ning Ye, think carefully before you speak." She fell silent, contemplating the implications of his words. After considerable reflection, she hesitated to ascertain their meaning, ultimately opting for the safest course of action. In a barely audible voice, she confessed, "I was unable to come this morning due to a fever and didn't have time for an examination. This afternoon." She paused, then quietly added, "Perhaps Fu Yu's words affected me slightly." However, her sentence was abruptly interrupted as Fu Yunting, seated on the sofa, fixed his gaze upon her and stated gravely, "During your exam this afternoon, the desks and chairs were moved aside." Ning Ye fell silent, her eyes gradually becoming moist. She lowered her head even further. "Why didn't you mention it when I asked you this afternoon? Why didn't you speak up?" Ning Ye remained seated, her complexion paling slightly. Why didn't she speak up? Because she had been caught off guard. Throughout her life, no one had ever informed her that events occurring at school warranted communication with her parents. She had always been engulfed in fear. Fear of what transpired at school. Fear of the Fu family discovering it. Fear of the next slap and the encroaching darkness. Fear that no matter how fervently she knocked, no one would answer her pleas. The hurtful words and actions of others, though harsh and piercing, paled in comparison to the consequences inflicted upon her by the Fu family. Moreover, she was undeniably the daughter of a mistress. Her mother had indeed contracted AIDS, and they had undeniably shattered another family. Thus, the vitriol directed at her, the act of relocating her desk and chair to the vicinity of the trash bin, and the unrestrained exposure of her vulnerabilities before the teacher, though it pained her, it was not entirely incomprehensible. After all, the specter of AIDS evokes an innate fear in everyone. Even she, upon first hearing of it, was gripped by terror, unable to sleep for several nights, borrowing money from others to visit the health center alone for testing. How could she possibly confide in Fu Yunting about such matters? The very source of those crushing rumors originated from the Fu family, from the beloved little niece of Fu Yunting. To the Fu family, they were the quintessential uncle and niece. No matter how much Fu Yunting cared for her, she remained unequivocally a child born out of wedlock. Moreover, her apprehension towards Fu Yunting was so profound that she could hardly muster the courage to approach him, let alone divulge her plight. Ning Ye's voice was somewhat hoarse. After a prolonged silence, she softly replied, "I believe their words have not significantly impacted me, hence there is no need to mention it." Fu Yunting regarded Ning Ye, who sat before him with her head bowed, and took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze penetrating. "Then what do you deem necessary to discuss?" Ning Ye pressed her lips together, falling silent. Fu Yunting pressed on, "Aside from these matters, is there anything else affecting your college entrance examination?" There were indeed other influences, particularly Fu Yunting and Fu Jingye, which loomed large. Yet, Ning Ye did not dare to voice this. She gently shook her head, observing her lowered demeanor. Fu Yunting paused in silence before inquiring, "Or is there anything you are concealing from me that I am unaware of?" Ning Ye, with her lips pursed and head bowed, her eyes reddening, pondered for a long time before softly responding, "No, nothing at all." Fu Yunting then asked, "Have you been unable to sleep these past few days?" Chapter 059. A conversation. Ning Ye paused momentarily, upon being questioned by Fu Yunting. She became acutely aware that he must have learned about her request for sleeping pills from Chen Su. Initially, she intended for Chen Su not to inform Fu Yunting, but time had eluded her. At this juncture, Ning Ye dared not fabricate a lie, softly affirming, "A little." After a brief hesitation, perhaps fearing further scrutiny, she added in a hushed voice, "I mentioned it to you before." Indeed, she had brought it up, yet Fu Yunting had dismissed it at the time, and that night. Ning Ye did manage to fall asleep in the latter half. Fu Yunting inquired, "Why couldn't you sleep?" Ning Ye replied, quietly, "The pressure is quite overwhelming." Fu Yunting remained silent, drawing on a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, casting an enigmatic shadow over his darkened gaze. His eyes were fixed upon Ning Ye, causing her spine to stiffen in discomfort. In truth, it was only natural for Ning Ye to struggle with sleep under such circumstances. No one could expect to find solace in slumber while residing in an internet CAF during the Gaokao, the rigorous college entrance examination. Moreover, the issue of being ostracized during the Gaokao was not something Fu Yunting could easily rectify. The sheer number of individuals involved posed a significant challenge, compounded by the pervasive fear surrounding HIV/AIDS in society. The hostility directed at Ning Ye came from various schools, and since it did not constitute a crime, addressing it was fraught with difficulty. Fu Yunting's silence extended, and Ning Ye felt a bead of cold sweat forming in her palm. After an indeterminate span, Fu Yunting finally spoke. Aside from these matters, is there anything else that could affect your Gaokao? Ning Ye's fingers instinctively curled, and she moved her lips to say no. Was it a genuine lack of concerns, or merely a fade? Ning Ye insisted, no. Just then, Fu Yunting's phone rang, and Ning Ye glanced at it. Noticing it was a call from Jiang Chuman, Fu Yunting cast a fleeting look at the screen, but chose not to answer. Ning Ye's heart began to race, and she asked softly, "Why don't you answer?" Fu Yunting met her gaze momentarily before turning away to retrieve the phone. Ning Ye had no habit of eavesdropping on others' conversations, and she felt it would be improper to listen to Fu Yunting speaking with Jiang Chuman. She turned to Fu Yunting and said, "Then, uncle, I shall return to my room to rest." Fu Yunting glanced at her once more, causing her to freeze in place. He did not dismiss her nor suggest she return to her room, instead answering the call. "Hello?" The room fell silent, and Ning Ye could distinctly hear Jiang Chuman's melodious voice on the other end, imbued with a confident gentleness. "Azon will be returning in a few days. I wanted to inquire about your specific return date." Fu Yunting replied, "Not yet certain." Jiang Chuman tentatively asked Ting, "What exactly do you need to attend to upon your return?" As Fu Yunting inhaled the smoke, he responded, "It concerns a personal matter. Can't you share it with me?" Jiang Chuman pressed. Fu Yunting remained silent. His lack of response conveyed a clear message. He would not divulge further. After a brief pause, Jiang Chuman recognized that Fu Yunting rarely confided in her regarding his undertakings, and the decisions he made were seldom subject to alteration by anyone else. In the past, Jiang Chuman would not have felt such unease, yet for reasons unknown, this time she was particularly anxious. However, whenever Fu Yunting fell silent, Jiang Chuman hesitated to inquire further. After a brief pause, she said, "Please return as soon as possible. We are all waiting for you." Fu Yunting responded with a non-committal "And what about your examination?" Jiang Chuman inquired. "Has the instructor contacted you?" "Yes, he has." "What did he say?" The details remain uncertain. At a loss for words, Jiang Chuman felt compelled to conclude the call. "Then please rest early. I'll hang up now." During their conversation, Ning Ye had been listening intently. She yearned to ask whether he would marry Jiang Chuman, but upon meeting Fu Yunting's gaze, she dared not voice her thoughts. Fu Yunting's eyes fell upon her as he remarked, "For the upcoming exams, I will arrange for the invigilator to move your seat back. You should go to bed. If you find it difficult to sleep, consider taking some medication. I will have someone bring it to you shortly." Ning Ye lowered her head, unsure of what to say, and simply replied, "Thank you, uncle. I will return to my room now." After she retreated to her room, sleep eluded her. Each time she closed her eyes, visions of Fu Yunting leaning in to kiss her flooded her mind. That night, she tossed and turned, consumed by fear and anxiety, oscillating between being frightened of Fu Yunting and worrying that her insomnia would affect her performance on the impending college entrance examination. After the events of the day, she truly felt she could not approach Fu Yunting for sleeping pills unless absolutely necessary. As the clock approached 3, she finally sat up, her heart racing with urgency. The harder she tried to sleep, the more anxious she became, and the more anxious she felt, the less she could rest. After much hesitation, she rose from her bed and made her way to the door. She stood at the threshold for some time before finally opening it. Inside, Fu Yunting remained slumbering on the sofa. Ning Ye's palms grew clammy, and her heart raced. In the enveloping darkness, compounded by the memories of the kiss that had kept her awake half the night, she felt a surge of trepidation. Remembering her experience from the previous night, she kept her distance from Fu Yunting. Her voice trembled as she softly called out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting's slumber was light, almost as soon as she opened the door. He awoke, sitting up on the sofa and turning his gaze toward her. Chapter 060, a discussion on the dark in the depths of the night. His calm gaze was darker than the shadows enveloping the room, fixated upon Ning Ye, who stood before him with her head bowed. Unable to sleep, she murmured softly, "Yes." Fu Yunting glanced at his phone. It read 3:45. He scrutinized her for an extended moment, causing Ning Ye to feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Fu Yunting remarked, "At this hour, if you intend to take medication, you must consider whether you will be able to rise tomorrow." He had intended to suggest that she could stay with him, but recalling how he had startled her in the hallway earlier, he realized that such a proposal would only deepen her fears. He did not wish to frighten her further. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Ye was already feeling anxious and unsure of how to proceed. However, upon hearing his words, she hesitated to take the medication. Standing before Fu Yunting, she was paralyzed by fear. "Then I will return home," she stated, awaiting his nod of approval. Yet Fu Yunting showed no intention of acquiescing. After a moment's contemplation, he rose and approached her. His towering figure in the dim light exuded an immense pressure, prompting Ning Ye to instinctively take a step back. Nevertheless, Fu Yunting advanced, reaching out to pull her close. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she gasped, "Uncle." Fu Yunting replied, "Since I cannot sleep inside, I might as well sleep out here." Ning Ye's legs trembled with anxiety. Her heart constricted as she began to struggle. Fu Yunting grasped her chin, and she held her breath. He asserted, "If I truly wish to kiss you, I could do so right now." Ning Ye pressed her lips tightly together, her body rigid. Yet her chest felt as if it were about to burst, trembling uncontrollably. Fu Yunting enveloped her in his arms and made his way to the sofa, where he laid down, cradling her against him. Her face nestled against his chest. She found herself surrounded by his overwhelming presence, immobilized by fear. As Fu Yunting held her close, he could no longer restrain himself. He lifted her chin and leaned in to kiss her in the darkness. Ning Ye felt as though her heart had ceased to beat, yet it pounded violently within her. Breathless, she pushed against him, but soon her resistance faded, and she softened in his embrace. His lips captured hers, wet and insistent, as he maneuvered her to lean against the back of the sofa, his tongue sweeping over her. Ning Ye felt herself yielding completely, though Fu Yunting's actions were not brutal, at least not as forceful as that time by the door or in the hallway earlier. Yet still, an overwhelming sense of tension enveloped her. When Fu Yunting finally let go of her, she herself was unaware of the moment. She only knew that he had paused, gazing at her, and said, "Ning Ye, breathe." Ning Ye exhibited no reaction at all, as she gradually began to breathe. Fu Yunting had already buried her face in his chest. Ning Ye remained still, too apprehensive to make any sudden movements. The kiss left her feeling utterly weak and drained. She pondered the fact that Fu Yunting seemed entirely indifferent to his role as her uncle. However, she was overwhelmed with fear, her skin tingling where it made contact with his. That night, whether it was due to her overwhelming anxiety, she unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. Yet, the following morning, she awoke early to find herself not in bed, but on the sofa, nestled in Fu Yunting's embrace. Moreover, the man's reaction was both unavoidable and undeniable. Ning Ye jolted awake, and, as memories of the previous night flooded back, a chill ran down her spine. The places Fu Yunting had touched felt as if they were contracting sharply, akin to the prick of a needle. How could she possibly remain there? She hurriedly attempted to stealthily extricate herself from his hold. The moment she stirred, Fu Yunting awoke. "Awake?" he inquired. At his question, Ning Ye froze, sitting there, her body caught between his chest and the back of the sofa, fearfully whispering, "Uncle." Fu Yunting sat up, his eyes clear and unruffled, devoid of the disheveled appearance one might expect upon waking. Instead, his deep, contemplative gaze bore down on Ning Ye, laden with an intensity that pressed upon her. "Are you getting up, or shall we rest a while longer?" Ning Ye could not dare to linger in slumber any longer. She scooted back, lowering her head, avoiding Fu Yunting's gaze, and muttered softly, "No more sleep." Fu Yunting replied, "It's still early. You may rest a bit longer." Ning Ye's voice was barely audible. "No need, uncle." He showed no intent to press her further, rising to attend to his morning routine. As he went to wash up, Ning Ye felt too timid to follow. She quickly got up from the sofa and returned to her room. She sat there for quite some time, unable to deceive herself any longer about Fu Yunting's feelings. His restraint did not stem from any concern for her, but from his own choices. Time passed slowly, the sky outside not yet fully brightening. Glancing at her phone, she noted the early hour. She had barely slept for 3 hours. Ning Ye bit her lip, hesitant to re-enter the room. She sat there, waiting for time to inch by, until she could no longer postpone the inevitable. Finally, her legs trembling, she stood and opened the door to head to the bathroom. After freshening up, she found breakfast ready on Fu Yunting's side. He looked at her steadily, and said, "Change your clothes and come eat breakfast." Ning Ye nodded in response. During breakfast, Ning Ye remained remarkably silent, her head bowed, too timid to meet Fu Yunting's gaze. As he finished his meal and moved slightly, she would instinctively tense up, startled. Even when he merely reached for his phone, she felt her entire body stiffen, though she would soon compel herself to relax once more. As they drove to the examination venue, Fu Yunting was at the wheel while Ning Ye pressed herself against the car door, her eyes fixated on the outside world, wishing she could meld into the glass. Halfway through their journey, Fu Yunting abruptly turned the steering wheel, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. Ning Ye's heart clenched tightly, a pang of discomfort spreading through her chest. The interior of the car fell into a profound silence, with Fu Yunting choosing not to speak immediately. Left with no choice, Ning Ye sat quietly, awaiting his words. After an indeterminate span of time, Fu Yunting finally broke the stillness, stating that once she completed this exam, they would have a serious conversation. Ning Ye understood then. This time, he truly intended to address the matter of the kiss. Chapter 061 Prelude 1 Ning Ye sat there, her complexion pale as a ghost. The mere mention of Fu Yunting's kiss filled her with trepidation and fear. She contemplated telling him she wished to avoid the topic, yet she lacked the courage to voice it. Uncertain of how he would approach the conversation, Ning Ye remained silent. Fu Yunting, too, made no effort to compel her to speak, his piercing gaze akin to the weighty dusk, enveloping the atmosphere in silence before he resumed driving. The journey was steeped in quietude. Ning Ye remained composed on the surface, yet her anxiety was palpable. She dared not cast even a sidelong glance at Fu Yunting. This sensation eclipsed her usual dread of the examination room and her peers. She pressed her lips tightly together, her heart racing with urgency. In such a state, it was impossible for her to calm her nerves and focus on the impending exam. As the car navigated towards Shuechu No. 3 Middle School, traffic began to thicken upon arrival. Surrounding them were parents bustling to drop off their children for the Gaokao. Fu Yunting parked the vehicle but did not immediately disengage the safety lock. His inaction caused Ning Ye to tense further. She timidly called out, "Uncle?" Her voice was strained with anxiety. Fu Yunting replied, "Focus on your exam. Do not dwell on anything else." Yet how could she not? Reluctantly, she responded, "All right, I understand." As the examination time approached, Fu Yunting did not allow her another word, unlocking the car door. The soft click released some tension in her chest. After exiting the vehicle, she paused, turning back to face the car door, her head bowed. She sensed Fu Yunting's gaze upon her, calm yet penetrating, as if it could pierce through her very being. In a hushed tone, she said, "Uncle, I will take my leave now." Fu Yunting remained silent for a moment before responding with a simple, With that, Ning Ye closed the door and walked toward the examination hall. However, she had scarcely gone a few steps when she spotted Fu Jinya, Fu Ji, and Chen Su returning after dropping off Fu Yu. Fu Jinya and Fu Ji did not notice her, but as they nearly passed by, Chen Su reached out to touch Fu Jinya, prompting him to turn around. Chen Su approached Ning Ye, calling out, "Xiao Yi." Fu Jinya paused, then walked toward her as well. Ning Ye stood still, not moving. When they reached her, she lowered her head and quietly greeted, "Father, Auntie." Fu Jinya inquired, "How did yesterday's exam go?" Ning Ye remained silent for a considerable time, an ache swelling in her heart, before she replied, "It was fine." Fu Jinya looked down at her, noticing her unusual silence, a stillness so profound it was at times forgettable. Unlike Fu Yu, who would express her emotions freely in his presence, Ning Ye's demeanor led to diminished attention from him over time. The adage that a crying child receives candy held its truth. In order to avoid familial discord, he often unconsciously accommodates Fu Ji and Fu Yu, inadvertently sidelining Ning Ye. It is a common flaw of human nature to seek excitement and true love in youth. However, as one matures, the emphasis shifts towards the stability and harmony of family life. Particularly in his circumstance, he feels a sense of indebtedness towards Fu Ji and Fu Yu, who have been cherished and pampered by the elder Mr. Fu. They have never held back their ire when it was warranted. Fu Ji has reached an age where he can stand on his own, and Fu Jinya consistently offers him equality and respect. Yet, Fu Ji's respect for him is rooted in his attitude toward family. as well as in the manner he handles situations when Fu Yu erupts in anger over Ning Ye's matters. Thus, his attention is frequently directed towards Fu Ji and Fu Yu, often neglecting to consider Ning Ye. Most of the time, he recalls her through the words of Chun Su, who mentions having bought clothes for Ning Ye, which she likely did not wear due to her disinterest. During significant family gatherings, while everyone else arrives on time, she is often late. Over time, this leads him to perceive Ning Ye as inconsiderate, yet he feels powerless to address it, for he too bears a sense of obligation towards her. Ultimately, this leaves him with an uneasy feeling. However, at this moment, observing Ning Ye, who is attending the college entrance examination alone, a sense of guilt washes over him as he gently says, "Do well on your exam." Yet, he refrains from mentioning the events of the previous day or inquiring if they affected her, nor does he offer comfort regarding Fu Yu's remarks. Ning Ye bites her lip, feeling somewhat distressed, and she softly nods. Chun Su kindly inquires, "How had you been staying with your uncle?" Chapter 062 Prelude 2 Upon the mere mention of Fu Yunting. Ning Ye instantly became vigilant, her mind unwittingly drifting to the absurd kisses from the previous night. She tightened her delicate, pale fingers, feeling a flutter of anxiety, and remarked, "It's fortunate." Chun Su responded, "As long as it's fortunate." However, Ye was not in good spirits yesterday. She fussed and caused a ruckus after returning home, seemingly affecting her performance in the afternoon's examination. She vented her frustration on your father, refused to eat upon returning, and only after much coaxing from your grandfather did she consume a little. Ning Ye it, somehat does it. Chun Su sighed, saying, though she managed to eat a bit, it was not much. Afterward, she insisted on calling her uncle. After several attempts, your uncle did not answer, which infuriated her, leading her to throw her phone and lock herself in her room, leaving us utterly worried. We feared this incident would impact her examination today. Your father hardly slept last night. Fu Yu had always excelled academically, and her family placed significant importance on her results. Ning Yu was a loss for words. Yet her eyes began to redden at Chun Su's account. Lowering her head, she remained silent for a considerable time before suggesting, "Perhaps you could comfort her. In fact, you could invite Uncle back to the Fu family villa. I can manage alone there." Fu Jingye found the suggestion reasonable, saying, "I shall inquire about it." Ning Ye opened her mouth, but could utter no further words. They had scarcely been standing there when onlookers began to point and whisper. The same derogatory remarks, "Mistress, aids, shameless," echoed around them. Ning Ye felt increasingly uncomfortable and softly said, "Father, Aunt, I shall be late for my examination." Fu Jingye replied, "Then you must hurry to the examination hall." Ning Ye nodded, saying, "I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Father, Aunt." With that, she moved past Fu Jingye. As Ning Ye made her way to the examination hall, she noticed the whispers continued, yet she pressed her lips together, arriving at the venue. It seemed someone had taken the initiative to rearrange her desk and chair, ensuring they were returned to their rightful place, with no one attempting to discard them into the trash. Standing at the classroom door for a moment, she finally stepped inside, only to find her peers shifting their chairs away from her. In the entire back row, only Ning Ye's seat remained occupied, while the surrounding area was left vacant. She hesitated for a moment, but said nothing, quietly sitting in her chair, her pencil case gripped tightly in her hands, lips pursed. After a lengthy pause, she set down her pencil case, feeling a haze descend over her mind, her face paling noticeably. Before long, the invigilating teacher approached, the same one from the previous day. Upon entering, she did not immediately announce the examination rules, but instead cast her gaze upon those who had moved their chairs away. It seemed they were genuinely reluctant to sit with Ning Ye, as they had all shifted their seats to the side, leaving her solitary in her corner. The teacher's expression was rather grim as he said, "Everyone, please take your seats and push your chairs back. If this disruption continues, I will have no choice but to address it as a breach of discipline." The atmosphere around began to escalate. A student, visibly distressed, raised her voice sharply, "Teacher, she has AIDS. Why must we be forced to sit with her? Isn't that a bit excessive?" The teacher's demeanor grew increasingly serious. "If you feel scared, you may leave. Why should we be the ones to leave? Not her. She's the one with AIDS, not us." Another student chimed in. "Exactly. Teacher, are you protecting her? supporting such a shameless woman? Ning Ye sat silently in her chair, not uttering a word. The proctor was losing control over the situation, and shortly thereafter, a formidable male administrator arrived. He stated, "I will not tolerate any further noise. Return your chairs immediately, or I will report all of you for misconduct, resulting in the nullification of your examination." His words caused a stir within the classroom. Eventually, a few students stood and returned their chairs. Once the administrator departed, the proctor began to outline the examination rules and requirements. Before long, the examination bell rang, but Ning Ye's mind was tumultuous, preoccupied with thoughts of Fu Yunting and Chen Su's earlier remarks. Having hardly slept the previous night, her head throbbed and anxiety crept in. After a while, she gradually regained her composure and began to tackle the paper. It seemed that she was experiencing a resurgence. Perhaps because the questions in this subject were simpler than those in the previous two, many of which she had encountered before. Thus, she found herself performing more steadily in this examination. When the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, she had reviewed all the questions she was uncertain about. As the proctor instructed the students to exit the classroom, she remained seated until everyone else had departed, then followed slowly behind. Upon exiting, she headed straight for the restroom. But before she could enter, she caught sight of several individuals loitering at the corner, casting glances in her direction. Ning Ye hesitated, her instinct urging her to flee. One of the men approached her with an intimidating demeanor. "Ah, off to use the restroom, are we?" he remarked. Ning Ye bit her lip, hesitating to enter the restroom, her desire to leave intensifying. "Don't go. Let us have a chat," he insisted. "You seem quite well connected to be attending this school." Ning Ye's delicate fingers clenched tightly as she replied, "I'm not. No school would extend such support to you, especially with the administrator coming over," the man sneered, echoing her words. Behind him loomed several other males. Ning Ye felt the urge to flee but knew she wouldn't outrun them. Just as the man stepped closer, preparing to speak, a teacher arrived on the scene, witnessing the encounter and admonishing, "What is going on here?" The young man turned around and, upon recognizing it was his teacher, shrugged and said, "I'm just here having a smoke. Smoking is prohibited on school grounds." The teacher reprimanded. Immediately, he extinguished his cigarette, smiling at Ning Ye as he spoke. Ning Ye chose to ignore him, hastily following the teacher like a little shadow. It was not until they descended the stairs that she finally exhaled, feeling a sense of urgency due to her prolonged examination. She dared not venture into crowded areas and made her way toward the less populated side of the science building. After finishing in the restroom, she received a call from Fu Yunting. As she glanced at the caller ID, a wave of apprehension washed over her, and she hesitated to answer. The thought of hearing Fu Yunting's voice filled her with dread. Yet, she could not ignore the call. Doing so would surely provoke his inquiries. Ning Ye was profoundly fearful of Fu Yunting prying into her affairs. Chapter 063 Prelude 3 Ning Ye gazed at her phone for quite some time before answering in a soft voice. "Uncle, are you out yet?" "Yes, I'm coming right over." Fu Yunting replied, falling silent afterward. "I'll hang up then, Uncle," she said, ending the call and making her way toward the exit. The school was mostly deserted at this hour, yet recalling her earlier encounter with a certain individual, Ning Ye quickened her pace slightly. By the time she reached the door, Fu Yunting was already waiting for her. Standing 2 meters away, she hesitated to approach any closer, coming to a standstill. Fu Yunting glanced in her direction, remaining still as he called out, "Come here." Her heart fluttered, and she bit her lip, inching toward him with trepidation. When she was about a meter away, she still could not muster the courage to advance further. Fu Yunting felt an urge to inquire whether he was a source of fear for her, but observing her demeanor, he swallowed the question. "How did the exam go?" he asked. Ning Ye's palms felt clammy. She could sense his gaze penetrating her. "It was fine," she replied, though her state of mind was far from assured. "Did anyone move your desk and chair?" "No, but it wasn't exactly better." She shook her head, adding, "I just sat in my original spot." Fu Yunting chose not to pursue the subject further. He turned and got into the car, and Ning Ye followed suit. Seated in the driver's seat, Fu Yunting's long, strong fingers gripped the steering wheel while Ning Ye nestled against the door after closing it. However, he did not start the engine immediately. After a prolonged silence, he asked, "Did you tell your father to have me return to the Fu family villa?" Ning Ye was taken aback, her heart racing. She opened her mouth to respond. Fu Yunting's voice was heavy with gravity. Ning Ye, tell me the truth. After a moment of silence, a wave of cold sweat broke out on her skin, and her heart felt unsteady. She finally managed to say no. Fu Yunting seemed poised to say more, but witnessing her reaction, he swallowed his words instead. He started the car, choosing not to revisit the topic, and instead inquired, "What would you like for lunch?" Ning Ye was so tense that it took her a moment to comprehend his question. She had never been picky about food. As a child, having her hunger satisfied was enough. No one had ever asked her what she wanted to eat. Thus, when Fu Yunting posed the question, she was momentarily at a loss, shaking her head and replying, "Anything is fine." He did not press further, steering the vehicle in the direction of home. As she observed the route they were taking, anxiety began to grip her heart once again. Throughout the journey, Fu Yunting remained relatively silent. But the memory of his earlier statement about wanting to discuss something after her exam weighed heavily on her mind, fueling her unease. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Fu Yunting exited the car, and Ning Ye followed him into the elevator. She remained perpetually silent, as quiet as she had been during countless comings and goings alongside him. Yet, this silence was different. Her heart was more taut than ever before, causing her entire being to feel weary and tender. In the confines of the elevator, Fu Yunting stood tall, his long legs encased in tailored trousers, his stern brow serene yet profound. His striking appearance was indeed rare, but so was his formidable presence. Few could withstand the intensity of his gaze. As the elevator ascended to the 8th floor, Fu Yunting stepped out, followed closely by Ning Ye. However, upon reaching the threshold of the room, her heart began to constrict. Her breathing became labored. Fu Yunting opened the door and entered, while Ning Ye hesitated. Her mind was consumed by the memory of Fu Yunting leaning in to kiss her. Noticing her distraction, Fu Yunting disregarded her and turned towards the kitchen. Only when he had distanced himself did Ning Ye hurry in. Once inside, she found herself at a loss as to where to go, even hesitating to sit on the living room couch, eventually retreating to her room instead. With an exam looming in the afternoon, she longed to take a brief nap. Yet sleep eluded her. Before long, the meal Fu Yunting had prepared was ready. 3 dishes and a soup, featuring steamed fish, tomato beef, and stir-fried greens. His culinary skills were exceptional. Even though Ning Ye was not a picky eater, she found his dishes to be authentically flavorful and delicious. However, today she could not appreciate the taste. Even a light conversation felt burdensome, as the pressure Fu Yunting exerted on her was overwhelming, nearly surpassing her capacity to bear it. Throughout the meal, Ning Ye remained silent, her heart racing erratically, and her fingers trembled around the chopsticks, struggling to grasp the food. Her appetite waned, and she could barely finish a small bowl, yet she compelled herself to eat a bit more. Unlike before, when she had eaten quickly in Fu Yunting's presence, he had noticeably slowed his pace these past few days. However, he still consumed his meal far more swiftly than she did. Once she finished, Fu Yunting said, "You should rest for a while. I will wake you when the time comes." Ning Ye bit her lip, standing up, her voice hoarse from the tension. "All right." After speaking, she dared not glance at Fu Yunting and turned to retreat to her room. Initially, she struggled to find rest. Her mind was a whirlwind, making it difficult to remain composed in Fu Yunting's presence. Additionally, Chun Su's words from earlier weighed heavily on her heart, and the encounter with the man who had blocked her in the restroom had unsettled her. Yet, the anxiety stemming from Fu Yunting loomed far larger than the latter two. The mere thought of having one more exam before Fu Yunting sought her out for a discussion kept her tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Chapter 64. Ning Ye tossed and turned in bed for quite some time before gradually succumbing to a semblance of slumber. Yet, just as she drifted into sleep, a chaotic dream enveloped her, leaving no trace in her memory. Before long, a knock at the door startled her awake. Rising from her bed, she sat for a while before finally dressing herself and stepping out. As she opened the door, her eyes fell upon Fu Yunting standing outside. She halted in her tracks, obediently addressing him as uncle. Fu Yunting replied, "Make sure you have everything ready. It's nearly time to head to the examination hall." Ning Ye nodded and turned back to gather her examination materials. Upon re-emerging, Fu Yunting regarded her and inquired, "Are you still feverish?" The fever that had plagued her the previous night had subsided, though her throat remained somewhat parched. She shook her head and replied, "No, uncle." Fu Yunting then turned away. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Ye approached the bar to fetch a glass of water, driven by her dry throat, and drank more than usual. Once finished, she joined Fu Yunting in awaiting the elevator. He walked ahead, leaving her to follow in his wake. Ning Ye lifted her gaze to his silhouette, noting his broad shoulders and upright posture, a figure of strength and grace, his physique remarkably proportioned. If only he were not her uncle. If he were not her uncle, perhaps she would not feel such trepidation. Yet, she swiftly dismissed that thought, realizing that a person like Fu Yunting would instill fear regardless of their familial ties. Daring not to gaze upon him any longer, she quickly averted her eyes. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Fu Yunting took the driver's seat while Ning Ye settled into the passenger side. They drove to Shuichu No. 3 High School. Midway through the journey, Ning Ye felt a pressing urgency, possibly from the excessive water she had consumed, yet she remained silent. When they arrived at the school, she exited the vehicle and bid farewell to Fu Yunting. He advised, "It's your final subject, do well." Ning Ye nodded affirmatively and turned to head toward the school. Having encountered that group of individuals earlier, she dared not venture to the restroom near the examination hall for fear of being cornered. Instead, she opted for the restroom in the science building. As she approached the first-floor lavatory, regret washed over her. She caught sight of the same group of men in the reflective glass. Panic surged within her, and she instinctively turned to flee, but they swiftly closed in. Where could she escape to? The man who had cornered her during lunch seized her roughly. As he yanked her, her phone slipped from her grasp. The man was aggressive, and she recognized him as the one who had exhibited the most malice towards her during the examination. Whether driven by a genuine fear of AIDS or the overwhelming pressure of the impending exams, he had displayed an unmistakable inclination towards violence in recent days. Ning Ye was engulfed in fear and anxiety, exclaiming, "What do you want? Let go of me." Yet, he did not release his grip. Instead, he struck her across the face, sending her vision into darkness. With a sinister laugh, he taunted, "Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the college entrance examination? I commanded you to sit beside the trash bin, yet you insisted on positioning yourself next to me. Are you aware that my performance in today's examination was severely hindered because of you? You refused my courteous invitation. Thus I am left with no choice but to impose a penalty upon you. Ching, why are you striking her? Be wary of her illness, lest it infect you." At that moment, as Ning struggled with all her might, her nails inadvertently grazed Lu Mingqing's arm, leaving behind a long, crimson mark. Lu Mingqing's expression darkened instantly, and he bellowed at Ning, "How dare you?" His face twisted with malice. He kicked towards Ning's abdomen. Coincidentally, a few individuals were nearby the restroom, the door ajar, and Ning was sent tumbling into the lavatory from the force of the kick, unable to rise for a while. Perhaps overwhelmed by fear from Ning's reaction, he couldn't restrain himself and followed her inside, delivering several more kicks. "You dare to grab me." Just then, the bell signaling the start of the college entrance examination rang. "Hurry, we'll be late for the exam." Lu Mingqing, filled with trepidation, dared not disclose to anyone that Ning had seized him. He felt disoriented as he turned to exit the restroom. Ning, drenched in cold sweat, managed to rise from the floor, only to hear the door slam shut behind her. Her complexion drained of color. Panic overtook her as she hurried to the door and pounded on it with all her strength. But soon, the door was locked from the outside. Overcome with fear, tears streamed down her cheeks. She swiftly turned, attempting to escape through the window, yet the restroom window was positioned far too high, just above her head, rendering her efforts futile. In desperation, she sobbed uncontrollably and returned to knock on the door again. Perspiration continued to pour from her body, but after a prolonged period of knocking, no one came to her aid. When the bell rang 15 minutes later, Ning's face turned ashen, devoid of any color. Standing there, she felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. After what felt like an eternity, she heard footsteps and wiped her tears before knocking on the door once more. The footsteps outside paused, and a woman's voice called out, "Is anyone in there?" Ning could not utter a sound, merely knocking again. Outside, Lu Mingqing had only used a branch to prop the door shut, and the woman removed it, opening the door. Upon seeing Ning, The cleaning lady was taken aback by her disheveled appearance. Half of her face swollen, her clothes marked with footprints. The lady expressed her concern. "What happened, young lady? You must be one of the candidates for the college entrance exam. How did you end up like this? Were you assaulted?" Tears welled in Ning's eyes once more. Observing her distress, the lady asked, "What's going on? Do you wish to report this?" Ning pressed her lips tightly together, moving to one side to retrieve her phone that had fallen to the ground, remaining silent. The lady, sensing her anxiety, inquired, "Are you all right, dear?" Ning stood there for a while before shaking her head. "Would you like me to take you to find a teacher? Or would you like me to assist in contacting your parents?" Ning Ye shook her head once more, clutching her phone as she made her way toward the school gate. The aunt, feeling uneasy, followed closely behind. Ning Ye held back her tears, her pain palpable, and walked slowly, her entire being enveloped in numbness. After what felt like an eternity, she finally approached the vicinity of the school gate. At that moment, she spotted Lu Mingqing, who had already submitted his exam paper, walking toward the gate in a daze, accompanied by a few others. Ning Ye gazed at him, transfixed. Then, her eyes fell upon a brick nearby. Without uttering a word, and before anyone could react, she seized a brick and swung it forcefully towards Lu Mingqing's head. Chapter 65. The unexamined Lu Mingqing had already been unsettled by the scratch from Ning Ye's nail earlier. Throughout the afternoon examination, he remained in a state of anxiety, utterly incapable of focusing on his test. Fearing the suspicion of those around him, he dared not confide in anyone. The entire afternoon passed in a haze. When the brick struck him, darkness enveloped his mind. Before he could comprehend the situation, Ning Ye had charged at him, sending him crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, she pinned him down and struck him with another brick, then seized his throat with an iron grip, her expression devoid of emotion as she tightened her hold. Initially, the nearby onlookers, including a woman, failed to grasp the unfolding chaos. Once they realized, a piercing scream erupted from her lips. The atmosphere quickly transformed into a cacophony. Lu Mingqing, overwhelmed and gasping for breath, found himself ensnared by Ning Ye's relentless grip. The scene erupted into turmoil, prompting someone to call the police. The commotion soon reached the parents waiting at the school gate, with some rushing to find security personnel. At that moment, Fu Yunting happened to be outside the school. As he glanced up, he spotted Ning Ye surrounded by a crowd, her body smeared with blood, her grip unwavering around a person's neck. Despite the efforts of bystanders to pull her away, she remained resolute. A wave of dread washed over Fu Yunting, compelling him to dash toward her. As he approached the school entrance, security halted him. "I'm the parent of that child," he asserted. The guard hesitated, uncertain, but ultimately allowed them passage as they hurried to Ning Ye's side. Before long, the sound of sirens pierced the air. The patrol vehicles arrived swiftly at the site of the college entrance examination. Several officers exited their vehicles, rushing toward the school. Meanwhile, the playground was now teeming with onlookers. Most of the students, having just completed their exams, stood frozen in shock, watching from a distance, too frightened to intervene. Among them, the woman who had been following Ning Ye was filled with urgency and fear, her legs trembling. It was only when Ning Ye struck Lu Mingqing with a second brick that she snapped to attention. Desperately, she approached Ning Ye, attempting to pull her away while expressing her panic. "Young lady, what are you doing? This could lead to a tragedy. You must let go." Yet, Ning Ye's grip remained steadfast. When Fu Yunting arrived at the scene, he was met with a harrowing sight. The young girl, covered in blood, appeared frail. Yet her eyes burned with intensity, an alarming contradiction. Several individuals tugged at Ning Ye, but she would not relent. "Ning Ye," Fu Yunting's voice cut through the chaos, firm and grave. Upon hearing his call, Ning Ye flinched, her gaze lifting to meet his. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Fu Yunting's heart sank as he recognized the turmoil etched on her face, confusion, despair, and numbness. Beneath her, Lu Mingqing fared even worse. Blood pooled at the back of his head, and his face was marred with bruises. As those around who were restraining Ning Ye heard someone call her name, they realized it must be her guardian and thus released their grip, turning their gazes towards Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting focused solely on Ning Ye. He approached her and gently took her hand, commanding her to let go. Ning Ye bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, yet she did not relent. "Ning Ye," Fu Yunting urged, With a quivering nose, she found herself perplexed by the torrent of tears, gazing at Fu Yunting until, after a prolonged moment, she gradually loosened her grip. However, her feet remained rooted to the spot. Fu Yunting lifted her off the ground just as the police arrived, shortly followed by an ambulance. They first placed Lu Mingqing onto the ambulance before cordoning off the scene. The officers then inquired among the onlookers about any eyewitnesses. Among the crowd, an aunt stood out as the most direct witness. The police asked her to identify all those involved, intending to take them to the station for statements. The aunt pointed out everyone who had been with Lu Mingqing. The officers instructed these individuals to accompany them. The remaining bystanders were asked to leave their contact information and were prevented from lingering. Once these matters were settled, the police intended to escort Ning Ye to a patrol car. However, her condition was dire. It was evident she had sustained significant injuries, with footprints on her body, one side of her face swollen, and blood, whether from Lu Mingqing or herself, staining her features. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, a clear indication of her pain. It was apparent she needed to be taken for examination. Fu Yunting insisted. "Let her get in my car. I will accompany you." He displayed his credentials to the police, who, after a moment of surprise, allowed him through. Turning to Ning Ye, he said, "Come with me." Ning Ye, lips pressed together, was covered in blood, her eyes welling with tears. After a moment's hesitation, she followed Fu Yunting outside. Pain coursed through her body, and she was uncertain whether Lu Mingqing had struck her organs or bones. Her clothes were dampened with perspiration. Fu Yunting had witnessed this state before, reminiscent of when she had been assaulted by Shu Yi. He glanced back at her and asked, "Were you hit?" Ning Ye remained silent, her lips sealed tight. Fu Yunting bent down and lifted her into his arms, making his way toward the exit. Ning Ye instinctively recoiled, resisting his embrace. Fu Yunting's expression darkened, an unprecedented gravity settling upon his features. "You would do well not to struggle," he warned. Chapter 66. No examination. Upon hearing the words, Ning Ye fell silent. Fu Yunting did not hesitate. He draped a coat over her shoulders and swiftly carried her toward the vehicle parked by the school entrance. The surrounding parents began to murmur upon seeing Ning Ye's condition. Ignoring their whispers, Fu Yunting reached the car, opened the door, placed her in the passenger seat, and took his place behind the wheel. He drove in silence, heading toward the hospital. The police had all boarded the vehicle in front, accompanying the ambulance as they rushed to the hospital. Fu Yunting's car followed closely behind. While he contacted Jianglu, their location was the nearest to Jianglu's hospital, so they would naturally head there. Jianglu paused momentarily, perplexed. "What do you mean?" he inquired. Fu Yunting explained, "There has been an incident at the school, and it may be serious. A person requires urgent medical attention. Please prepare accordingly." After a brief pause, he added, "Ensure that a skilled doctor is available." When Fu Yunting mentioned the severity, Jianglu understood the gravity of the situation and promptly replied, "Understood. I will arrange for personnel immediately." Fu Yunting ended the call. Ning Ye sat quietly in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed on the window, remaining silent as tears flowed silently down her cheeks. Fu Yunting felt an urge to smoke, still uncertain of the situation and unsure how to communicate with her. Suddenly, he was reminded of the night Ning Ye had consumed alcohol. On that occasion, when he had brought her to the hospital, she had been unconscious, clutching her stomach tightly. Her body curled up and her brow furrowed in distress. Wasting no time, Fu Yunting opened the car door as soon as they arrived at the hospital, hurried to her side, and bent down to lift her. As he embraced her, Ning Ye turned her head slightly, revealing her porcelain-white face and the faint traces of tears beneath her eyes. He paused, unable to articulate the emotions swirling within him. Initially, he intended to honor Ning Ye's wish to forget that night, but for reasons unknown, he suddenly found himself reluctant to dismiss it so easily. Yet, those memories were fleeting. He drove swiftly. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Lu Mingqing had already been taken into the emergency room. Fu Yunting carried Ning Ye from a car. She pressed her lips together, her nose and eyes reddened, tears continuing to flow silently. He took her directly upstairs. The second floor housed the emergency room, guarded by police. With witnesses present, Jianglu was nearby, and upon seeing the patient being brought in, he was struck with shock. When he noticed Fu Yunting carrying Ning Ye, he was momentarily stunned and quickly approached. What happened? Jiang Lu asked, observing Fu Yunting's grim expression and Ning Ye, covered in blood, which sent a shock through him. She was the one who caused the injury. The incident involved someone else inside, Fu Yunting replied. At this revelation, Jiang Lu was genuinely taken aback. The atmosphere grew somber as individuals gathered, and when you called me, I had already summoned the finest surgeon in the vicinity. Now, we can only await the outcome. Fu Yunting remarked, find a familiar female doctor and have her conduct an examination. He paused briefly before adding, obtain a report on the injuries. I requested someone to bring over a stretcher. Jiang Lu turned and called for Chun Yi once more. Fu Yunting then placed Ning Ye onto a chair. However, when a stretcher arrived, Ning Ye was somewhat uncooperative. Fu Yunting regarded her sternly, warning, Ning Ye, at this moment, it would be wise not to oppose me. Ning Ye fell silent. After Chun Yi had taken Ning Ye away, Fu Yunting made his way to the corner of the staircase and lit a cigarette. Jiang Lu approached and inquired, what is the situation? Fu Yunting replied, I am unsure. I have yet to ask. To this day, Jiang Lu could scarcely believe that the wound on Lu Miqing had been inflicted by Ning Ye. Chapter 067, Fu Yunting stood here, smoking a cigarette while awaiting the outcome from Lu Miqing. During this interval, he made a phone call, meticulously monitoring the internet to prevent any relevant videos from surfacing online. Meanwhile, the police were in contact with Lu Miqing's parents, as such a significant incident necessitated their presence. At that moment, Lu Miqing's parents were anxiously waiting outside the school gate, growing increasingly worried due to the prolonged absence of any news. When the incident occurred, the police had swiftly dispersed the crowd, and ambulances were on standby at each examination site, effectively containing the extent of the situation. While some might have been aware that something had transpired, the students were from different schools and did not know each other well. Thus, the identity of the individual involved remained largely unknown. Furthermore, the police had issued strict orders prohibiting anyone from filming or posting videos of the incident online, threatening to nullify examination results for violations. Consequently, the videos related to Ning Ye were tightly controlled and did not circulate. The few videos that existed merely depicted patrol cars and ambulances coming and going outside the school, along with a few shots of Fu Yunting carrying Ning Ye as they exited the premises, capturing only their silhouettes without revealing their faces. Therefore, those outside the school gate genuinely had no idea who was involved. When the police requested Lu Miqing's parents to come to the hospital, informing them that their son was in the emergency room, both parents felt as if the world had darkened around them and hurried towards the hospital. Upon arrival and seeing the crowd outside the emergency room, they glanced towards the room, and Lu's mother nearly fainted. Fortunately, Lu's father caught her and helped her to a nearby chair. Once she regained her composure, she began to wail, demanding to know who was responsible for this heinous act. Who could be so malicious as to threaten their son's life during such a crucial time? How could anyone be so heartless? My son is so young. How could someone resort to such cruelty? Lu's father appeared pale as well. Lu's mother exclaimed, who did this? I will not let them go unpunished. If anything happens to my son, I will ensure that they pay with their life. I will see them rot in prison for eternity. The police responded, Lu is still in the emergency room. Please do not panic. As the commotion escalated, Fu Yunting and Jiang Lu, hearing the noise, approached the scene. The police continued to soothe Lu Miqing's parents, urging them to remain calm, as this was an emergency room and they needed to keep the noise down. Lu's mother retorted, my son is inside. How can I remain calm? How can you expect me to be calm? The police replied, the situation is still under investigation. Your outburst will not help. We must await the doctor's report and listen to the eyewitness accounts. It was at this moment that Lu's mother noticed the individuals standing nearby. She wiped away her tears and managed to hold back her emotions. Fu Yunting and Jiang Lu stood silently beside her, observing that Lu's mother was gradually regaining her composure. The police resumed their inquiries with the witnesses. Among them, Ning Ye's aunt possessed the clearest understanding of the entire incident. The aunt was deeply unsettled and felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl. She recounted, I discovered that little girl in the restroom near the science building, locked inside. It seemed she had missed her last exam. When I arrived, there was blood on her forehead, and it appeared she had been seriously beaten. I asked her if she wanted me to contact a teacher or a parent, but the poor child seemed dazed, weeping silently, reminiscent of those who contemplate despair. It was quite concerning. During the college entrance examination period, encountering such a situation can be overwhelming for anyone. I feared for her safety, so I followed her. As she spoke, memories of first seeing Ning Ye in that restroom flooded back. The child was about the same age as her granddaughter, stirring an involuntary sense of compassion within her, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. She continued, "After that, I don't know how it escalated to violence." Pausing for a moment, she inquired, "Officer, will the young girl face criminal charges?" Chapter 68. The young police officer inquired. "We are currently unaware of the specific circumstances or who imprisoned her. We cannot hastily make a decision. We must await the completion of the investigation." The aunt found herself at a loss for words. The officer then questioned those who had accompanied Lu Mingqing. Fearful of implicating themselves, they exchanged nervous glances, hesitant to speak. The officer regarded them briefly before turning his attention to others. Among those present was a girl from Ning Ye's examination venue. She pursed her lips and remarked, "That young girl must be under tremendous pressure lately." The officer urged her to elaborate. The girl recounted the events that transpired at the examination hall, detailing everything from Ning Ye's arrival to the orchestrated insults and ostracism instigated by Lu Mingqing and others, which disrupted the order of the examination. Initially, Ning Ye's parents had been in an uproar, but upon hearing this account, their faces drained of color. The girl continued, "She was likely left with no choice. During these past few days of exams, she has endured great distress. Everyone hurled insults at her, accusing her of having AIDS, claiming her mother was a prostitute, and suggesting that she had been promiscuous. They said they saw her being called into a private room at night, engaging in a game of roulette and deep-sea bombs, and that she was taken to the hospital in the early hours, still with traces of those accusations." As the girl spoke, her voice faltered, tears welling in her eyes. With reddened eyes, she said, "Honestly, most people, faced with such circumstances, would probably choose to end their lives rather than endure it. What 18-year-old girl, especially during the Gaokao, could withstand such humiliation without breaking down? The impact of such words on a young girl is unfathomable. Yet, despite everything, she remained silent, bearing it all with remarkable composure. The teacher struggled to manage the students, while the girl reassured the teacher that sitting beside the trash can was acceptable. Over the past few days, I noticed her spirits waning, yet she diligently answered questions, likely determined to complete the examination. However, it was unthinkable that she would resort to violence unless truly cornered. As the aunt and the girl conversed, Fu Yunting listened quietly nearby. Since his arrival, he had remained silent. Jiang Lu also listened, astonished that so much turmoil could arise from what should have been a simple exam. The police officer's countenance grew serious. If Ning Ye had indeed been confined by Lu Mingqing, it constituted illegal detention, defamation, and malicious disruption of the examination, thereby obstructing students from taking their exams. Regardless of which charge was applicable, the severity of the situation was undeniable. He instructed his team to review the surveillance footage. Upon hearing the officer's intent to check the footage, Ning Ye's parents connected it to the remarks made by the aunt and the girl, and their faces paled once more. They never anticipated that within such a brief span of mere minutes, their son had transformed from a victim into an offender. Now, even if their son were to awaken, he would likely face the peril of imprisonment. Mrs. Lu could hardly stand, collapsing back in her chair. How could she dare to mention the prospect of suing Ning Ye? Upon hearing this, Fu Yunting turned away, promptly reaching out to a friend within the police force to initiate an investigation. He also contacted a lawyer. The young officer, having seen Fu Yunting's credentials, remained silent, recognizing the significance of Fu's connections within the city. Meanwhile, Chunyi had already conducted the examination on Ning Ye and arranged for her to be placed in a hospital room, administering medication and setting up in four. Once everything was in order for her, Chunyi made her way over. Upon seeing her approach, Fu Yunting and Jiang Lu moved toward Chunyi. Chunyi remarked, "The young girl has sustained quite serious injuries. She has a few fractured ribs." Chapter 069. At this moment, Lu's mother felt as though the world had gone dark before her eyes. Chun-Yi glanced in their direction, likely deducing that the couple were Lu Mingqing's parents, and a fleeting look of disdain flickered in her gaze. Meanwhile, Fu Yunting had already taken strides towards Ning Ye's hospital room as Chun Yi began to speak. Jiang Lu followed closely behind. Lu's parents attempted to follow, but found their legs weak and unsteady. As they walked, Chun Yi remarked, "Fortunately, there was no internal injury. It shouldn't be too serious. She likely had a bit of a comminuted fracture to begin with." The blow from Ning Ye towards Lu Mingqing probably exacerbated her condition, and the bruising is quite evident now. She was indeed struck by Lu Mingqing's kick, resulting in a comminuted fracture. Fu Yunting maintained a stoic expression, uttering not a single word. The group soon arrived at Ning Ye's hospital room. There, Ning Ye lay quietly on the bed, her eyes closed. Yet, it was clear she was not asleep, for tears streamed steadily from the corners of her eyes. Chun Yi felt a pang of sorrow, recalling. The last time she was beaten, when I was applying medicine, she didn't shed a single tear. I accidentally applied too much pressure and apologized, but she comforted me, saying it was all right, urging me not to be afraid, claiming she wasn't in much pain. Jiang Lu glanced at Fu Yunting, whose face now bore a truly ominous expression, void of any emotion. At that moment, police officers arrived outside, ready to take statements. Fu Yunting moved to the window, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply. The officers, the same ones who had just interviewed the aunt, caught sight of Fu Yunting and sought his permission. According to standard procedure, as long as the patient was capable of answering questions, they were to expedite the process. However, given Fu Yunting's prominent status, they felt compelled to consult him before proceeding to ask Ning Ye. Fu Yunting stated, "Ask her what you need to. I suggest you proceed." The officers entered. Upbroating Ning Nit Spitzite. Officer Xie addressed her, "Hello, Miss Ning. My surname is Xie, and I am the officer in charge of this case. I would like to ask you a few questions." Ning Ye kept her eyes closed, unwilling to open them. Officer Xie inquired, "Can you confirm if the person who locked you in the restroom of the technology building was Lu Mingqing?" Ning Ye felt a wave of emotion wash over her, rendering her mute. Fu Yunting, standing a short distance away by the window, appeared tall and imposing. The light from outside cut through the window, casting a long shadow that fell directly upon Ning Ye. He took a drag from his cigarette and added, "It would be best if you answered him. I would prefer not to have to ask you myself." Ning Ye's delicate fingers clenched, tears spilling forth in waves, yet she was paralyzed by fear of Fu Yunting. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes, which were severely swollen. Officer Xie continued, "May I ask why you were in the technology building during the exam?" Ning Ye's mental state was deteriorating. The sleepless nights, illness, and the stress of consecutive failures in her exams had nearly broken her spirit. Her mind was indeed somewhat disoriented. After a considerable time, she turned her head to look at Officer Xie. Her voice was soft and choked as she said, "Because if I go to the examination site, they will beat me." "Who?" Ning Ye replied, "The person who locked me up." She did not even know the person's name. "Was it the one who hit you?" Ning Ye nodded. "I am very afraid. I have heard that they insult you, ostracize you, and even slander you at the examination site. Is that true?" Ning Ye remained silent, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Please answer me." In a hoarse and gentle voice, Ning Ye said, "Yes, it was very harsh." "Then, why didn't you resist at that time?" "I wanted to finish the college entrance examination." "Why did you take a brick to hit him?" "Do you realize this is a crime?" Ning Ye bit her lip tightly and then shook her head. "What were you thinking when you rushed at him?" Ning Ye replied, "At that moment, I was somewhat disoriented. Before he locked me up, he had already abused me. I had been confined for a long time. Before that, during every exam, I was slandered and the pressure was immense. I couldn't complete the last subject, and I felt a bit dazed. I don't know how I lunged at him. What were your thoughts at that time? Was it revenge? Or did you want to kill him?" Fu Yunting glanced at Officer Xie, who was breaking into a cold sweat. After a prolonged silence, Ning Ye shook her head. "I did not." "But you did indeed act that way." Ning Ye's voice was soft and nasal as she turned to Officer Xie and asked, "Officer Xie, why do you say that?" Her voice was barely audible, as she had been crying for so long. She said, "I told you, at that time, I was already mentally confused. I just wanted him to feel some pain too, to let him know how much I was hurting inside. Why didn't he think that much?" She turned to look at Officer Xie and softly asked, "Am I going to be sentenced?" "There is no conclusion yet." Ning Ye fell silent. She said, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. At that time, I truly didn't know what I was doing." Officer Xie remained silent. Meanwhile, Fu Yunting also did not speak. Ning Ye turned her gaze back to the ceiling for a while, then looked at Officer Xie, her expression one of confusion, like a child unable to comprehend, asking, "Officer Xie, was what I did not good enough?" Officer Xie remained silent. The female officer taking notes beside them shed tears upon hearing this. Where had she fallen short? If it were anyone else, they would likely be facing the cold, lifeless body of the other party right now. They had witnessed too many such incidents. Officer Xie said, "You have already done very well." Ning Ye pressed her lips together, staring at the ceiling, and after an undetermined amount of time, she asked, "Is he still not awake?" "We do not know yet," Officer Xie replied, "as the doctor has not come out." Ning fell silent. After a considerable pause, she inquired, "Do you have any further questions for me?" Officer Xie opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Ning then softly remarked, "I am in great pain and utterly exhausted. May I rest for a while? If you have finished your inquiries, could you allow me a moment of respite?" Officer Xie regarded her thoughtfully for a lengthy spell. At that moment, Ning lay on the bed, her demeanor soft and obedient, resembling the description provided by the female examinee, without a hint of difference. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "You may rest for now. We shall reach out to you later should any questions arise." Ning responded, "Olriget," and added, "I'm sorry." Officer Xie remained silent, and together they turned to leave. Once they exited, the room was left with only Ning and Fu Yunting. Chapter 070, Jurisdiction in the Confined Space, shared by just two individuals. Ning Ye could distinctly perceive the intensified presence of Fu Yunting. Lying on the bed, her delicate fingers clenched, she refrained from sleeping, anticipating Fu Yunting's approach. Meanwhile, he remained silent, engrossed in smoking, reflecting on the disparaging remarks exchanged with a female classmate who had shared the examination hall with Ning Ye. The bitterness of those words fueled his smoking, a profound silence enveloping him. Before long, half the cigarette had burned away. He stood by the window, resting his hand on the sill, the scent of smoke barely permeating the room. Once he extinguished the cigarette, he turned around, his tall stature making each motion conspicuous, causing Ning Ye to tense up. As he approached her, the distance between them diminished, and her lips pressed together tightly, her heartstrings taut with anxiety. Fu Yunting retrieved a chair and settled beside her hospital bed, his gaze fixed on Ning Ye. His tranquil eyes seemed capable of drawing one into an unfathomable whirlpool. Ning Ye felt enveloped by the aura he exuded. With his proximity, memories of their earlier conversation, where Fu Yunting had mentioned wanting to speak with her, resurfaced. Perhaps the shadow he cast over her was too profound, as she found herself recalling it at this moment. Swallowing her fear, she dared not meet his gaze. Her voice thick with emotion as she called out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting discerned her tension but refrained from further conversation, simply inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Though she had taken painkillers and had her arm in a splint, beads of sweat dampened her forehead, hair sticking to her skin. He was puzzled by how she had mustered the strength to strike Lu Mingqing with such force amidst her pain. At this moment, however, Ning Ye was beyond caring for her discomfort. The adrenaline had worn off, leaving her with a sense of dread. She shook her head, replying, "It's fine." After a brief pause, despite her outward calmness, fear laced her voice as she asked, "Uncle, am I going to prison?" Before Fu Yunting could respond, a knock echoed from the door. He rose to open it, revealing Jiang Lu, who had accompanied him earlier and had returned from the police office. Jiang Lu announced, "Lu Mingqing has been discharged from the emergency room." Fu Yunting ceased his conversation with Ning Ye, turning to leave with Jiang Lu to inquire about Lu Mingqing's condition. Fortunately, Lu Mingqing's injuries were not as grave as anticipated. The initial blow from Ning Ye had caused a mild concussion and significant bleeding, but the wounds were less severe than everyone had feared. The second blow, weakened by her rib pain, had been even less forceful. The heightened tension stemmed from the atmosphere surrounding the college entrance examination, where any incident involving a candidate could amplify the repercussions. Another matter pertains to Lu Mingqing, who was initially so profoundly startled by Ning Ye's earlier actions that he found himself overwhelmed. His mental resilience faltered, and during the comprehensive examination, he began to experience waves of dizziness. Even had Ning Ye refrained from that particular strike, Lu Mingqing would have succumbed to unconsciousness in due time. Upon hearing the news, Lu's parents felt as though the ground had vanished beneath them. If Ning Ye's impact on Lu Miqing had not been so severe, the possibility of any reconciliation with Fu Yunting might have been entirely out of reach. Fu Yunting inquired about Lu Miqing's condition from the doctor, while Lu's parents, having learned from the police the identity of the individuals their son had entangled himself with, felt too intimidated to pursue any legal action. They merely sought a resolution from Fu Yunting, hoping for an out-of-court settlement, as they wished to avoid their son serving several years, or even longer, in prison. Concurrently, surveillance footage from the school was retrieved. The video clearly depicted Ning Ye in a state of disorientation at that moment. Even when Fu Yunting called out to her, she appeared to still be in a daze. Fu Yunting entrusted the entire matter to his attorney for further handling. Upon returning to the hospital room, he found Ning Ye, exhausted, had already fallen asleep. With his leave of absence concluded, he contemplated making a call to Fu Yunting, succinctly briefing him on the situation. He had no intention of inviting Fu Yunting and the family to the hospital, stating that he had arranged for someone to care for her, and they need not worry about her for the time being. During his call, the members of the Fu family were gathered at their villa for dinner, and both Old Master Fu and Chen Su overheard the conversation clearly. Once Fu Yunting ended the call, Old Master Fu's expression had turned grave. Chen Su, filled with concern, remarked, "How could such a situation arise?" After a pause, she hesitated to continue. Old Master Fu frowned at her, urging, "Speak your mind." Chen Su replied, "During the final examination today, Jingye had to leave unexpectedly, and I went to pick up Ye. While bringing her home, I heard some troubling rumors at the school." "What rumors?" he inquired. "They say that Xiaoyi frequents the nightclubs, leading a chaotic private life, engaging in activities like Russian roulette and deep water bombs, and that she's even been hospitalized. When I heard this, I was quite alarmed. She is still so young. I feared she might be getting manipulated. I later called the nightclub, and they confirmed that Xiaoyi had indeed been a frequent visitor recently." Old Master Fu's expression darkened, his anger palpable. "I knew that woman could not possibly raise a decent daughter." Such matters were common knowledge within affluent circles. Had Ning Ye been present, he would have struck her without hesitation. Fu Jingye's demeanor also reflected his displeasure. Observing Old Master Fu's agitation, Chen Su urgently interjected, "Father, please do not be enraged. This may not necessarily be true. Xiaoye's visits to the nightclub could be for other reasons. What else could she possibly be striving for?" The following day, Fu Yunting promptly conveyed the matter to Ning Ye at the break of dawn. Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback, and unease began to creep in. Fu Yunting remarked, "I must return shortly, and rest assured, your father will inevitably come to learn of this." Ning Ye remained silent for quite some time, words eluding her. Observing her demeanor, Fu Yunting continued, "There is no need for excessive worry. I've already made arrangements at the hospital, and there will be someone to attend to you. If you prefer not to have them involved, I can arrange that as well." Yet, Ning Ye's concerns lay elsewhere. Does this mean? Has grandfather also found out? Chapter 071 Jurisdiction 2. It is something one ought to know. Ning Ye appeared somewhat withdrawn. Fu Yunting reassured her, saying, "I will speak to grandfather regarding the case. You need not worry excessively. For now, stay in the hospital until the court hearing." Upon hearing this, Ning Ye finally lifted her gaze, timidly looking at Fu Yunting, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She inquired, "What will be the consequences?" Fu Yunting replied, "The outcome has yet to be determined. I will return when the court convenes." Ning Ye, now reluctant to ponder her school affairs, nodded and said, "Thank you, uncle." Fu Yunting observed her closely. Given Ning Ye's current state, he felt that the matters he intended to discuss could not be broached. He added, "If there is anything else, we shall speak of it when I return." Ning Ye nodded once more. Fu Yunting reiterated, "You have my number. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call. I may not respond immediately, but I will return your call upon seeing it." Ning Ye nodded again, though she resolved not to contact him unless absolutely necessary. Fu Yunting remained silent, and shortly thereafter, his vehicle arrived. He asked, "Do you still have the card I gave you last time?" Ning Ye hesitated but nodded, saying, "Yes, I do." Fu Yunting instructed, "If you need money, feel free to use it." Ning Ye replied, "All right, thank you, uncle." With that, Fu Yunting turned and departed. Not long after Fu Yunting left, Ning Ye's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It was Fu Jingye. Stunned for a moment, her nose suddenly felt a pang of anguish. After staring at the screen for what felt like an eternity, she finally answered, "Father." Fu Yunting asked, "Why did you not mention the incidents at school before?" Ning Ye remained silent for a while before responding, "I didn't have the chance." The conversation was not solely about that incident. Fu Yunting continued, "I heard from your aunt that you had been frequenting Jiangye recently. Is that true?" Ning Ye's mind buzzed, and she opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, ultimately remaining silent. Sensing her reticence, Fu Yunting began to piece together the situation. He queried, "Are the rumors circulating at school true?" Ning Ye felt a chill in her heart, accompanied by a dull ache. Over the past few days, she had been utterly worn out, her ribs hurting, managing only brief moments of sleep. She had not anticipated that Fu Yunting's call would center on this matter. With tear-filled eyes, she spoke in a barely audible whisper, "Father, I did not do those things." Fu Yunting pressed, "Then why were you at Jiangye? Who sent you there?" Ning Ye remained silent. He continued, "The outside world is speaking ill of you. The gossip has spread throughout the circle. Your grandfather is furious and has prohibited us from visiting you, regardless of your innocence. Your reputation is already tarnished." Ning Ye continued to remain silent, unsure of what to say. Fu Yunting pinched the bridge of his nose, aware that discussing this now would be futile. He concluded, "We will address everything once you are discharged from the hospital." After Fu Yunting hung up the phone, Ning Ye lay on her bed, yet her heart was overwhelmed with an unrelenting fear. She had spent nearly 3 months in the hospital, recovering from her rib injuries. During this time, apart from the initial call, Fu Yunting had contacted her once more, informing her that the elder Fu had attended a banquet where he overheard discussions about her near misadventure with several of his friends, which nearly left him infuriated. At that moment, Ning Ye felt as if she could never clear her name. Fu Yunting warned her to consider how she would explain everything to her grandfather upon her return. Consequently, Ning Ye found herself restless, struggling to find sleep. A few days later, she observed through Chansu's social media that Fu Yunting appeared to be on vacation abroad with Fu Ji and Fu Yu. She lingered over the photographs for quite some time, but thereafter refrained from revisiting Chansu's online posts. It was later reported that Fu Yu had faced difficulties during her examinations due to her connection with Ning Ye and Fu Yunting, resulting in an outburst of frustration at home. Ning Ye listened without comment. Throughout these 3 months, a sense of unease gnawed at Ning Ye, particularly as the court date approached with no sign of Fu Yunting's return. After enduring this anxiety for far too long, she succumbed to the impulse to call Fu Yunting the day before the trial. However, her call went unanswered, leaving her feeling increasingly restless. Jiang Lu visited her, aware that the trial was imminent while news from Fu Yunting remained elusive. She inquired, "Have you managed to reach him?" In recent days, updates regarding Lu Miqing had been relayed to her by Jiang Lu and Shen Yi. Lu Miqing had been apprehended, and his injuries appeared more alarming. Yet he seemed to be recovering at a faster pace than Ning Ye. Lu's parents had expressed their desire to plead with Ning Ye for his release, claiming he recognized his mistakes and was still young, promising to bring him to apologize in hopes that she would grant him clemency. Ning Ye dismissed their pleas, knowing that the prosecution had already sanctioned his arrest, rendering any possibility of mediation futile. As for herself, the arrest warrant had been issued long ago, but her physical condition, coupled with her lawyer's application for bail, had spared her from detention. "I called him, but he didn't answer," Ning Ye replied. Jiang Lu offered her reassurance, stating, "His lawyer is here. He won't let anything happen to you." He had not anticipated Fu Yunting's deep concern for Ning Ye. He considered himself emotionally detached, and Fu Yunting seemed even more so, not the type to be overly concerned about her well-being. However, his words were meant to comfort her. Until the outcome of the case was determined, uncertainty loomed, and no one could predict the final result. Shen Yi had come to keep her company, offering solace. "Do not worry too much. Fu Yunting's lawyer is not an ordinary one. He will ensure you do not face imprisonment." Ning Ye nodded in response. That night, she struggled to find restful sleep, but at dawn, her phone rang. When she glanced at the screen, her heart raced. It was Fu Yunting. Chapter 072. Jurisdiction 3. Ning Ye's breath had grown heavy as she gazed at Fu Yunting's name, hesitating for quite some time before answering. Once the call connected, Fu Yunting's deep, resonant voice resonated like a heartbeat against Ning Ye's chest. Hello? Ning Ye's heart tightened, and she softly uttered, Uncle, it's Ning Ye. I know. Fu Yunting replied. What brings you to call me? Ning Ye paused for a considerable moment before saying, The court session is tomorrow. Nervous? Ning Ye responded with a faint affirmative, a little. Fu Yunting inquired, What time is the hearing? 2:00. Fu Yunting fell silent for a moment before acknowledging, understood. He did not mention when he would return. In the background, someone was calling for him. A ting. Fu Yunting said, I have some matters to attend to here. I must hang up. Ning Ye recognized that it was likely Jiang Chuman's voice, and, as it was already midnight, she wondered what the two were engaged in. She replied with a simple, all right. Fu Yunting did not say anything further before disconnecting the call. Ning Ye remained in a daze for quite some time, unable to sleep through the night. By midday the following day, Fu Yunting had still not returned, causing not only Ning Ye, but also Chun Yi to grow anxious. Yet, there was little they could do. Ning Ye tried to comfort her, saying, It's all right. Chun Yi was at a loss for words. Jiang Lu had arranged for a car to take Ning Ye to court. Just as she boarded the vehicle, her phone rang. Looking down, she saw it was Fu Yunting. She quickly answered, Uncle? Get out of the car, Fu Yunting instructed. I'm behind you. Ning Ye pushed open the car door and stepped out, catching sight of Fu Yunting's vehicle. Her emotions were complex as she approached. Fu Yunting had driven up to her, rolling down the window to reveal his sharp, stern profile. He commanded, Get in. Ning Ye climbed into the passenger seat. After such a long separation, facing him felt akin to the first time they met. A wave of apprehension washing over her. Fu Yunting ignored her, driving directly toward the courthouse. He accompanied her inside the courtroom. Upon entering, Ning Ye spotted Lu Mingqing and his parents, both visibly worn and weeping. A twinge of envy struck Ning Ye. Despite Lu Mingqing's wickedness, his parents were heartbroken for him. The proceedings dragged on, and Ning Ye remained tense until the judge declared that although she was guilty, she would be exempt from punishment. At that moment, she could no longer hold back her tears. She did not listen to the subsequent discussions regarding Lu Mingqing's sentencing. After 3 months of trepidation, she finally felt a sense of relief at this moment. Exiting the courthouse, Ning Ye found Fu Yunting waiting outside, engaged in a phone call. She approached him only after he concluded. Fu Yunting asked, Have you had lunch? In truth, Ning Ye had hardly been able to eat. Yet now, with the case concluded, she felt the weight of Fu Yunting's forbidden gaze, which left her feeling apprehensive once more. Ning Ye remarked, I ate just a little. Fu Yunting gazed at her for quite some time, causing Ning Ye to feel somewhat anxious. He chose not to respond to her further and turned to descend the long steps outside the courthouse, heading toward the parking lot to retrieve his car. With Ning Ye trailing behind him, Fu Yunting took her directly to a restaurant, where he ordered several dishes. Ning Ye dared not voice any objections. The atmosphere at the dining table remained notably silent. Fu Yunting ate sparingly, and Ning Ye consumed even less. After the meal, Fu Yunting stated, I've contacted a school for you. Would you prefer to go today or tomorrow? Ning Ye was taken aback for a while and inquired, Is it for repeating a year? Do you wish to retake it? Although Ning Ye was reluctant to repeat a year, she would accept it if it were the only option available. Fu Yunting clarified, If you do not wish to repeat, you can proceed directly to university. Ning Ye asked, Is that possible? Given her insufficient scores, she was initially placed in a preparatory program, which would require an additional year of study. She replied, It's all right. Fu Yunting paused for a moment before questioning. Your grades are not poor. Why did you perform so poorly back in school? She had only taken 3 subjects, but their combined scores nearly approached 380, which was quite commendable in that environment. Ning Ye lowered her head, her fingers tightening around the chopsticks, remaining silent. As Fu Yunting awaited her response, but found none forthcoming, he inquired once more, Would you like to go today or tomorrow? Ning Ye asked, Can we go today? Yes, he replied. After finishing their meal, Fu Yunting drove her away, and as they neared their destination, he made a phone call. Shortly after, someone arrived with the necessary documents, and Fu Yunting took her to complete her enrollment procedures. He had previously arranged for her leave, and now he was finalizing the paperwork. It was a second-tier university, not particularly prestigious, but it was the best option available for Ning Ye at that moment. Once the paperwork was completed, Fu Yunting showed no intention of having her stay in the dormitory, instead taking her back to his residence. It was then that Ning Ye realized he had arranged everything within his jurisdiction. Chapter 073. The residence of Fu Yunting is not far from his workplace. It is an apartment he rents externally. Ning Ye was initially unaware that he intended for her to reside there, nor did she realize that this was the very place where Fu Yunting himself lived. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Fu Yunting suggested, "Let us first ascend and prepare some food. After we dine, we may rest. Should you require anything, please inform me, and I shall arrange for its procurement." It was only then that Ning Ye comprehended his actual residence. However, she remained silent and merely nodded in acknowledgement. After they exited the courthouse yesterday, they dined late, and subsequently went to the hospital to gather her belongings. Fu Yunting also retrieved Ning Ye's identification from the Fu family home. While he was obtaining the documents, he inquired from the vehicle, "Would you like to greet your father?" Given that Fu Jingye had previously called Ning Ye twice, she hesitated to enter, shaking her head softly, murmuring, "I prefer not to go in." Fu Yunting, showing no intent to pressure her, accepted her wish and proceeded inside alone. During his absence, Ning Ye remained in the car, her heart heavy with discomfort. Over the past few months, Fu Jingye had not inquired about her future plans. Fu Yunting took an unusually long time, and as she waited, anxiety began to grip her. Fearing that the elder Fu would refuse to hand over her academic necessities to Fu Yunting. When he finally emerged, it was well past midnight. He immediately drove Ning Ye to the apartment, and at the break of dawn, he accompanied her to complete her enrollment procedures, leaving her genuinely fatigued. As Ning Ye followed Fu Yunting from the vehicle, she felt a sense of trepidation throughout the journey. After all, the conversation Fu Yunting had promised her months ago loomed over her like a sword, poised to fall at any moment. Upon entering the elevator, Fu Yunting pressed the button for the 16th floor. Throughout the ascent from the 1st to the 16th floor, they were alone in the elevator, enveloped in silence, neither speaking a word. Upon reaching their destination, Fu Yunting retrieved his keys and opened the door, inviting Ning Ye to enter. He suggested she take a moment to sit on the sofa while he prepared 2 bowls of noodles. He consumed his meal swiftly, then sat in wait for Ning Ye. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace. After she finished, she stood to wash the dishes, refusing to be inconsiderate and expect Fu Yunting to handle everything. He did not deter her from proceeding. At that moment, his phone rang, prompting Fu Yunting to rise and step into the living room to take the call. Meanwhile, as Ning Ye stood at the kitchen sink, she felt a surge of anxiety, her hands trembling slightly. After a considerable effort, she finished washing the dishes but hesitated to join him in the living room, opting instead to dry her hands thoroughly before stepping out. Once the conversation concluded, she emerged to stand before Fu Yunting, who seemed as immovable as a mountain, his silence imposing. With a whisper, she addressed him, "Uncle." Fu Yunting turned to face her, suggesting gently, "You should take a shower and rest." However, Ning Ye realized she had no sleepwear available. During her time in the hospital, she was clad in a patient gown, having brought little in the way of personal clothing. Fu Yunting, likely aware of her situation, retrieved a shirt from his room to offer her. Although Ning Ye had some underwear to change into daily, she lacked any additional undergarments, as the hospital prohibited her from wearing them. She hesitated to voice her concerns, planning to purchase some later. When Fu Yunting handed her the shirt, Ning Ye felt a twinge of anxiety. She found it difficult to refuse his gesture. Despite having worn his shirt once before, she perceived this act as somewhat intrusive. Yet, she refrained from expressing her discomfort and simply said, "Thank you, uncle." Clutching Fu Yunting's shirt and her own underwear, she made her way to the bathroom to bathe, washing both her and his garments upon completion. Once the clothes had dried, she stood before Fu Yunting and softly inquired, "Uncle, where shall I sleep?" Chapter 074. Fu Yunting cast a fleeting glance in her direction. His attire, somewhat oversized for Ning Ye, draped down to cover her thighs. The legs beneath the shirt were long, slender, and strikingly pale, evoking memories of that tumultuous night. Fu Yunting's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his gaze heavy and penetrating, though his demeanor remained inscrutable. However, the intensity of his stare upon Ning Ye was almost oppressive, leaving her feeling anxious and constrained. Without uttering a word, Fu Yunting turned and walked towards another room, opening the door as he stated, "You will be staying here for the time being. We can gradually acquire whatever you need." Ning Ye was puzzled by Fu Yunting's words, staring blankly at him as her palms began to perspire. "Uncle, am I not staying at school?" she inquired. Fu Yunting's calm eyes met hers. "Do you wish to stay at school?" Ning Ye sensed an underlying significance in his question and hesitated to respond, lowering her head in silence. He reiterated, "You'll be staying here for now." Ning Ye remained rooted to the spot, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure Fu Yunting had exerted during their time in Haiqing. The thought of sharing living quarters with him filled her with trepidation. She seldom dared to refuse him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she quietly voiced, "Uncle, I am already 18. It doesn't seem appropriate to stay here like this." Fu Yunting inquired, "What do you deem appropriate?" Ning Ye fell silent, unable to articulate a response. His tone grew somber as he stated, "Ning Ye, I brought you here to study, not to fend for yourself." Ning Ye remained silent for a considerable time, unable to find her voice. "Go to bed," Fu Yunting instructed. "Some matters we shall discuss gradually in due course." Upon hearing this, Ning Ye felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. Her palms were slick with perspiration, and she dared not speak further. Each of Fu Yunting's words, although delivered with calmness, bore an alarming weight that sent shivers down her spine. After standing before him for a while, she nodded. Then, "Uncle, I shall retire for the night." Fu Yunting acknowledged her with a noncommittal sound. Ning Ye then turned and stepped into the room. Once she was inside, Fu Yunting went to take a shower. She closed the door, feeling a bit weak, yet fatigue urged her towards the bed. Fu Yunting's residence comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although modestly sized at just over 100 square meters, it was impeccably tidy and organized. Ning Ye sensed that Fu Yunting might indeed have a penchant for cleanliness, albeit not to the extent of imposing it upon others. She lifted the covers and lay down, enveloped by the comforter that still bore Fu Yunting's scent, a remnant of his prior presence. Clad in his clothing, she felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Tossing and turning in bed for what felt like ages, Ning Ye found herself unable to sleep. She truly did not anticipate that the university Fu Yunting had enrolled her in would be located here. She lay in bed for an extended period, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. When she finally awakened, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. After waking, Ning Ye sat on the bed for a while before rising. She changed her clothes, and by the time she stepped outside, Fu Yunting was already awake and had prepared dinner. Upon seeing Ning Ye emerge, he said, "Come and eat." Ning Ye walked over to Fu Yunting, and they silently shared the meal as she dared not look at him. Once they finished dining, Fu Yunting suddenly inquired, "Where's the card I gave you?" Ning Ye's entire being tensed up. She lowered her eyelashes and after a lengthy pause replied, "I left it at home. I forgot to bring it." Fu Yunting pressed further, "Is it at home, or have you lost it?" A cold sweat began to trickle down Ning Ye's spine as she softly stated, "It's at home. I've just forgotten to take it." Fu Yunting remarked, "I heard you borrowed money from Jiang Lu while in the hospital?" Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she had borrowed money from Jiang Lu. Having been hospitalized for 3 months, the hospital did not provide meals, and although she had previously worked, her funds were quite limited. She had to purchase study materials and various items for school at her own expense. Sometimes, when ill, she also had to use her money for medication. By the end of her 3-month stay, even with the medical expenses covered, her finances were rather strained. During that time, everyone was preoccupied with her case and health, and no one considered her meals. Ning Ye had only sought Jiang Lu's assistance after enduring hunger for several days in the hospital. Given Fu Yunting's inquiry, it seemed Jiang Lu had approached him regarding this matter. Ning Ye dared not lie and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Yunting asked, "Why didn't you call me? I remember telling you to call me if needed, and I even asked if you had the card when I left." Ning Ye instinctively clenched had culutin, remaining silent. Fu Yunting queried, "Is the card still with you?" Ning Ye remained mute. Fu Yunting quickly comprehended the situation. Had she lost it? She hadn't even saved the business card he had given her. Lowering her head, she eventually murmured, "I'm sorry." Fu Yunting responded, "Is it because of what happened on the first night that made you feel it was too burdensome to hold on to?" Chapter 075. Ning Ye looked up in astonishment at Fu Yunting, her heart racing with anxiety. She swallowed hard, hesitant to respond to him. At that moment, a sense of dread enveloped her, fearing he might broach the subject of that fateful night. The mere presence of Fu Yunting stirred an unsettling turmoil within her. Initially, Fu Yunting intended to say a few more words, but upon observing her guarded and fearful demeanor, he ultimately chose silence. Rising from his seat, he walked into the room to retrieve another card. This time, it was not a supplementary card, but one from a different bank. He handed it to Ning Ye, explaining, "The card I previously gave you was a supplementary card linked to my salary account. This is from another bank. It doesn't hold much, but I will regularly deposit funds into it. You may withdraw from it whenever you need to make purchases." Ning Ye accepted the card with a soft, "Thank you, uncle." Fu Yunting refrained from further conversation, adding, "I have arranged for a few sets of clothing and sleepwear to be purchased for you. Please let me know if there is anything else you might require." At the thought of the items Fu Yunting had previously bought for her, Ning Ye felt her cheeks flush. Yet, she managed to respond quietly, "Thank you, uncle." After a brief pause, she inquired, "Could you take me to a nearby shopping mall? I wish to familiarize myself with the area." "Certainly," Fu Yunting replied. Ning Ye stood up and began to tidy the tableware. He remarked, "In the future, I will have domestic help come by. I recall that Fu Yu never washed dishes or did laundry at home. You needn't concern yourself with such tasks while you are here." Ning Ye lowered her gaze, recognizing that she could not compare herself to Fu Yu. While Fu Yu could afford to be capricious and irresponsible, she could not. "It's all right," she murmured. Fu Yunting did not press the matter further. When Ning Ye went to wash the dishes, a sense of silence enveloped her for a considerable time. After finishing, Fu Yunting took her to the nearest shopping mall, where he kindly assisted her in purchasing some essential items. While shopping, Ning Ye did not dare to be overly selective, opting for only the necessities. Once their shopping was complete, Fu Yunting escorted Ning Ye back home. However, shortly thereafter, he received a phone call and stepped out. To her surprise, Ning Ye felt a sense of relief wash over her. That night, perhaps due to the impending return to school the following day, Ning Ye found it difficult to fall asleep. By dawn, she had risen early, organizing her belongings and researching transportation online before taking a bus to school. Just as she settled into her seat, her phone rang. Glancing down, she saw it was Fu Yunting. Her grip on the phone tightened as she answered, "Uncle?" Fu Yunting responded with a simple, then asked, "Have you gotten up yet?" "I have. I'm on the bus to school," she replied. "Good. I won't be able to return for a while. If you encounter any issues at school, feel free to reach out to me," he instructed. "Understood," she acknowledged before they ended the call. Upon arriving at school, Ning Ye sought out her advisor, who kindly guided her to the classroom. Ning Ye had previously been unfamiliar with the concept of preparatory classes, but as she journeyed forward, her counselor provided her with ample information. She listened attentively until they arrived at the classroom. The counselor remarked, "You may enter now. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out." Ning Ye replied, "Thank you, teacher." Upon reaching the school, she maintained a quiet demeanor, scarcely uttering a word. However, a fellow student beside her inquired, "Are you in our class? I haven't seen you before." After a brief moment of silence, Ning Ye responded, "I took a leave of absence due to health issues and have only just returned today." The girl continued, "You are quite beautiful. My name is Su Lian, and what is yours?" Ning Ye had not experienced such conversation in a long time. She paused thoughtfully before saying, "Ning Ye," with Ning meaning tranquility and Ye signifying perhaps. Su Lian then asked, "How did you end up in the preparatory class? Did you not perform well on the exam?" Ning Ye affirmed with a slight nod. There were some unforeseen circumstances. Su Lian shared, "I was exceedingly nervous during my exam, and unfortunately, I had an upset stomach all day, which compelled me to submit my paper prematurely." Ning Ye was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Su Lian was unperturbed and inquired, "What about you? What happened during your exam?" Ning Ye replied, "I fell ill with a fever and did not perform well." Su Lian empathized, "You certainly have had a rough time, but our school holds a good reputation. Many aspire to attend, yet find it challenging to gain admission. Do not be too disheartened." Ning Ye nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. You are quite gentle," Su Lian remarked, soft-spoken, with a delicate voice. Ning Ye complimented, "Your voice is lovely." Su Lian laughed. "Which dormitory do you reside in? I would like to see if we are neighbors. If so, I could come over to visit." After a moment of contemplation, Ning Ye replied, I live with relatives and do not stay in a dormitory. After spending the day at school, as classes were about to dismiss, she received a phone call from Xiaoyang. She recalled receiving a call from him while she was hospitalized. Xiaoyang asked why she had not attended the evening gathering. Ning Ye explained that her health was poor, which prevented her from going. Subsequently, Xiaoyang ceased to contact her. When she saw his call now, she remained silent for a moment and chose not to answer. Shortly after Xiaoyang's call, another call from Fu Yunting came through. Ning Ye answered, Uncle, where are you? The moment she picked up the call, Fu Yunting's voice resonated in her ear. I'm coming to pick you up. Ning Ye paused for a moment before responding, I am at the school gate. Then please wait there, he instructed. Ning Ye did not move from her spot. Chapter 76. A dangerous game. Ning Ye had not been standing for long when Fu Yunting's car arrived. Stopping a short distance away, he honked his horn, the sound resonating deeply within her heart. In truth, Ning Ye had spotted Fu Yunting's vehicle from afar. As he pressed the horn, she felt her breath become slightly constricted. Fu Yunting lowered his window halfway, revealing a sharp profile. After pausing for a moment, Ning Ye approached the car and softly called out, Uncle. Fu Yunting's expression was inscrutable, his gaze upon her calm and unwavering, leaving no room for refusal as he commanded, Get in. The moment Ning Ye met his eyes, she instinctively pressed her lips together, yet refrained from speaking, instead opening the passenger door and taking a seat. She positioned herself at the far edge, not daring to steal a glance in Fu Yunting's direction. Earlier that day, while at school to obtain her meal card, she had inadvertently dropped the card Fu Yunting had given her. It was only when Su Lian picked it up and handed it back that she recalled what it was. It dawned on her, with a jolt of realization, that the card Fu Yunting had given her outside the school gate was, in fact, a supplementary card to his salary account. The understanding made her incredibly anxious. At the time of losing it, she had not grasped its significance. Throughout the afternoon, as she toyed with the card in her pocket, she felt an unsettling warmth emanating from it, yet she dared not dwell on it further. Fu Yunting stole a glance at her, his dark eyes heavy with intensity, as if they could envelop her entirely. Ning Ye's fingers trembled slightly in response. However, Fu Yunting seemed oblivious to her unease and inquired, How was school today? Ning Ye could not determine whether it was her heightened sensitivity, but every glance and word from Fu Yunting felt like a breach of boundaries. She sensed an undeniable force within him that left no room for dissent. Even without uttering a single word about emotions, he managed to raise her internal alarm to its utmost level. Her throat tightened as she replied softly, It was good. After a brief pause, she added, Thank you, Uncle. Fu Yunting remained silent, steering the car towards the entrance of the community. Throughout the journey, Ning Ye did not dare to look at him, occasionally catching sight of his long, strong fingers gripping the steering wheel, which made her jaw feel faintly flushed. She felt it unwise to broach the subject of the salary card, and Fu Yunting offered no commentary on it either. As they reached the community entrance, Fu Yunting brought the car to a halt. Ning Ye glanced ahead and spotted Jiang Chuman standing not far away. Stealing a quick look at Fu Yunting, she noticed his attention was fixed on Jiang Chuman. Biting her lip, her delicate fingers instinctively grasped the car door handle, and she murmured, Uncle, it seems to be Sister Chuman. Fu Yunting paused in silence for a moment before pulling over and exiting the vehicle. Ning Ye remained seated in the passenger seat, observing as Fu Yunting approached Jiang Chuman. Jiang Chuman's gaze, however, shifted in her direction. They were somewhat distant from one another, leaving Ning Ye uncertain whether Jiang Chuman recognized her. Yet, due to the tranquility of their neighborhood, she could faintly discern snippets of their conversation. She heard Jiang Chuman inquire, Have you brought a woman back? Fu Yunting responded with a brief acknowledgement, showing no inclination to elaborate. Jiang Chuman's voice trembled slightly, laced with unease and trepidation as she asked, Is she going to stay here overnight? Fu Yunting replied, She will be residing here from now on. Chapter 077. Recklessness. To Fu Yunting's words, delivered with an air of calmness, stirred ripples in the hearts of the two women. Ning Ye was perplexed by Fu Yunting's meaning, yet he showed no inclination to elucidate. Jiang Chuman remained silent for a considerable time, unable to articulate a response. Seated in the car, Ning Ye bit her lip, battling her emotions, and ultimately could not resist the urge to open the door and step out. A wave of anxiety enveloped her, preventing her from meeting Fu Yunting's gaze. Instead, she called out softly to Jiang Chuman, Sister Chuman. Jiang Chuman's mind was in a whirl, fighting back tears. Moments earlier, she had sensed the presence of a woman in Fu Yunting's vehicle but dared not examine further. Now, upon seeing Ning Ye, she was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall who the young girl was. Eventually, she hesitantly uttered, "Is that you, Xiao Yi?" Ning Ye felt Fu Yunting's gaze upon her, calm yet profoundly penetrating, bearing down on her like a mountain. She dared not look at him, merely murmuring, "Sister Chuman, are you here to see my uncle?" Jiang Chuman was uncertain if her emotions were tense or relieved, yet the dull ache within her had undeniably lessened. She managed a faint smile, bewildered by Fu Yunting's earlier silence, simply replying, "Yes, I didn't expect to find you here." Ning Ye lowered her head and spoke softly. "I study here." After a pause, she added, "I am temporarily staying at my uncle's." Fu Yunting's gaze remained fixed on her, and he continued to be silent. Ning Ye was at a loss regarding his thoughts, but her own desires prompted her to inquire of Jiang Chuman, Sister Chuman, "Would you like to come to my uncle's house with us?" No sooner had she spoken than Fu Yunting's voice resonated, steady and devoid of emotion. "Consider carefully whether you wish to invite her up." Ning Ye's heart raced, and for a long while, she could not find her voice. Yet, she was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Her palms grew clammy, and after a prolonged silence, she hoarsely pleaded, "Sister Chuman, please come up with us?" Jiang Chuman turned her gaze toward Fu Yunting. He remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing, his eyes perpetually fixed on Ning Ye, profound as a still pond. Jiang Chuman found herself uncertain of his intentions. Though she longed to seize this opportunity, Fu Yunting's lack of affirmation made the prospect of her ascent awkward. Ning Ye understood this reality as well, avoiding Fu Yunting's gaze while catching glimpses of his impeccably tailored shirt and its unyielding buttons. Beneath it lay Fu Yunting's muscular chest, strong and evenly toned, leaving no room for resistance when embraced. Ning Ye called out again, "Sister Chuman?" Ultimately, Jiang Chuman acquiesced, smiling gently as she said, "All right." Fu Yunting uttered nothing further and turned to enter the car. Ning Ye wished to sit beside Jiang Chuman in the back seat, but Fu Yunting instructed, "Come sit in the front." Ning Ye hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not dare to defy Fu Yunting's wishes and took a seat in the passenger side. Jiang Chuan appeared somewhat dazed, yet she thought little of it. Fu Yunting had always been quite protective of his family. She opened the car door and settled into the rear seat. The three of them entered the vehicle, and Fu Yunting started the engine, driving toward the underground parking lot. Ning Ye felt an immense pressure emanating from beside her, rendering her utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuanman, once inside the car, occupied the position diagonally behind Fu Yunting. Unable to resist, she stole a glance at him. The profile of Fu Yunting's face was sharp and exquisitely sculpted, with every contour perfectly defined, striking yet not rigid. In a million, one would struggle to find another like him. As Jiang Chuanman gazed, her heart unwittingly succumbed to his allure. However, she refrained from staring too overtly at Fu Yunting. Sensing the heavy atmosphere within the vehicle, Jiang Chuanman initiated a conversation with Ning Ye to lighten the mood. "Did you come here to take the exam as well?" Ning Ye was not particularly inclined to speak, primarily out of fear. Fu Yunting had remained silent since earlier, and Jiang Chuanman's inquiry struck a nerve. Her dismal performance in the college entrance examination was a pain that would forever linger in her heart, a lifelong regret. To be honest, the events surrounding those exam days had left her with considerable psychological scars. During her hospitalization, she often experienced nightmares, visions of blood, dreams in which she had harmed Lu Miqing, waking in terror in the middle of the night. In truth, she did not outwardly exhibit the extent of her turmoil. She had managed to sweep everything under the rug with surprising ease. Yet, with no outlet for her feelings, she could only maintain a semblance of dignity. After a long silence, Ning Ye lowered her gaze to her fingers and softly replied, "No." After a moment's pause, she continued, "I did poorly on my college entrance exam." Jiang Chuanman was taken aback. She was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Fu family, and Ning Ye's situation was shrouded in secrecy. Upon returning to Haicheng, only Zhou Han and Jiang Lu were privy to it. Even Zhou Han was uninformed of the details. as Fu Yunting had personally overseen Ning Ye during the critical exam days to ensure her safety. Apologetically, Jiang Chuanman said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't do well." Ning Ye replied dutifully, "It's all right. It's all in the past now. Which school are you attending now?" Jiang Chuanman inquired. Ning Ye mentioned the name of her school, saying, "I'm studying in a preparatory program there." The institution was quite reputable, a second-tier university with commendable programs. Ning Ye explained, "I'm in a preparatory course here, but after the exams, I might not end up at this school." She had researched various options, discovering that some preparatory programs were conducted at the home institution, while others were affiliated with different schools. Ning Ye was uncertain about the specifics of her current institution. Jiang Chuanman remarked, "Even if it's not this school, it shouldn't be too bad." "Yes," Ning Ye agreed. The entrance is not far from the parking lot, and soon, Fu Yunting had driven the car into the underground garage. He halted the vehicle, yet displayed no intention of alighting immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Ning Ye. In that instant, Ning Ye felt a surge of tension. Fu Yunting stated, "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Will you choose to have her accompany us upstairs, or will you ascend alone?" Chapter 078. A Dangerous Game. 3. Ning Ye felt a constriction in her breath, as though she were lacking oxygen. She opened her mouth, but could not utter a word. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuman in the back seat furrowed her brows intensely. Fu Yunting's demeanor was decidedly disrespectful. Moreover, it was peculiar for him to question Ning Ye at such a moment, though she could not articulate exactly why it felt strange. Nevertheless, she felt a profound discomfort, primarily stemming from embarrassment. After a prolonged silence, Ning Ye remained at a loss for how to begin. Fu Yunting then opened the car door and exited. Ning Ye, however, remained seated, feeling as if her body had turned to jelly. Jiang Chuman endured a moment of awkwardness but quickly composed herself. She turned to Ning Ye and asked, "Xiao Yi, aren't you getting out?" Ning Ye replied, "I will," yet made no move to do so. Jiang Chuman was the first to alight from the vehicle. After stepping out, she walked towards Fu Yunting. Standing before him, she was truly a sight to behold, her figure elegantly curvaceous and her features strikingly beautiful, exuding an allure that could captivate any man's thoughts. Jiang Chuman said, "Were you perhaps too harsh just now? After all, Xiao Yi is still quite young and might be a bit intimidated by you." Fu Yunting remained silent, his gaze fixed on Ning Ye. Jiang Chuman's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she continued, "Moreover, Ting, you're not being fair to me. You've never treated me this way before." At that moment, Ning Ye finally exited the car. She bit her lip, intending to approach Fu Yunting, when she heard Jiang Chuman's voice tremble as she said, "You have always protected me. Back then, you defied your family's opposition for my sake, even forsaking your education. Later, you nearly lost your life for me. All these years, you have never treated me like this." Ning Ye stood frozen in place, absorbing her words. Fu Yunting then called out, "Come here." Snap back to reality. Ning Ye felt her legs weaken, but she had no choice but to comply. She walked towards Fu Yunting, stopping a meter away from him. Fu Yunting glanced at her, prompting Ning Ye to take a few more steps forward, softly addressing him, "Uncle." Yet Fu Yunting ignored her. He turned to Jiang Chuman and stated, "I have not ceased to protect you. Even if you asked me to sacrifice my life for you, I would not utter a word of complaint. However, Chuman, there are things I simply cannot provide you with. It is an absolute impossibility." Ning Ye remained rooted to the spot, stunned for a considerable time. She heard nothing but Fu Yunting's declaration, "I have not ceased to protect you. Even if you asked me to sacrifice my life for you, I would not utter a word of complaint." And Jiang Chuman's words, "Back then, you defied your family's opposition for my sake, even forsaking your education. Later, you nearly lost your life for me." It dawned on Ning Ye that Fu Yunting had indeed sacrificed everything for Jiang Chuman, even relinquishing the vast Fu Corporation. Showing no attachment whatsoever, he was willing to risk his life for her. Furthermore, what Fu Yunting could not provide her was likely due to genuine limitations. Even at the cost of his own life, he was unable to grant what was beyond his power. Ning Ye pressed her lips together, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Chuman stood frozen in place, her eyes reddening as she murmured, "We have been together for nearly a decade." Ning Ye glanced at her briefly before shifting her gaze towards Fu Yunting. Fu Yunting, however, remained silent for an extended moment, eventually stating, "Let's go inside." With that, he turned and headed towards the elevator. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chuman followed suit, with Ning Ye trailing behind them, her mind wandering. As the elevator doors opened, Fu Yunting did not enter immediately. Instead, he held the door open for Jiang Chuman to step inside first. Distracted, Ning Ye was oblivious to Fu Yunting standing by the elevator door. As she moved forward, she collided sharply with him. He stood unmoved, a pillar of strength. The impact jolted Ning Ye back to reality, and she instinctively took a step back, murmuring, "Uncle, I'm sorry." Fu Yunting ignored her and entered the elevator, leaving Ning Ye standing there, momentarily rooted in place. Fu Yunting looked at her and asked, "Aren't you coming in?" After a brief pause, Ning Ye stepped inside, opting to stand beside Jiang Chuman rather than approaching Fu Yunting. Jiang Chuman took her place next to Fu Yunting, leaving Ning Ye at a considerable distance from him. If the walls of the elevator could have absorbed her, she would have gladly melded into them. Fu Yunting cast a heavy gaze upon Ning Ye, his silence amplifying the tension in the air. Startled, she bit her lip, hesitating further to move, her palms growing clammy with sweat. The elevator ascended from the second basement to the 16th floor, its pace neither too fast nor too slow, yet it felt accelerated under the oppressive atmosphere. The crowd and Fu Yunting's formidable presence rendered the enclosed space stifling, the air seemingly thinning. Each breath felt devoid of oxygen, as if the confined space contained only a whisper of fresh air amidst a suffocating abundance of carbon dioxide. Finally, as the elevator reached the 16th floor, Fu Yunting exited first and turned to open the door. Jiang Chuman, seasoned by her experiences, had regained her composure. She was acutely aware that as long as there were no others around Fu Yunting, she would not take offense at whatever he might say. After all, throughout the years, the one who truly remained by his side was herself. Lost in her thoughts, she noticed that Fu Yunting had opened the door and switched on the lights. Upon entering, he stepped aside to allow Jiang Chuman to enter. This was Jiang Chuman's first visit to Fu Yunting's residence here. While she often visited the apartment assigned to him by his workplace, she had never been to this one. Nevertheless, she restrained her curiosity and settled gracefully onto the living room sofa. After Jiang Chuman entered, Ning Ye hesitated before following, as Fu Yunting turned his attention towards her. Ning Ye's heart raced violently, pounding like a drum. The gaze of Fu Yunting upon her was exceedingly restrained, profound as the ocean. Ning Ye was reluctant to enter. She bit her lip and said, "Uncle, I've just remembered that there are still some items I need to purchase. I will return once I have completed my shopping." However, Fu Yunting showed no intention of allowing her to leave. His voice deepened as he commanded, "Come in." Chapter 79. Ning Ye stood in place for quite a while, while Fu Yunting lingered at the entrance, his subdued gaze possessing an almost predatory intensity that enveloped Ning Ye entirely. She felt her palms moisten with anxiety, ultimately succumbing to the pressure and stepping inside. Once within, she settled on the sofa beside Jiang Chuman, her lips pressed tightly together. Fu Yunting cast her a fleeting glance, remaining silent as he placed an order for takeout and then retreated to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. Jiang Chuman sensed the palpable tension in the air. To be frank, she had not anticipated that Ning Ye would reside at Fu Yunting's place. After all, given Ning Ye's background, her position within the Fu family was undeniably awkward, and it was quite surprising that Fu Yunting would take an interest in his brother's illegitimate daughter. Yet, since Fu Yunting had chosen to intervene, it was evident that he had his reasons. Jiang Chuman glanced at him, but hesitated to approach him for conversation. Instead, she turned to Ning Ye, her voice laced with concern. "When did you arrive here, Xiaoyi? I hadn't heard anything from Ting about your coming." Ning Ye replied softly, "I came yesterday." Jiang Chuman was momentarily taken aback. "But school has been in session for nearly a month. Why did you only arrive yesterday?" Ning Ye paused, her gaze dropping to her fingers. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "I wasn't well. I've been hospitalized." "Did you fall ill?" Ning Ye's delicate fingers twisted nervously. She turned to look at Jiang Chuman and said, "No, Chuman, yeah, it was a bit of an accident that led to my hospitalization. I even had to deal with a lawsuit." However, she was not particularly inclined to elaborate. nor did she wish to delve into the details of her circumstances. Yet, due to her relationship with Jiang Chuman and Fu Yunting, she felt a compulsion to appear somewhat sincere. After a brief pause, she continued. It was during the college entrance examination. You need not share if you prefer not to, Jiang Chuman interjected gently, but before Ning Ye could finish her thought, Fu Yunting's voice cut through the air, deep and commanding. Startled by his sudden interruption, Ning Ye opened her mouth but found herself unable to continue. Jiang Chuman was equally taken aback, not having expected Fu Yunting to interject so abruptly. However, she quickly regained her composure and, with a warm smile, reassured Ning Ye. It's all right, Xiao Yi. I was merely curious. If it's inconvenient for you to discuss, you need not feel pressured. Turning to Fu Yunting, she added, Ah Ting, she is still young. Please speak to her gently. Your tone might frighten her. Fu Yunting remained silent, smoking his cigarette. The dim light on the balcony cast shadows over his figure, rendering him particularly formidable. Ning Ye sat quietly, feeling overwhelmed by Fu Yunting's commanding presence, even from a distance, leaving her uncertain of how to respond to Jiang Chuman. Jiang Chuman then suggested, Xiao Yi, let us exchange contact information, shall we? Should you encounter any issues in the future when your uncle is unavailable, you can reach out to me. Ning Ye agreed and exchanged contact details with Jiang Chuman. The group had barely settled in when the doorbell rang. It must be that the takeout ordered by Fu Yunting has arrived. Ning Ye, feeling overwhelmed by pressure, decided to rise from her seat and retrieve the food from outside. As she reached the door, a sense of relief washed over her. After collecting the takeout, she turned back to the kitchen, carefully transferring the contents into bowls. She stood there for a while, gathering her thoughts before finally stepping out. While dining, Jiang Chuman inquired of Fu Yunting, Do you have tasks that require you to travel elsewhere this month? Fu Yunting replied, The notification has yet to be issued. In truth, Jiang Chuman had already learned of this matter from others and was aware that Fu Yunting had been interviewed earlier that day. Many within the military circle were privy to this information. His response implied a reluctance to discuss the topic further. Ning Ye, however, paused, realizing she had never heard Fu Yunting mention this matter before, yet she hesitated to ask. After finishing the meal, as Ning Ye began to tidy up, Jiang Chuman suggested, Shall we clean up together? Thus, they joined forces in clearing the table. In the kitchen, while Ning Ye washed the dishes, she eventually asked Sister Chuman, Did my uncle come here for you? At this, Jiang Chuman seemed momentarily lost in thought, her voice softening as she replied, Yes. Ning Ye chose not to pursue the topic further, unable to fathom the feeling of caring for someone so deeply as to disregard everything else. Jiang Chuman, however, was curious and asked, It seems your uncle treats you quite well. After a brief pause, she continued, I apologize, but during my time in the army, I overheard his calls from family members, all from Fu Yu, and I assumed he had only one niece, Fu Yu. It was only later, after returning to Haicheng and dining together, that she became aware of Ning Ye's existence. Ning Ye remained silent for a moment, offering a faint smile that scarcely qualified as one. She softly remarked, In the past, he didn't really pay much attention to me. At this point, Ning Ye herself was uncertain whether Fu Yunting's concern stemmed from their shared connection on that fateful night or simply because she was his niece, particularly during a time when no one else was looking out for her. She secretly hoped it was the latter. Once they finished tidying up, Ning Ye and Jiang Chuman exited the kitchen together. Jiang Chuman approached Fu Yunting and looked at him, saying, It's quite late. Could you escort me home? Chapter 080. A conversation. Fu Yunting stood up and escorted Jiang Chuman out the door. He drove Jiang Chuman home, leaving only the two of them in the car. Jiang Chuman occupied the front passenger seat, turning to Fu Yunting and inquiring, Will you be responsible for Xiao as well from now on? Fu Yunting replied, Her father has entrusted her guardianship to me. For reasons unknown, Jiang Chuman felt a sense of discomfort, yet given Fu Yunting's esteemed background, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Instead, she remarked, Didn't Fu Yu say last year that she intended to transfer to your side? Has she come this year? No, Fu Yunting responded. She chose to go to Lin City for better opportunities, unlike Ning Ye, who had no choice. And what about your psychological evaluations? Jiang Chuman tilted her head to look at him. Is your instructor still denying you? As long as I don't go to Nanning or undertake related tasks. It doesn't concern him, Fu Yunting stated matter-of-factly. However, Jiang Chuman felt a pang of discomfort and asked, "Do you really have to go to Nanning?" Fu Yunting fell silent. She continued, "You shouldn't dwell on the Nanning incident. Your instructor might be right. Perhaps you do have some psychological trauma." "I don't believe that," Fu Yunting replied. Jiang Chuman found herself at a loss for words. His psychological assessments were indeed impeccable. Fu Yunting drove Jiang Chuman to her residence, but she hesitated to exit the vehicle. Turning to him, she said, "For this mission, I would like to request to accompany you." "Do as you wish," he answered. After dropping Jiang Chuman off at the building, Fu Yunting lingered for a moment, lighting a cigarette and smoking quietly. At that moment, a call from Zhou Hanzhen came through. Fu Yunting answered, "Hello?" Zhou Hanzhen said, "I heard you enrolled your little niece in your school." Fu Yunting acknowledged with a sound. "I've heard she had issues during the college entrance examination, and that you assisted her with the lawsuit." Zhou Hanzhen had only recently learned of this matter, which Fu Yunting had kept under wraps. Although Ning Ye was merely an illegitimate daughter of the Fu family, her significant troubles, coupled with Fu Yunting's involvement, could not have remained entirely unheard in their circles. Yet, there had been no rumors at all. Fu Yunting merely responded with a sound, indicating he did not wish to elaborate. "Fu Yunting," Zhou Hanzhen continued, "are you perhaps being overly concerned about your little niece?" This was not the first time someone had suggested such a thing to Fu Yunting. In truth, his care for Ning Ye, aside from matters deemed inappropriate, was merely a form of normal supervision. "The guardianship is currently mine," Fu Yunting stated, "if I don't oversee her. Shall I allow her to end up in prison?" He had taken Ning Ye under his wing, acquiring her guardianship in the process, although it happened after her college entrance examination troubles. His words to Zhou Hanzhen merely reflected a different perspective. Zhou Hanzhen found himself at a loss for words. He remarked, "She is Fu Jingye's illegitimate daughter, and you and your brother are. Moreover, your interference is excessive. What would your sister-in-law think?" Fu Yunting fell silent. Zhou Hanzhen continued, "I heard that Jiang Lu has been taking care of her in a hospital for nearly 3 months. Was that your request?" Fu Yunting responded with a soft Zhou Hanzhen added, "You never showed such concern for Fu Yu." Fu Yunting chose not to reply, perhaps out of indifference, and inquired, "Is there anything else?" He mentioned that he would be returning in a few days to discuss a project. Zhou Hanzhen suggested, "Shall I come by to meet you then?" Fu Yunting asked when. Zhou Hanzhen provided a specific time. Fu Yunting replied, "I may not still be here by then. Are you leaving?" Fu Yunting, drawing on a cigarette, partially opened the window, resting her hand on the car window, and responded with a faint After exchanging a few more words, Fu Yunting ended the call and drove directly back to Jinyue community. Upon her return, Ning had just finished her bath, her hair still damp, and she wore the new pajamas Fu Yunting had bought for her. As she emerged from the bathroom and caught sight of Fu Yunting, she froze, her heart racing with a tremor of anxiety. Ning felt her jaw tighten painfully as she softly called out, "Uncle," standing there in the short-sleeved pajamas. She had evidently anticipated Fu Yunting's absence due to delivering Jiang Chuman, hastening to shower and retire to her room without donning any undergarments. The outline of her figure was quite apparent. Moreover, her slender, pale legs peeking from beneath the pajama bottoms were strikingly beautiful. Fresh from her bath, she exuded a dampness, with her hair, eyes, and skin glistening with moisture, lending her an allure that was undeniably tempting. Fu Yunting's gaze deepened, his Adam's apple bobbing momentarily as he said, "Come here, we need to talk." Chapter 081. A conversation. Ning Ye stood rigidly, still clutching the freshly washed clothes in her hands. In her haste to enter, she had forgotten to take the garments from within, leaving her in an undeniably awkward situation. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Moreover, she lacked the courage to engage him in conversation. The reason she had invited Jiang Chuman upstairs was abundantly clear to both of them. Ning Ye felt her breath quickening, her voice barely above a whisper as she said, "Uncle, it's rather late. What would you like to discuss with me?" Seeing her flustered demeanor, Fu Yunting stepped closer. The air around him was palpable, causing her breath to hitch. He gazed at her intently, extending his slender fingers to lift her chin gently. His eyes, tranquil yet profound, resembled a dark abyss, capable of drawing one in completely. Ning Ye found herself ensnared by his deep, shadowy gaze, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet Fu Yunting offered her no opportunity for withdrawal as he stated, "Let us discuss the events of our first night together." Ning Ye stiffened, the clothes in her grasp slipping from her fingers, falling to the floor with a soft thud as she froze in place. Gradually, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, dread settling within her. Cold sweat trickled down her spine, her palms clammy. With a voice barely audible, trembling and soft as a whisper, she pleaded, "Uncle, I truly do not understand what transpired that night. I was not the one who took you home." Fu Yunting, however, maintained his unwavering gaze. "That night, I did not take precautions." Ning Ye quivered at his words, unable to contain herself as she stepped back against the wall. Her lips pressed tightly together. She felt on the verge of tears, gasping for air, desperately wanting to avert her gaze from his penetrating eyes. Yet Fu Yunting's fingers held her chin firmly, leaving her no escape. Her complexion paled significantly, and she felt as if she were drifting in a haze. Rather than respond directly to his assertion, she feigned ignorance, hoping that by not acknowledging it, she could avoid the conversation altogether. "Uncle, I'm not sure what you mean," she replied. "Should I delve deeper into this discussion, or perhaps retrieve the surveillance footage from that night?" Ning Ye fell silent, engulfed by her fear. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before she murmured, "Uncle, I am sorry. Tonight was my fault." Fu Yunting inquired, "What exactly was the fault?" Trembling with terror, she confessed, "I overstepped tonight. I should not have brought Chumyuan back without your consent." Fu Yunting's gaze was as deep as the sea, his voice steady and devoid of inflection as he remarked, "Ning Ye, did I not warn you? If you wish to uncover my past, to test the waters with Jiang Chumyuan, I can recount everything from beginning to end. However, the prerequisite is that you must be genuinely prepared to intervene in my affairs." Ning Ye ceased to breathe, the weight of his words settling heavily upon her. After what felt like an eternity, she whispered, "I am sorry." Yet, after expressing her apology, she could not shake the feeling that Fu Yunting was being entirely unreasonable. Had he not overstepped, Ning would not feel so apprehensive and alarmed. Were he not so domineering and relentless in his pursuits, she would not be in such a state of disarray. Ning's anxiety was palpable, her head bowed, her delicate fingers clenched tightly. She understood that she ought to refrain from continuing. In many respects, Fu Yunting had already granted her some leeway. If she were a touch wiser, she would know to tread lightly and speak only what was necessary. Yet, Ning could not help herself. Her fear was genuine. "Ning sighed, but, Uncle, from the very beginning, I never intended to meddle in anyone's affections." Chapter 082. A date. As Ning Ye finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Fu Yunting gazed at her in silence. Was it a matter of unwillingness or fear? Ning Ye's delicate fingers trembled slightly. She herself could not comprehend Fu Yunting's true intentions. Was he compelling her to respond, or was it something else entirely? Ning Ye fell silent, conveying a sense of both reluctance and trepidation. Fu Yunting continued to observe her without uttering a word. Unable to endure his scrutiny any longer, Ning Ye finally spoke in a hushed voice. "Uncle, I genuinely do not understand what it feels like to care for someone. You mentioned earlier that you would sacrifice everything for Chuman, which must signify deep affection. However, I cannot fathom such emotions, and Chuman also stated that you have been together for 10 years, such a profound connection. Why then have you not married?" In response, Fu Yunting posed a question. "Are you truly invested in what I just said, or do you secretly wish for me to marry?" Ning Ye's heart momentarily halted, cold sweat trickling down her back. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. To claim that she was indifferent would be a lie. Rather, she felt a twinge of envy and a desire for their relationship to solidify, hoping for their continued journey together. Yet, she lacked the courage to voice these sentiments. She hesitated to intrude further into Fu Yunting's affairs of the heart, and an unsettling notion crept in. If she were to say anything more, Fu Yunting's next action might render her even more helpless. Leaning against the wall, she braced herself with her arms, breathing slowly, unable to articulate a single word. Fu Yunting studied her for a considerable time, captivated by her slightly flushed lips and her deep, luminous eyes, his gaze growing heavier. If he were to lean in and kiss her at that moment, it might very well frighten her to death. Yet, He yearned to kiss her, to taste her lips. Ultimately, he refrained from pushing her too hard. Fu Yunting's dark eyes locked onto Ning Ye's, and he said, "There are certain matters for which I can grant you time to gradually adapt and accept, provided that I am still willing to endure." Ning Ye looked up in astonishment, feeling her entire being soften in response. She was unaware of when Fu Yunting had left. She simply leaned against the wall, devoid of strength. Time passed, and she eventually stood up, recalling that her clothes were yet to be washed and hung out to dry. Trembling, she went to hang the laundry. Her hands shook as she worked, and she dared not linger in the living room, retreating to her bedroom. That night, sleep eluded Ning Ye. The following morning at breakfast, she was far from her usual self, unable to meet his gaze. The mere presence of Fu Yunting in the room, or the faintest hint of his aura, rendered her weak. He drove her to school, and once inside the car, she pressed her lips together tightly, the weight of his words from the previous night deepening the shadows in her heart. Upon arriving at school, Fu Yunting did not immediately allow her to exit the vehicle. He said, "I will come to pick you up tonight." Ning Ye bit her lip, intending to decline, but upon meeting his gaze, she found herself rendered speechless once more. Upon arriving at school, Ning Ye found it difficult to regain her composure. During class, her mind wandered aimlessly. Su Lian attempted to engage her in conversation several times. Yet Ning Ye remained oblivious. "Ning Ye." Su Lian raised her voice, startling Ning Ye back to reality, prompting her to turn towards Su Lian. "Did you hear what I said?" Su Lian inquired. "What?" Ning Ye responded. Su Lian continued, "I mentioned that our school will commence military training next week." Ning Ye paused, bewildered, and asked, "What military training? Doesn't the school conduct military training at the beginning of the term?" "No. Our school initiates military training a month after the semester begins. I've heard it's a fully enclosed management system, and we'll be going to the military camp. It's quite strict." A flicker of interest ignited within Ning Ye. She perceived this as an unexpected boon, particularly since the enclosed management meant she wouldn't have to return home. A surge of excitement coursed through her as she tightened her grip on her pen, contemplating that distancing herself from Fu Yunting might allow both of them to attain a semblance of tranquility. "When exactly does it start?" "Ning Ye invited. Next Tuesday," Su Lian replied. "Where?" Su Lian mentioned the name of a base, explaining, "We'll be there with actual instructors overseeing our military training." However, upon hearing the name of the base, Ning Ye inexplicably thought of Fu Yunting, who worked in that vicinity. She dismissed the notion as mere coincidence and asked, "How do you know so much? Haven't you seen the school's announcement?" Su Lian asked. As Ning Ye had only arrived at school the previous day, she was still unfamiliar with many aspects and shook her head, replying, "I don't know where to look." Su Lian smacked her forehead, realizing, "I forgot you just came yesterday. It's posted on the announcement board. I'll take you there after class." "Thank you." At noon, Su Lian led Ning Ye to view the announcement board, after which they proceeded to the cafeteria for lunch. On their way, Ning Ye's phone rang, and she glanced down to see it was Xiao Yang. She pursed her lips and chose not to answer. "Who is it?" Su Lian inquired curiously. "A spam call," Ning Ye replied, holding her phone. "If it's a spam call, why not hang up?" Su Lian pressed. Ning Ye hesitated to disconnect the call, parting her lips to speak, but then halted, her complexion paling slightly. "What is wrong?" Su Lian noticed something was amiss. Ning Ye bit her lip and tugged at Su Lian, saying, "Let us go." With that, she turned to leave in a fluster, but before they could venture far, someone called out to her, "Ning Ye?" Chapter 083. A date. Ning Ye paused, her grip on Su Lian's hand tightening slightly as she stood still. "It is truly you," she murmured. Su Wei smirked with derision. "You caused Fu Yu to falter in her college entrance examinations, and yet you have the audacity to attend university here." Turning her gaze towards Su Lian beside Ning Ye, she added, "Oh, you've even made new friends?" Ning Ye remained silent. Su Wei was a close friend of Fu Yu from high school, and their bond was strong. Su Wei continued, "Of course, no one here is aware that your mother is afflicted with AIDS and that you are the daughter of a mistress. Hence, it's no surprise you can make new acquaintances." Ning Ye felt a buzz in her head as she released Su Lian's hand. Su Lian stood in stunned silence for a moment. Ning Ye finally spoke, "I do not have AIDS, so you need not worry. You may leave now." Su Lian hesitated to respond, for, truth be told, no one could hear such words without a twinge of fear. "Well, I shall take my leave," she said. Ning Ye nodded in agreement, replying, "All right." Su Wei mocked, "What's the matter? Afraid someone will overhear? If you're bold enough to act, shouldn't you be brave enough to be heard?" Ning Ye retorted, "I'm not afraid." Su Wei's expression shifted to one of coldness before she smiled and said, "Tell me, how would it feel if the university community were to discover your true nature?" During her time at school, Ning Ye feared not the bullying from Shu Yi, nor the violence in the halls, but rather the Fu family and the looming presence of the old Master Fu. Moreover, even if Ning Ye wished to halt Su Wei's remarks, she knew it would be futile. The fear of public opinion was undoubtedly daunting, and the agony of isolation was palpable. Yet, there was little she could do to avert it. "Do as you please," Ning Ye replied. Su Wei felt it unjust on Fu Yu's behalf. Fu Yu, with her stellar grades, her talent in dance, violin, and piano, was a star in the sky. No one could fathom that her results would fall short of the threshold for a top-tier university, ultimately relying on her family to smooth things over. The day the results were released, Fu Yu wept for what felt like an eternity, and Su Wei felt her sorrow deeply. "You just wait," Su Wei said before departing. After she left, Ning Ye stood still for a moment before turning to walk towards the cafeteria. Being new to the school, she was still unfamiliar with anyone and felt quite alone in her quietude. In the afternoon, she sought a leave of absence from her counselor and made her way to the testing center. This was her second visit to such a place, and trepidation still gnawed at her. Even she hesitated to engage in physical contact with the staff there. No one was free from fear. Ning Ye sat in a corner, waiting for an extended period before it was her turn. She had her blood drawn and underwent the necessary tests, but the results would not arrive for a week. Subsequently, she did not return to her classroom. On her journey back to school, Ning Ye received a call from Chen Rue. Chen Rue had performed well on her exams and was now enrolled in a second-tier university, studying architecture. "Have you concluded your legal matters?" Chen Rue inquired. Ning Ye responded with an affirmative, "Yes, I finished a few days ago. I won the case, and I will not serve time." Chen Rue exhaled in relief and asked, "What will you do next?" "I am currently attending school," Ning Ye replied. "I just enrolled yesterday." "Where are you studying?" Ning Ye mentioned a name, that of a second-tier medical university. Chen Rue's eyes were slightly red. She had heard about Ning Ye's situation at school later on and had called her. However, at that time, Ning Ye was hospitalized, anxiously awaiting the outcome of a lawsuit. Chen Rue said, "That's wonderful, Ning Ye. From now on, you will no longer be isolated and marginalized due to familial issues. In your new school, make sure to forge many friendships." Ning Ye remained silent for a while before responding, "All right." After a pause, she inquired, "How are you adjusting to the new school?" "Well," Chen Rue replied, "the people in my dormitory are quite affluent, which makes me feel a bit out of place." Ning Ye advised, "Do not compare yourself to them. Lacking wealth is not a disgrace." Chen Rue managed to smile, but remained quiet. Ning Ye sensed her discontent and pondered before asking, "Are they excluding you?" Chen Rue replied, "It's not exactly exclusion. It's just that our social standings and perspectives differ, making it hard to connect. They also find me somewhat unsophisticated." "Then do not engage with them." Ning Ye reassured her. "It will be fine. Things will improve." "Yes, you too, Xiao Yi. We will both be all right." Ning Ye offered, "If you ever find yourself short on money, feel free to ask me. I can lend you whatever I have." "All right." After hanging up, Ning Ye sat in silence on the bus. As she neared the school, she received a message from Jiang Chuman. "Jiang Chuman, Xiao Yi, have you finished your class?" Ning Ye lowered her head, staring at the message for a long time before responding. "Ning Ye, yes, Chuman Jia. Is there something you need?" Jiang Chuman intended to improve her relationship with Ning Ye. Currently, Ning Ye was residing at Fu Yunting's home, and her guardianship was with him, meaning that he had authority over her. Jiang Chuman had previously been unaware of Fu Yunting's living arrangements, and aside from her superiors, few in the workplace knew. However, now that Ning Ye had moved in, if Jiang Chuman wished to visit Fu Yunting frequently or have more interaction with him outside of work, she could only approach it through Ning Ye. She had never considered Ning Ye to have much presence, only knowing that Fu Jingye had an illegitimate daughter but had never seen her. At that time, it seemed as though Ning Ye did not exist in Fu Yunting's life at all. He had spoken on the phone with Fu Yu, Fu Ji, and other relatives. And despite his silence during those calls, he never refused to answer. Yet, he had never received a call from Ning Ye, indicating that their prior communication was minimal. However, with her guardianship now under Fu Yunting, the dynamics had shifted entirely. Jiangchu man, it's nothing serious. I just realized I haven't properly welcomed you. Would you like to have a meal with me this weekend? Ning Ye read Jiang Chuman's message, hesitated for a long time, and finally replied with a simple yes. Her heart tightening slightly. Jiang Chuman, then I shall call you when the time comes. Ning Ye, all right. Upon concluding the conversation, she realized that her grip on the phone had been excessively tight, causing a slight discomfort in her palm. When Ning Ye arrived at the school, it was nearly time for her class to dismiss, and she chose not to enter, but rather to wait for Fu Yunting nearby. Before long, Fu Yunting's call came through. Ning Ye glanced down to see his name flashing on the screen, her heart leaping in response. Biting her lip, she answered the call. Uncle? Chapter 084. Date 3. Fu Yunting inquired softly, where are you? Ning Ye responded, at school. After a brief pause, she added, by the school gate. Wait there. I shall come to fetch you now, he replied. Ning Ye merely acknowledged him with a sound. Once the call ended, her mind began to wander. Consumed by the words Fu Yunting had spoken to her the previous night, she found herself perplexed by the meaning behind his words, pondering when his patience might reach its limit. Such thoughts only deepened her sense of fear and unease, leaving her uncertain when Fu Yunting might hit his breaking point. As she was lost in contemplation, she spotted Fu Yunting's car in the distance, an elegant black Phaeton resembling a poised leopard, understated yet exuding a sense of grandeur. Perfectly mirroring Fu Yunting's demeanor, he smoothly pulled the vehicle to the roadside. The area around the school was bustling with students, and as the tires rolled over the pavement, it felt as though they were pressing against Ning Ye's heart. He then lowered the window slightly, allowing her to glimpse his sharply defined profile. Ning Ye be tadip, hesitating momentarily before approaching Fu Yunting. She opened the door and slid into the car, closing it gently, cautious not to slam it. Fu Yunting turned the steering wheel, directing the car towards Jinhua community. During the drive, Ning Ye turned her gaze to the outside world. After a lengthy silence, she glanced down at her palm and said, Uncle, our school is starting military training next Tuesday. Where will the training take place? He asked. Ning Ye provided the address, and Fu Yunting remained silent, focusing intently on the road ahead as he drove steadily. Her voice softened, reminiscent of a delicate creature, timid yet captivating. She continued, I heard we might need to stay over there. For how long? He queried. Half a month, she replied. Fu Yunting did not respond further, but simply asked, should you bring more clothes? I believe the school will provide them, she answered. He fell silent again. After a brief pause, Ning Ye ventured. Sister Chuman mentioned she would take me around this weekend to familiarize myself with the area. Fu Yunting cast her a glance, and she felt a surge of anxiety. Her voice was hoarse as she confessed, I initially declined, but then I thought it wouldn't be appropriate, and I seem to struggle with making friends. Fu Yunting cautioned, it would be wise for you to avoid getting involved in matters between her and me. It will not benefit you. I understand, Ning Ye replied. With that, he ceased to mention her further, and she let out a subtle sigh of relief. She refrained from bringing up other issues, not wishing for Fu Yunting to constantly resolve her problems. Many circumstances were beyond his control. If Su Wei insisted on making her situation a public spectacle, it was not something Fu Yunting could easily mitigate. As the car progressed, Ning Ye suddenly realized that Fu Yunting was not heading towards Jinhua community after all. She paused in surprise and called out, Uncle, with one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other resting against the window. Fu Yunting announced, I will take you out for a meal. Ning Ye remained silent. Fu Yunting's residence was quite distant, situated at a private restaurant. The establishment was bustling with patrons, indicating its popularity. He promptly requested a private room, and when the waiter arrived, he handed the menu to Ning Ye, saying, take a look and see if anything appeals to you. Ning Ye, not particularly finicky about food, softly replied, I'm fine with anything. You decide, Uncle. Consequently, Fu Yunting ordered 3 or 4 dishes, and while waiting for the food to arrive, Ning Ye sat across from him. Fu Yunting inquired, are you adjusting well to school? After a moment of silence, Ning Ye nodded, responding, It's quite good. If I don't like my major, I can select another one after completing the preparatory courses. She added, "Thank you, uncle." Fu Yunting chose not to elaborate further. At one point, he received a phone call and excused himself. Unbeknownst to Ning Ye, the conversation was brief, and Fu Yunting concluded with, "I'm not available at the moment. I have some personal matters." Ning Ye felt somewhat taken aback. The call did not last long, and once the dishes arrived, her nerves rendered her unable to savor the food. The modest size of the private room amplified Fu Yunting's presence, and coupled with his earlier remark, Ning Ye found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Even entertaining the mistaken notion that Fu Yunting had come to take her out on a date. Chapter 085 announcement. After their meal, Fu Yunting escorted Ning Ye back home. In the elevator, Ning Ye kept her head down. Upon arriving home, she said, "Uncle, I will go take a shower first." Fu Yunting glanced at her, but remained silent. Ning Ye felt compelled to stay still, her body tense with apprehension. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yunting spoke. "You may use the card I provided when you go out with Jiang Chuman tomorrow. If it is insufficient, just send me a message." Ning Ye felt the card he had given her was almost too hot to handle. She had no intention of using it, let alone messaging him. Nevertheless, she nodded and replied, "All right." With that, Fu Yunting said no more, and Ning Ye proceeded to take her shower. Once she finished, she dared not linger in the living room and was about to enter her room when Fu Yunting called out to her. Standing in the living room, he exuded an imposing presence. The light slanted behind him, casting shadows that deepened the contours of his face, making his features appear even more striking. His gaze, particularly intense, held a captivating allure as he said, "I may not be able to see you off in the morning." Ning Ye lowered her head, feeling the weight of his gaze, a subtle pressure that enveloped her. Her eyes fell upon the straight lines of Fu Yunting's trousers as she replied, "I can go by myself." The thought that he would not accompany her brought her a sense of relief. Fu Yunting fell into silence, and Ning Ye turned to enter her room. Once inside, she noticed a shirt left behind by Fu Yunting. It was the one he had given her to wear as pajamas on her first night here. As she looked at the garment, she was struck by the lingering essence of Fu Yunting that clung to it. A potent presence that persisted even after it had been washed. Unsure if it could be hand-washed, she resolved to take it to the dry cleaner before returning it to him. That night, sleep eluded Ning Ye. Her thoughts oscillated between Su Wei and Fu Yunting. Perhaps it was the fact that she was in Fu Yunting's residence, but she felt as if everything around her bore his imprint. Even the new clothes he had bought for her seemed to carry traces of him. The following morning, when Ning Ye awoke, Fu Yunting had already left, and she breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon arriving at school, she was taken aback. As soon as she stepped onto campus, she noticed people pointing and whispering about her. Her mind felt blank. She suspected Su Wei had said something, but she never anticipated that it would escalate so rapidly. Before long, she understood the gravity of the situation. The school's bulletin boards, the academic building, the science building, and other high-traffic areas were plastered with large posters detailing her background. Ning Ye stood before the bulletin board, her delicate fingers clenched tightly. The onlookers continued to stare and murmur. Overwhelmed, her eyes began to redden as she stepped forward, tearing down the announcements one by one, from a bulletin board to the academic building and then to the science building. She meticulously tore the papers one by one, her hands trembling slightly from the effort. Once she had finished, she discarded all of them into the trash bin. However, there were so many that it took her nearly an hour to complete the task. Yet, even after tearing them all up, it proved futile. Within just a morning, the rumors about Ning Ye had spread throughout the school. In class, Ning Ye felt the weight of everyone's disdain as they avoided her like the plague. She pressed her lips together tightly. After class, she remained seated, lost in thought, eventually leaning over her desk. Later, on her way to the restroom, she ran into Su Lian, who hesitated to speak. Ning Ye instinctively stepped aside to let her pass. Su Lian glanced at Ning Ye, opened her mouth to say something, but was pulled away by someone beside her, hurriedly departing. It was evident she was genuinely afraid of Ning Ye. That day was excruciating for Ning Ye. She remained silent throughout. When school ended, she spotted Su Wei, who smiled at her and asked, "How are you feeling?" Ning Ye stood there, speechless. Su Wei continued, "This is just the beginning. I heard that Shu Yi hit you, and your uncle stood up for you. Shu Yi is still in detention, awaiting trial, but I want to be so foolish. And I'm not afraid of your uncle. Initially, Fu Yu had been furious upon learning that Fu Yunting defended Ning Ye, later gathering a group, including Su Wei, for drinks, where they remained silent after consuming a considerable amount. Su Wei and Fu Yu were indeed very close friends. Su Wei had nearly faced a crisis once, and Fu Yu had saved her, thus she was fiercely protective of her. Ning Ye chose not to respond and turned to leave, but soon noticed Su Wei linking arms with a boy as they walked out of the school gates. She stared at the pair for a long while. That was her boyfriend. Su Lian, who had been standing not far from her, remarked, "That guy is Jiang Chun, a second-year senior from the medical school. He excelled in his exams. I heard his father wanted him to attend a business school like Q University, but he was determined to study medicine and didn't list it as his first choice. He only got in through a supplementary application." Ning Ye turned to Su Lian and quietly said, "Thank you." Su Lian felt a bit awkward, and someone beside her commented, "Why are you saying so much to her? Aren't you afraid?" Su Lian was undoubtedly frightened. Despite Ning Ye claiming she was not HIV positive, the fact that her mother was raised suspicions. Ultimately, Su Lian said nothing more and left with her dorm mates. Ning Ye took out her phone and logged onto the school's website to browse the forum, which Su Lian had shown her the day before. Once logged in, she quickly found Jiang Chun's information, complete with his photo, details, and the major he was studying, as well as the places he frequently visited. Even his family background was listed. After a brief period of perusal, a call from Jiang Chuman came through. Ning Ye answered. "Sister Chuman?" Chapter 086 Notice 2 Jiang Chuman inquired, "Xiao Yi, have you finished school?" Ning Ye, feeling somewhat disoriented, was not particularly in the mood to explore with Jiang Chuman, yet she also did not wish to go to Fu Yunting's place. Pressing her lips together, she replied, "I have finished. Shall I come and pick you up?" Jiang Chuman asked. "All right," Ning Ye responded. Jiang Chuman arrived swiftly, and before long, she drove up. As Ning Ye stood at the school gate, she spotted Jiang Chuman stepping out of the car, and she walked over. "Sister Chuman," she greeted. Jiang Chuman smiled and said, "Have you been waiting long?" Ning Ye shook her head. "Not really. I just got out of class." Jiang Chuman invited Ning Ye into the car and took her to a restaurant in the city center. "What would you like to eat?" Ning Ye replied, "Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Sister Chuman, please order what you like." Jiang Chuman had not previously interacted much with Ning Ye, except for one occasion with Fu Yu, who had come to the military base to find Fu Yunting and stayed for over a week, during which Jiang Chuman often accompanied Fu Yu. Observing Ning Ye now, she found her to be quite quiet and well-behaved. "Then I shall order some of the specialty dishes here," Jiang Chuman suggested. Ning Ye nodded, "Okay." Once the dishes arrived, Ning Ye's enthusiasm for the meal was subdued. She seemed somewhat distracted. It was difficult to not be affected by the events she had encountered at school, yet she still ate earnestly. "Ning Ye?" Jiang Chuman suddenly called out. Ning Ye snapped back to attention and looked at Jiang Chuman. "I was wondering why you don't live at school," Jiang Chuman asked. Ning Ye hesitated, knowing she could not reveal that Fu Yunting had forbidden her from residing at the school. After a pause, she replied, "I arrived too late, and the school had no dormitories available." Ning Ye had previously mentioned that she did not perform well on her college entrance exams due to unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Chuman then asked, "How do you find the new school?" Ning Ye remained silent for a considerable time before responding, "It's all right." After a moment, she could not help but quietly inquire, "Sister Chuman, is your relationship with my uncle very good?" Jiang Chuman was taken aback, her face slightly reddening as she replied, "I suppose I am the only woman who has been able to stay by his side for so long." Ning Ye nodded, nervously asking, "Will you marry him?" Jiang Chuman felt confident about the possibility, considering that over the years, there had been no other women in Fu Yunting's life. Furthermore, years ago, he publicly acknowledged their relationship in front of everyone, and it had become an unspoken understanding within their social circle that they would eventually be together. Jiang Chuman believed that had it not been for some internal conflict he harbored, they would have likely been together long ago. "I believe so," Jiang Chuman affirmed. After finishing their meal, Jiang Chuman took Ning Ye shopping, insisting on buying her clothes, though Ning Ye persistently declined. "Really, Sister Chuman, I have clothes to wear," she insisted. Eventually, feeling cornered, Ning Ye stood helplessly as Jiang Chuman sighed, "You're being too distant." The two of them had been wandering for quite some time, and later. Jiang Chuman gifted some items for young girls to Ning Ye, who graciously accepted them. After their shopping excursion, Jiang Chuman accompanied Ning Ye back to the Jinhua community. Upon returning home, Ning Ye found the room shrouded in darkness, yet a heavy scent of alcohol permeated the air. A sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to hesitate at the threshold. She first turned on the light. Almost instantly, she spotted Fu Yunting seated on the sofa, reclining against the backrest with the back of his hand resting over his eyes. As the light flickered on, its brightness seemed to discomfort him, causing him to turn his head away. Ning Ye stood there momentarily taken aback, then closed the door behind her. She lingered at the entrance for a considerable while, caught in a web of indecision, before finally making her way toward Fu Yunting. In a soft voice, she called out, "Uncle?" Fu Yunting remained unresponsive. A wave of anxiety washed over her. She was genuinely apprehensive of the inebriated Fu Yunting. "Uncle, perhaps you should go to bed?" she suggested, yet he remained motionless. After contemplating her next move, fearing he might be uncomfortable, she extended her hand to support Fu Yunting's waist, intending to help him recline on the sofa before retrieving a blanket from his room. However, Fu Yunting's weight proved to be a challenge. As Ning Ye knelt on the sofa to adjust him, he inadvertently leaned towards her, pinning her beneath him. Fu Yunting furrowed his brow in discomfort, likely roused by her presence. He propped himself up with one hand, and, as he did so, Ning Ye found herself lying back, facing him, effectively trapped between his arms and the sofa. His deep, dark gaze locked onto hers, stirring a wave of nervousness within her. She parted her lips, on the verge of addressing him as uncle once more, when Fu Yunting leaned closer, encroaching upon her space. Chapter 087. Endurance. As Fu Yunting leaned in towards Ning Ye, she froze in place. "Uncle," she called out in a panic, but before she could utter another word, his lips had already pressed against hers. Their breaths mingled in close proximity, and Ning Ye felt her heart racing, almost leaping in her throat under the dim lighting. Fu Yunting's eyes remained open. He gazed at her for a moment before his tongue, in the midst of her oxygen-deprived state, began to curl into her mouth, entwining with her own. His lips, though moist, bore an undeniable dominance, prying open her teeth and tangling with her tongue as if he intended to shatter her very heart. He began to twist, grind, and suck, kissing her so deeply that even the root of her tongue tingled, leaving her fingers trembling uncontrollably. The air around them was saturated with Fu Yunting's essence. Ning Ye widened her eyes, and when she finally regained her senses, she struggled with all her might to push him away. Yet, Fu Yunting's towering physique felt like an immovable mountain, restraining her completely. No matter how fiercely she fought, he remained unyielding. Not only did he not budge, but he also reached up and grasped her chin, lifting it to align her with himself, deepening the kiss. The room was dimly lit, and upon entering, Ning Ye had felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing Fu Yunting, causing her hands to tremble as she inadvertently switched on a small, warm light at the entrance. That feeble illumination barely reached their vicinity. In the enveloping darkness, silence reigned. The soundproofing of the apartment complex was impeccable, with hardly a whisper to be heard, save for the relentless thumping of Ning Ye's heart. Each time he drew near, she felt breathless, and being pressed against him in such an intimate embrace rendered her utterly weak, yet she was gripped by a profound fear. Fu Yunting's robust body pressed against her, and she yearned to call him uncle, to plead for him to cease. But Fu Yunting's lips and tongue continued their relentless assault. At that moment, his hand slipped beneath the hem of her clothing, making contact with her skin. Ning Ye's breath hitched. The areas he touched quivered lightly. She wanted to push him away, but he held the back of her head firmly, trailing kisses from her lips down to her jawline and her delicate collarbone, even teasing the barely protruding Adam's apple. He nibbled on that fragile, soft flesh, licking and sucking gently. Ning Ye trembled uncontrollably, wanting to ask if he knew what he was doing. But Fu Yunting's mouth had already ventured elsewhere. Words failed her. She could not fathom why Fu Yunting could kiss her with such abandon, devoid of any guilt. Yet for Ning Ye, this was an immensely terrifying experience. She was deeply afraid of Fu Yunting, of the emotions that transcended familial ties. Yet amidst her fear, she yearned deeply for Fu Yunting's love, a warmth she had never known, an affection she had never been granted. Though his controlling nature secretly delighted her, what she truly desired was not what he offered. She longed to be cherished by him as dearly as he did Fu Yue. Not this fragile thread of affection that left her trembling with tenfold trepidation for every ounce he gave. Ning Ye bit her lip until it nearly bled, her entire body quivering violently. When Fu Yunting sank his teeth in her skin, sucking harshly, she let out a choked whimper, her nails digging into his shoulder blades like desperate claws. The pain made him frown, and in that momentary clarity, he lifted his head. Tears streaked Ning Ye's face as she cowered in the corner of the sofa, her wide, frightened eyes locked onto him. Fu Yunting's darkened gaze bore into her, heavy and unsettling. He reached out to wipe her tears, but the moment his fingers neared, she flinched away. Undeterred, he persisted, his touch finally meeting her damp cheeks. Her heart constricted painfully. Yet Fu Yunting showed no intention of letting this pass. His eyes remained fixed on her as he murmured, voice low, I drank too much. Ning Ye did not respond. Trembling, she fumbled with her clothes, fingers clumsy as she tried to fasten the buttons beside him, her entire body taut with tension. She stifled her sobs, suffocating under the weight of unshed tears. Fu Yunting's tone was detached as he spoke again. When you touched me earlier, I wasn't fully conscious. Only when I felt it I see your eyes, dark, bright, and your lips flushed and damp. And then I did what I wanted to do the night before, but held back, afraid of frightening you. His words left her uncertain. Was this an apology or something else? Weak and motionless, it took her a long moment before she managed to whisper, I was afraid you'd be uncomfortable sleeping there. I just wanted you to lie on the sofa. A pause. I didn't mean to touch you. There she sat, a university student, yet appearing heartbreakingly young, soft, quiet, fragile. It made Fu Yunting seem nothing short of a predator in fine clothing. His gaze lingered before he spoke, voice steady, deep. Was it that you didn't want to? Or that you didn't dare? Of course not. And she dared not even entertain the thought. Even with Fu Yunting standing a mere meter away. She was already paralyzed with fear, feeling as though she might suffocate at any moment. How could she possibly muster the courage to touch him? His question alone struck her as unbearably oppressive, the kind that would crush anyone lacking a resilient heart. Chapter 088. Endurance. Ning Ye pressed her lips together, her heart racing. Unable to utter a word. Fu Yunting observed her for a considerable time, yet he did not receive a response, and indeed, his kiss had genuinely startled her. Fu Yunting remarked, in this world, it is not about daring or fearing. It is about willingness. Ning Ye remained silent for a while, unable to voice her thoughts. How could he understand her anxiety and trepidation? Moreover, she did not believe she could intrude upon the decade-long bond between Fu Yunting and Jiangchu Man. Love, in its essence, is elusive and intangible, never as enduring or reliable as familial affection. Thus, she yearned for Fu Yunting to bestow upon her the same love he offered to Fu Yu. Yet she feared every ounce of affection beyond that, for such emotions were perilously unpredictable. Furthermore, if she were to diverge even slightly from Fu Yunting, the Fu family would promptly obliterate her. The atmosphere grew still once more. Fu Yunting parted his lips, intending to speak, but as he moved, Ning Ye tensed, prompting him to silence himself and instead suggest, go take a shower and rest. However, Ning Ye found her legs weak, rendering her unable to move. Leaning against the sofa, she murmured, Uncle, you should go shower first. After a moment's pause, she added, don't sleep here after you wash. You might catch a chill. Fu Yunting glanced at her without responding. The commotion had sufficiently sobered him, and he rose to retrieve clothing from his room before heading to the shower. Yet soon after, Ning Ye regretted her words. Sitting on the sofa, she could distinctly hear the sound of water flowing from the bathroom, and with each drop, images of Fu Yunting bathing involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Though she had never witnessed it, she had seen him in his bare form before. Ning Ye began to feel increasingly uneasy. Fu Yunting's shower was brief. He emerged clad in sleepwear. It was the first time Ning Ye had seen him in such attire during their time together, and he appeared youthful, yet retained his commanding presence. His gaze still deeply reserved. His hair was damp, and he dried it with a towel, droplets cascading down, tracing the contours of his prominent Adam's apple and settling into the alluring definition of his chest. The overwhelming presence of his masculinity left Ning Ye hesitant to look at him. Regaining a modicum of strength, she lowered her head and said, "Uncle, I will take a shower now." Fu Yunting acknowledged her with a soft and stepped out onto the balcony to smoke. Ning Ye exhaled a sigh of relief, gathering her clothes to shower. Upon finishing, she found Fu Yunting still on the balcony. He had recently employed housekeeping services, which came daily to tidy up, relieving her of the burden of washing her own clothes. Feeling somewhat reluctant to retire for the night, she approached Fu Yunting, stopping at a respectful distance, her legs still a bit unsteady. "Uncle, I will head to bed now." Fu Yunting did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward her. "How are you adapting to school?" Ning Ye remained silent for a moment, her eyes slightly reddened, yet her voice remained steady as she softly replied, "It's just quite difficult to make friends. Everything else is manageable." "This matter cannot be rushed," Fu Yunting remarked. "Making friends can take time." Ning Ye replied, "All right." She dared not speak too much to him. The more he controlled her, the more she had to endure. Fu Yunting, suffering from a headache after drinking too much, did not inquire further, stating, "I have matters to attend to this week and may not return." After such an incident, his absence brought a sense of relief to Ning Ye, who whispered, "I understand, Uncle." Fu Yunting said little, and Ning Ye softly added, "Uncle, I will head to bed now." Fu Yunting acknowledged with a sound. Ning Ye then returned to her room. That night, sleep eluded her, her heart in turmoil due to Fu Yunting's interference. The following morning, when she awoke, Fu Yunting had already left home, but he had prepared breakfast for her. Having had a restless night, she lacked an appetite, ate a little, tidied up the dishes, and set off for school. However, upon arriving, she was confronted with numerous resumes concerning her. Standing there, she no longer felt the emptiness she had experienced yesterday, yet she still struggled to process it all. Her delicate fingers tightly clenched. It was said that the new student had transferred recently and would only join the school in a month. One wondered if it was due to her illness that she required recuperation. The school, fully aware of her condition, still admitted her. Was this not putting their students at risk? What about the fear of infecting classmates? Damn it, in this lifetime, nothing is more detestable than a mistress. Ning Ye's complexion turned pale. She approached resolutely, tearing down each resume related to her and discarding them into the trash. After finishing, she disregarded the onlookers discussing her and headed to the teaching building. By the time she arrived, the class was already well underway, rendering her presence meaningless. She turned instead toward the restroom. Just as she was about to wash her hands, she overheard a conversation. No way. For so many years, Fu Yu's mother treated her like a biological daughter. If it were me, I would have been furious, wishing to obliterate the other party, let alone raise their daughter. "What can one do?" replied Su Wei. Back then, Fu Yu's mother was infuriated to the point of nearly jumping off a building with Fu Yu. But what could be done? The child was born. Should she truly seek death? Yet, to treat her like a biological daughter seems excessive. Su Wei remarked, "I truly feel for Fu Yu. She could have excelled academically. Yet this time, she barely managed to enroll in a first-tier school. Why must Fu Yu suffer, while she remains here, seemingly carefree? What do you wish to do?" "I just want her to struggle here," Su Wei said. "It's unbearable being in the same school as her." Ning Ye listened quietly, the faucet running as she vigorously scrubbed her hands. Once she finished washing, she was about to leave when the restroom door swung open, revealing Su Wei, who immediately spotted Ning Ye. Ning Ye, in turn, noticed her. Su Wei looked at her, scoffing, "Surprised to see you at school today?" Ning Ye's eyes were tinged with red as she gazed at Su Wei for an extended moment. Her voice was soft and barely above a whisper as she asked, "Can we stop this?" Su Wei replied, "Stop what? If you withdraw from school, this matter will come to an end." Ning Ye looked at her for a while longer and said, "Do not regret this decision." Chapter 089. Endurance. When she spoke with fierce determination, her demeanor appeared rather meek, her voice delicate and soft, lacking any convincing power. Su Wei remarked, "The one who should feel regret is you. Fu Yu cannot attend the school she desires because of you, and she suffers daily. How can you remain here with such ease?" Ning Ye wished to respond. Yet she pondered, what had she done wrong? Fu Yu did poorly on her college entrance examination. Did that mean Ning Ye would have fared better? She had narrowly avoided imprisonment, and all these tribulations were brought upon her by Fu Yu. She had already postponed her own ambitions for Fu Yu's sake, time and again. Ning Ye said, I merely wish to focus on my studies. Why can't you all leave me be? Su Wei replied, if you must assign blame, direct it toward your mother. You will carry the label of a mistress for the rest of your life. Ning Ye responded simply, very well. After speaking, she turned away. Su Wei made no effort to pursue her. Once outside, Ning Ye did not head to the classroom, but instead requested leave from her counselor. The counselor inquired, why the sudden absence? After a prolonged silence, Ning Ye replied, Teacher, I am feeling unwell and would like to take 2 or 3 days off. What seems to be the matter? Ning Ye answered, I have a fever. The doctor suggests hospitalization. May I take leave, please? Of course, the counselor responded. When you return, be sure to bring the hospital's diagnosis. Ning Ye acknowledged this and then ended the call. Following the conversation, she did not go anywhere else but directly to the school library, where she lay down to rest. Around 4 in the afternoon, someone stood beside her. Sensing another's presence, Ning Ye opened her eyes, startled, and stood up awkwardly. In a timid voice, she called out, Senior Jiang. Jiang Chen looked at her, you know me? Ning Ye replied softly, I've heard classmates mention you. Many had spoken of Jiang Chen. He felt indifferent and merely nodded, uncertain of how to continue the conversation. Ning Ye moved away, keeping her distance, and resumed her sleep. At that moment, the library was sparsely populated, with only Jiang Chen and Ning Ye in that vicinity. Throughout the afternoon, as Ning Ye dozed, she would stand up nervously each time Jiang Chen passed by, relocating far from him, yet she remained, not reading but merely resting, resembling a timid and tranquil little puppy. In their final encounter, Jiang Chen stood before her, causing Ning Ye to feel anxious and desire escape. He asked, Are you afraid of me? After a long pause, Ning Ye replied, No. You come here to sleep? Ning Ye nodded and added, If I go elsewhere, I might be scolded. Who would scold you? Ning Ye looked at him, a bit helpless and reserved, and said, I don't know. Too many people to count. After a moment, she reassured him, Senior Jiang, do not worry. I will not come too close or disturb you. I have nowhere else to go, so I must remain here. Ning Ye possessed a pure and innocent appearance, her skin fair and unblemished, her eyes large and bright. Overall, she exuded a quiet demeanor, appearing exceedingly well-behaved and timid. Jiang Chen remarked, This is not my territory. If you wish to remain here, you need not go through me. Despite his words, Ning Ye felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation and kept her distance from him. Jiang Chen spent 2 or 3 hours poring over materials, during which the young girl peacefully slumbered, utterly undisturbed. It was not until a friend of Jiang Chen's arrived to seek him out that the atmosphere shifted. The friend, evidently acquainted with Ning Ye, paused momentarily before inquiring, Why are you with that freshman? Jiang Chen quickly grasped the situation and inquired nonchalantly, Who? Ning Ye, Su Donglin replied. You'd best keep your distance from her next time you see her. What do you mean? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Su Donglin proceeded to relay the recent events surrounding her stating, I've heard rumors of her having AIDS, though I cannot attest to their veracity. In any case, it would be prudent to maintain some distance. Jiang Chen recalled an afternoon when Ning Ye appeared soft and anxious, so obedient. Had it not been for Su Donglin's warning, he would have remained oblivious to her plight. He wondered how she had endured these past few days, realizing that her courage was indeed quite limited. Feeling somewhat distracted yet curious, he responded to Su Donglin, Did you hear what I said? Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, Su Donglin emphasized his words. I heard you, but such matters are not always as they are rumored, Jiang Chen replied. In any case, it is wise to exercise caution. He dismissed the concern lightly, stating, Understood. After Jiang Chen departed, Ning Ye once again rested her head on the library table for a brief moment before shouldering her backpack, preparing to head home. Just as she was about to leave, a call from Fu Yunting came through, asking her, Where are you? Chapter 090 Ning Ye inquired. Are you still at school? Haven't returned yet? I was in the library, researching for a bit. I'll head back shortly, Fu Yunting replied, his voice falling into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, he continued, I have some matters to attend to these days, so I may not respond to calls promptly. If there's anything urgent on your end, call another number. I'll send it to your phone shortly. Inform him of your needs, and he will assist you. Ning Ye acknowledged with a soft, Okay. Fu Yunting's tone grew more serious as he said, Ning Ye, I sincerely hope you are truly absorbing what I'm saying. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Ning Ye understood the warning in his words. She tightened her grip on her phone and replied, I understand, uncle. You may also call me, though it may not always connect. If it does, I might not be able to answer immediately, but I will return your call whenever I find the time, he assured. All right, Ning Ye responded, and they ended the call. Shortly after, Fu Yunting sent her a phone number, which she glanced at for a moment before saving it. Not long after, he requested to add her on WeChat. Ning Ye paused in surprise. Despite living together for quite some time, they had never exchanged WeChat accounts. As Fu Yunting typically communicated via phone, although she had called him a few times, it was rare. Truthfully, Ning Ye was reluctant to add him on WeChat, as it felt too intimate. The sense of taboo that Fu Yunting evoked in her made her hesitant to delve into any aspect of his private life. The thought of prying into his world sent shivers down her spine. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately clicked to accept the request. Fu Yunting's WeChat profile was quite unremarkable, devoid of any content, simply bearing his name. Yet, it carried a weight that felt distinctly different from others. Ning Ye found herself staring at his name for an extended period. However, soon after, she noticed an increase in the number of people around her, with some whispering and pointing in her direction. She caught snippets of conversations hinting at scandalous tales involving her. Phrases like Jiang Yi and played out by 7 or 8 men. Ning Ye stood there, momentarily dazed. Su Wei's portrayal of her past did not encompass these narratives. It merely painted her mother as a mistress who had disrupted another's home, detailing her chaotic lifestyle and subsequent HIV infection, which she had passed on to Ning Ye. As a child of an HIV patient, her narrative was twisted, suggesting that while the legitimate wife treated her with kindness over the years, she had, during the pivotal time of the college entrance examination, nearly caused the legitimate daughter to fail. Throughout this portrayal, there was no mention of Jiang Yi. After a moment of reflection, Ning Ye logged into the campus network, only to be met with a deluge of information about herself flooding the campus forum. Photos of her and exaggerated accounts of her experiences at Jiang Yi emerged, detailing incidents of her being taken to the hospital under dubious circumstances, described in vivid detail. Were it not for her own lived experiences, she might have believed the fabrications. This information dominated the homepage, drawing numerous interactions, with thousands of responses. Everyone could see her photographs, and a torrent of vile language was directed at her. Ning Ye meticulously examined the content, her hands trembling slightly. The horror of it all struck her. How could someone suffering from such an affliction seek companionship? Individuals like her, harboring such darkness within, seemed to wish for everyone around them to share in their misery. Yet, she was undeniably beautiful, invoking a desire to be close to her, to share an intimate moment. If one is unafraid of illness, then by all means, pursue her. After all, she appears indifferent to the consequences. I wonder if protection would suffice. Does it not repulse you? How could you men indulge in someone so worn by many hands? As Ning Ye continued to peruse the details, her complexion grew paler, and she felt dizzy. She sensed the gazes of those around her and quickly distanced herself from the library, hastily seeking a less crowded area. After a brief walk, she arrived at a basketball court where she spotted some players, among them Jiang Chun. She paused, biting her lip tightly, her fingers gripping her phone with such intensity that its edges dug painfully into her skin. A haze enveloped her thoughts, transported her back to the tumultuous period of her college entrance examinations and memories of Lu Mingqing. In her encounter with the police, she had indeed fabricated her narrative. Her intention was not merely to inflict pain upon Lu Mingqing. During that time, the weight of despair felt insurmountable, coupled with a fierce unwillingness to accept the relentless pressure exerted upon her by those around her. They had made her sit beside a trash bin, and she complied, never retaliating against their vile taunts. Yet Lu Mingqing persistently sought to drive her to her limits. In those moments, her sole desire was for him to share in her demise. The depth of her hatred was profound. Now, in this instant, that feeling surged back with overwhelming force. Ning Ye's pallor intensified as she gazed at Jiang Chun, the basketball player, for what felt like an eternity before finding a distant step to sit upon. Slightly removed from the court, she was alone, yet her presence was captivating, clad in a white dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist. She resembled an ethereal being, the kind that ignites an undeniable longing in anyone who catches a glimpse of her at school. Soon enough, the players noticed her, and Jiang Chen's eyes met hers. He hesitated, observing her intently, before passing the basketball to Su Donglin, who pulled him aside, questioning, "What are you doing?" Chapter 91. Hatred. Upon perusing the online discourse within the campus, Jiang Chen was taken aback by the severity of the situation. However, he instinctively believed that Ning Ye was not the person everyone portrayed her to be. To be frank, the public uproar surrounding this matter instilled a sense of dread in him, as he feared for Ning Ye's well-being. It appeared she had scarcely any friends to confide in. Jiang Chen remarked, "It's fine, you all continue." Su Donglin cautioned him, "Don't act foolishly." "I want tea," Jiang Chen assured him. Su Donglin, recognizing Jiang Chen's gentle demeanor yet resolute nature, felt powerless to alter his decision. Thus, he advised, "Just don't get too close to her. What if she is truly unwell?" "I understand," Jiang Chen replied. Setting aside his basketball, he hurried over to Ning Ye. The moment she caught sight of him, she sprang to her feet, resembling a frightened yet obedient little puppy, soft and fluffy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him, stirring an instinctive urge to comfort her. Jiang Chen inquired, "What are you doing here?" Ning Ye responded in a soft, hesitant voice, "I feel a bit unwell. I'm not sure how I ended up here." Jiang Chen pressed, "Is it because of what has been said online?" Ning Ye looked at him in shock, quickly becoming flustered, her limbs seemingly unsure of where to rest. She barely managed a faint, muffled acknowledgement before hoarsely asserting, "I don't have AIDS." Her eyes, tinged with red, met Jiang Chen's as she confessed, I went to the hospital a couple of days ago for a checkup. The report will be out soon, but it doesn't matter now. With such widespread rumors, even if I have the report, no one will believe me." Jiang Chen asked, "Doesn't anyone at home care for you? You didn't tell your family about this?" Ning Ye fell silent for a considerable time, not uttering a word. Jiang Chen recalled the online speculation about her being an illegitimate child, yet he had heard that her aunt treated her rather well. Regardless of that, her situation remained quite awkward. Opening his mouth, he was about to speak when he noticed Ning Ye standing there, her fingers tightly clutching her clothing, looking at him with an expression of bewilderment. In a low voice, she questioned, "Senior Jiang, do you think I truly do not deserve to live?" Jiang Chen was unprepared for such a question. He had not anticipated that the seemingly scandalous girl depicted online would appear so innocent and timid, her purity evoking a pang of sympathy. She was nothing like the rumors circulating on campus. "Not at all," he replied firmly. He then asked, "It's quite late. Why are you still here? Aren't you going back to your dorm?" Ning Ye shook her head, stating, "I'm afraid to stay in the dorm." "Then where do you plan to sleep tonight?" he pressed. Ning Ye remained silent. "Have you had dinner?" he continued. She once again shook her head, replying, "I have no appetite." Given the gravity of her circumstances, it was entirely understandable for her to lack an appetite. If she were an ordinary person, she might have succumbed to despair by now. Standing there, she seemed to be in a fragile state, far from well. Jiang Chen is not typically one to meddle in others' affairs. Although he appears gentle, his heart is rather indifferent. Yet, in this moment, he could not resist suggesting, "Let me take you for a bite to eat. Afterward, we can figure out where you will spend the night." Ning Ye, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Jiang Sr., it would be best if you maintain some distance from me, or people might start talking." "So, do you truly have AIDS?" he inquired. Ning Ye shook her head, responding, "I was tested previously and found to be healthy." Her complexion was pale, devoid of color. As she lowered her gaze and continued, "When I first learned that my mother had contracted this illness, I was terrified, which prompted me to get tested myself. The results confirmed that I was healthy. My mother was infected only after I returned to the Fu family." She pursed her lips, gazing at him, and added, "I also underwent another test a couple of days ago, but the results have yet to come back." She had sought testing because Su Lian had engaged in physical contact with her, and she senses apprehension ever since he learned of her potential condition. She merely wished to reassure him that there was no need for concern. "Then there is nothing to fear," Jiang Chen remarked. "Since you are not infected, what is there for me to worry about?" After saying this, he led Ning Ye to a restaurant off campus to eat. Ning Ye followed closely behind, consuming very little. Once they finished, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Jiang Sr." He then inquired, "Where will you be staying tonight?" I will find a place to sleep. So there's no need for you to worry, Ning Ye assured him. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, still concerned for her safety, and asked, "Would you like to contact your counselor?" Ning Ye shook her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. She glanced at her fingers and quietly confessed, "I could not attend class today, so I requested a sick leave from my counselor." Jiang Chen felt a pang of sympathy for her. She was genuinely obedient, answering all his questions sincerely. Yet, as a man, he couldn't remain by her side indefinitely without drawing attention. Typically, he would have distanced himself from troublesome situations. But seeing Ning Ye in her current state inexplicably tugged at his heart, leaving him restless with concern. "Do you have any idea who might be behind this?" Jiang Chen asked. Ning Ye shook her head and replied, "I do not know." She spoke softly, "In this school, I do not have any acquaintances. Could it be that you offended someone in the past without realizing it?" He probed. Ning Ye shook her head again, stating, "When I was bullied before, I rarely spoke. So I wouldn't know if I had upset anyone." Jiang Chen sighed and ultimately decided to book her a hotel room. Standing at the entrance, he instructed, "Please keep my number. You can call me if anything arises." "Am I being too much of a bother?" she asked. "Not at all," he reassured her. Ning Ye noted down his number, expressing her thanks. "Let's also exchange WeChat," Jiang Chen suggested, and she added him on the platform. Just then his phone rang. It was Su Wei. He glanced down at the screen and said, "I must take my leave now. You will be all right here, won't you?" Ning Ye noticed the incoming call from him. Pursing her lips, she replied, "No, Senior Jiang, thank you." Consequently, Jiang Chen departed. Once Jiang Chen left, he promptly answered Su Wei's call. Su Wei inquired, "Where are you?" Jiang Chen provided the address, and Su Wei expressed her intention to join him, to which Jiang Chen, somewhat distracted, agreed. It then struck him that Su Wei's friend was, in fact, Ning Ye's half-sister. The hotel he had chosen for Ning Ye was conveniently close to the school, and Su Wei arrived shortly. She remarked, "I'm quite hungry. Shall we go eat together?" Jiang Chen accompanied Su Wei to a dining establishment, during which he casually inquired, "Do you happen to have a friend named Fu Yu?" Chapter 092. Hatred 3. Su Wei lifted her gaze to him and remarked, "Indeed, what is the matter?" It appeared that her sister was attending their school. Su Wei had not personally affixed those posters. Instead, she had commissioned others to do so for a fee. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, she queried, "Are you referring to the online allegations circulating on campus?" "Yes," Jiang Chen replied. "It seems quite serious. Should we inform her family? I spotted her at school this afternoon, and she didn't seem well." Su Wei lowered her eyelashes, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I will call her tonight." After parting ways with Jiang Chen, Su Wei promptly contacted Fu Yu. She expressed, she must be having a rather difficult time now. Fu Yu had only recently learned that Ning Ye's school was arranged by Fu Yunting, and the news had left her trembling with anger. Hearing this now evoked little response. Her mother had endured humiliation for years, receiving praise in public while being ridiculed in private. There had been a time when she was nearly driven to suicide, and despite her inner turmoil, she feigned kindness towards Ning Ye. Each time, Fu Yu witnessed this. She could hardly suppress the desire to strangle Ning Ye. Yet, Fu Yu chose not to elaborate further, simply responding, "I understand." Meanwhile, at the hotel, Ning Ye entered but did not stay long, ascending only for an hour before descending. As she exited, the sky had darkened significantly. She took a taxi back to Fu Yunting's residence. Upon arriving home and seeing Fu Yunting's clothes, she pondered for a moment, neatly folded them, and placed them in a bag to take to the dry cleaners. At the dry cleaners, Ning Ye inquired of the proprietor, "When can I pick them up after cleaning?" "Tomorrow," came the reply. Ning Ye paid and slowly made her way back, but could not resist checking the form again. The content remained distressing. That night, she struggled to sleep, her insomnia worsening, and she felt a growing sense of unease, suspecting something was amiss within her. The following day, Ning Ye again skipped class and, in the afternoon, returned to the library to rest. When Jiang Chen spotted her, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He had never encountered Ning Ye in such a state before. Since returning home the previous night, he had been preoccupied with her expression as she spoke to him. As he tended to bacteria in the laboratory, his mind wandered. Upon approaching, Ning Ye noticed him and averted her gaze shyly. Jiang Chen reassured her, "I had the posts removed. You needn't worry too much." He had arranged for their deletion only after returning home the night before. Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback, retrieving her phone to check. Indeed, the posts were gone, erased completely. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she stood there, clutching her phone, before finally whispering, "Thank you, Senior Jiang." Jiang Chun felt an impulse to ruffle her hair, but restrained himself. He inquired, "Will you still attend class?" Ning Ye remained silent for a while before replying. "I must. I've only taken 3 days off." "How diligent. What about your dorm?" "I have been searching for a place to rent these past few days." Ning Ye answered, "Do you need my assistance?" After pondering for a while, Ning Ye replied, "It would affect you. There's no need. I can rent on my own." "Thank you, Senior Jiang." Subsequently, she refrained from disturbing Jiang Chun and, displaying a commendable sense of maturity, found a quiet corner to peacefully doze off. Upon completing his research, when Jiang Chun returned, he found Ning Ye seated there, listening to others discussing her. Concealed by a bookshelf, she was likely unnoticed by them, who spoke quite unkindly. They appeared to be from her class, gossiping about her absence from school over the past few days, speculating that she might be out with men. However, she had actually been in the library throughout. With her hands resting on the table and lips pressed together, Ning Ye remained silent. Jiang Chen's expression soured. He turned toward the gossipers and remarked, "Is it appropriate to speak ill of someone behind their back?" Renowned within the school for his distinguished family background, good looks, and status as a senior, Jiang Chun was a prominent figure even in his freshman year, quickly becoming a member of the student council. The gossipers were taken aback by his words. Though well-mannered, his composure did not equate to a lack of temper. He continued, "A young girl, just starting her freshman year. Even if she has made a significant mistake, it is the law that should hold her accountable, not you. Are you not aware that such remarks could drive a girl to despair?" His tone was icy, rendering the group speechless. After a long pause, one of them finally admitted, "Senior Jiang, we were wrong. We won't do it again." Jiang Chun bore no ill will and allowed them to leave. When he returned, Ning Ye was still seated there, and upon noticing his approach, she seemed taken aback, her eyes wide with trepidation as she softly asked, "Senior Jiang, have I caused you trouble?" Jiang Chun reassured her, "Not at all," and inquired, "Have you eaten?" Ning Ye shook her head, stating, "I plan to eat by myself later." Jiang Chun then took her out for a meal, after which Ning Ye transferred him the money for their meal together the previous day. Jiang Chun glanced at the transfer but said nothing, simply accepting it. He asked, "Where will you be staying tonight?" Ning Ye replied, "I'll be at the same place as yesterday. I've extended my stay." Jiang Chun escorted her back. The following day marked the weekend. As he was leaving, Jiang Chun advised, "Try not to take the school's gossip too much to heart." However, the statement felt rather hollow once spoken. Ning Ye obediente responded, "Alright." On Tuesday, she inquired, "Are you all going for military training?" Ning Ye nodded and said yes. Jiang Chun offered, "If you need any help, feel free to reach out." Ning Ye acknowledged, "Okay," and added, "Thank you." At a loss for words, Jiang Chun could only return to his own affairs. On Monday, Ning Ye attended school, remaining quiet throughout the day as her classmates avoided her. She did not utter a single word. In the meantime, Su Lian had not been faring well either. Unable to resist, she visited the disease control center. While Ning Ye was in the restroom, she overheard Su Lian speaking to a friend. "I went for testing." She stood there for quite a while, unmoving. On Tuesday, Ning accompanied the school for military training. Chapter 093. Military training. Throughout the journey to military training, she remained silent, seated in the furthest corner. On the first day, no one was willing to share a dormitory with her. When the instructor inquired about the situation, her classmates hesitated, ultimately disclosing the rumors surrounding Ning Ye. The instructor, Mr. Chun, took Ning Ye aside for a private conversation to comprehend the circumstances. After listening, Ning Ye remained contemplative for a while before stating, "I prefer a room to myself." "Instructor," Mr. Chun replied, "if you wish to be alone, you may stay there. No one can disturb you." Ning Ye, not wanting to escalate the situation, recalled the discomfort she experienced during the college entrance examination and said, "It's all right. I'll manage on my own." In the evening, Ning Ye waited until everyone had finished their showers before she ventured into the bathroom. Due to the time constraints, her shower was brief. The following day during military training, her situation did not improve. She was almost entirely without a partner. Ning Ye felt quite helpless her state of mind deteriorating. The military training at university differed significantly from that in high school, and after facing collective ostracism from her peers, she began to actively avoid interactions. Eventually, the instructor had no choice but to allow her to complete the tasks alone. Although Su Wei was from a different major, their training areas were in close proximity. Whenever Ning Ye was sidelined, Su Wei could be seen laughing and joking with others nearby. In those moments, Ning Ye's eyes would glisten with unshed tears, and she appeared somewhat haggard. Yet, she would quickly regain her composure, gradually finding her tranquility again. Upon returning to the dormitory in the evening, everyone was allotted 10 minutes to converse with their families. Ning Ye stood there for a considerable time before sending a message to Jiang Chun. Ning Ye, Senior Jiang, are you asleep? Jiang Chun replied promptly. Jiang Chun, no, what's the matter? Ning Ye, I'm having trouble sleeping. At that moment, Jiang Chun was engrossed in a book at his rented apartment, which he occupied alone, with Su Wei occasionally visiting but never staying overnight. When his phone chimed with Ning Ye's message, his heart tightened. Understanding her struggle to sleep, he pondered for a moment. Jiang Chun, have you been bullied there? Ning Ye, they want to work with me on tasks. Jiang Chun, are you being ostracized? After sending this message, he waited a long time for her response, but Ning Ye remained silent, causing a sense of urgency to swell within him. Despite only being a year her senior, he felt an overwhelming protectiveness, as if she were still a child. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to call her. Ning Ye answered, Senior Jiang. Her voice was soft and obedient. Jiang Chun's tone was gentle. If you can't sleep, would you like to chat with me? Ning Ye replied, but we have to hand in our phones for the night. Jiang Chun asked, can you sneak your phone? If you can't sleep, I'll keep you company. After a brief pause, Ning Ye responded, the instructor will notice. Then she added, Senior Jiang, I must hang up now. It's time to collect the phones. Jiang Chun conceded, all right then, you take care. After Jiang Chun ended the call, he scarcely returned to his studies. On Ning Ye's side, after sending that one message, she ceased all communication with Jiang Chun and deleted their chat history. Subsequently, Jiang Chun sent her 2 additional messages, which she noticed during her evening phone call, but chose not to respond to, deleting the messages instead. In the following days, Su Donglin could clearly sense Jiang Chun's preoccupation. Su Donglin inquired, what is troubling you? To which Jiang Chun replied, nothing. When Su Donglin invited him to play basketball, he declined, stating, I'm heading back to my rented place to study. Jiang Chun was known for his diligence in academics. He was among the few privileged individuals who, despite their affluent backgrounds, took their studies seriously. As he returned to study, Su Donglin did not press the matter further. On Ning Ye's end, during military training, she consistently avoided interactions with her peers. However, despite her efforts, an incident occurred. The fateful day was a particularly exhausting evening after training. Ning Ye waited for her classmates to finish their showers before heading to the bathroom herself. Upon returning, she inadvertently collided with a female classmate named Yang Hui. Yang Hui had gone back to retrieve something she had dropped in the bathroom and unexpectedly bumped into Ning Ye. Both girls were fatigued, and Yang Hui was significantly heavier, her thighs nearly twice the width of Ning Ye's. The collision left Ning Ye pinned to the ground, her hand scraping against the surface, drawing blood, and inadvertently caught under Yang Hui's grip. Yang Hui possessed a sharp disposition. Upon recognizing Ning Ye, her face paled, and she erupted in a commotion, demanding to see the instructor and weeping as she called her parents, claiming she had encountered an HIV-positive individual and needed to undergo testing. Soon, a crowd gathered, and chaos ensued. The instructor, caught in a dilemma, was reminded that this was merely a school training exercise rather than formal training. Naturally, the foremost concern was the safety of the students. Given Yang Hui's uproar, the instructor had no choice but to contact the students' parents for their pickup. Ning Ye stood begeistert, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Her hand continued to bleed, yet no one attended to her needs, and she remained in a daze for quite some time. Softly assuring Yang Hui, I do not have HIV. You need not worry. Yang Hui, however, was dismissive, retorting, people like you should just die. Knowing you have such an illness, how can you still live and harm others? What do you intend? Ning Ye clenched her delicate fingers tightly at Yang Hui's harsh words. The situation devolved into further disarray. Being a local, Yang Hui's parents arrived swiftly and began to shove Ning Ye around, while she kept her head bowed. In the days that followed, Ning Ye was not in the right frame of mind during military training. When the training concluded, she took a bus back to school, arriving before the others for a scheduled break. After the break commenced, she stepped outside the school gates, and not long after, her phone rang. Glancing down, her heart sank. It was Fu Yunting. Chapter 094, Military Training. Ning Ye answered the phone. Uncle? Fu Yunting inquired. Has the military training concluded? Ning Ye replied, yes. Fu Yunting continued. Wait for me at school. I'll come pick you up. Ning Ye paused for a moment, standing still. It had been a long time since she last saw Fu Yunting, and she felt more anxious than before. Ning Ye did not wait long at school before Fu Yunting arrived in his car. From a distance, she spotted his vehicle, a black phaeton, which exuded a calm, yet reserved aura, much like Fu Yunting himself. The car came to a stop before her, and Fu Yunting stepped out, clad in military attire. While he typically radiated an imposing presence in a suit, this uniform amplified his authoritative demeanor. The sense of restraint emanated from him, seemingly ingrained within his very essence. Accentuated by the uniform he wore, merely standing in front of Ning Ye, he created an overwhelming sensation, as if he were a mountain looming above her. In truth, Ning Ye felt quite exhausted, yet upon seeing him, her nerves got the better of her, and she whispered, Uncle. Fu Yunting instructed, get in the car. She followed him inside. Throughout the journey, Ning Ye refrained from speaking. Fu Yunting asked, how was the military training? Although she felt fatigued, she mustered a cheerful tone, responding, it was fine. Remembering her earlier comment about not making friends, Fu Yunting inquired, have you made any friends during this time? Ning Ye opened her mouth to respond. I have made some. Fu Yunting urged, be honest. Unsure if he was speaking out of habit or had discerned something, she fell silent for a while, fearing further questioning. Eventually, she quietly admitted, I haven't made many friends. Fu Yunting lapsed into silence. After driving for a while, Ning Ye realized they were not heading towards the Jinhua community. Feeling apprehensive, she called out, Uncle. Fu Yunting explained, Jiang Lu and the others are coming from Haiqing. Since you borrowed money from him last time, we're going to treat him to a meal. Ning Ye chose not to respond. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Fu Yunting parked the car and stepped out, prompting Ning Ye to follow suit. As they reached the entrance of the private room, Fu Yunting received a phone call. He instructed Ning Ye to enter first while he took the call. Standing at the door, she was about to knock when she overheard voices from within the room, presumably from people she had never met before. One person remarked, Yunting brought his little niece. I wonder how she will feel if she ever learns about her mother's illness. Ning Ye's mind buzzed, and she froze in place. The affairs of the Fu family were not her concern. Would knowing them make her resent him? Standing there, her head echoed with the speaker's words. She couldn't help but wonder, what did that person mean? Wasn't her mother a victim of a monstrous assault? At that time, she possessed a faint recollection. Following her mother's tragic incident, she had overheard family members making a phone call, mentioning that late at night, she had been followed. The man had likely shadowed her for quite some time, ultimately forcing his way in as she opened the door. Subsequently, that man was sentenced for his crimes. The matter concerning her mother was initially addressed by Fu Jingye in Chinsu. However, what did that individual's words truly imply? Ning stood outside the door, lost in thought for an extended period. Meanwhile, inside the room, Jiang Lu's voice resonated, advising it is best not to speak of these matters indiscriminately. Ning was engulfed in a haze, her heart racing as she instinctively moved aside, nearly colliding with a server along the way. Her complexion was notably pale as she addressed the server, I apologize. She then inquired, could you please direct me to the restroom? Noticing her distress, the server asked, do you require assistance? Ning shook her head and, in a muted voice, reiterated her question regarding the restroom's location. The server kindly pointed her in the right direction. After expressing her gratitude, Ning swiftly found a restroom. Standing before it, she could no longer contain her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Chapter 095. Guardianship. Ning Ye stood before the mirror, daunted by the depth of her thoughts. The words spoken earlier weighed heavily on her mind. Her mother, Ning Xiao, had contracted AIDS, enduring a prolonged period of existence that was neither fully alive nor completely dead. Ultimately, her demise was not due to the disease, but rather a tragic fire rumored to be a suicide. Faced with such an affliction, she chose to end her life. The aftermath was managed by Fu Yunting and Chen Su. Yet at this moment, Ning Ye could not help but ponder whether Ning Xiao's death was indeed the result of a violent assault leading to her infection, prompting her to take such a drastic step. Or was her illness part of a sinister plot from the very beginning? If so, who orchestrated it? Ning Ye's thoughts drifted to Chen Su, for she possessed a motive. If Ning Xiao's assault was indeed orchestrated by her, did Fu Yunting have knowledge of it? What about Fu Yunting? The more she contemplated, the colder she felt. Just then, her phone rang, and her fingers trembled as she retrieved it, revealing Fu Yunting's name on the screen. She stared at it for a prolonged moment, suddenly paralyzed by fear of answering. The phone rang once more, then disconnected, only to ring again. Eventually, she could not bring herself to ignore it any longer. Biting her lip tightly, she steadied her voice as best she could. "Uncle?" Fu Yunting's voice resonated with a weighty gravitas, striking at her heart. "Where are you?" Ning Ye clutched her phone tightly, whispering, "I'm in the restroom. I'll be right there." Fu Yunting offered no further words. After hanging up, she stood in place for a while, stifling her tears, splashed water on her face, and after some time, finally turned to exit the restroom. Not long after she emerged, Ning Ye spotted Fu Yunting. Dressed in military attire, he stood with a poised stature. The hem of his uniform perfectly cinched at his waist, accentuating his muscular build and exuding an imposing presence. He stood outside a private room, a cigarette poised between his fingers, engaged in conversation with someone unknown. From a distance, Ning Ye watched him, the sense of forbidden allure intensifying. This was her first glimpse of Fu Yunting in such attire, instilling a sense of reverence that made her hesitant to approach. However, at that moment, Fu Yunting seemed to sense her presence, turning his gaze toward her. The intensity of his stare filled her with trepidation, leaving her frozen in place. She dared only to whisper, "Uncle." His gaze remained fixed on her. "What are you doing standing there? Come here." Ning Ye did not move, and Fu Yunting's eyes did not waver. Eventually, she took a few steps closer. As she approached, Fu Yunting directed his attention to the person before him, stating, "I will contact you later." The individual in front glanced at Ning Ye, inquiring, "Who is this?" Fu Yunting replied, "This is my brother's child." The person smiled and said, "Then you take care of the child. I shall take my leave." After that person departed, only Fu Yunting and Ning Ye remained in the vicinity. However, Fu Yunting did not immediately enter. He stood before Ning Ye, inquiring if she felt unwell. At that moment, Ning Ye appeared rather disheveled. Her palms were slightly clammy, and she bit her lip before responding, "I'm fine." Fu Yunting fell silent for a brief moment, choosing not to speak further, and then turned to push open the door to the room. Ning Ye followed him inside, only to discover that, in addition to Jiang Lu, there was also Jiang Chuman, along with several others whom she did not recognize. Upon seeing Ning Ye, Jiang Chuman paused momentarily, smiled, and greeted her, "Xiao Yi." Ning Ye was equally surprised to encounter Jiang Chuman here. She hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile in return, saying, "Sister Chuman." Fu Yunting motioned for Ning Ye to sit beside him on the sofa, and she then greeted Jiang Lu with a polite, "Uncle Jiang." Jiang Lu was of a similar age to Fu Yunting, and according to the hierarchy, Ning Ye was indeed warranted to address him as uncle. Jiang Lu inquired, "How do you find it here?" Ning Ye felt a pang of discomfort for a while before softly replying, "It's all right." Fu Yunting proceeded to introduce Ning Ye to another individual, stating, "This is Zhou Han's hen. You may call him Uncle Zhou." Ning Ye obediently responded, "Unizo." He went on to introduce several more individuals, and Ning Ye dutifully greeted each one. Once the introductions were concluded, Ning Ye turned to Jiang Lu and expressed, "Uncle Jiang, thank you for your assistance back in Haiqing." Although Fu Yunting had already repaid the money she borrowed from Jiang Lu, he had taken good care of Ning Ye during her time at the hospital due to his connection with Fu Yunting. Jiang Lu replied, "No need for thanks. I also have matters I need your little uncle to assist me with." Ning Ye felt hesitant to say anything further. Soon, the meals were served. "Sitting beside Fu Yunting." Someone curiously asked, "Is this the little niece you used to call frequently?" Chapter 096 Guardian 2 Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback, realizing they must be referring to Fu Yu. Fu Yunting's voice remained unchanged as he replied, "No." Johan Shun glanced at Fu Yunting, contemplating, and inquired, "Your brother has transferred her guardianship to you, so henceforth, all matters concerning her will be under your purview?" At these words, Ning Ye abruptly lifted her head and looked at Johan Shun, a sense of bewilderment washing over her. She had been entirely unaware that her guardianship had been transferred to Fu Yunting. Perhaps her reaction was somewhat exaggerated, as Fu Yunting turned his gaze towards her. Ning Ye's grip on her chopsticks tightened instinctively. Fu Yunting, in a calm tone, continued, "Her household registration was never listed under the Fu family. The head of the household page still bore Ning Shiyun's name. It became cumbersome to manage her university documentation, so it was transferred to my name." Ning Ye felt her heart constrict involuntarily. Indeed, her household registration had long been associated with Ning Shiyun, and after Ning Shiyun's departure, no one had attended to the matter. However, she had never anticipated that her guardianship would be reassigned to Fu Yunting. Jiang Chuman, taken aback for a moment, asked, "So from now on, will everything regarding Xiao Yi be managed by you? Or is this merely a temporary arrangement?" To be honest, she couldn't shake the feeling that Fu Yunting holding Ning Ye's guardianship was not a fortuitous development for her, leaving her with an unsettling sensation. Fu Yunting replied, "From now on, I will manage everything." Ning Ye lowered her head, feeling an intense tightening in her chest. Her fingers gripping the chopsticks turned pale, and an inexplicable sorrow welled up within her. Furthermore, Fu Yunting's declaration that he would take charge from now on only served to heighten her anxiety. Fortunately, they soon moved past this topic. Someone then began to inquire about Fu Yunting and Jiang Chuman. "I heard you both went to Sidia together?" This individual, also from the military, was slightly older than Fu Yunting, though not by much. Fu Yunting responded with a non-committal revealing little more. The person, surnamed Zhang and named Zhang Kuang, continued, "During that incident in Nanning, you nearly lost your life while protecting her, yet she emerged unscathed. You cannot imagine how distraught Chuman was. She cried inconsolably for days due to the trauma, unable to speak, and kept vigil for you, her eyes swollen from tears. We thought that once you awoke, the two of you would finally settle the wedding arrangements. Yet here we are, with no progress at all." He was referring to the incident in Nanning when they were tasked with apprehending drug traffickers. Their intelligence had been faulty, and upon storming the hideout, they discovered it was laden with flammable and explosive materials. By the time they grasped the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. The explosives outside had already been detonated, resulting in the loss of everyone who had accompanied him, their lives buried in the mountains. The casualties were devastating. Nearly all who ventured inside perished, leaving only Fu Yunting and Jiang Chuman to emerge. At the moment of the pharmaceutical factory's explosion, it was Fu Yunting who shielded her, bringing her down to the ground. In that moment, Fu Yunting held her tightly in his embrace, his body drenched in blood, yet not a single drop touched her. During that incident, Fu Yunting served as the commander, and for a prolonged period thereafter, he found himself engulfed in a crisis of loyalty, with Jiang Chuman by his side throughout. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Chuman felt an involuntary surge of anxiety and a touch of disorientation as she lifted her gaze to meet Fu Yunting's. At that time, even Jiang Chuman believed they were on the verge of a lasting union. However, following that event, Fu Yunting refrained from mentioning Nanning, and even when others broached the subject, he offered only terse replies. At this very moment, when Zhang Kuang posed his question, Jiang Chuman awaited Fu Yunting's response with bated breath. After a moment of silence, Fu Yunting simply stated, "At that time, regardless of who stood before me, I would have come to their aid." Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback. The topic they were discussing was entirely foreign to her. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Kuang's remark, she couldn't help but ponder. A couple like Fu Yunting and Jiang Chuman, who had traversed the realms of life and death, must have forged a bond that was deeply ingrained in their very essence, nearly impossible to forget. She struggled to comprehend why, despite their profound connection, they had not chosen to marry. Nevertheless, even with these thoughts swirling in her mind, she remained quietly reserved. The others present, upon hearing Fu Yunting's words, found themselves at a loss for further commentary. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuman's expression grew somewhat troubled. However, being a person who had weathered many storms, she smiled and remarked, "For now, we do not have any plans in that regard." During this interval, Fu Yunting requested a bottle of milk from the waiter and handed it to Ning Ye. As he extended his hand towards her, Ning Ye instinctively recoiled slightly. Observing their interaction, Jiang Chuman found herself momentarily dazed. In the past, when Fu Yu visited, Fu Yunting had always treated her well. He would generally acquiesce to her requests. But if her demands were excessive, he would sternly call out, "Fu Yu." Fu Yu had always harbored a fear of him, and the mere change of his demeanor would render her compliant. Yet, while Fu Yunting was willing to fulfill Fu Yu's wishes, he seldom inquired about her needs. At least, it was not akin to the dynamic between Fu Yunting and Ning Ye, which seemed to be charged with unspoken currents. A woman's possessiveness and jealousy often accompany a heightened intuition, and Jiang Chuman couldn't discern whether she was overthinking the situation. Reflecting on this, she couldn't resist asking Fu Yunting, "Ting, you previously mentioned returning to Haicheng for personal matters. What was it about?" Upon her inquiry, Ning Ye tensed up, recalling that she had overheard a phone call in which someone questioned Fu Yunting about his purpose for returning to Haicheng, to which he had replied, it was a personal matter. At that time, she was in the midst of her college entrance examinations and wondered if his so-called personal matters were related to her. Her spine stiffened with apprehension, fearing he might reveal something significant. Fu Yunting glanced at her, fell into silence for a moment, and chose not to respond, indicating his reluctance to divulge. Jiang Chuman, sensing the weight of the moment, could only ask, "Has the matter been resolved?" Fu Yunting let out a soft sound, causing Jiang Chuman to momentarily drift into a reverie. At that moment, Jiang Lu's phone began to ring, and he furrowed his brow before rising to step outside to answer it. Shortly thereafter, a woman followed him in, possessing striking beauty and an alluring figure. Despite Jiang Lu's apparent indifference towards her, she seemed unfazed and attended to him with care at the dining table. Among the group, Ning Ye appeared to be the youngest, and her awkward status rendered her somewhat silent, sipping on her milk, reminiscent of a high school student brought along by Fu Yunting. Chapter 097. Ning had little appetite, consuming only a small portion before feeling unable to eat any further. Throughout the meal, her mind incessantly wandered to thoughts of Ning Shuyu, pondering the origins of her affliction. After contemplating Ning Shuyu, her thoughts shifted to her own guardianship issue. Fu Jingye had entrusted her guardianship to Fu Yunting, a decision that weighed heavily on Ning's heart. Yet, the nature of man's affection can often be as capricious as the wind. Years ago, Fu Jingye's relationship with Ning Shuyu nearly led to divorce, but in a blink, when Ning Shuyu contracted AIDS, he acted as though nothing had transpired, seamlessly transitioning to a harmonious life with Chun Su and her family. Ning bit her lip, her heart aching intensely as she held her chopsticks. The conversations at the table continued, but she found herself unable to focus on them. Eventually, Fu Yunting's phone rang. He glanced down, answered, and stood up. He was seated quite close to Ning, and she could hear Chun Su's voice emanating from his phone. Fu Yunting moved aside to take the call, which lasted for quite a while, and Ning couldn't help but steal glances in his direction. At that moment, Zhang Kuang inquired of Jiang Chuman about Yunting's thoughts, asking if she had ever discussed them. Jiang Chuman shook her head. Zhang Kuang's expression darkened slightly. "Chuman, these years are the prime of a woman's life. Though Yunting has not been involved with anyone else during this time, you cannot afford to wait indefinitely." Ning raised her eyes to observe the two. As Zhang Kuang spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chuman, revealing an unmistakable affection. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chuman responded, "I may have made mistakes in the past, and perhaps he harbors some reservations." Zhou Hanzhen interjected, "He sacrificed his future for you, nearly severing ties with the Fu family. Over the years, you have together faced life and death. He values you above his own life. When you were hospitalized last time, he remained by your side without leaving for a moment. Such devotion cannot stem from anything less than profound love. Regardless of the issues at hand, open communication will surely lead to resolution. He is a man of lasting affection." "Indeed, Sister Chuman, Fu Ge truly loves you," another young man chimed in. Jiang Chuman turned to him, intrigued. He continued, "You may not be aware, but 2 years ago, during a particularly perilous mission, we believed we might not survive. As we prepared to write our wills, he declared that all his assets should be bequeathed to Jiang Chuman, leaving nothing else. Sister Chuman, Fu Ge may be reticent, but his love for you is genuine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuman was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as her emotions surged. Is that true? She asked. Indeed, came the reply. The individual remarked, I am unaware of his other letters. But on that occasion, when we undertook a mission together, I witnessed him inscribing his thoughts with my own eyes. At that moment, I sensed that he must have been profoundly in love with you. Upon our return, I heard that you two have been together for 7 or 8 years, having started your relationship back in high school. I truly admired him for that. How could Jiang Chuman not be equally smitten with Fu Yunting? She shyly smiled and replied, I shall have a heartfelt conversation with him. Ning Ye listened to their discussion, somewhat dazed. She pondered whether, inadvertently, she had disrupted the bond between Fu Yunting and Jiang Chuman. She also questioned if Fu Yunting's hesitation to marry Jiang Chuman was linked to that fateful night. However, for Ning Ye, she did not feel the need for Fu Yunting to bear any responsibility. In fact, she harbored a deep-seated fear of Fu Yunting feeling obligated towards her, and even more so, of him mentioning that night. At that moment, Fu Yunting had already ended his phone call and was striding towards them. As he approached, Ning Ye's heartstrings tightened. Their conversation gradually ceased. As Fu Yunting drew near, Jiang Chuman inquired, aiding who was on the phone. Fu Yunting frowned slightly and replied, family. Jiang Chuman wished to ask more, but found herself at a loss for words. It was Zhou Hanzhen who asked, Are you staying here for a while? Fu Yunting remained silent for a moment before responding, not yet confirmed, indicating his reluctance to divulge further details. Zhou Hanzhen understood and refrained from probing deeper. Meanwhile, a woman beside Jiang Lu could not help but cast glances towards Zhou Hanzhen. Jiang Lu's expression turned cold, causing the woman to withdraw her gaze. The group continued their conversation on various topics until it grew quite late. Ning Ye, having returned from the base to the school, went directly to dine. Fu Yunting, perhaps concerned about her fatigue, chose not to linger too long. Zhou Hanzhen asked, Will you be heading out again later? Implying whether they would continue their gathering after seeing Ning Ye home. Upon hearing this, Ning Ye became anxious, not wishing for Fu Yunting to remain at her house, as his presence would burden her with pressure. However, Fu Yunting replied calmly, It's too late, I won't go out. Ning Ye clenched her fists tightly, struggling to relax. After his statement, Fu Yunting turned and walked towards the parking lot, prompting Ning Ye to follow him. Yet after only a few steps, Jiang Chuman approached, calling out, aiding. Fu Yunting halted and turned to her, while Ning Ye also glanced back at Jiang Chuman. Hearing the discussions about Jiang Chuman and Fu Yunting earlier had stirred conflicting feelings within Ning Ye, she could not deny her desire for them to marry soon. Jiang Chuman's cheeks flushed as she said, I didn't drive over. Could you give me a ride? Fu Yunting did not decline. Upon reaching the parking lot, Ning Ye intended to sit in the back seat, but Fu Yunting glanced at her and said, Sit in the front. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Ye succumbed to the weight of Fu Yunting's penetrating gaze, which seemed capable of stripping away one's very soul. Ultimately, she could not resist and settled into the passenger seat. Jiang Chuman glanced at the two of them, an indescribable feeling stirring within her. In the past, whenever she occupied the passenger seat beside Fu Yunting, it was always her presence that graced it. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she stole another glance at Ning Ye. To be honest, if one were to assess purely by personality, Jiang Chuman found herself rather fond of the quiet, beautiful, and considerate young girl that Ning Ye was. Yet, the attention Fu Yunting lavished upon her stirred a sense of jealousy within Jiang Chuman, accompanied by an unshakable feeling of impending crisis. Nevertheless, she swiftly quelled these emotions. After all, the guardianship of Ning Ye rested firmly in Fu Yunting's hands, and his concern for her was entirely justified. Additionally, she recalled the matter of the will that Li Lei had mentioned earlier. With that thought, Jiang Chuman opened the door to the back seat and took her place inside. From her position, she observed Fu Yunting's profile, her heart swelling with a profound love for him, a love that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of her being. Chapter 098, Jiang Chuman gazed at Fu Yunting for an extended period, becoming increasingly entranced with each passing moment. After Fu Yunting entered the vehicle, he fell into a silence, merely focusing on driving. Ning Ye sat beside him, too timid to cast her glance in his direction. She could not fathom why, but every time she found herself seated next to Jiang Chuman, Fu Yunting insisted on having her occupy the passenger seat. As the car drove away, the route was unfamiliar to Ning Ye. It seemed Fu Yunting was destined to drop off Jiang Chuman. The atmosphere remained profoundly silent, yet Ning Ye felt as though she was ensnared in a high-pressure environment. Jiang Chuman eventually broke the silence, inquiring, "I heard Xiao Yi is attending military training this time?" Ning Ye turned her head to gaze out of the window. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night, and the darkness outside was thick, only occasionally interrupted by the faint glow of neon lights. Through the reflection in the glass, she caught a glimpse of Fu Yunting's profile. Even this mere reflection felt constricting to her. Leaning against the window, she responded with a soft, "Is military training exhausting?" Ning Ye was hesitant to delve into the topic of military training. After a moment of quiet contemplation, she replied, "It's manageable." Jiang Chuman continued, "With such beauty, are there no boys pursuing you at school?" Ning Ye's gaze instinctively drifted back to the reflection of Fu Yunting, but she quickly averted her eyes. She opened her mouth to respond no. Fu Yunting remained silent, but Jiang Chuman seemed incredulous. She recalled her own military training experience, where she had garnered an abundance of attention, so much so that it became bothersome. "Then, does Xiao Yi have a type?" she asked. Ning Ye found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Chuman chuckled lightly. "Are you afraid of your uncle, hence your reluctance to speak? He only holds your guardianship. He cannot control every aspect of your life. Besides, dating is entirely normal at your age." Ning Ye felt a tightening in her chest. It took her a considerable amount of time to cautiously articulate, "I truly don't have a type, nor do I have someone I like." Jiang Chuman paused, surprised, and replied with a smile, "How can that be? Girls your age often fantasize about the kind of boy they like. Are you simply shy and unwilling to share?" Ning Ye felt a pang of distress. Merely enduring school had become an arduous task for her. She swallowed hard, wishing to remain silent, yet felt compelled to be sincere in light of her relationship with Fu Yunting. After a moment of silence, she quietly reiterated, "I genuinely don't have anyone, Chuman Jia." Jiang Chuman interpreted her reticence as fear of Fu Yunting and chose not to press further. The car soon arrived at Jiang Chuman's residence. Fu Yunting parked at the entrance of the community, but Jiang Chuman did not exit immediately. She peered through the rearview mirror at Fu Yunting and gently said, "Ah Ting, my car is in for repairs. Could you pick me up tomorrow?" Fu Yunting acknowledged with a simple, Jiang Chuman smiled in response, saying, "Then I will wait for you here tomorrow and give you a call." Fu Yunting replied again. Jiang Chuman gently pushed open the car door and alighted. As she stepped out, the words of Li Lei echoed in her mind, leaving her both shaken and elated. "I'll head inside first. Please drive carefully," she remarked. Fu Yunting, enveloped in silence, replied, "Understood." Once Jiang Chuman had departed, the vehicle was left with only Fu Yunting and Ning Ye. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. Ning Ye felt an anxious tension gripping her, her spine rigid with unease. In a confined space, Fu Yunting's silence was palpable, weighing heavily on Ning Ye's heart. Her fingers instinctively clenched the door handle. Yet, he uttered not a word. Stepping out of the car to light a cigarette, Ning Ye, seated in the passenger seat, felt her strength waning. After smoking most of the cigarette, Fu Yunting extinguished it and discarded but into a nearby trash bin before re-entering the vehicle, his expression inscrutable. Once inside, he remained silent, turning the steering wheel to drive away. Throughout the journey, Ning Ye sensed a heavy atmosphere within the car. They headed towards Jinhue community. She longed to inquire about her guardianship situation, but hesitated to voice her thoughts. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Fu Yunting exited the car, prompting Ning Ye to follow suit, feeling a surge of panic as she trailed closely behind him like a shadow. The elevator ascended, and, at midnight, it was just the two of them, devoid of any other presence. Upon reaching their apartment, Fu Yunting barely acknowledged her, instructing, "Go take a shower." Ning Ye had countless questions swirling in her mind, yet the words eluded her. She had been grappling with severe insomnia lately and wished to ask Fu Yunting whether she should consult a doctor, but the courage to speak escaped her. Entering her room to fetch her pajamas, she prepared for a shower. After finishing, she emerged to find Fu Yunting reclined on the sofa, eyes closed, leaving her uncertain if he was asleep. His military uniform exuded an imposing aura that made her reluctant to engage him in conversation. She stood there for a while before softly saying, "Uncle, I'll go to bed now." Fu Yunting remained unresponsive. Feeling lost, Ning Ye noticed her eyes growing a bit moist. Without his acknowledgement, she found herself unable to retreat to her room. Fu Yunting, feeling a swell of irritation, exhaled deeply after an indeterminate amount of time and finally said, "You may go to sleep." Chapter 099. At this moment, Ning Ye felt somewhat unwell. However, due to the constant tension in her nerves, she managed to suppress the discomfort. Upon hearing Fu Yunting's words, she let out a sigh of relief and turned to return to her room. Once inside, she noticed the shirt Fu Yunting had chosen for her to wear to sleep. The shirt was rather expensive, and Ning Ye would never dare to dispose of it without permission. After standing still for a moment, she bent down, picked up the shirt, and stepped out again. As she exited, she found Fu Yunting standing by the bar, drinking water. The living room was dimly lit, with only one lamp on, casting shadows that made Fu Yunting appear even taller and more imposing, as though he could envelop anyone in his presence. Ning Ye tightened her grip on the clothing bag and stood a short distance away from him, clearly intimidated and hesitant to approach too closely. She called out softly, "Uncle." Fu Yunting turned his gaze towards her. In the faint light, his eyes appeared calm, yet profoundly unsettling. Ning Ye's throat felt dry and tense. She nervously extended the shirt towards Fu Yunting, her voice barely audible. "Uncle, your shirt." His gaze fell upon the shirt she held, and after a brief silence, he accepted it. As he took the shirt, Ning Ye was apprehensive about any physical contact, fearing the sensation of their skin touching, which felt as though it could stifle her very breath. Fu Yunting noticed her trepidation, but chose to remain silent. Ning Ye then said, "Uncle, I will go to sleep now." Fu Yunting responded with a nonchalant hum. She turned and returned to her room, yet once inside, sleep eluded her. Her mind felt clouded and fatigued, but her spirit was unusually heightened. Eventually, she could no longer resist the urge and got up to use the restroom. Since there was no private bathroom in her room, she had to venture outside. When she stepped out, she found Fu Yunting reclining on the sofa, already asleep. In the darkness, she could discern his outline, which seemed to resonate deeply within her heart. After a moment's consideration, she covered him with a blanket, moving lightly to avoid waking him. Fortunately, Fu Yunting remained undisturbed. With a deep sigh of relief, Ning Ye stood for a moment after covering him before returning to her room. As soon as she closed her door, Fu Yunting opened his eyes, rose from the sofa, and stepped onto the balcony to light a cigarette, inhaling deeply. It was only as dawn approached that Ning Ye finally drifted into a hazy sleep, but it was short-lived, as she soon began to feel disoriented and her breathing grew heavy. The following day, Fu Yunting waited until 10 o'clock, but Ning Ye had yet to rise. He knocked on her door, but there was no response from within. Perhaps it was due to the traumatic experiences she endured in her childhood confinement by the old Master Fu, which instilled a deep-seated fear in her, causing her to feel immense pressure. Even while living with Fu Yunting, she would never lock her door. The shadow of that past weighed heavily on her. Fu Yunting knocked again, but when there was still no answer, he furrowed his brow and opened the door. The room in which Ning Ye sleeps is, in fact, the master bedroom, the very space where Fu Yunting had previously dwelled. This residence offers a larger expanse and a more favorable orientation than Fu Yunting's own. Upon entering, Fu Yunting beheld Ning Ye lying on the very bed he once occupied. The covers lay discarded, and her nightgown was somewhat disheveled, revealing her smooth, pale abdomen and exquisite waistline. Fu Yunting's gaze darkened, and after a moment of hesitation, he approached her. It was then that he noticed the flush on her face. Furrowing his brow, he reached out to touch her forehead, only to find it burning with fever. "Shall ye?" he called gently. "Ning Ye frånet tightly, härbidet inlaboret." Without a moment's delay, Fu Yunting lifted her from the bed and turned to descend the stairs. In her dazed state, Ning Ye caught the scent of Fu Yunting, a reminder of the psychological shadow he cast over her, compelling her to struggle against the tide of sleep. "Ning Ye." Fu Yunting's voice deepened, and she shivered slightly. Falling silent, upon reaching the parking lot, he carefully placed her in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. As he drove, he made a phone call. Upon arriving at the hospital parking area, he carried Ning Ye out of the car. Her fever had escalated significantly, and throughout the ordeal, she remained largely unconscious. Fu Yunting took her directly to the hospital's security office. Upon entering, he was met by Chen Jin. "What happened?" Chen Jin inquired. Fu Yunting replied, "She has a fever, and it seems quite severe. She hasn't been waking up." Chen Jin felt Ning Ye's forehead, his brow furrowing in concern as he guided Fu Yunting towards his office to measure her temperature. Fu Yunting retrieved a thermometer and placed it under Ning Ye's arm. She whispered, "It hurts." He paused, asking, "Where does it hurt?" "My bones ache," she murmured, then added softly, "My heart hurts." Fu Yunting gazed at her intently. Ning Ye reached out to embrace his waist, asking quietly, "Why doesn't he want me?" "Who?" Fu Yunting questioned. "Father." A profound silence enveloped them. Ning Ye began to cry softly, her sorrow palpable as she lamented, "He doesn't even want custody." "The custody was something I sought from him," Fu Yunting stated. Ning Ye replied, "But I'm so afraid." "Afraid of whom?" "Uncle." Fu Yunting remained silent, his thoughts heavy. Ning Ye nestled within Fu Yunting's embrace. He held her as one would a child, allowing her to straddle his lap. Her face rested against his chest, her arms wrapped around his waist. He gently guided one of her hands, ensuring she held the thermometer. There was much more she wished to convey, yet words eluded her. After an indeterminate stretch of time, she softly inquired, "Uncle, will you marry Jiang Chuman? Do you wish for me to marry her?" "No," Fu Yunting replied. "I will not marry her." Ning Ye felt somewhat dazed, uncertain whether she had understood everything clearly. Fu Yunting, however, remained patient, soothing her throughout. As the time approached, he finally retrieved the thermometer and, upon inspection, noted a troubling 43 degrees Celsius. His brow furrowed. He handed the thermometer to Chen Jin. Chen Jin glanced at it and remarked, "Such a high fever indicates it has persisted for quite some time. Why was she only brought in now?" Fu Yunting remained silent. Chen Jin continued, "If this were a child, such a fever might not be alarming, but for an adult, this temperature poses a significant risk. I will write a prescription. Please take her for a blood test and further examination. Once that is completed, we shall proceed directly to the inpatient department. We can handle the paperwork later." Fu Yunting nodded in agreement. Observing Fu Yunting cradling Ning Ye, Chen Jin inquired, "Whose child is this?" Chapter 100. Fu Yunting remarked, "My brother's child." "How is your brother's child under your care?" Fu Yunting explained, "There is no one at home to look after her, and fearing for her safety, I brought her along." Chen Jin did not inquire further and swiftly prepared a prescription for Fu Yunting. He then carried Ning Ye to the laboratory, cradling her in his arms as one might a small child. Ning Ye, apprehensive of falling, clung to his neck with both hands. When it was time for the needle, he grasped her delicate wrist firmly to keep her still. Ning Ye was quite obedient. She furrowed her brow in pain, but did not struggle. After the blood was drawn, Fu Yunting escorted Ning Ye to the hospital ward. As he attempted to place her on the bed, she anxiously tightened her embrace around him, displaying a slight clinginess. Fu Yunting gently reassured her, "Sleep well." Ning Ye responded, "It hurts." "Where does it hurt?" Her voice was soft and fragile, filled with discomfort as she lamented, "I can't fall asleep." Fu Yunting quickly deduced insomnia. Ning Ye nestled closer to his chest, her fever causing her nose to feel congested. Her eyes rimmed with redness and her delicate nose scrunched up. Fu Yunting paused momentarily before lying down beside her, resting his hand beneath her head. Ning Ye instinctively leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his waist. She radiated heat, like a furnace, alarmingly warm. Soon after, the nurse arrived to conduct a skin test. However, upon seeing Fu Yunting, she became somewhat flustered due to his imposing presence. Fu Yunting attempted to pry Ning Ye's hand away, but found himself holding her close with the other arm. He spoke softly, "When they administer the injection, please be obedient." "All right?" Ning Ye, breathless and flushed, clung to him without loosening her grip. Reluctantly, Fu Yunting addressed the nurse, "Perhaps we should proceed this way." Then he turned to Ning Ye, "Try to relax your hand. Don't hold on so tightly." Whether she heard him was uncertain, but she indeed loosened her grip somewhat. The nurse grasped her hand and administered the skin test, which was quite painful, yet Ning Ye exhibited remarkable fortitude, refraining from any struggle. Fu Yunting recalled the video of her being struck by Shu Yi, pondering how she had endured such torment over the years. After the nurse completed the test, She could not help but glance at Fu Yunting again. His appearance was striking. Typically, a man with delicate features might lack masculinity, while those with masculine traits often fell short in attractiveness. Yet Fu Yunting was an exception. His features were profoundly sculpted, exuding a quiet intensity, honed through his experiences in the corridors of power, making him a formidable presence that instilled a sense of trepidation. The nurse dared not linger, hastily tidying up before exiting the room. Shortly after her departure, perhaps due to the undeniable aura of steadfast security that Fu Yunting radiated, Ning Ye, in a state of drowsiness, drifted off to sleep. When it came time for the intravenous drip, she remained undisturbed. Only once he was assured of her deep slumber did Fu Yunting gently lay her on the bed, attempting to rise but discovering that Ning Ye had clutched his shirt. He waited patiently until she was soundly asleep before carefully extricating his garment. Ning Ye slept for an extended period, her fever unabated. Fu Yunting brought a basin of water to facilitate her physical cooling. It was not until the following evening that Ning Ye managed to weakly open her eyes. Upon doing so, she beheld Fu Yunting standing by the window. For a moment, she was taken aback and softly called out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting glanced her way, his gaze profound, yet he did not engage her further. Ning Ye's delicate fingers clutched the blanket tightly, leaving her at a loss for words. Fortunately, the doctor arrived shortly after to administer nebulization treatment. Ning Ye sat up on the bed, dutifully holding the tube. After nearly an hour had passed, Fu Yunting ordered takeout. With her fever still lingering, Ning Ye had little appetite. The next day, Jiang Chuman, having learned of her illness from an undisclosed source, came to visit. She brought flowers and inquired, "Are you feeling better?" At that moment, Fu Yunting was standing by the window, smoking, his hand resting outside. Ning Ye did not look at him, yet his presence was unavoidable in her peripheral vision. She replied, "I feel better. But how did I suddenly develop a fever?" After a brief pause, she realized that her body had reached its limits. However, she couldn't articulate this and simply said, "I don't know, it just happened." While Jiang Chuman appeared to visit Ning Ye, her true interest lay elsewhere. She glanced at Fu Yunting and recalled Li Lei's words, asking, "Yunting, may we have a word?" Fu Yunting turned his gaze towards Ning Ye. She parted her lips and softly urged, "Uncle, you may go ahead. I'll be fine alone." After a moment of silence, Fu Yunting exited the room, leaving Ning Ye behind. She was uncertain about the nature of their conversation. Nevertheless, her energy was too depleted to dwell on it, and she drifted back into a drowsy slumber. When she awoke later, Jiang Chuman had departed. Ning Ye's illness had struck fiercely, but had also retreated swiftly. After 3 days in the hospital, she was ready to be discharged. Throughout the discharge process, Fu Yunting remained taciturn, while Ning Ye cautiously followed in his wake. They entered the car, and she refrained from speaking. The vehicle drove to Jinhua Community, where Fu Yunting alighted and proceeded towards the elevator, with Ning Ye trailing behind. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Fu Yunting opened the door and stepped into the foyer, leaving Ning Ye standing outside. He turned to her and said, "Come in." Her heart fluttered anxiously as she followed him inside. Fu Yunting settled onto the sofa and remarked, "Sit here. We need to talk." Ning Ye felt a surge of trepidation at the prospect of their conversation. She hesitated in the center of the living room and timidly asked, "Uncle, what do you wish to discuss?" Fu Yunting inquired, "Do you recall the incident of your fever and being taken to the hospital?" Ning Ye had a vague recollection, remembering being carried to the hospital by Fu Yunting, yet she was clearly too apprehensive to admit it. She shook her head and replied softly, "I don't remember very well." Fu Yunting initially intended to inquire about a different matter, but upon hearing the words, he deftly shifted the conversation, asking, "When did you first notice your discomfort?" Ning pondered for a moment, realizing that she had likely felt unwell during mealtime. However, she had scarcely acknowledged it at the time. Yet she could not articulate this. Ning replied, "I am not entirely certain." Was it uncertainty or reluctance to speak the truth? Ning pressed her lips together and insisted, "I truly do not know." Fu Yunting then probed, "Do you feel distressed about your father transferring guardianship to me?" Ning was momentarily taken aback. Her mouth opened in surprise. Yet no words emerged. Chapter 101. She remained silent, and thus, Fu Yunting refrained from speaking as well. The room was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Yet, Fu Yunting's gaze was profoundly intense, a tranquil demeanor that seemed capable of engulfing or sweeping away anyone in its path. Under such scrutiny, Ning Ye found herself at a loss for time, eventually managing to utter softly, a little. A little? How much is that? Ning Ye fell silent, for she could not provide an answer. Her discomfort was certainly not trivial. The absence of her voice likely conveyed her feelings to Fu Yunting. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further at that moment, instead inquiring, "Do you have no recollection of the events from your home to the hospital until you regained consciousness?" In truth, Ning Ye did possess some memories. She recalled being carried downstairs by Fu Yunting and remembered clinging tightly to his neck, fearful of falling. They were in such close proximity, almost perfectly aligned. Yet, the act of clinging to Fu Yunting was something Ning Ye dared not reflect upon, as it filled her with dread, let alone discuss it with him. She pressed her lips together and shook her head, her voice barely a whisper, not very clearly. Fu Yunting regarded her in silence, leaving her uncertain whether he believed her or not. This made Ning Ye anxious. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yunting asked, "Have you been experiencing severe insomnia lately?" Ning Ye abruptly lifted her gaze to meet his. His expression was calm and devoid of discernible emotion, leaving her bewildered as to how he knew. The words she had spoken during her fever were entirely lost to her, muddled by the illness. Ning Ye hesitated, realizing she could not entirely fabricate a story at this point, especially since she genuinely intended to confide in Fu Yunting. "A little," she admitted. "Speak the truth." Fu Yunting gurged. Ning Ye opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Understanding her silence, Fu Yunting pressed on. "Why have you not mentioned this to me before?" With reddened eyes and a heavy heart, Ning Ye replied softly, "I intended to tell you yesterday." However, after her exchange with Jiangchu Man, which had evidently angered Fu Yunting, she had hesitated. Fu Yunting further inquired, "How long has the situation persisted?" Ning Ye lowered her head. "Quite a while." Fu Yunting pondered for a moment and deduced, "Since the time of your college entrance examination?" Ning Ye nodded gently. While she had experienced some insomnia back then, it had not been severe. The true gravity of her condition began when Su Wei spread her situation throughout the university. Ning Ye's delicate fingers clenched tightly as she softly confessed, "Uncle, I am a bit afraid." Fu Yunting likely recalled the time, during her exams, when she sought sleeping pills from him in Chenyi, and he asked, "Have you ever attempted to purchase sleeping pills on your own?" Ning Ye shook her head. She had contemplated it, but due to Fu Yunting's inquiries during her exams, she had refrained from doing so. These medications are regulated. Without a hospital's prescription, they cannot be obtained. I did not consider the regulations when I asked Chun Yi for them. Evidently, he had been aware of this all along. Ning Ye remarked. I did not dare to purchase it afterward. Fu Yunting responded, "This medication should not be taken casually. It can lead to dependency and cause significant harm to the body." Ning Ye nodded in agreement. Fu Yunting then fell silent. Ning Ye stood there, uncertain of how to position her limbs. After contemplating for an extended period, Fu Yunting stated, "I have already requested leave from the teachers at school. I will take you to the hospital tomorrow. Furthermore, regarding your guardianship, I sought it from your father voluntarily. It was not offered to me unprompted." He paused and added, "Ning Ye, your guardianship under my care will not be inferior to that under your father." Ning Ye dared not contradict him, for her guardianship in Fu Yunting's hands merely facilitated his authority over her. However, the constraints he imposed brought her an unparalleled sense of pressure. Regardless of whether he had solicited her guardianship from Fu Jingye or received it willingly, it did not alleviate Ning Ye's discomfort. Over the years, she had meticulously remembered every ounce of kindness Fu Jingye had shown her. She could not accept the harsh reality that Fu Yunting had indeed forsaken her. Moreover, following the rumors that circulated during the college entrance examination, Fu Jingye had ceased to contact her entirely. Standing there in a daze, it took her a considerable time before she softly uttered an Fu Yunting inquired, "Do you have any further issues to discuss with me?" Ning Ye opened her mouth, initially intending to respond in the negative. Yet, Fu Yunting's tone grew somber. "Think carefully before you speak." Ning Ye was a loss for words. The troubles at school had surpassed her ability to cope, and she was unsure of how to articulate her feelings to Fu Yunting. Moreover, she harbored resentment towards Fu Yu and Su Wei. All the tribulation she endured at school stemmed from Fu Yu. But what could Fu Yunting do about Fu Yu? To him, she was not more significant than Fu Yu. After standing there for a long time, Ning Ye ultimately shook her head and softly replied, Nothing. Fu Yunting remained silent for a lengthy period before finally suggesting that she take a shower. Ning Ye turned to do so, and when she emerged, she found Fu Yunting on the phone, presumably arranging for a psychiatrist. She stood there in a daze for quite some time before retreating to her room. Not long after Ning Ye returned to her room, her phone rang. It was Jiang Chun. She glanced at his name, but chose not to answer. Instead, she silenced her phone. Shortly thereafter, Fu Yunting came in to prepare dinner. He had made porridge for Ning Ye. Although she lacked an appetite, Fu Yunting's culinary skills compelled her to eat a little. That evening, as they prepared for bed, Fu Yunting remarked, "If you find it difficult to sleep, you may lie down here in the living room." His intention was to offer her companionship should she suffer from severe insomnia. He recalled that during the college entrance examination period, she had also struggled with sleeplessness, yet found solace in slumber when near him. Kuning dared not to say otherwise. During the college entrance examination, when she suffered from insomnia, sleeping beside Fu Yunting was far from a pleasant experience. As he held her in his embrace, she felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. A wave of anxiety washed over Ning, prompting her to quickly respond, "Uncle, I can sleep alone just fine. I'm merely experiencing a bit of insomnia, but it's not as if I can't sleep at all." Fu Yunting gazed at her, skepticism evident in his eyes. His voice heavy with concern. "Is it because you fear me that you hesitate to sleep here?" Chapter 102. Ning Ye felt a profound sense of suffocation. She was genuinely frightened of Fu Yunting. Yet, she could not deny that no matter how anxious or terrified she felt, she could indeed fall asleep when beside him. Standing there, she was so tense that she dared not engage him in conversation. Fu Yunting approached her, looming over her presence, his voice devoid of warmth. "Ning Ye, whether you are afraid or not, the line has already been crossed with me." Ning Ye was taken aback, her defenses heightened by his words. She truly feared the implications of what he might say. In a soft voice, she replied, "Uncle, I do not understand what you mean. Shall I elucidate my intentions more clearly?" Fu Yunting raised her chin, his gaze penetrating through the dim light, as if it could pierce her very soul. "Or would you prefer I make it more explicit?" Ning Ye felt her bidet escape. She took a slight step back. Yet the overwhelming sensation lingered and refused to dissipate. The influence Fu Yunting had on her was immense. She often thought that their first night together was a matter that, the more she wished to conceal, the more anxiety it provoked within her. Being scrutinized by Fu Yunting rendered her throat parched, her voice nearly escaping her. After an indeterminate period, she quietly ventured, "Uncle, is it because of that night that you feel the need to take responsibility for me?" Fu Yunting remained silent, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. However, she vividly recalled his admission that night regarding the absence of protective measures and his inquiry about reviewing the surveillance footage. Ning Ye understood that this issue could not be avoided, and she did not wish to live in constant trepidation over it. Under his intense gaze, she spoke nervously and in a hushed tone, "But uncle, I do not remember much from that night, and cannot bring it to mind clearly. You truly need not feel responsible for it." Fu Yunting regarded her with a silence that was somewhat unsettling. He wished to express that he had indeed been intoxicated that evening, and there had been an aphrodisiac in his drink. He had been reckless in his actions, treating her without regard, and she had cried throughout, pleading for mercy, expressing pain, and, at times, when the intensity became overwhelming, she had even cried out in fear, clinging to him desperately. Based on the nature of his actions, it should have resulted in a tearing. It was her first time, and she could not possibly forget it while still in a conscious state. Yet, witnessing Ning Ye's overwhelming fear, Fu Yunting's lips moved, but he swallowed his words. "I will assess my own sense of responsibility," he said. Ning Ye's palms were slick with perspiration. Fu Yunting's countenance remained impassive. He no longer pressed her and withdrew his hand, saying, "Go to sleep." Ning Ye retreated several steps until she could no longer feel his presence, at which point she finally inhaled deeply, the air now mixed with a semblance of oxygen. After Ning Ye returned to her room, she stood still for quite some time before finally getting into bed. Yet, even while lying there, the pervasive scent of Fu Yunting surrounded her, causing her heart to race and making it difficult to drift off to sleep. Furthermore, the matters concerning her school only compounded her insomnia. Despite her severe restlessness that night, she dared not rise from her bed, fearing an encounter with Fu Yunting in the living room. That night, it was not until around 4 or 5 in the morning that she began to feel a hint of drowsiness. But her sleep was fleeting, and she awoke of her own accord shortly thereafter, her complexion appearing rather poor. As she ventured out, Fu Yunting had already prepared breakfast. After washing up, Ning Ye took a seat opposite him. Fu Yunting consumed his meal swiftly, waiting patiently for her to finish. Once she had nearly completed her breakfast, he spoke softly. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Ning Ye kept her head lowered, feeling somewhat anxious. After a long pause, she cautiously replied, "I experienced a bit of insomnia, but I managed to sleep for a while in the latter half of the night." Fu Yunting did not respond further, having not anticipated the extent of her sleeplessness. After breakfast, Ning Ye placed the dishes in the kitchen. With the help of a housekeeper, Fu Yunting no longer required her to wash the dishes, so she merely set them in the sink. He did not stop her, and once she had finished, Fu Yunting rose and said, "Come with me to the hospital." Ning Ye then changed her clothes and followed him out the door. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Fu Yunting's phone rang. Without hesitation, he answered the call. In the confined space, the voice on the other end reached Ning Ye's ears. She recognized it immediately. It was Jiang Chuman's voice. She heard her gently inquire, "Ting, aren't you at the military base?" Fu Yunting replied, "No." Jiang Chuman then asked, "Where are you?" He responded, "Out." "Are you on leave?" she queried. Fu Yunting simply acknowledged her with a sound, offering little else. Jiang Chuman pressed further, "What is the reason for your leave?" After a moment's silence, he replied, "I have some personal matters to attend to." This marked the second time he had mentioned personal affairs. Jiang Chuman, feeling a twinge of discomfort and concern, asked, "What personal matters?" "Ting, are you hiding something from me?" Fu Yunting's voice lacked warmth as he replied, "Just some family matters." Unable to pry further into his affairs, Jiang Chuman felt a pang of unease, yet she understood he would not divulge more. After a moment of contemplation, she shifted the topic, asking, "How is Xiao Ye's condition now? Is she feeling better?" Fu Yunting responded with a simple, "Yes." Jiang Chuman fell silent for a long time, uncertain of what else to say, and finally murmured, "Ting, I have been having a difficult time seeing you lately, and even when I do, it's only for a brief exchange." She paused before adding, "I miss you." Chapter 103. Anger. Fu Yunting remained silent, choosing not to respond to her remark. Jiang Chuman, receiving no reply, wore a troubled expression, her mind occupied with the issue of the will that Li Lei had mentioned. She had never realized that Fu Yunting's testament was entirely dedicated to her. The declaration of transferring all his assets to Jiang Chuman carried a weighty significance, leaving her in a state of shock even after all this time. This was the entirety of what Fu Yunting could offer her. Reflecting on their years together, she pondered what he had not done for her, aside from not obtaining a marriage certificate. Fu Yunting himself had stated that even if she wished for him to perish for her sake, he would harbor no grievances. While such words might be mere platitudes from others, Jiang Chuman understood that Fu Yunting was different. He had always embodied this sentiment through his actions. The extent to which he was willing to go for her led Jiang Chuman to believe that such goodness could not merely stem from past promises. She refused to accept that Fu Yunting harbored no love for her. Perhaps his affection for her was even more profound and substantial than she had ever imagined. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chuman called Fu Yunting, not solely to discuss these matters, but also for other reasons. She softened her tone and inquired, "I heard you submitted an application to go to Nanning?" Fu Yunting responded with a simple mm. In truth, Jiang Chuman did not wish for him to go to Nanning. The instructor had advised against it, fearing the emotional scars it might provoke. She too did not want him to return to that place, aware that it had become an obsession for him. "Are you certain you want to go there?" she asked. "Not yet," Fu Yunting replied. "The approval hasn't come through." His words left Jiang Chuman in a quandary about whether to accompany him. If she submitted her own application and his approval did not arrive, she would have to join someone else. Conversely, if she refrained from applying and his request was granted, it would be too late for her to follow. Deep down, Jiang Chuman recognized that Fu Yunting did not truly wish for her to accompany him. Had he wanted her by his side, he would have provided her with a definitive answer. Unable to extract the response she sought, she finally said, "Please remember to contact me when you return. I still have matters to discuss with you." Fu Yunting merely acknowledged her with an falling silent thereafter. Jiang Chuman yearned to converse further, but feared aggravating him. After a prolonged silence, she reluctantly concluded, "I will hang up now. You take care." With that, she ended the call. Fu Yunting tucked his phone away, remaining quiet. Ning Ye, seated in the passenger seat, had been privy to their entire conversation. As Fu Yunting drove in silence, Ning Ye recalled the day they returned from military training when he had taken her to express gratitude and the words spoken in the private room. It seemed everyone was aware of Fu Yunting's affection for Jiang Chuman. Even if he never voiced it, such love was evident. Ning Ye found herself puzzled as to why Fu Yunting had felt the need to speak to her in such a manner. She genuinely felt that the way they interacted placed an unbearable burden upon her. Ning Ye turned her head to gaze out the car window. She yearned to inquire whether his decision not to marry Jiang Chuman was influenced by her. Yet, the numerous instances of testing the waters had instilled in her a fear of voicing the question. Moreover, she could not fathom why Fu Yunting, despite his profound affection for Jiang Chuman, could still engage in certain behaviors toward her. Before long, they arrived at the hospital, where Fu Yunting led her to the third floor, not the same hospital as yesterday. He had brought her to meet the most esteemed psychological expert in the area, a man named Cheng Hang. Upon their arrival, Fu Yunting instructed Ning Ye to wait on the side while he conversed with Cheng Hang, relaying the long-term bullying Ning Ye had endured in high school, as well as the events surrounding her college entrance examinations. After explaining, he added, "She seems to be experiencing severe insomnia lately." He paused before continuing, "However, when she sleeps beside me, her slumber appears quite deep. Cheng Hang Ziepli, I will have a chat with her." Fu Yunting stepped out, allowing Ning Ye to enter. He moved to the side and lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed, casting a somber expression upon his face. Before long, his phone rang. It was Fu Jingye. He observed Ning Ye entering the office with Cheng Hang and closing the door before answering the call. Inside, Cheng Hang conducted a series of tests with Ning Ye, who complied willingly. He inquired about her recent discomforts. With a sense of helplessness, she confessed, "I have been suffering from severe insomnia. I simply cannot sleep." "How long has this insomnia persisted?" Cheng Hang asked. After a brief pause, Ning Ye replied, "It's been quite some time, though it hasn't always been this severe." "Have you experienced insomnia before?" He probed further. She remained silent for a moment, then replied, "Yes, I have faced sleepless nights in the past due to certain events, but it would eventually improve. This time, however, the duration has been rather prolonged." Cheng Hang believed that for a child who had been bullied since childhood, Ning Ye's psychological resilience was commendable. He wished to engage her in deeper conversation, yet Ning Ye only sought effective medicinal treatment. Reluctant to discuss her past experiences, events from both high school and university that were too painful to articulate. She did not want others to know she was the daughter of an HIV patient, the offspring of a mistress, nor did she wish to recount her traumas, fearing that each retelling would inflict further harm upon her. Moreover, she had her own reservations, worried that the doctor might disclose her matters to Fu Yunting. The pressure stemming from Fu Yunting's involvement was another topic she dared not address. Cheng Hang sensed that she was burdened with numerous thoughts, yet without her willingness to speak. He found it impossible to pry open her lips. After their conversation concluded, Cheng Hang had a private discussion with Fu Yunting. He remarked, "This appears to be a symptom of acute stress, resulting from short-term stressors." Fu Yunting assumed this referred to the consequences of Lu Mingqing's incident, as he had witnessed Ning Ye's reaction during that event. Moreover, Ning Ye discerned that the words spoken by the police could deceive others, yet they could not mislead him. He understood that Ning Ye had indeed harbored intentions to take Lu Mingqing's life at that moment. During her 3-month stay in the hospital, she must have been plagued by the anxiety of potential imprisonment, undoubtedly affecting her sleep. Cheng Hang then shared various precautions and measures to enhance sleep quality. After their conversation, Cheng Hang prescribed some calming and sleep-inducing medication for Ning Ye. Fu Yunting drove Ning Ye home, remaining silent throughout the journey. Seated in the passenger seat, Ning Ye felt too apprehensive to speak. However, as time passed, she realized that Fu Yunting was not heading towards Jinhua community. Curiously, she inquired, "Uncle, where are we going?" Fu Yunting replied, "I need to make a quick return. You should wait for me over there." Thus, Ning Ye fell silent. Fu Yunting took her back to the military base, guiding her to his quarters, instructing her to wait there. Chapter 104. Anger to the residence of Fu Yunting is quite minimalist, consisting solely of a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, with everything meticulously arranged, lending an air of cold rigidity. This aesthetic aligns with his demeanor, which is not entirely improper to describe as aloof. Rather, it is a refined composure honed by the passage of time, evoking a profound depth that renders him inscrutable. However, upon their initial encounter, he does not radiate an impression of coldness. It is only after deeper interactions that one perceives the elusive chill stemming from his profound depth, making him seem genuinely unapproachable. Fu Yunting inquired, "Would you like me to find someone to keep you company?" Ning Ye pondered briefly before hesitantly asking, "Could I invite Sister Chuman over?" Fu Yunting's gaze darkened gravely, his voice heavy as he cautioned, "I advise you to contemplate your request carefully before asking me to summon her." A bead of sweat formed in Ning Ye's palm as she stood in silence for a considerable time, ultimately conceding, "I shall remain here alone." Fu Yunting instructed, "Sit on the bed for a while and wait for me. I will have someone bring you dinner shortly, and once I finish my matters, I shall escort you home." In truth, Ning Ye had no desire to linger in this space, nor to sit upon Fu Yunting's bed, as his presence was overwhelmingly potent, making her feel trespassingly intimate. Yet, she could only nod in agreement, murmuring, "All right." Fu Yunting then turned and exited the room, leaving Ning Ye alone. She refrained from sitting on his bed, opting instead for the chair beside his desk. The drawers of Fu Yunting's desk were locked, and she was suddenly reminded of Li Lei's mention of Fu Yunting writing a will. A curiosity stirred within her to glimpse the words he had inscribed. She could not fathom why this thought emerged at such a moment, but soon dismissed it from her mind. Ning Ye dared not rummage through the items on Fu Yunting's desk. Instead, she sat there, resting her head and attempting to sleep for a while. Though sleep eluded her as memories of military training surfaced, recollections of others accidentally bumping into her, leading to loud disputes, as well as the discussions surrounding Ning Xiao. Before long, someone arrived with her meal, which included not only rice but also fruit. She politely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." The attendant replied, "Your uncle asked me to bring this." He appeared more reserved than Ning Ye, smiling as he added, "It's the first time I've seen him bring family here." Ning Ye posed, remembering that Fu Yu had previously visited. In fact, both Fu Yu and Fu Ji had been here. Yet she realized she was the only daughter of Fu Jingye who had never set foot in this place. However, she refrained from pursuing the topic further. Ning Ye, possessing beauty and a quiet demeanor, caught the attention of the meal attendant, who couldn't help but steal glances at her. He inquired, "How old are you? Are you a high school student?" Ning Ye softly replied, "Ome, afirishman." The attendant was taken aback for a moment. "You don't seem it. You appear quite young, as though you just entered high school." Ning Ye lowered her head, biting her lip, and fell silent. As the meal concluded, the individual requested Ning Ye to hand him the lunchbox directly, then informed her, "Your uncle may arrive a bit later, so you might have to wait for a while." Ning Ye replied, "All right," adding, "Thank you." The man smiled and said, "No need for thanks. If you require anything, feel free to find me outside. I'll be just downstairs." Ning Ye acquiesced. Okay. She waited for Fu Yunting for quite some time, until the sky outside was nearly dark when he finally arrived. He had not changed his attire, still clad in the same suit he wore when taking Ning Ye to the hospital. Upon entering, Ning Ye anxiously rose from her chair. Fu Yunting glanced at her, then at the perfectly smooth bedspread, his gaze cold and unyielding, speaking little. He had been away for 4 to 5 hours. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Ning Ye called out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting paid her little mind, stating, "We're going back now." Thus, she followed closely behind him. Throughout the journey home, Fu Yunting remained silent. Upon their arrival, he prepared a meal, and after they had finished dining, Ning Ye sensed a heavy atmosphere surrounding them. She tidied the dishes but hesitated to leave the kitchen. Standing there for a moment, when she returned to the living room, Fu Yunting instructed, "Sit here for a while." Chapter 105. Anger 3. Ning Ye hesitated for a moment before settling onto the sofa. Fu Yunting remarked, "Your father called me today." Ning Ye looked at him in astonishment. Fu Yunting inquired, "Have you not called him since you arrived here?" Ning Ye's eyes gradually reddened, feeling a genuine pang of sorrow. After a long while, she merely responded with a soft Fu Yunting found himself at a loss for words. The call from Fu Ye was not primarily to inquire about Ning Ye, but rather because Fu Yu wished to visit. Ever since Fu Yu learned that Ning Ye was studying at Fu Yunting's place, she had been causing quite a stir at home. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Yunting said, in a few days, Fu Yu will come over to stay for a night or two. Ning Ye was taken aback and suggested, then I shall stay with my classmates for a night or two. Fu Yunting frowned slightly. Are you planning to sleep at an internet cafe? Ning Ye said, recalling the two occasions when Fu Yunting had retrieved her from such places, and quietly replied, no, I genuinely intend to stay at a classmate's house. Fu Yunting fell silent. Ning Ye sensed his displeasure, yet felt uncertain about how to address it. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fu Yunting stated, go take a shower. Ning Ye had no choice but to fetch her pajamas and head to the bathroom. Upon finishing her shower, she found Fu Yunting seated on the sofa while she stood a distance away, softly saying, Uncle, I will return to my room now. Fu Yunting replied, take your medicine first. He did not indicate any intention to fetch it for her. Ning Ye went to retrieve her medication, following the instructions precisely and consuming it with water. Fu Yunting then suggested she drink a glass of milk before bed. After some thought, he prepared one for her. After finishing her milk, Ning Ye washed the cup and lingered in her room for a moment before softly announcing, Uncle, I will go to sleep now. Fu Yunting paid her no mind. After standing there for a while, Ning Ye returned to her room. That night, despite having taken her medication, Ning Ye's sleep was not particularly restful, yet she managed to fall asleep earlier than usual. The following day, Fu Yunting accompanied Ning Ye to school. However, she did not head straight to class. Once Fu Yunting had departed, she visited the disease control center to collect her report before taking a bus back to school. Upon entering the classroom, she was taken aback to find her seat had been changed. Although they were now university students, their preparatory classes still resembled high school, with fixed classrooms and desks. Now, her desk was situated at the back of the room. Ning Ye felt a wave of disorientation, as though she had been transported back to the days leading up to the college entrance examination. She stared at her seat for quite some time without uttering a word before finally sitting down. Throughout the morning, she maintained a quiet demeanor. During the break, as she headed to the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered Su Wei. Surrounded by a group of friends, Su Wei was laughing and joking. Upon noticing Ning Ye, she paused, exchanged a few words with those nearby, and they promptly departed. Ning Ye ignored her and turned to enter the restroom. When she emerged to wash her hands, she spotted Su Wei, who was lazily washing her hands at the sink. Recently, she engaged in a conversation with Fu Yu, through which she gleaned that Fu Yu had not been experiencing happiness of late. She found herself enrolled in a school that did not cater to her interests, and was further incensed by the fact that Fu Yunting had arranged for Ning Ye to attend the same institution. For Su Wei, Fu Yu had once come to her aid, and thus, her discontent weighed heavier on Su Wei than her own troubles. Consequently, upon encountering Ning Ye, Su Wei felt compelled to vent Fu Yu's frustrations. While Ning Ye washed her hands, Su Wei lowered her voice and inquired, what is it like to be ostracized? To have your desk and chair moved aside? With a slight chuckle, she continued, if memory serves, during your college entrance examination, you were seated next to a trash bin, were you not? How does it feel to revisit that time? Ning Ye pressed her lips tightly together, continuing to wash her hands without responding. Su Wei remarked, I heard that during military training, no one partnered with you. How do you still have the audacity to remain here for half a month? Yet, Ning Ye remained silent. After washing her hands, Su Wei smiled and stated, your mother disrupts other families. You are the original sin, destined never to live a good life. With that, she turned and exited the restroom. Ning Ye straightened her posture, her slender fingers clenched tightly, her rounded nails nearly digging into her flesh. In the afternoon, instead of attending physical education class, Ning Ye chose to go to the library. Once there, she settled down and dozed off. Not long after, Jiang Chun approached her, and upon seeing Ning Ye, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. He stood before her, and Ning Ye startledly raised her head to meet his gaze. Jiang Chun asked, haven't you been attending school these past few days? Ning Ye nodded slightly and replied softly, I've been ill and hospitalized. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, recalling the message Ning Ye had sent him during military training. How could you fall ill? Ning Ye curled her body, resting her hands on the table, her bright, dark eyes gazing at him innocently as she explained, the pressure during military training was overwhelming and I fell sick. Jiang Chen's voice softened as he inquired, have you been ostracized? Ning Ye fell silent for a long while before retrieving her examination report from her bag and handing it to Jiang Chun. Senior Jiang, I truly do not have AIDS, she assured him. Jiang Chun took the report, glanced at it, and noted that all indicators were normal. I know, he replied, unable to resist the urge to reach out and tousle Ning Ye's hair. I believe you. Chapter 106. Yielding. Ning Ye stood quietly, her eyes tinged with red, murmuring her gratitude. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze upon her, recalling her earlier admission of being unable to stay in the dormitory. Have you found a place in the dorm? He inquired. Ning Ye, with her head bowed, revealed her soft hair, elegantly styled, with a hint of fuzz at the crown, her fair complexion accentuating the gentle curve of her neck, which was particularly alluring in this posture. The sight evoked an overwhelming desire to cradle her in his arms and soothe her. She stood before Jiang Chun, seemingly helpless and timid, yet obediently answering his questions. I have found a place. After a brief pause, she added, Senior Jiang, please don't come too close. It might affect you. The more considerate and docile she became, the more Jiang Chen's heart ached for her. Unbeknownst to him, Ning had sent him a message during a sleepless night, wondering if despair lingered within her heart. Jiang Chen's voice was gentle, yet unwavering. I will not be affected, he assured her. Ning Ye lifted her gaze, her dark, luminous eyes meeting his, exuding a haunting beauty intertwined with an innate tranquility. He reiterated, I will not be affected. Thank you, she replied, then added, Senior Jiang, please go ahead and look up the information. I wish to rest for a while. Jiang Chun then turned his attention to his studies, while Ning Ye remained quietly slumped over, peacefully asleep. Though she was not short, her demeanor made her appear petite, further accentuated by her submissiveness, which evoked a childlike impression. Jiang Chun watched her for a considerable time, only able to observe the silhouette of the girl resting at the desk before he resumed his work. Before long, the class bell rang. Jiang Chun glanced over at Ning Ye, who remained still. After a moment's contemplation, he approached her. Gently, he ruffled her hair, softly coaxing Ning Ye. Class is over. Don't you have lessons this afternoon? Please go. Ning Ye straightened up and looked at Jiang Chun, who was momentarily taken aback. She had clearly been crying, her lashes glistening. After a moment of silence, her voice emerged, slightly hoarse, all right. At this moment, Su Donglin approached. Noticing Jiang Chun and Ning Ye, he paused, calling out, Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun turned to him. Let us go, Su Donglin said. Understood, replied Jiang Chun. Ning Ye, ever understanding, addressed Jiang Chun. Senior Jiang, you may leave. I must attend my class as well. Jiang Chun continued to soothe her, saying, if you encounter any issues, call me, all right? Ning Ye asked, will you come? Jiang Chun affirmed with conviction, I will. Ning Ye scrutinized him closely, then inquired, Senior Jiang, will you remember the words you spoke today? Jiang Chun responded earnestly, I will. Ning Ye appeared to relax slightly, and in a hushed tone, she asked, Senior Jiang, will I be a burden to you? Jiang Chun reassured her, you will not. Ning Ye merely pursed her lips slightly, as if attempting to offer him a smile, yet found herself unable to truly muster one. It was but the faintest curve of her lips, barely perceptible, as she whispered softly, don't worry, Senior Jiang. I won't call you too often. Jiang Chun replied, it's all right. You can call whenever you wish, no matter how late, I'll answer. He paused briefly before adding, I'll be here every day. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Ning Ye responded with a simple, okay. Su Donglin called out for Jiang Chun once more, prompting him to say, I should go now. Head to your class, and be good, all right? Ning Ye nodded, gathered her belongings, and stood before Jiang Chun. Then I shall take my leave. Only after Ning Ye had departed did Jiang Chun make his way towards Su Donglin. Watching Ning Ye walk away, Su Donglin turned to Jiang Chun and inquired, you've grown rather close to her lately? Jiang Chun was genuinely concerned about Ning Ye's well-being. He could discern that her current state was far from ideal, ostracized at school, isolated during military training, and subjected to relentless online rumors. Any individual, even a male student, would likely find such circumstances unbearable. Jiang Chun couldn't fathom how she had endured this torment alone. Yet he remained reticent, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. I merely exchanged a few words with her since she happened to be here, he murmured. Su Donglin was well aware of Jiang Chen's impeccable upbringing, his gentle temperament, his innate integrity, his excellence since childhood. Even a stray cat on the street would receive his kindness. After a moment of contemplation, Su Donglin felt a pang of sympathy. During Jiang Chen's brief conversation with Ning Ye, he had observed her as well. She bore no resemblance to the scandalous image painted on the campus forums, a girl allegedly entangled with multiple men and leading a promiscuous life. Instead, she seemed like an innocent child, untouched by the world's cruelty. When Jiang Chen advised her, she listened with quiet obedience. Su Donglin hesitated before speaking again. I do pity her. No girl should suffer like this. But, Jiang Chen, perhaps it's best if you keep your distance. Who knows what kind of influence she might bring? This affliction, once contracted, is nearly impossible to fully recover from. Jiang Chen stated calmly, she is not ill. Su Donglin paused momentarily, perplexed. How could you possibly know? She went for the examination. Jiang Chen said, I've just reviewed the report. Everything appears to be in perfect health. Su Donglin paused momentarily before responding after a prolonged silence. But surely, no one would readily believe this, would they? Otherwise, their classmates wouldn't have gone to such extremes today. Jiang Chen turned to look at him upon hearing this and asked, What do you mean? Su Donglin was somewhat astonished. She didn't inform you? Inform you of what? Su Donglin opened his mouth hesitantly and said, her classmates, perhaps too frightened, moved her desk and chair to the corner. His voice gradually trailed off as he noticed Jiang Chen's expression turning icy cold. At that moment, Jiang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He recalled how just moments ago, he had told Ning Ye to be obedient and attend class, how she had nodded in quiet acquiescence. Without another word, Jiang Chen turned sharply and strode toward Ning Ye's school building. His pace quickened, then broke into a run. Su Donglin called after him, Where are you going? Jiang Chen disregarded him, and an inexplicable fear gripped him, fearing that Ning Ye might indeed heed his words and head to the classroom. Jiang Chen dashed towards Ning Ye's classroom, and midway through, the class bell rang, causing his heart to sink heavily. Upon arriving at Ning Ye's classroom, he beheld a disheartening sight. All of Ning Ye's belongings were strewn across the floor, and she was there, gathering her things. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen felt an unutterable pang in his heart. He approached her, bent down, and assisted Ning Ye in collecting her scattered items. As he entered, the entire class turned their gaze towards him. He was exceedingly well known within the school, possessing both striking looks and a prestigious family background, not to mention his exceptional academic performance. The classroom fell silent for a brief moment. Ning Ye noticed Jiang Chen, her movements faltering in surprise as she called out, Senior Jiang. Jiang Chen remained silent, his head bowed as he gathered all of Ning Ye's belongings, arranging them neatly before looking at her and saying, after class, Meet me at the laboratory. Chapter 107. The way forward. Ning Ye clutched her textbook, her complexion as pale as the moonlight, her gaze cast downward as she murmured, I've been attending class diligently. Jiang Chen inquired, Is it because I asked you to come and listen attentively? Silence enveloped Ning Ye as she refrained from responding. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen proposed, after class, Shall we meet in the laboratory? Ning Ye raised her eyes to meet his, nodding in agreement. Without uttering another word, Jiang Chen turned and descended the stairs. As soon as he departed, the classroom erupted in whispers, all eyes fixated on Ning Ye. She pressed her lips together, remaining largely silent. Su Lian appeared momentarily stunned. She and Yang Hui had been enduring a rough patch lately, both having a close contact with Ning Ye, especially Yang Hui, who, during military training, had even come into contact with Ning Ye's blood. Su Lian had heard that Yang Hui had immediately taken post-exposure prophylaxis, yet upon returning home, she fell ill. The news left Su Lian's face drained of color, and she experienced bouts of dizziness during training. It wasn't tea until she called home and learned that her test results were clear that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, she dared not approach Ning Ye any closer. Yet, seeing Ning Ye being bullied stirred a pang of sympathy within her. Throughout the lesson, most of the students were distracted, speculating about the relationship between Jiang Chun and Ning Ye. However, given that Jiang Chun had a girlfriend, their understanding of the current situation was muddled. Once the class concluded, with no further lessons to attend, Ning Ye gathered her belongings and, after some contemplation, decided to head to the laboratory. Upon her arrival, she did not enter but chose to wait outside. Inside the laboratory, Jiang Chun was noticeably distracted, despite Su Donglin's attempts to engage him in conversation. Jiang Chun barely comprehended his words. Su Donglin queried, "What is bothering you?" Jiang Chun hesitated before replying, "It's nothing, just thinking about matters at home." Su Donglin continued, "Did you visit Ning Ye's classroom?" Jiang Chun affirmed, "Yes." Su Donglin pressed, "Will Su Wei misunderstand your visit?" Jiang Chun replied, "I will clarify with her." Sighing, Su Donglin was about to say more when Jiang Chun's gaze landed on Ning Ye sitting quietly at the entrance, her backpack cradled in her arms, obediently waiting. Jiang Chun paused, disregarding Su Donglin's presence, and set aside his work, removing his gloves to step outside. Su Donglin grasped his arm, asking, "Where are you going?" Upon noticing the serene figure of Ning Ye at the door, he fell silent. "I'm going to check on her," Jiang Chun declared, shedding his lab coat as he approached Ning Ye. "Why didn't you inform me of your arrival?" Ning Ye stood up, her voice barely a whisper. "I was afraid of disturbing you." Jiang Chun instructed, "Next time, just send me a message before you come." Ning Ye nodded, "Alright." Jiang Chun then asked, "Can you wait here for a moment? Once I'm finished, I'll take you out for a meal." Having considered that Fu Yunting had not suggested picking her up that day, Ning Ye agreed. Jiang Chun then returned to his work. Upon Jiang Chun's return, Su Donglin noticed her and inquired, "What brought her to seek you?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun recounted her visit to the classroom earlier that day. Concluding her narrative, she added, "It was I who asked her to come find me." Su Donglin was momentarily at a loss for words, possessing a sister himself. He empathized with her predicament. The thought of his own sister facing such circumstances was quite unsettling for him. "Then I shall accompany you later," he proposed, to which Jiang Chun did not object. Su Donglin further asked, "Should we invite Su Wei?" After a brief hesitation, Jiang Chun ultimately replied, "She has prior commitments today and cannot join us." Meanwhile, outside the laboratory, Ning Ye's phone rang. Glancing down, she saw it was Fu Yunting. She stared at the screen for a while before answering. "When do you finish school?" Fu Yunting asked. "Ning Ye be tarik." Feeling a twinge of anxiety as she replied, "I might be at school quite late today, uncle. I'll take a cab home by myself later." Fu Yunting did not press for further details. Having never attended university himself, he was unaware of the demanding nature of college courses, let alone the fact that Ning Ye was enrolled in a preparatory program, which he understood even less. Chapter 108. Yielding, Fu Yunting inquired, "When will you return?" Ning Ye pondered for a moment. After dining with Jiang Chun, it would likely be around 7 o'clock, and if she took a ride back, it would certainly be close to 8. She replied, "Around 8. Fu Yunting acknowledged, "I understand," and then they ended the call. Ning Ye let out a sigh of relief. Soon after, Jiang Chun emerged, accompanied by Su Donglin. Upon seeing both Jiang Chun and Su Donglin, Ning Ye's complexion paled, and she was filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Noticing her distress, Jiang Chun looked at her and said, "This is Senior Su, a friend of mine. Shall we go eat together?" Ning Ye's face turned ashen. She lowered her head, and after a while, hesitantly raised it to meet his gaze, her eyes resembling a startled fawn, filled with trepidation. "Jiang Senior, perhaps I should just head home," she suggested softly. Su Donglin, upon witnessing her demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. He spoke gently to her, wary of startling her further. "Don't be anxious, little one. Jiang Chun has informed me that you are well. I understand." Ning Ye looked up at him, her dark, pure eyes reflecting her timid nature, which stirred a protective instinct within the man. It was undeniable that her beauty was striking, especially in her flowing white dress, ethereal and enchanting. Su Donglin continued, "I will accompany you to dinner with Jiang Ge, all right?" Ning Ye's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Oh, please don't cry," Su Donglin implored, his heart melting at the sight of her distress. "Do not weep. I will protect you." With a voice tinged with emotion, she muttered, "I'm sorry." "It's all right. It's all right. Just don't cry," he reassured her. Ning Ye obediently held back her tears, striving not to succumb to sorrow. Such a compliant child could hardly be as wretched as others claimed. Su Donglin's heart softened further. The trio then proceeded to dine. But Su Donglin had to leave midway due to other commitments. Jiang Chen asked, "May I accompany you home?" Ning Ye nodded, providing him with her address, and he hailed a cab to take her back. Upon arrival, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. The place she led him to was unfamiliar territory for him. However, he chose not to voice his thoughts. Ning Ye, on the other hand, was indifferent. She did not ask Jiang Chen to exit the vehicle. "I'll take my leave now," she said. Jiang Chen responded with a simple mm. Once Ning Ye departed, Jiang Chen instructed the driver to head back. As his car pulled away, Ning Ye emerged, watching it vanish into the night for a considerable time before turning to hail another cab, returning to Jingyue Community. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen went straight back to his residence, finding himself unable to concentrate on his reading that evening. His mind was elsewhere, and he had scarcely paid attention in class throughout the day. Before long, his phone rang. Glancing down, Jiang Chen saw it was Su Wei. He hesitated for a moment before answering. "Su Wei, are you in your dorm?" she asked. "No, Hian Chen di Blaive. Are you in a place?" After a brief silence, he affirmed. "Yes. Still studying?" Jiang Chen said, "Indeed, I currently have an urgent thesis to complete for the professor." Su Wei replied, "I miss you. May I come to see you?" Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment before finally agreeing. However, when Su Wei arrived, he stayed in his room the entire time, immersed in research and writing his thesis. It wasn't until past 10 that he got up to see her home. Su Wei didn't think much of it. This was how Jiang Chen behaved when he was busy. But just before getting out of the car, she wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed him. "I'll head off now," she said. Jiang Chen, however, felt inexplicably irritated and remained quiet. "Get some rest early," he replied. After Su Wei went upstairs, he sat in the car for a long while before finally turning the steering wheel and driving home. By the time Ning Ye returned, it was exactly 8 o'clock. She had long since run out of money. The funds she had borrowed from Jiang Lu were nearly depleted. Though she had Fu Yunting's car with her, she didn't dare use it. For days, Ning Ye had been contemplating finding a part-time job. When she arrived home, Fu Yunting was standing on the balcony, talking on the phone. Not daring to disturb him, she quietly retreated to her room and took a shower. By the time she stepped out, his call had ended. "Have you eaten?" Fu Yunting asked Ning Ye. Ning Ye stood before him, nodding slightly as she replied, "I had a bite to eat outside." Fu Yunting pondered for a moment before speaking. "Fu Yu will be arriving tomorrow, so I may not come over here in the next couple of days." A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Ye's expression before she murmured, "All right." Then, hesitantly, she inquired, "Uncle, should I stay at classmate's place for a few days?" Fu Yunting inquired, "Shall she reside in your chamber upon her arrival?" Ning Ye pressed her lips together. This wasn't her room after all. The entire residence belonged to Fu Yunting. Though she parted her lips slightly, no sound escaped. Some instinct warned her that speaking might provoke his temper again. She feared Fu Yunting's anger. He studied her for a long moment before asking, "Is that what you mean?" Ning Ye pressed her lips together and remained silent. Fu Yunting's expression was inscrutable as he spoke. "Ning Ye, if I recall correctly, I have never once told you to make way for Fu Yu." Her lips still pressed tightly. It took Ning Ye a long moment to remember, back during the college entrance exams. When Fu Yu first learned that Fu Yunting had escorted her to the exam site, even though she had lied right to his face, Fu Yunting had been visibly furious at the time. Yet in the end, he had still let her into the car first and taken her to the hospital. Ning Ye had always lived in the shadow of fear that Fu Yunting cast over her, and as a result, many things were unconsciously overlooked. Moreover, to her, Fu Yu was the cherished treasure of the entire Fu family, doted upon by Fu Yunting since childhood. More than once, she had witnessed Fu Yunting granting Fu Yu's every request without hesitation. Ning Ye said nothing more. As silence lingered between them, Fu Yunting's face remained unreadable. He instructed her to warm herself a glass of milk, drink it, and then go to bed. After finishing the milk, Ning Ye thought of searching for medicine. But after looking around without success, she didn't dare ask Fu Yunting again and retreated to her room. Yet once inside, she tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Ultimately, I sat up, rose to my feet, and made my way toward the living room. Chapter 109. When Ning Ye entered the living room, the lights had already dimmed, and Fu Yunting was nowhere to be seen. likely having retired for the night. She lingered in the silent space for a long while, torn between the urge to knock on his door and the paralyzing fear that gripped her. Every moment alone with him was an unbearable weight upon her shoulders. Yet the torment of insomnia proved too much to endure. After a hesitant pause, she finally rapped lightly on his door, just twice before the sound of measured footsteps echoed from within. Each unhurried stride resonated through the stillness of the night, drawing nearer, each step a deliberate press against the fragile strings of her heart. The door swung open, revealing Fu Yunting's imposing figure silhouetted in the darkness. His gaze, intense and inscrutable, bore down upon her from his towering height. The unlit room only amplified the gravity of his presence. His voice, devoid of inflection, broke the silence. "What is it?" Ning Ye stood before him, her recent illness and hospitalization still fresh in her mind. The way she had clung to Fu Yunting's presence during that time left an indelible impression on her heart. Whenever she found herself in front of him now, under his quiet gaze, she felt as though invisible undercurrents threatened to engulf her completely. Her chest tightened as she lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the hem of his trousers. Her voice came out soft and hesitant. "Uncle, I couldn't find the medicine." As her words faded, silence settled heavily over the room. The palms of her hands grew damp with nervous perspiration. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yunting finally spoke, his tone measured. "Still struggling with insomnia?" Ning Ye spoke in a hushed voice a little. The housekeeper had picked up the medication. Fu Yunting gazed at her in silence before finally walking to the living room drawer to retrieve the pills. He then poured a glass of water and handed it to Ning Ye. As he passed her the medicine and water, he paused, deliberating for a moment before saying, "From now on, come to me whenever you need medication." Ning Ye looked up at him, startled. Fu Yunting had his own considerations. Ning Ye had asked him for sleeping pills more than once or twice. He feared she was becoming overly reliant on them, and if something were to happen, he might remain unaware. Yet, upon hearing this, Ning Ye grew uneasy. Was he entirely comfortable approaching Fu Yunting for medication? But she didn't dare voice her hesitation. After she swallowed the pills, Fu Yunting took the glass to wash it. "Hurriedly, Ning Ye sait uncle. I can wash it myself." Fu Yunting ignored her, turning away to clean the glass himself. Left with no choice, Ning Ye remained seated, listening to the sound of running water, not daring to retreat to her room immediately. Only when Fu Yunting reemerged did she rise to her feet, her heart heavy with apprehension. "Uncle, I'll go to bed now," she murmured. But Fu Yunting showed no intention of letting her leave just yet. Without his permission, Ning Ye stood frozen, not daring to move. He studied her for what felt like an eternity before finally speaking. "This kind of medicine, it's best not to take it too often." "I know," Ning Ye replied softly. Fu Yunting stood before her, his posture unwavering. "Is it because of the incident with Lu Mingqing that your insomnia has gotten so severe?" he asked. "Or is it because of Shu Yi?" Ning Ye pressed her lips together, feeling deeply troubled. The reasons for her insomnia were manifold. School was one aspect, while Fu Yunting and Fu Jingye constituted another. Moreover, the matter concerning Ning Shuya weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, these were burdens she couldn't bring herself to confide in Fu Yunting. After a prolonged silence, Ning Ye could only murmur a little bit of everything. Fu Yunting had more to say, but the memory of carrying her to the hospital resurfaced, her feverish delirium, the whispered fear of him. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly before he swallowed the words, and simply said, "Go to sleep." Ning Ye turned and retreated to her room. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, after seeing Su Wei home, returned directly to his rented apartment. After showering, he settled at his desk with a medical textbook, though his focus wavered. Sleep, however, seemed equally unappealing. Around 11:30, his phone buzzed with a notification. Glancing down, his chest tightened. It was from Ning Ye. He swiftly unlocked his phone, only for his fingers to clench involuntarily upon reading the message, his jaw tensing visibly. On the screen were a series of explicit images, disturbing, indecent. Accompanying them was a video. He tapped it open for the briefest glance before exiting hastily, a flicker of panic surfacing as his ears burned. His lips pressed into a thin line, the device suddenly scorching in his grip. Why would Ning Ye send such things without warning? But soon, another message arrived. "Ning Ye, someone sent these to me. A lot of them. Jiang Chun paused, then quickly typed a reply. Jiang Chun, who sent them to you? Ning Ye, I don't know. Ning Ye, I'm so scared it keeps deleting endlessly. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and replied. Jiang Chun, block them. Don't open or read any messages. After sending this, it took a while before Ning Ye responded. Ning Ye? Okay. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment, then decided to call Ning Ye. The phone rang for quite some time before she answered. Her voice was faint. Senior Jiang. Jiang Chun asked, are there many messages like this? Ning Ye sighed softly. Should I text you or what? A message. Jiang Chun gently coaxed her. Ignore those messages. Let me keep you company and chat for a while. All right? Ning Ye remarked softly, it's quite late, and you have classes tomorrow. I'll be fine. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chun inquired gently, shall I come keep you company? After pondering for a while, Ning replied, no. Then she inquired gently, would you be able to come directly to the laboratory tomorrow? Ning Ye replied, all right. Jiang Chun continued to chat with her for a while until she grew drowsy, at which point he ended the call. That night, Jiang Chun found himself restless, a rare occurrence, as his sleep schedule had always been impeccably disciplined. Chapter 110, on the other hand, Ning did not find herself feeling drowsy until past midnight, yet she awoke quite early. Upon waking, she lingered in bed for a while. When Ning finally emerged, Fu Yunting had already prepared breakfast. They shared a meal together, after which Fu Yunting patiently awaited Ning's readiness. Ning hastened her pace, and once she finished her breakfast, Fu Yunting inquired, your father and aunt are bringing Fu Yu over today. Would you like to accompany me to greet them? Hearing this, Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback, his fingers tightening around the chopsticks. Fu Yunting did not intend to put Ning Ye in a difficult position, yet he still remarked, should you inform him of your illness? Ning Ye sighed, nonet. Upon her refusal, Fu Yunting did not press further. He remarked, if you prefer not to go, you may stay at home. I shall refrain from coming over for the next couple of days. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Ye replied, I will accompany you. It had been quite some time since she last saw Fu Jingye, and with her guardianship now entrusted to Fu Yunting, she feared being forgotten by Fu Jingye. Fu Yunting remained silent at her words. He rose, cleared the dining table, took the car keys, and walked towards the door, with Ning Ye following closely behind. After a few steps, he paused. In her distracted state, Ning Ye inadvertently collided with him. Fu Yunting steadied her. The moment his hand made contact with her, she felt herself stiffen, overwhelmed by a sense of panic reminiscent of when he had held her during her illness. Fu Yunting glanced at her without uttering a word, then proceeded to unlock the door. Ning Ye cautiously trailed behind him. Once in the vehicle, a heavy silence enveloped them, with neither speaking. Ning Ye was notably anxious. The drive to the airport was uneventful, and upon arrival, they found Fu Jingye and Chen Su already waiting. As Fu Yunting guided her out of the car, they spotted Fu Jingye, Chen Su, and Fu Yu seated nearby. Fu Yunting's formidable presence was undeniable as soon as they arrived. Fu Yu noticed him and was about to cheerfully call him uncle, only to be taken aback by the sight of Ning Ye beside him. Her expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Fu Jingye and Chen Su also recognized Ning Ye, with Fu Jingye's demeanor growing noticeably stern. However, Chen Su quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, Shao Yi? Chen Su smiled gently at Ning Ye. Since you've come here, you haven't called home. Your aunt tried to reach you, but you didn't answer. She thought you were upset with her. Ning Ye replied, not at all. Fu Jingye inquired, now that you are here, why haven't you called me? Ning's eyes were tinged with red, and she stood there for quite a while, murmuring softly, I fear your reprimand. In truth, what she dreaded more was the possibility of Fu Jingye's rejection. Fu Jingye replied, should I not scold you? Ning slightly parted her lips. Yet before she could utter a word, Fu Yu coldly inquired, what are you following me for? Ning remained rigidly in place. Fu Yunting understood that Fu Yu would be irritable. His voice took on a somber tone. Fu Yu. Fu Yu replied, Uncle, why did you bring her here? It's utterly revolting. Ning pressed her lips tightly together. Fu Yunting se vase deepened. Fu Yu. Fu Yu was inherently afraid of him, and the words she longed to express remained unvoiced. Yet, she found it impossible to come to terms with the reality of Fu Yunting's control over Ning. Chen Su, wishing to avoid an uncomfortable situation, turned her head and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, Do you wish for the previous scene to unfold here once more? Fu Yu opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. When getting into the car, Fu Yu intended to sit in the passenger seat, while Ning Ye remained silent outside the car door. Fu Yunting turned to Ning Ye and said, "Come sit in the front." Chapter 111. Both Fu Yu and Ning Ye were momentarily taken aback. However, Ning Ye did not dare to move. She remained seated, frozen in place. Fu Yunting turned to glance at her, his eyes calm and unperturbed. With a slight tremor in her voice, Ning Ye spoke, "Uncle, I prefer to sit in the back." Fu Yunting replied, "Come to the front." In the end, she did not muster the courage to defy him and took her place in the passenger seat. Fu Yu's eyes reddened with indignation. Once they were all in the car, Ning Ye fell silent. Fu Yunting directed the vehicle toward the hotel. Seated in the passenger seat, Ning Ye maintained her quiétude. It was Chun Su who broke the silence, inquiring, "Is everything going well for you here, Xiao Yi?" Ning Ye's voice was soft. "It's fine." Fu Yu let out a scoff, yet remained silent. Ning Ye was more aware than anyone of how she was faring in her new school. Chun Su smiled and inquired, "Now that you are here, why haven't you called Auntie and Dad? Your aunt has called you, yet you have not answered. Is there something amiss with her?" Ning Ye pressed her lips together and replied, "No." In truth, Fu Jingye had been rather occupied with work lately, and the turmoil surrounding Fu Yu had left him overwhelmed. For the past few months, he had been preoccupied with soothing Fu Yu's emotions, to the extent that he had scarcely given Ning Ye a thought. Even regarding her studies, he had shown little interest. At this moment, a twinge of guilt washed over him. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Jingye said, "I do not wish to dwell on your past actions, but your aunt has treated you as her own for many years. Do not let her heart grow cold." Ning Ye's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and after a while, she managed to respond, "I understand, father." Chen Su interjected, "Do not be so harsh, Xiaoye. She is still so young." Fu Jingye fell silent. Upon arriving at the hotel, Fu Yu refused to disembark, expressing her desire to stay with her uncle. Fu Yunting did not oppose her wish, suggesting they first have a meal. Once at the restaurant, Fu Yu seated herself beside Fu Yunting, while Ning Ye took a place on the opposite side. Chen Su addressed Ning Ye, explaining that she and his father had intended to visit him earlier, but for the past 2 months, Fu Yu had been struggling academically and was in a distressed state. Concerned for her well-being, the family chose to stay by her side. Even having her brother take leave to care for her, compounded by her father's demanding work schedule, which left him little time to spare. Ning Ye replied, expressing understanding. Indeed, the Fu family had been quite occupied. Not only had Fu Yu not gained admission to her preferred university, but she also faced the necessity of renting an apartment and taking on part-time work. The family had been deeply concerned about her circumstances, particularly Fu Ji, who would return home every weekend to support her. Upon hearing her mother's words, Fu Yu's expression darkened. The disappointment from her poor performance in the college entrance examination had weighed heavily on her, leaving her unable to find solace. Fu Yu remarked, "You need not elaborate so. It sounds as though she is truly your daughter." Chun Su's demeanor grew somewhat frosty as she retorted, "Must you always speak so sharply?" Fu Yu also realized her words were rather hurtful, primarily because they reopened Chun Su's old wounds. She parted her lips slightly, but remained silent. Ning Ye pressed her lips together without uttering a word. Chun Su said, "Ye sometimes speaks without thinking. Xiao Yi, please don't take it to heart." Ning Ye replied, "It's fine." Yet whenever Chun Su spoke to her, Ning Ye couldn't help but think of Ning Shuyao, of how, as they claimed, her illness had come to be. Was it because of someone Chun Su had arranged? The meal passed with Ning Ye barely touching her food, each bite tasteless on her tongue. Once dinner concluded, Fu Jingye and Chun Su prepared to leave. Their sole purpose in coming had been to ensure Fu Yu's safety. Throughout the entire evening, Ning Ye had exchanged only a few words with Fu Jingye. Just as he was about to depart, Fu Jingye finally turned to Ning Ye and said, "While you're staying with your uncle, don't cause him any trouble." Standing before him, Ning Ye nodded. "I understand." Chun Su added, "Xiao Yi, I know you're upset about not doing well on your college entrance exams, and perhaps you resent Ye for it. I apologize for that. Now that you're here, your father and I are too far away to take proper care of you, and we worry. Please don't ignore my calls out of anger." Ning Ye responded, "I'm not angry." After Fu Jingye and Chun Su had left, Ning Ye glanced at Fu Yunting and Fu Yu before silently slipping into the back seat. Fu Yunting gave her a brief look, but said nothing. Fu Yu, meanwhile, settled into the passenger seat without hesitation. Fu Yunting first drove Fu Yu to her residence near the military base, instructing Ning Ye to wait in the car. Fu Yu asked, "Where is Ning Ye staying?" Fu Yunting inquired, "Where would you prefer her to reside?" Fu Yu wanted to ask if he was living with Ning Ye, but seeing the unreadable calm on Fu Yunting's face, she didn't dare. Fu Yunting said, "I'll call Chu Man later and have her come, keep you company. Can't you stay with me instead?" Fu Yu said, "Uncle, I came to see you." Fu Yunting had never intended to leave her alone there. He replied, "I can only take you around for a short while. I have matters to attend to this afternoon." Fu Yu felt silent, though willful. She would never interfere with his work. Fu Yunting waited until Jiang Chu-man arrived before turning toward the car. As he approached, Ning Ye was leaning against the window, dazed and disoriented. Fu Yunting paused by the car for a moment, then got in and said to Ning Ye, "Move to the front seat." Ning Ye hesitated in the back seat briefly before finally opening the passenger door and settling in. Fu Yunting drove him home, yet he did not immediately unlock the door. Ning Ye tensed, his voice hoarse as he called out, "Uncle?" Fu Yunting rolled down his window and lit a cigarette. His slender, well-defined fingers held the cigarette as he rested his arm on the window frame. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Where's the card I gave you?" Ning Ye replied softly, "It's in my bag." Fu Yunting said, "I won't be coming over these next couple of days. If anything happens, just call me. The medicine is in the drawer, don't take too much." Ning Ye responded with a quiet, Fu Yunting actually yearned to kiss her, however, as he smoked. He suppressed that feeling deep within. Chapter 112. He sat there, suppressing his impulses through the act of smoking, and his eye sockets appeared particularly deep. This easily reminded Ning Ye of the silent, domineering ferocity he exhibited when he had leaned in to kiss her. Ning Ye sitrektenet herposture, daring not to move an inch, terrified of making another mistake. She was genuinely frightened. Yet, Fu Yunting remained still, drawing on his cigarette. His voice heavy. "There is cash in the drawer of the coffee table. For anything else you wish to purchase, use the card." Ning Ye, "I didn't give you that card just to be an ornament." Ning Ye paused, suddenly recalling that her spending might trigger a notification on Fu Yunting's phone. After a considerable silence, she softly replied, "I don't have anything I want to buy at the moment. That is why I haven't spent anything. Uncle, I understand." Fu Yunting said nothing further. Ning Ye remained seated beside him, catching his reflection in the glass of the car window. In fact, from a moment she had woken up that day, Ning Ye had noticed that the shirt Fu Yunting wore was the very one he had once given her to wear as sleepwear, evoking an indescribable feeling within her. Fu Yunting smoked half a cigarette, and the air inside the car felt somewhat thin. It was not until Fu Yunting's phone rang that he glanced down and inquired, "Do you want me to accompany you upstairs?" Ning Ye replied softly, "No need, uncle." Fu Yunting said nothing more and opened the car door. Ning Ye pushed the door open, feeling the air become fresher. Standing outside the car, she said, "Uncle, I'll be on my way." Fu Yunting's gaze lingered on her as he reiterated, "Call me if you need anything." Ning Ye responded, "I know, uncle." Once she finished speaking, Fu Yunting drove away. Ning Ye stood there for a while before turning to head back home. Upon returning, she took out her books and placed them on her desk, appearing to read, yet absorbing little. As she read, tears began to fall uncontrollably, though she quickly managed to stop them. By afternoon, Ning Ye remembered that Jiang Chun had asked her to come to the lab. She was not particularly eager to go, but after some contemplation, she decided to make the trip. Once there, she did not seek him out but instead sat outside. It wasn't long before she noticed Su Wei approaching her. Su Wei spotted her, and her expression shifted dramatically as she hurried over, sharply demanding, "What are you doing here?" Ning Ye bit her lip, her pair of dark, clear eyes fixed on Su Wei. Having cried earlier, the corners of her eyes still bore a hint of redness. In a soft, diminutive voice, she replied, "I came to find Jiang Chun." Su Wei's nerves tensed instantly, a flicker of panic crossing her face. "What do you mean?" Ning Ye explained it. "He asked me to come find him." Through the glass behind Su Wei, she saw Jiang Chun approaching, prompting her to step closer to Su Wei and whisper, "I like Jiang Chun, so I came here to wait for him. He told me to come, saying he would take me to a hotel." Su Wei, however, did not notice Jiang Chun, Enraged by Ning Ye's words, she trembled and raised her hand, preparing to slap Ning Ye. Ning Ye did not flinch, but the slap never reached her face. Jiang Chun firmly grasped Su Wei's hand, yet inevitably, her nails grazed Ning Ye's face. Upon turning her head and seeing Jiang Chun, she noted his cold demeanor as he inquired, "What are you doing?" Their relationship had begun with Su Wei pursuing Jiang Chun, who had not rejected her. They had even met each other's parents, and Jiang Chun's character and upbringing were beyond reproach. He was a man of integrity. Su Wei could not fathom that he would act in such a manner. Nevertheless, an inexplicable sense of panic enveloped her. Fixing her gaze on Ning Ye, she urged, "Jiang Chun, let go of me." Yet Jiang Chun did not release her. Instead, he questioned, "What do you intend to do?" It was then that Su Wei turned back to ask, "Jiang Chun, do you know her?" He replied, "Yes." "Did you ask her to wait here for you?" Jiang Chun affirmed, "I did." Su Wei's heart sank. She hesitated to press further. She felt as though she had reached beyond her means by being with Jiang Chun. Had it not been for the friendship between their mothers, they might never have crossed paths. Su Wei asked, "Do you know who she is?" Jiang Chun responded, "Ido." "Then why would you have her wait for you here? Are you aware that she is the daughter of a mistress, that her mother passed away from AIDS, and her own personal life is chaotic? In high school, she was involved with numerous men. How could you allow her to wait for you here?" Jiang Chun countered, "She is not as dreadful as you depict." At that moment, Ning Ye stood pale and frightened behind Jiang Chun, utterly at a loss. "Sweet and endearing," she said. "Senior Jiang, I will take my leave." This reminded Jiang Chun of the first time he encountered Ning Ye, as well as her obedient demeanor in the days that followed. No matter what he said, she made every effort to comply, even though she knew full well that her classmates were ostracizing her. When he instructed her to attend class, she complied without question. If something fell to the ground, she would quietly pick it up, never uttering a word of complaint. Jiang Chun's heart softened immensely. He shielded Ning Ye behind him, furrowing his brow as he said, "Su Wei, she is neither ill nor leading a dissolute life. Do you really believe these rumors? If I recall correctly, she is the sister of your friend. Surely, you know these matters better than anyone." Su Wei's complexion paled. She was indeed aware that Ning Ye was not ill, but did the absence of illness negate all else? Su Wei retorted, "Jiang Chun, are you siding with her? As a woman, you should understand what these rumors mean for someone like her." Su Wei continued, "Do you know what she just told me?" Jiang Chun inquired, "What do you mean?" Su Wei revealed, "She just confessed her feelings for you, saying you asked her to wait here because you intended to take her to a hotel." Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly believe that such words could come from Ning Ye. He turned to look at her, but Ning Ye stood there, dazed and timid, with reddened eyes, unable to articulate a response. Jiang Chun remarked, "Su Wei, she resembles a child, utterly oblivious to the implications of her actions." Su Wei felt a profound sense of anguish and inquired, "Do you not trust me?" However, Jiang Chun was reluctant to elaborate further, stating, "Return for now. I shall escort her home and then seek you out." Su Wei stood frozen, inexplicably stricken by a sudden wave of trepidation. Jiang Chun continued, "I will have Su Donglin come and take you home." Why was it not Jiang Chun himself who would accompany her? After all, Jiang Chun, you are my boyfriend. Chapter 113. Jiang Chun dialed Su Donglin's number, requesting his presence. Su Donglin was already at the school, where Jiang Chun was conducting experiments under the guidance of a professor. Concerned that Ning Ye might receive unwarranted distractions, Jiang Chun had summoned her to keep an eye on her. However, that was no longer feasible. He called Su Donglin, who promptly answered, "Jiang Chun." Jiang Chun instructed, "Come to the lab." Su Donglin inquired, "What's going on?" "I have something here. Could you help me escort Su Wei?" Su Donglin hesitated momentarily before responding, "All right, I'll be there shortly." Upon his arrival, Su Donglin immediately spotted Ning Ye. Her appearance was truly enchanting, large. Dark eyes framed by long lashes, rosy lips, and a straight nose, exuding an innocent charm that made one wish to protect her. Su Donglin lowered his voice, afraid of startling her, and greeted her with a smile, "Ning Mei." After a brief struggle, Ning Ye managed to respond in a sweet, nasal tone, "Su Xuezhang." Noticing her reddened eyes, as though she had been crying, Su Donglin's heart ached, and he gently coaxed, "Why are you crying? Please don't cry." Ning Ye stifled her tears and nodded. Su Donglin felt his heart melting. However, his attention was soon drawn to the wound on Ning Ye's face, a conspicuous mark on her delicate skin. Alarmed, he asked, "What happened to your face?" Ning Ye shook her head, insisting it's nothing. Su Wei, cold and unyielding, felt an inexplicable surge of panic and irritation. She glared at Ning Ye, demanding, "What are you pretending for? Repeat what you just said, if you dare." Ning Ye stood helplessly beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen instructed, "Take Su Wei back to her dormitory. I will find her later." It was then that Su Donglin sensed the unsettling atmosphere. Jiang Chen turned to Su Wei and said, "You should return for now." Su Wei's eyes welled with tears as she questioned, "Jiang Chen, what do you mean?" Jiang Chen offered no further explanation, instead looking at Su Donglin. "You take Su Wei back." He then turned to Ning Ye. "Shall I escort you home?" Ning Ye nodded. Jiang Chen led her away, leaving Su Donglin and Su Wei behind. Su Donglin glanced at Su Wei, who was fixated on Jiang Chen's retreating figure with Ning Ye. "I'll walk you back to your dormitory," Su Donglin offered. At that moment, Su Wei, feeling both anxious and furious, quelled her emotions and asked, "How does Jiang Chen know Ning Ye?" Su Donglin sighed. "Ning Mei is genuinely kind. Recently, there have been many rumors circulating at school, and both Jiang Chen and I are concerned for her safety, hence we've been watching over her. Yet, she is truly obedient, touching my heart deeply." Su Wei recalled the words Ning Ye had previously shared with her, as well as the whispers exchanged moments ago. Gradually, her anger subsided, though discomfort lingered in her heart. Su Wei inquired whether Jiang Chen was particularly close to her. Su Donglin, nonchalant, replied, "It's not that significant, is it? Jiang Chen has always been just and honorable. He merely encountered her at a library and offered her a bit of assistance." However, Su Wei found it difficult to relax. She chose not to voice her concerns and decided to wait in the dormitory for Jiang Chen's arrival. Jiang Chen accompanied Ning Ye to the car, taking a seat beside her. He handed her a pack of tissues, apologizing, "I didn't anticipate that Su Wei would come." Ning Ye shook her head, responding, "It's all right." As Jiang Chen gazed at Ning Ye, he experienced an unfamiliar pang of empathy and anguish. Though she appeared pleasant, his heart was often indifferent, seldom stirred by anyone. With a gentle tone, he reassured her, "Do not take to heart what Su Wei said." Ning Ye replied, "Understood." Jiang Chen reached out, turning her face towards him, his fingertips brushing away the tears beneath her lashes. He softly urged, "Please do not cry." Ning Ye nodded in response. At a loss for words, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before asking, "Could you pass me your phone?" Ning Ye hesitated briefly before handing it over. "Your password?" Jiang Chen prompted. Ning Ye unlocked it using her fingerprint. As he perused her messages, Jiang Chen was met with a disheartening sight. One by one, he deleted the many messages, around 20 or 30, filled with incomprehensible characters sent to her. Ning Ye then softly inquired, "Jiang, when Su Wei mentioned a hotel, was she referring to engaging in such activities as depicted in those messages?" Chapter 114. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on his phone. Hesitating for a long moment before softly responding, he proceeded to delete her messages. Ning Ye inquired, "Is Su Wei your girlfriend?" Jiang Chen, lost in thought, replied with a noncommittal Ning Ye pressed further, "Have you two shared a room?" Jiang Chen hesitated, then said, "No." In a barely audible voice, Ning Ye asked, "Does it hurt to do those things?" Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. Ning Ye chose not to delve deeper. After deleting the messages, Jiang Chen adjusted his phone settings to block junk messages and handed the device back to Ning Ye. She accepted the phone, gazing at it thoughtfully. Soon, she turned to look out the window and realized that the car was not heading to the place she had previously taken Jiang Chen. Ning Ye asked, "Senior Jiang, aren't we going back?" Jiang Chen replied, "First, we need to go to my place to clean your wound. I'll take you back afterward, all right?" Ning Ye hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. The car soon came to a stop. Jiang Chen led Ning Ye out and walked toward his rented apartment, with her following closely behind. He lived on the 8th floor and pressed the elevator button, allowing Ning Ye to enter first. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Jiang Chen unlocked the door to his one-bedroom apartment, spacious enough for a single occupant. Once inside, he invited Ning Ye to sit on the sofa while he fetched a first aid kit. He began by disinfecting the scar on her face and then applied some ointment. Although the cut on Ning Ye's face was not particularly severe, she insisted on having Jiang Chun tend to it. Once the treatment was complete, Jiang Chun tidied up the supplies and sat across from her. Ning Ye quietly asked, "Does Su Wei not like me?" Jiang Chun remained silent, growing increasingly anxious. She straightened her posture and asked, "Senior Jiang, will you stop looking after me in the future?" Jiang Chun reassured her, "No, I won't." After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Would you like to sleep here tonight?" Ning Ye inquired, "What about you?" "I'll sleep in the dormitory tonight," he replied. Ning Ye looked at him with confusion. "Aren't you staying here?" "No." Ning Ye questioned, "Is it inappropriate for me to sleep here then?" "Not at all," he assured her. He then asked, "Are you hungry? Did you eat anything on the way here?" Ning Ye shook her head, saying, "I'm not hungry." Despite her words, Jiang Chun went ahead and cooked her a bowl of noodles. Though his culinary skills were not on par with Fu Yunting's, the meal was still quite enjoyable. However, Ning Ye had a poor appetite and ate very little, resembling a cat nibbling on food. Jiang Chun encouraged her, "Please eat a bit more, all right?" Ning Ye took a few more bites, but then insisted, "I can't eat anymore." Jiang Chun didn't press her further and finished the remainder himself. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Ye softly asked, "Senior Jiang, could you help me with some tutoring?" Jiang Chun looked at her. Ning Ye remarked, "I find it rather challenging to absorb the lessons in class." She appeared quite helpless as she gazed at Jiang Chun. "I genuinely strive to pay attention during lectures, yet it seems I cannot fully comprehend." Jiang Chun gently tousled Ning Ye's hair and reassured her, "It's all right. In the future, during self-study sessions, come to the library. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me directly." Ning Ye replied, "Thank you." After a brief pause, she added, "However, it seems that Su Wei is not particularly fond of me. Will this affect you?" Jiang Chun responded, "She simply does not know you well yet. In time, she will come to appreciate you." They lingered in the living room for a while, after which Jiang Chun handed her a key, stating, "I will return to the dormitory now. This is the key. Please return it to me in the laboratory tomorrow. For tonight, you may stay here." Ning Ye accepted the key. Jiang Chun's space was quite tidy, suggesting that he lived alone. The surroundings, though sparse, did not exude a cold or harsh atmosphere. He then provided her with a set of pajamas, saying, "I do not have any girls' pajamas here, so please wear mine for now." Ning Ye took them, expressing her gratitude. Jiang Chun said nothing further, gathered his belongings, hailed a taxi, and returned to campus. Chapter 115. After Jiang Chun departed, Ning remained seated on the sofa, motionless, her gaze fixed upon her fingers. She subsequently took a shower, opting for her own clothes rather than those of Jiang Chun. Once refreshed, she entered Jiang Chun's bedroom and indulged in a brief slumber. When she ventured outside today, she had not anticipated encountering Su Wei, nor did she foresee Jiang Chun bringing her here without any medication, resulting in a restless night. Upon returning to school, Jiang Chun immediately dialed Su Wei's number. At that moment, Su Wei was in her dormitory, and upon receiving Jiang Chun's call, she stepped outside, spotting him from a distance. Su Wei had inquired extensively about the relationship between Jiang Chun and Ning, but had gleaned little information. Nevertheless, Ning's words lingered uncomfortably in her mind, provoking an inexplicable sense of unease. Women's intuition often proves eerily accurate, and Su Wei found herself beset by unwarranted worry. Yet, while in the dormitory, she had deliberated for quite some time and was reluctant to escalate matters with Jiang Chun. Upon reaching him, she asked, "Did you take her home?" Jiang Chun replied, "Yes." Su Wei continued, "Why did you ask her to wait for you in the lab today? She is a girl. What would others think if they saw her waiting for you?" Jiang Chun responded, "I see her as a child and wanted to ensure her safety." Su Wei found this justification unconvincing, knowing Jiang Chun was not one to meddle in others' affairs lightly. "But she is already over 18. I was younger than her when we were together," she countered. Jiang Chun inquired, "She is your friend's sister. Why do you harbor such animosity toward her?" At his question, Su Wei's complexion paled. However, she quickly embraced Jiang Chun, sensing that this might be an opportunity to deepen their relationship. "Jiang Chun, I wish to move in with you. To cohabitate," she declared. Jiang Chun, however, did not respond to her proposition. Previously, he had not been averse to the idea of cohabitation with Su Wei, but for reasons unknown, he felt it was not yet the right time. He was also slightly distracted, worrying about Ning being alone at home and whether she would manage. Jiangchun? Sui called his name. He snapped back to reality and replied, I believe you should reconsider. After all, cohabitation is a significant decision. Sui Asut, I have already contemplated this. I do not wish to remain at school. Jiangchun, let us live together. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Sui then asked, will you return to your apartment today? Why not stay here in the dormitory? Jiangchun said little, simply stating, I will sleep here tonight. It is late. You should rest early. Sui turned her face and gave him a kiss. Jiangchun furrowed his brow but did not retreat. After the kiss, Sui said, when you return to the dormitory, remember to message me. Jiangchun acknowledged her request with a sound of agreement. After parting ways with Sui, he made his way back to the dormitory. Upon seeing him, Su Donglin was taken aback, exclaiming, what brings you back here? Jiangchun seldom returns to this side. He merely acknowledged with a sound, offering no further explanation. Having not visited for quite some time, the dormitory was in disarray, which he tidied up before taking a shower. Lying on the bed, he found himself devoid of slumber. He took out his phone, only to discover a lack of messages. Where's Ning Ye? Su Donglin, noticing Jiang Chun reclined on his bed, felt a pang of curiosity and inquired, didn't you go to see her off? Did you escort her back? Jiang Chun, choosing not to mention that Ning was at his apartment, absent-mindedly responded with a sound. That evening, Jiang Chun struggled to find rest, awakening every couple of hours, unable to resist the urge to glance at his phone. It was not until after 11 o'clock that his phone suddenly buzzed. He picked it up from beside his pillow and saw it was a message from Sui. Sui, are you asleep? Jiang Chun glanced at it and replied, Jiang Chun, I'm about to sleep. What is up? Sui, have you forgotten something? At once, he recalled his promise to Sui that he would message her upon his return. Zhan Chen, em soda, iferigat. Sui seemed slightly displeased. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Chun would have noticed, yet at this moment, he was completely oblivious. Sui refrained from expressing her feelings. They exchanged a few more words, with Sui asking when he would be able to move to her side. Jiang Chun responded that next week would be suitable, as he would have the time to assist in moving her luggage. Sui then exhaled in relief, believing her relationship to be stable. After a few more exchanges, they bid each other good night. However, around 3 in the morning, Jiang Chun received a message from Ning. Ning, the sheets are dirty. Chapter 116 in an instant. Jiang Chun awoke, realizing that his dormitory mates had already succumbed to sleep. He reclined slightly, casting his gaze upon the contents of his phone, his slender, pale fingers gripping the device tightly, causing his knuckles to whiten. Ning Ye's words were undeniably provocative, sparking a cascade of thoughts within him. However, he swiftly grasped their meaning. Jiang Chun promptly replied, Jiang Chun, are you on your period? The young lady responded almost immediately. For some reason, her words felt soft and delicate. Ning Ye, yes. A warmth crept into Jiang Chun's ears, yet he managed to maintain his composure, patiently sending her another message. Jiang Chun, does your stomach hurt? Ning Ye, it does. Jiang Chun, there's ginger tea in the kitchen. Go boil some and drink it, all right? Ning Ye, no. Ning Ye, the sheets are dirty. Jiang Chun, it's all right. Just leave them there, and I'll have the cleaning staff take care of it tomorrow. Please make some ginger tea and then go to bed, okay? It's quite late. After a considerable pause, Ning Ye finally replied, Ning Ye, okay. Jiang Chun let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, after escorting Ning Ye home, Fu Yunting headed straight to the military base. Fu Yu was accompanied by Jiang Chuman. This was not Fu Yu's first visit. Jiang Chuman had been with her during her last visit as well. Jiang Chuman took Fu Yu on a tour of the military base, yet Fu Yu seemed somewhat distracted. Jiang Chuman inquired, Little Yu, are you feeling unwell? Fu Yu's mood was indeed less than cheerful. The mere thought of Ning Ye being cared for by Fu Yunting cast a shadow over her heart. After pondering, Fu Yu asked, Sister Chuman, are you and my uncle living together now? Jiang Chuman paused at the question, chuckling as she replied, Not yet. Ting is currently living with Xiao Yi. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu's expression shifted dramatically, her blood rushing to her head. What did you say? Jiang Chuman, not thinking much of it, reiterated, Ting is living with Xiao Yi. Weren't you aware? Fu Yu trembled with anger. Once Jiang Chu-man had left, Fu Yu contemplated and decided to call Chen Su. Yeah, why are you calling? Chen Su asked. Fu Yu inquired. Did you know that Ning Ye is currently living at my uncle's place? Chen Su hesitated, having been unaware of this detail. In fact, she only learned later that Ning Ye had been brought to the medical school by Fu Yunting. Nevertheless, she did not wish for Ning Ye to foster a close relationship with the Fu family. However, she refrained from expressing this, merely stating, "She's studying at your uncle's. It's only natural she stays there." Fu Yu disagreed, feeling that her uncle should not be responsible for a mistress's child. "I cannot allow her to stay at my uncle's. He is my uncle, and she is the daughter of a mistress. Why should she live here? Mother, can you please find a way to prevent Ning Ye from studying here?" Chen Su replied, "She is already enrolled in school, and that is a done deal. What do you expect me to do?" Fu Yu, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "I cannot fathom why you felt compelled to take her in and treat her with such kindness. She and her mother have shattered our family, leaving me the subject of ridicule at school, where they say my mother is the most accommodating, that one should behave like you. Whenever someone mentions a third party in their family, they use you as a benchmark, taunting me. You cannot imagine the frustration that wells up within me each time I hear it. Yet, you continue to treat her as if she were your own daughter, allowing her to remain in the Fu household. Mother, do you truly harbor no resentment towards her?" This marked the first occasion Fu Yu had shared her school experiences with her mother. In their circle, whether among affluent wives or their daughters, the topic of Chen Su's actions was frequently broached. After all, Chen Su had garnered a reputation for her magnanimity, extending unparalleled kindness to the daughter of a mistress, personally overseeing every matter. After a moment of silence, Chen Su attempted to soothe her. Yu, please do not let your anger consume you. Do you think I am capable of enduring everything in the same manner as you? Fu Yu, inflamed, retorted, Mother, has the passage of time led you to genuinely regard her as your own child? Chen Su's tone softened as she replied, Yu, refrain from uttering such words in the future. Do you truly remain oblivious to the reasons behind my treatment of her? Fu Yu fell silent. Chen Su, too, was not at ease. The decision to keep Ning Ye had been made solely to sever Fu Jingye's lingering feelings for Ning Shuyu, ensuring that compassion for a child would not remain a tether. When Ning Ye first arrived, did Chen Su not experience her own torment? She would awaken in the dead of night, wishing to strangle Ning Ye to release her pent-up frustrations. Her family had been dismantled by Ning Shuyu, yet she was compelled to feign acceptance of Ning Shuyu's daughter. Each time she encountered Ning Ye's face, it felt as though she were being sliced by a blade. How could she not harbor hatred? However, as time passed, she began to find channels for her resentment, though such sentiments would never be disclosed to Fu Yu. After a while, Fu Yu asked, "Could you not persuade her to withdraw from school or prevent her from attending here? He is my uncle, and I do not wish for them to grow too close. You witnessed how he defended her during dinner today." Chen Su replied, "I shall think of a solution." "Please do so promptly," Fu Yu insisted. She paused before suggesting, "Why not keep her in High City under our watchful eyes? Transferring her now seems implausible unless a significant event compels her to do so." After contemplating, Fu Yu seemed to arrive at a realization and abruptly hung up the phone. Later that evening, Fu Yunting returned and took Fu Yu out for a meal. Remembering what Jiang Chu-man had said, that Ning Ye was currently residing with Fu Yunting, Fu Yu felt a wave of discomfort. After a moment of thought, she inquired, "Uncle, is Ning Ye living there now?" Chapter 117. Fu Yunting cast a glance at her and gave a slight acknowledgement. Fu Yu inquired, "Why did you let her stay with you?" "She does not reside with me. Where do you wish for her to stay?" Fu Yu contemplated suggesting that she could live at school or perhaps rent a place elsewhere, but upon meeting Fu Yunting's gaze, she refrained from speaking. That evening, Fu Yunting did not return to Ning Ye's place, but instead lay on the sofa, fully clothed. The apartment assigned by Fu Yunting was also a one-bedroom unit. However, it was too well known, with a constant flow of visitors, leaving him with little personal space when he sought solitude. Thus, he had rented another apartment outside. That night, both Ning Ye and Fu Yu struggled to find sleep. The more Fu Yu pondered, the more suffocated she felt. Fu Yunting's affection for Ning Ye had begun to cultivate a sense of resentment within her. She was undeniably the legitimate daughter of Fu Jingye, the cherished little princess of the household, and the one closest to Fu Yunting who ought to dote on her. Yet, it was glaringly apparent that this was no longer the case. Fu Yunting's attentiveness to the illegitimate daughter, Ning Ye, was excessively pronounced, to the point where it seemed to surpass his affection for her. At that moment, Ning Ye was tossing and turning in Jiang Chen's bed. It was not until the first light of dawn that she finally drifted into a vague slumber, only to awaken shortly thereafter. Sitting up in bed, she washed the sheets and hung them out to dry, then meticulously cleared away her belongings from Jiang Chen's apartment, leaving behind only a small trinket as a memento. Once finished, she exited Jiang Chen's apartment. Not long after, her phone buzzed. Glancing down, a slight tension gripped her heart, and after a prolonged moment, she answered, "Uncle?" Fu Yunting asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Ning Ye replied softly, "Yes." Fu Yunting continued, "There are some documents in my room. Please bring them over. The address is the same as the last time I took you there." Ning Ye tightened her grip on the phone, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What documents?" Fu Yunting repeated the name of the documents and said, "Call me when you arrive." Ning Ye responded, "All right." After ending the call, she purchased a few items from a roadside vendor before hailing a cab back to Jinhua Community. Upon her arrival, she changed her clothes before entering Fu Yunting's room. This was her first time stepping into Fu Yunting's private space, and she dared not look around indiscriminately, heading straight to his desk. She located the documents he had mentioned, picked them up, and was about to leave when she accidentally bumped into a nearby metal box. With a clang, the box fell to the floor. As Ning Ye bent down to retrieve it, her fingers brushed against its contents, causing her to pause. Inside the box lay a collection of letters, all of which were farewell notes. Ning Ye stood there in a daze for quite some time. Ultimately, unable to resist, she took hold of the letters, clutching them tightly between her fingers. Fu Yunting's letter, unsealed, was drawn out slowly, her intentions unclear. As she perused its contents, she discovered a collection of 54 letters, spanning a decade from 10 years ago to the present. Each envelope bore the name of a city, and within each, a singular farewell message. "All my possessions shall be bequeathed to Jiangchu Man," followed by a signature. The final envelope bore the name Nanning. As Ning Ye gazed at the script, memories of Zhang Kuang's words in the private room resurfaced. Zhang had remarked, during that incident in Nanning, "You risked your life to save someone, yet you protected her with unwavering devotion." She also recalled the words of Zhou Han's hen and Li Lei. That night, Fu Yunting had spoken to Jiangchu Man, declaring, "I have never failed to protect you. Even if you asked me to die for you, I would harbor no resentment. However, Chu Man, what I cannot provide you is genuinely beyond my means." Ning Ye pondered the depth of Fu Yunting's devotion throughout his life, perhaps truly dedicating his entirety to Jiangchu Man, his life, his death, and all that he possessed. What he could not offer was indeed a testament to a love so profound that, for 10 years, he had sacrificed everything in a manner akin to a ritual offering. 54 letters left her questioning the depths of a person's emotions. How deeply must one love to consistently give their all for a decade, as if in a sacred sacrifice? Chapter 118. Ning Ye crouched on the ground, staring at the letters, lost in thought for quite some time, remaining motionless and somewhat dazed. She pondered whether this was the way to sever her ties with Fu Yunting. This notion stirred within her, prompting her to consider testing the waters. However, merely entertaining such an idea made her increasingly anxious. Ning Ye clutched the documents that Fu Yunting had handed her and hailed a cab, heading in his direction. During the ride, Jiang Chun sent her a message. "Jiang Chun, have you woken up, Ning Ye?" Ning Ye pourset herdips eindripliet. Ning Ye, umawake. Jiang Chun, have you had breakfast? Ning Ye, yes, I have. At that moment, Jiang Chun was walking towards the laboratory with Su Donglin. It was the weekend, and the school was closed for the holiday, yet they were currently engaged in a series of experiments that required them to remain on site. Upon seeing Ning Ye's message, Jiang Chun paused, falling behind Su Donglin, and contemplated before sending a serious reply. "Jiang Chun, can you wait for me to come over later?" "Ning Ye, will Sister Su Wei be there?" "Jiang Chun, she won TB." After a considerable pause, Ning Ye simply replied with an affirmative, which relieved Jiang Chun. "Who are you texting?" Su Donglin called out, having walked quite a distance before noticing Jiang Chun had not followed. Jiang Chun put away his phone and replied nonchalantly, "No one special." "And how is your conversation with Su Wei going?" Jiang Chun did not elaborate, merely stating, "Today is Professor Su's class. You should hurry, or you'll be late." Su Donglin exclaimed and did not press further, hastily pulling Jiang Chun toward the classroom. After sending the message, Ning Ye tucked her phone away. The vehicle could not enter the base, so upon reaching the entrance, she disembarked and stood there for a while, gathering her courage to call Fu Yunting. After dialing, it took a moment for Fu Yunting's deep, cool voice to come through the receiver. "Hello?" That voice seemed to resonate through the airwaves, reaching the very core of her being. Ning Ye felt her heart tighten in response. She bit her lip and called out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting inquired, "Are you already here?" Ning Ye replied, "I'm at the entrance, but the guard 1T let me in." "Hand the phone to the guard. I'll instruct him to have someone escort you inside." Ning Ye approached and passed the phone to the guard. After a brief exchange between Fu Yunting and the guard used the intercom to summon someone to escort Ning Ye inside. The person who came to guide her in was surnamed Tan. Ning Ye sweetly greeted him, "Brother Tan." When Ning Ye earnestly observed someone, an innate, serene quality emanates from her being. Her large, beautiful eyes, when focused on someone, resembled those of an adorable and obedient little puppy. It was truly a captivating sight. Tan Lin couldn't help but exclaim how cute she was as he led her inside, unable to resist asking, "What is your relationship with Team Leader Fu?" Ning Ye felt somewhat awkward. Her identity was inherently delicate, and introducing Fu Yunting as her uncle felt far from proper. But she pressed her lips together and finally uttered, "He's my uncle." Tan Lin inquired, "Little sister, have you come to visit him?" Ning Ye shook her head, replying, "I am studying here." "But there's no high school here, is there?" Tan Lin remarked. Ning Ye clarified, "I'm attending university." Tan Lin was taken aback for a moment, as Ning Ye appeared quite youthful, and he incredulously asked, "You are actually in university?" Ning Ye affirmed with a soft emem. Tan Lin then noticed that Ning Ye's face was rather pale, and she was perspiring slightly, appearing somewhat frail. He asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Ning Ye shook her head and replied, "No." When she looked at others, she displayed an earnest and focused demeanor that compelled one to trust her instinctively. Just as Tan Lin was about to speak, he caught sight of Fu Yunting in the distance. Ning Ye, upon raising her gaze, also recognized Fu Yunting's distinctly recognizable face. His features were chiseled with precision, each contour appearing as if meticulously sculpted. Fu Yunting noticed Ning Ye as well. He paused and strode towards her. Today, Fu Yunting was clad in professional attire, his waist cinched with a belt that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, presenting an athletic and imposing figure. The gravitas emanating from his demeanor, honed in the realm of authority, exuded an unsettling aura of oppression from afar. He approached Ning Ye, coming to a halt, his gaze fixed upon her. Ning Ye felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest and softly called out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting's eyes settled on her, and he responded with a brief asking, "Where are the documents?" Ning Ye handed the files to Fu Yunting. He accepted them from her with little fluctuation in his voice, instructing, "You should wait for me at my place. I will take you home once I finish my work." At that moment, Ning Ye was quite reluctant to have Fu Yunting accompany her home. Over the past couple of days, her stress had significantly diminished in his absence. Yet, she did not dare to voice her feelings. Fu Yunting reiterated, "Go wait for me at my residence." Ning Ye could only acquiesce with a soft emem. However, she couldn't help but ask, "What about Fu Yu, uncle?" Chapter 119. Fu Yunting's gaze was heavy as he stated, "Fu Yu is not here." Ning Ye exhaled a sigh of relief. Fu Yunting noticed her reaction but chose to remain silent, turning to walk towards his residence. Thus, Ning Ye followed closely behind him. Tan Lin observed Ning Ye trailing after Fu Yunting like a little shadow, filled with an indescribable admiration. She truly appeared endearing. It made him unable to resist the urge to approach and offer her comfort. Fu Yunting directly led Ning Ye to his abode, opened the door, and turned to look at her. Ning Ye stood a distance away, hesitating for a moment before ultimately stepping inside. Fu Yunting then moved ahead, leaving Ning Ye alone in the room. His living space was meticulously organized, surpassing even a model room in its standards, the bedding folded without a single crease, resembling blocks of tofu. Yet, she refrained from sitting on the bed, opting instead for a chair, resting her head on Fu Yunting's desk. This place bore the unmistakable mark of Fu Yunting's presence, the atmosphere thick with his essence. A delicate yet overwhelming embrace that evoked both tension and an inexplicable sense of security. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged lack of restful sleep, for before long, Ning Ye found herself drifting into slumber atop the desk. Upon concluding his discussions, Fu Yunting entered to find Ning Ye peacefully sleeping on the desk. He approached bent down and lifted her in his arms, intending to place her on the bed. However, she, in a dazed state, instinctively nestled closer to him. Fu Yunting adjusted his hold gently, laying her down on the bed, but as he attempted to rise, Ning Ye anxiously grasped the hem of his clothing, causing him to pause momentarily. Her brow furrowed. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, as if she were trapped in a nightmare. Fu Yunting tenderly brushed his fingers across her forehead, yet Ning Ye, still restless, clutched his clothing even tighter. After contemplating, he decided to lie down beside her. The moment he did, Ning Ye instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her body against him, her face buried in his chest. In a moment of vulnerability, Fu Yunting embraced her, his hand gently patting her back. Unable to resist, he lifted her chin slightly, leaning down to capture her lips, albeit without deepening the kiss. In her haze, Ning Ye inadvertently bit his tongue. Fu Yunting allowed her to hold on for a while until she, still in a daze, released him. He then cradled her, and they drifted into a peaceful slumber. Ning Ye's sleep was profoundly deep, more so than that induced by any sleeping pill. Gradually, she began to mumble in her sleep, expressing pain. Fu Yunting inquired, "Where does it hurt?" Ning Ye replied, "My heart hurts." He chose not to press further. Moments later, she spoke again, expressing fear. Fu Yunting lifted her chin once more, stating, "Fear is of no use." Ning Ye trembled slightly, yet her grip around him tightened fiercely. Fu Yunting opted for silence thereafter, as Ning Ye continued to sleep uneasily, tears streaming down her cheeks as she murmured, "Uncle, please don't, it hurts so much." Fu Yunting knew that she must have dreamt of their first encounter. When he awoke that day, there were traces of blood on the floor and the bed, indicating a significant tearing. Fu Yunting remarked, "Next time, be gentler." Ning Ye responded, "I can't swallow it, uncle." Fu Yunting chose to remain silent. Subsequently, he decided to envelop her entirely in his embrace. In his arms, Ning Ye continued to weep softly. Chapter 120. Fu Yunting gently patted her back, enveloping her in a tight embrace for nearly half an hour, until Ning Ye's tears finally ceased, and she drifted into a deep, tranquil slumber. Her lips parted slightly, and her eyelashes glistened with moisture. Fu Yunting, tall and robust, made her appear diminutive as she curled up in his arms. When Ning Ye finally awoke, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. It had been an extraordinarily long time since she had experienced such profound sleep. Upon regaining consciousness, she momentarily struggled to comprehend her surroundings. Then, she quickly sensed something amiss. She found herself cradled within a broad and sturdy embrace. The sense surrounding her was undeniably familiar, one she recognized all too well. She had been held in this manner by him on 2 previous occasions. This sensation instantly transported her back to the days of her college entrance examinations, when Fu Yunting had held her close as she slept or pressed her against a wall to kiss her. In that instant, Ning Ye held her breath, her body tensing up, immobilized by apprehension. An involuntary tremor coursed through her as she felt lightheaded. Her heart began to race, pounding against her chest with an intensity that left her breathless. She longed to call out to Fu Yunting to utter uncle, yet the words eluded her. After a period that felt interminable, she could no longer restrain herself. She attempted to gently push Fu Yunting away, hoping to rise unnoticed from his embrace. The mere thought of physical contact with him filled her with dread, as if it might claim her very life. However, the moment she stirred, Fu Yunting awakened. He swiftly lowered his gaze to her nestled form. Ning Ye froze, unable to move. Fu Yunting continued to observe her, his eyes dark and inscrutable. Ning Ye held her breath, and in that moment, he leaned closer, lowering his head towards her. She instinctively tried to retreat, but Fu Yunting grasped her chin, and his lips, damp yet assertive, descended upon hers. Ning Ye felt herself soften, her hands clutching the blanket tightly. This kiss from Fu Yunting was somewhat feral. With one arm still cradling her, he secured her waist with the other, his grip firm on her chin. Ning Ye bit her lip, refusing to grant him access. "Open your mouth," he commanded. His words struck her heart like a nail, causing it to momentarily freeze in sheer tension and fear, leaving her gasping for air. "Open your mouth, Ning Ye," he repeated. "No," she protested, but before she could finish her protest, Fu Yunting's tongue breached her lips, forcefully entwining with hers. His kiss was the culmination of pent-up desire, an explosive release. Ning Ye found herself yearning to retreat, yet Fu Yunting drew her closer. Each attempt to distance herself only deepened his kiss. Overwhelmed, Ning Ye dared not move. Her mind was a blank slate, yet her chest felt achingly heavy. She dared not move, and soon, her entire body began to tremble gently. When Fu Yunting released her, Ning Ye could not tell. Fu Yunting reached out and brushed his finger across her lips. With her heart racing, she called out softly, "Uncle." She did not dare to mention the kiss that had just transpired, since Fu Yunting did not let her go and still held her tightly in his embrace. She remained motionless. The proximity between them was overwhelming, and certain reactions from Fu Yunting left Ning Ye terrified. She pressed her lips tightly together. After a considerable time, Fu Yunting sat up, prompting Ning Ye to follow suit. She wished to distance herself from him, but was too afraid to make any sudden movements. Moreover, Fu Yunting's stillness kept her rooted in place. Although he had not yet satisfied his desires, seeing the pallor of Ning Ye's face made him refrain from continuing. Yet he did not rise immediately. Turning to gaze at her, he inquired, "Haven't you been sleeping well these past few days?" Ning Ye's lips were swollen, and her tongue felt numb, yet she could not meet Fu Yunting's eyes, let alone confess the truth. Instead, she pressed her lips together and replied, "I'm fine." Fu Yunting regarded her, unsure if he believed her or not. Ning Ye felt a flutter of anxiety within her. After a moment, Fu Yunting stood up. Ning Ye remained seated, motionless. "I'll take you back," he stated. However, she felt too weak to move. After pondering for a while, Fu Yunting stepped outside to smoke a cigarette. Only when he had left did Ning Ye begin to relax slightly. Once Fu Yunting finished his cigarette, she finally mustered enough strength to rise, though she dared not approach him closely. Fu Yunting glanced at her before walking toward his car, and Ning Ye followed at a cautious distance. Upon reaching the vehicle, she lingered behind, and, as he halted, she did as well. "Come hier," Fu Yunting commanded, causing her heart to race. Nevertheless, she slowly approached him. He opened the door for her, gesturing for her to enter. Ning Ye bit her lip, wanting to assert that she could manage on her own, but upon meeting Fu Yunting's gaze, she swallowed her words. As she passed by him, she felt her body quiver in response. Once Ning Ye was seated, he closed the door, walked around the front of the car, and took his place in the driver's seat while she settled into the passenger side. Fu Yunting remained silent, and Ning Ye pressed herself tightly against the car door. Her heart raced, and throughout the journey home, she contemplated how to broach the subject of the will, pondering how they might truly disentangle their relationship. Chapter 121. Breach of Defense. Ning Ye tilted her head, gazing out of the car window, her palms clammy with anxiety. Since she had read the letter, she had contemplated numerous opening lines during the journey here, including how to phrase her response to Jiang Chen's WeChat message. Yet, when a moment arrived to speak, not a single word escaped her lips. Rather than being incapable of speaking, it was more accurate to say she was too afraid to do so under the current circumstances. Ning Ye pressed her lips tightly together, stealing glances at her perspiring fingers. By the time the car reached the building, she still had not found the courage to voice her thoughts. Fu Yunting parked the vehicle and turned to Ning Ye, asking, "Shall we have dinner at home or dine out?" Ning Ye sat in silence, her throat dry and voiceless. Not receiving a response, Fu Yunting opened the car door to exit. Noticing that she remained still, he prompted, "Get out." Ning Ye trembled slightly, but pushed the door open and stepped out, her mind consumed by the memory of their recent kiss. Fu Yunting strode towards the elevator, with Ning Ye trailing behind. From a distance, she observed his imposing figure clad in military attire, the belt cinching his waist sharply, exuding an air of solemnity that made her heart race. Just moments ago, he had worn that very uniform while embracing her, stealing her breath away with a kiss. As the elevator ascended, others entered intermittently, creating a growing distance between them. Fu Yunting furrowed his brow and directed his gaze towards Ning Ye, saying, "Come here." She lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes, and remained unmoving. "Ning Ye," he called, drawing the attention of the other passengers. With no alternative, she reluctantly approached him. "Why are you avoiding me?" he inquired. Ning Ye clenched her fists, nervously replying, "I'm not." Fu Yunting cast a glance her way, but chose not to respond further. Soon, the elevator reached their floor, and Fu Yunting pressed the button to hold the door open, allowing Ning Ye to exit first. Once outside, she stood still, and he followed her out, turning to ask, "Did you forget your keys?" Although she had them, she was reluctant to enter before him. She remained silent. Fu Yunting said nothing more and opened the door himself. Once inside, he switched on the lights and inquired, "What would you like for dinner, rice or noodles?" Ning Ye replied, "Either is fine." He glanced at her, contemplating whether to ask if she had no preferences, but ultimately decided against it. He turned and headed to the kitchen, preparing 2 bowls of noodles. Perhaps due to Fu Yunting's restraint lately, it was evident that after their kiss, Ning Ye seemed more tense than during their time living together. She kept her distance, fearful and apprehensive. Fu Yunting observed her and asked, "Where have you been eating these past few days?" Ning Ye lowered her head, taking small bites of her noodles. Her lip was slightly torn and painful, causing her to bleed, but she dare not spit it out, eating slowly instead. Upon hearing this, she hesitated and refrained from disclosing her reasons for seeking Jiang Chun, simply stating that she had ordered takeout. Fu Yunting fell silent, for he was not one to engage in idle chatter. After their meal, he rose to clear the dishes from the table. Ning Ye contemplated speaking to him about her arrival, yet felt a reluctance to initiate conversation at that moment. After some reflection, she chose not to approach Fu Yunting, instead settling onto the couch in the living room. An uncontrollable thought crossed her mind. Fu Yunting was undoubtedly a cherished child of the Fu family, raised in an environment of affluence and refinement, which had instilled in him particular habits and preferences, much like his fastidiousness regarding cleanliness. Once Fu Yunting had finished washing the dishes and cleansing his hands, he approached her. Noticing Ning Ye seated on the sofa, he paused briefly before retrieving a medical kit. Addressing her with a simple command, "Come here." Ning Ye regarded him, but remained motionless. Fu Yunting called out to her once more, "Ning Ye." A tremor of apprehension coursed through her, and she was hesitant to comply. Fu Yunting observed her intently, his gaze profound, and inquired, "Do you require me to carry you over?" Chapter 122. Soiled Ning Ye was taken aback, her gaze instinctively drawn to him. Fu Yunting stood there, calmly awaiting her, his eyes fixed on her with a gravity that seemed to pull her into the depths of his dark gaze, devoid of any jest. Ning Ye dared not allow him to embrace her. Her heart raced, and after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately acquiesced to his unspoken command. Rising to her feet and cautiously moving closer to Fu Yunting, she halted a short distance from him, her eyes fixated on the straight lines of his trousers, her throat tightening as she called out softly, "Uncle." Fu Yunting, towering in stature, was illuminated by the light cutting across from behind, casting a shadow over Ning Ye akin to that of a soaring eagle. He inquired, "Have you bitten your lip?" Ning Ye recalled the savage and possessive kiss shared on Fu Yunting's bed, a memory that reverberated through her very soul. Swallowing hard, she stood before him, pressed her lips together, and after a prolonged silence, shook her head, nervously replying, "No." She wished to avoid any mention of that kiss, yearning to turn the page as she had done on previous occasions. Fu Yunting insisted, "Speak the truth." Ning Ye's voice trembled as she murmured, "Uncle, I am speaking the truth." Fu Yunting commanded, "Open your lips. Let me see." Ning Ye pressed her tongue against the spot where Fu Yunting had bitten her, yet remained motionless. He gazed at her and asked, "Do I need to pry your mouth open to make you obey?" Ning Ye bit her lip in silent defiance. Yet Fu Yunting remained silent, merely observing her. Ultimately, she slightly parted her lips. Fu Yunting approached her, towering over her as he reached out to gently lift her chin for better visibility. As Ning Ye slightly opened her mouth, her delicate, soft tongue, previously entwined with Fu Yunting's, was revealed. His gaze darkened. He extended his hand, touching the area of her lip that had been injured by his bite. The moment his fingers brushed against her skin, it felt as though she had been scalded. Instinctively, she bit down on his finger. "Release," he commanded. Realizing her reaction, she panicked and let go. His finger, slightly calloused, grazed her tongue, prompting her to retract it quickly, standing there frozen. Fu Yunting observed, "It seems to be bleeding." With his hand still at her lips, Ning Ye found herself unable to respond, nearly breathless. His fingers pressed against the wounded part of her lip, causing her to wince in pain, yet she dared not voice her discomfort. Fu Yunting withdrew his finger and turned to retrieve some ointment, applying it to her lips. Throughout the process, Ning Ye's slender fingers clenched tightly, her heart racing. Once he finished, Fu Yunting instructed, "Do not lick it with your tongue." "I understand, uncle," she replied. Fu Yunting turned and replaced the medicine box. Ning Ye felt somewhat weak. After he left, she did not immediately rise, but instead sat on the sofa, lost in thought. As Fu Yunting finished with the medicine box and approached, he noticed Ning Ye still seated on the sofa. He decided to take a seat opposite her and pondered aloud. "Having missed a month of classes, do you think you'll find it difficult to catch up? Would you like me to arrange a private tutor for you?" Ning Ye remained in her seat, primarily wishing to discuss her desire to return to her room. Due to her unique circumstances, she felt an overwhelming sense of restraint in Fu Yunting's presence. Regardless of her intentions, she felt compelled to inform him beforehand of her actions, whether it was to bathe or retire for the night, fearing that any omission might come across as impolite. Initially, she had assumed that Fu Yunting's visit was solely to escort her, after which he would depart. However, it was evident that he harbored no such intentions, which left Ning Ye feeling quite apprehensive. "It's all right," she replied, but after a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Uncle, are you not returning home tonight?" Fu Yunting countered with a question of his own. "Do you wish for me to return or to stay?" Ning Ye fell silent. Chapter 123. The mess Fu Yunting declared. "I shall not return tonight. I will stay here." Ning Ye dared not utter a word in response. Yet she felt the urge to avoid sharing the same spatial dimension with him. Then, "Dear uncle, I shall retreat to my room to study," she remarked. Before Fu Yunting could respond, his phone rang. A fleeting glance revealed it was Jiang Chuman. Ning Ye noticed this, but remained silent. Fu Yunting answered the call. "Hello?" Jiang Chuman's voice was tinged with gentleness as she inquired, "Aiding, did you take Xiaoyi back?" Fu Yunting acknowledged her with a simple Jiang Chuman continued. "Ye expressed a desire for cake tomorrow when she boards the plane. Could you bring her some?" Fu Yunting replied, "All right, I understand." With that, they ended their conversation. Once the call concluded, Ning Ye reiterated, "Uncle, I shall return to my room now." Fu Yunting showed no reluctance in allowing her to leave. Ning Ye retreated to her chamber, where she picked up a book to read, but found herself unable to focus. Her mind was in disarray. At that moment, her phone illuminated the screen, revealing a call from Jiang Chun. Earlier, while in the car, after their conversation, she had set her phone to silent mode, and Jiang Chun had attempted to reach her multiple times. After a moment's contemplation, she answered the call. "Ning Ye, why have you not answered your phone all day? Is something amiss?" Jiang Chun inquired. This prompted Ning Ye to recall their arrangement to visit the laboratory to return the keys to him, which she had completely forgotten. Her mind was quite muddled, and she replied softly, "I had a few matters to attend to and forgot to call you, Senior Jiang. May I return the keys tomorrow?" Her voice was gentle and diminutive, reminiscent of a young cub. At that time, Jiang Chun was in his dormitory, standing on the balcony, unable to enter his apartment due to the absence of his keys. "All right," he consented, and they swiftly concluded the call. Ning Ye remained seated in her chair, motionless for a considerable time. She waited in her room until past 10 in the evening before deciding to take a shower. As she stepped out, Fu Yunting was standing on the balcony, smoking. Upon hearing her movement, he turned to look in her direction. "Uncle," she called out, coming to a halt. Fu Yunting extinguished his cigarette and discarded it into the trash. "Going to shower?" he asked. Ning Ye nodded in affirmation. He offered no further comment. Ning Ye turned and entered the bathroom to commence her shower. Afterward, she emerged with slightly swollen lips, feeling somewhat dazed. During her bath, she realized she had forgotten to bring her sleep pants. Standing there for a moment, she finally called out, "Uncle, though Fu Yunting was a bit distant. Her soft voice pierced the quietude of the room, and he heard her. He approached the bathroom and asked, "What is it?" The moment his voice resonated, Ning Ye trembled in fear. Biting her lip, she whispered, "I forgot to bring my sleep pants." "Are they in the room?" Ning Ye remarked. "It must have fallen on the bed." Fu Yunting then turned and walked toward Ning Ye's room. Since Ning Ye had moved in, Fu Yunting had never entered a room. He casually glanced around, noting a certain disarray that prompted him to consider tidying up. Yet, he hesitated, fearing it might impose undue pressure on her. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose not to disturb her belongings. On the bed, Fu Yunting spotted Ning Ye's sleep pants, a pair he had gifted her. He picked them up and made his way to the door, knocking gently. Inside, Ning Ye hesitated for a considerable time before summoning the courage to approach the door and slowly opening it. Fu Yunting cast a glance in her direction. Despite Ning Ye's attempt to conceal herself, he discerned her attire. She wore a nightgown and undergarments, yet was devoid of the sleep pants. Her pale, slender legs appeared even more elongated and graceful, exuding an allure that was both captivating and illicit. Ning Ye felt a wave of discomfort under Fu Yunting's gaze, which, despite its earnestness, was intensified by his austere attire, radiating an almost overwhelming sense of restraint. It left her with the impression that in their shared moment, he had been tarnished by her presence. Fu Yunting, however, was untroubled by such thoughts. He extended the sleep pants to her, inquiring, "Is this the pair?" Ning Ye accepted them from his hands, scarcely daring to examine them closely, her grip tightening around the door handle as she replied, "Yes, thank you, uncle." Fu Yunting regarded her momentarily, but said nothing, turning instead toward the sofa. Ning Ye exhaled deeply, quickly slipping into the pants and tidying up her belongings before stepping outside. As she emerged, she found Fu Yunting reclining on the sofa, eyes closed in repose. "Uncle, I'm heading to bed now," she announced. Fu Yunting responded with a brief acknowledgement, and she retreated to her room. Having slept extensively during the day, Ning Ye knew sleep would elude her that night, particularly with the thought of Fu Yunting resting outside. She decided to pass the time by scrolling through her phone. The screen was cluttered with messages. Even though Jiang Chun had set up filters, the influx remained overwhelming. Dismissing the chaos, she opened Jiang Chun's moments on WeChat, perusing the entries one by one. Jiang Chun's posts were sparse, and even fewer contained photographs. Yet in each photo-laden post, Fu Yunting's presence was unmistakable. Some were candid shots, others group photos. Ning Ye lingered over a particular photo of the two of them, struck by how undeniably well-matched they appeared. Her fingers tightened around her phone as she resisted the urge to continue viewing. Exiting Jiang Chun's moments, she contemplated for a moment before navigating to Chen Su's feed. It had been quite some time since she had last checked it. Chen Su's posts were frozen in the past, reminiscing about the National Day holidays when Fu Jingye had taken Fu Yu, Fu Ji, and Chen Su to Disneyland. Meanwhile, Ning Ye had been confined to a hospital bed, awaiting her court hearing. She pressed her lips together tightly, a wave of emotion washing over her. Gazing at the photograph for quite some time, she ultimately withdrew, refraining from scrolling through her phone any further and set the device upon the nightstand. Ning had anticipated a restless night, yet to her astonishment, she closed her eyes and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 124. Borrowing money the following day, Ning Ye awoke quite early. Although she rose with the dawn, it had been an age since she had experienced such a restful slumber, and she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Previously, her sleepless nights had left her quite anxious. Turning her gaze towards the window, she noticed the sky was still shrouded in a gray haze. She contemplated drifting back into slumber, but after lying in bed for a considerable time with no signs of drowsiness, she decided to rise and peruse a book instead. Ning Ye was uncertain whether Fu Yunting had already reviewed her academic performance. Since her arrival, he had refrained from criticizing her poor grades. In fact, he had even inquired if she wished to engage a tutor. After setting an alarm, she tidied her books and changed her attire before stepping outside. As she exited, she found Fu Yunting engaged in a phone conversation. Choosing not to interrupt him, she proceeded to freshen up. During this time, her lips throbbed with pain, still swollen. Yet she dared not dwell on it too deeply. Upon finishing her routine, she emerged to find Fu Yunting had completed his call. Hearing her footsteps, He turned his attention towards her. Standing at a distance, she called out, "Uncle." Fu Yunting regarded her and instructed, "Come here." Ning Ye hesitated momentarily, paralyzed by fear, reluctant to approach. Yet he stood there awaiting her, and involuntarily, her thoughts drifted back to the previous day's encounter, prompting her to step forward. As she reached Fu Yunting, he queried, "Why are you standing so far away?" Ning Ye took a few steps closer. He then requested, "Open your lips. Let me see if they have healed." Fidgeting with her pants leg, she murmured, "They are better, uncle." Fu Yunting called her name, Ning Ye. She had been striving to erase the memory of yesterday's kiss from her mind, wishing it had never transpired. However, Fu Yunting's persistent concern for her lips since returning had left her emotions in turmoil. Ultimately, like a child, she parted her lips for him to inspect, emitting a small sound of acknowledgement. Having just brushed her teeth, her lips glistened with moisture, naturally tinted a rosy hue, and her tongue bore a soft pink shade. Fu Yunting's gaze deepened, hinting at a desire to kiss her lips, yet he maintained restraint. As he gently examined her lower lip, Ning Ye stood still, acutely aware of the lingering swelling, though it was not as severe as the previous day. After breakfast, apply some ointment, he advised before releasing her. The spots where his fingers had touched her lips tingled, and fearing he might insist on applying the medication himself, she quickly responded, "It's fine, uncle. I could do it myself later." "I will help you apply it," he asserted. Silenced, Ning Ye refrained from further protest. Fu Yunting then moved to the kitchen, bringing out breakfast. As they dined, Ning Ye ate slowly. Fu Yunting inquired, "Is it very painful?" Startled, she tightened her grip on her chopsticks and shook her head, replying, "No." With that, he fell silent once more. After finishing their meal, Fu Yunting instructed Ning Ye to rinse her mouth, then proceeded to apply medicine to her wounds. When his fingers brushed against her lips, Ning Ye felt a tremor of anxiety. Fu Yunting intended to press on the area where her lip was injured. Once the medication was applied, he cautioned her not to lick it with her tongue. Ning Ye merely wished for her lips to heal quickly. She didn't dare to lick them at all, and whenever she instinctively thought to do so, she would immediately retract her tongue. After the medication was applied, Fu Yunting took her to school. Ning Ye needed to pack her bag, so Fu Yunting waited in the living room. The thought of him waiting outside made her hesitate, but fearing he might wait too long, she hurriedly gathered her things. Just as she was about to leave the living room, her phone rang. Glancing down, she saw it was Chun Rue. She quickly answered, "Chun Rue? Xiao Yi, have you woken up?" Chun Rue asked, her voice tinged with urgency. "I'm awake. What is wrong?" Ning Ye replied, "Do you have any money on you?" Chun Rue asked, her tone anxious. "How much do you need?" 20,000, she replied. For Ning Ye, that was a considerable sum, and she didn't have enough. She would have to use Fu Yunting's card. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Chun Rue, may I ask what this money is for?" Her voice trembled as she answered, "My mother is ill and urgently needs money. I can't gather the funds." "Don't worry, I will find a way to transfer it to you. Please send me the recipient's name and account number," Ning Ye reassured her. "Thank you," Chun Rue said, her voice breaking into tears. Ning Ye stood there for a moment, then picked up her bag and walked toward the living room, where she saw Fu Yunting waiting outside. Today, he was not in military attire but dressed in a suit. Fu Yunting was a natural in any outfit, exuding an air of dignity and refinement. The last time Ning Ye saw him in pajamas, he still appeared significantly more distinguished than others. Approaching the living room, she contemplated whether to mention the money to Fu Yunting but decided against it. Fu Yunting took the car keys and turned to leave. Ning Ye followed closely behind him. As they descended the elevator, she learned to stand at a respectful distance. When someone entered, she pretended not to notice, instead focusing on her phone. In contrast, Fu Yunting, noticing the newcomer, stepped a little closer to her. Ning Ye paused her scrolling, unable to turn the page for a while. As they reached the parking lot, Fu Yunting exited the elevator first, with Ning Ye trailing behind. He got into the car, and she took her place in the passenger seat. No longer looking at her phone, she felt it would be impolite. Instead, her gaze was fixed on the view outside, pondering Chun Rue's situation. Fu Yunting remained silent until they were nearing the school, at which point he said, "Fu Yu is going back today." Ning Ye was momentarily taken aback, regaining her composure. She opened her mouth and softly inquired, "Is uncle taking her back to Haicheng?" Fu Yunting replied, "To the airport." Ning Ye fell silent thereafter. Fu Yunting did not inform Ning Ye that he had taken someone to the airport. Although Fu Jingye and Chun Su were unable to come due to prior commitments, they had sent a special person to pick her up. Ning Ye responded with a soft "oh" and refrained from further inquiries. Even without Fu Yunting's words, she was already aware of the situation in her heart. Upon arriving at the school, Fu Yunting reiterated his instruction: do not eat anything spicy. Ning Ye said, fearing he might say more, and replied, I understand, uncle. Fu Yunting chose not to say anything further. However, Ning Ye did not immediately exit the vehicle. She lingered for a while, and Fu Yunting showed no inclination to rush her. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Ye quietly asked, Uncle, Chen Rue is dealing with some family matters and has asked to borrow money from me. May I transfer some from your card? Chapter 125 marked the first time Ning Ye proactively sought something from Fu Yunting. With his fingers rhythmically tapping the steering wheel, Fu Yunting inquired, what do you need to borrow money for? Ning Ye explained that her mother was in trouble and she was unable to gather the necessary funds. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Yunting replied, that's acceptable. If it's insufficient, you may come to me again. Although Ning Ye was uncertain of the amount on the card Fu Yunting provided, his assurance alleviated her worries. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you, uncle. I shall head to school now. Fu Yunting acknowledged her with a brief sound, but as he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed a small injury on her face, a delicate line partially obscured by her long hair, a detail he had previously overlooked. His gaze darkened as he reached out to gently move her hair aside, his voice tinged with an icy edge. Who did this to you? Ning Ye felt a heaviness in her heart and dared not reveal the truth, merely stating, I accidentally scraped it. Fu Yunting insisted. Ning Ye, speak honestly. She reiterated, I am telling the truth. He pressed further. Lift your shirt so I can see. It seemed he recalled the incident at school involving Shu Yi. Nervously, Ning Ye responded, Uncle, I am already 18. She wanted to remind him to maintain discretion. However, Fu Yunting remained more composed than she anticipated, stating, will you lift it? Or shall I take you to the hospital? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Ye felt she had no other choice but to lift her shirt slightly. She revealed only part of her abdomen and waist. Her skin was pale and smooth, the marks from Shu Yi's assault barely visible, leaving only a luminous, almost translucent complexion. Fu Yunting had once left deep impressions upon that very skin. His throat felt dry, and his eyes darkened ominously. Startled by his intensity, Ning Ye quickly lowered her shirt, her voice trembling as she implored, Uncle, it truly was just an accident. She felt tense and rigid. Fu Yunting narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a long moment before asserting, if you encounter difficulties at school, you must inform me. Ning Ye felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she nodded. I understand, uncle. Fu Yunting then asked, have you applied any medication? Ning Ye replied, I have disinfected it. He chose not to respond further. After a brief pause, Ning Ye waited until her legs felt steadier before exiting the vehicle. In truth, she was reluctant to share her school troubles with Fu Yunting, fearing that her resentment would be revealed. Upon arriving in the classroom, she found it early, yet many students had already taken their seats. This year would determine their fates. Whether they could transition back to their original school or gain admission to a better one depended entirely on their performance. As Ning Ye stepped into the classroom, all eyes turned towards her. She took her seat and placed her backpack down, intending to stow it in her desk, but was taken aback by the disarray within. It was filled with rubbish. Ning Ye felt somewhat disoriented, her lips pressed together in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she began tidying up the litter on the table. She made several trips, discarding items and wiping the surface. Once the table was orderly, she finally settled down. Su Lian turned to observe her, but Ning Ye averted her gaze. After placing her backpack neatly, she opened her book and began to read with earnest attention. Yang Hui was also present in the classroom. During the last military training, she had fallen ill after being startled by Ning Ye. Despite the unfolding events, Ning Ye remained quietly composed, leaving the boys in the class both intimidated by her and yet captivated by her appearance. Yang Hui felt a mixture of animosity, fear, and jealousy towards Ning Ye. However, it wasn't long before the teacher entered the room. Ning Ye listened attentively throughout the lesson. When she went to the restroom after class, she overheard voices discussing matters outside. Chapter 126. The daughter of a mistress, she believed that by deleting the post, no one online would be aware of her actions. Indeed, she was merely a third party, a disruptor, and it remained uncertain how many ailments she bore besides HIV. It was rumored that she had been involved with several men, and one could hardly find anyone in that environment who was untainted. It was prudent to keep one's distance from her. Ning Ye lingered in the restroom, remaining still until those individuals departed, after which she emerged and proceeded to the sink to wash her hands vigorously. Once she finished, she exited and made her way to the classroom. However, upon entering and organizing her textbooks, she discovered that the pages of her new book had been shredded into fragments. Quickly, she closed the book, her mind clouded with confusion. During the class, she merely extracted a notebook to jot down notes, though her entire demeanor was somewhat dazed. Su Yin observed her, opening her mouth as if to speak, yet no words escaped her lips. Lowering her gaze, she glanced at the class group chat, which was currently abuzz with discussions surrounding the recent incident. Some members were slandering Ning Ye, while others made crude jokes at her expense, suggesting that given her perceived filthiness, she might as well serve them, her male peers. They taunted her, insinuating that she had been with numerous men and had likely serviced many. A few individuals attempted to defend Ning Ye, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the hostile remarks. This group had been established shortly after the semester began, and Ning Ye was notably absent from it. Su Yin set her phone aside, refraining from further scrutiny. At lunchtime, Ning Ye was subjected to pointed stares and whispers. "Look, there's that girl with the dirty disease," one remarked. "Which grade is she in? The preparatory class? I heard she contracted it after fooling around with men over the break and spent a month in the hospital." Ning Ye pressed her lips together tightly. As she finished her meal and turned to leave, she was violently jostled, causing her tray to crash to the floor with a clatter, food scattering everywhere. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as she bent down to gather her tray. She picked up some paper towels, attempting to salvage the food from the floor, only to feel someone step on her hand. Her fingers curled involuntarily. The perpetrator exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Yet, the lack of sincerity in their tone was palpable. Ning Ye opened her mouth to respond, but then caught sight of someone approaching from a distance, prompting her to remain silent and continue picking up her belongings. What a misfortune it was to encounter such distasteful individuals even while trying to eat. Indeed, she said nothing. Meanwhile, not far away, Jiang Chun was walking towards the cafeteria alongside Su Donglin. Su Donglin inquired, "Are you staying in the dormitory again tonight?" It was quite unusual for Jiang Chun to have spent the past couple of nights in the dormitory, a rarity since the semester commenced. Jiang Chun murmured in acknowledgement but refrained from elaborating further. The fact that Jiang Chun could reside at the school genuinely pleased Su Donglin, for he was a gentle soul and bore no airs. Having grown up together since childhood, they shared a bond. After a moment's contemplation, Su Donglin inquired, "By the way, during these past few days of vacation, I haven't seen Ning Ye. I've been thinking about her incessantly at home. Do you have her WeChat? I would very much like to add her." Jiang Chun replied, "I do not." "What about her phone number?" He pressed. "No, I do not have that either." Su Donglin sighed. "I have no idea where she lives. She must be frightened of staying around the school. Her disposition is rather timid." Jiang Chun halted, fixing his gaze upon Su Donglin, his tone unexpectedly frosty. "Are you quite idle?" Su Donglin was taken aback, glancing at Jiang Chun. Before he could respond, Jiang Chun's attention drifted towards a commotion not far off, where a crowd had gathered. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to hasten forward and part the throng. Upon noticing Jiang Chun's arrival, the onlookers instinctively cleared a path. Jiang Chun hailed from a prominent family, a lineage steeped in both political and commercial influence. None dared to impede his passage. As he finally reached the center of the gathering, he spotted Ning Ye crouched on the ground, gathering her belongings. Jiang Chun knelt beside her and asked, "What has transpired?" Chapter 127. Ning Ye lifted her head. Her eyes filled with trepidation, the inky depths wide open, yet she remained silent, uttering not a word. The surrounding murmurs and vile remarks directed at her ceased abruptly upon the arrival of Jiang Chun, all eyes now fixed upon him. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun could still hear the whispers. Ning Ye bit her lip, refraining from speech. Su Donglin soon approached, and upon witnessing Ning Ye's state, his heart shattered in sympathy. A glance around him made the situation clear. Su Donglin felt a mix of anger and sorrow. Such a gentle and obedient girl like Ning Ye had been driven to this state by these people. With a cooler tone, Su Donglin addressed her. Ning Ye, has someone been bullying you? Covered in remnants of food, having not eaten herself, Ning Ye felt a bit lost as all eyes were upon her. In a soft voice, she replied, I was knocked over. Su Donglin pressed further. Were you merely knocked over, or was it a deliberate collision? Ning Ye anxiously glanced at Jiang Chun and quietly said, I've been very obedient. I haven't caused any trouble. I know, Jiang Chun reassured her. He then fell silent, assisting Ning Ye in cleaning up the mess on the ground before inquiring, Do you have a change of clothes? Ning Ye shook her head. With a gentle demeanor, Jiang Chun took her lunchbox, instructed her to stand still, and said, Wait for me here. Surrounded by people, Ning Ye felt a twinge of fear. Yet she remained steadfast as Jiang Chun had asked her to wait. After a moment's hesitation, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took her hand and led her to dispose of the soiled food in a trash bin, then guided her to wash her hands nearby. As they reached the washing area, whispers began to circulate. Isn't that Jiang Chun? Yes, he is Su Wei's boyfriend. But why is he with Ning Ye? Isn't he afraid she might be ill? The girl who had just knocked over Ning Ye's lunchbox. A member of Jiang Chen's class who had harbored feelings for him for quite some time felt a pang of jealousy as she observed them holding hands. Jiang Chun had not even noticed her presence. Clenching her fists, she stood there for a while, then walked toward Jiang Chun. After Jiang Chun finished washing Ning Ye's hands and turned around, he encountered Su Jiawen. Jiang Chun, she greeted. Jiang Chun smiled and returned the greeting, Su Jiawen. Aware of Jiang Chen's relationship with Su Wei, she asked, Is Su Wei not with you? She is a bit busy, Jiang Chun replied, then inquired. Do you know who bumped into Ning Ye just now? Su Jiawen's expression darkened. Understanding her discomfort, Jiang Chun continued, In the future, if you accidentally bump into someone, it's best to apologize. Even if she had done something utterly reprehensible, it is not up to just anyone to pass judgment on her, especially when she has done nothing at all. Jiang Chun rarely spoke harshly, and especially not in front of so many people. His tone carried an unmistakable chill. The surroundings were bustling with people, and Jiang Chen's voice resonated clearly. Su Jiawen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, nearly brought to tears. Jiang Chun, without uttering another word, took Ning Ye's hand and walked towards the cafeteria entrance. Su Donglin followed suit, and without giving it much thought, he too grasped Ning Ye's hand. Had Jiang Chun not taken her hand, he would have done so himself. Su Donglin trailed behind Jiang Chun and Ning Ye, swiftly positioning himself before Ning Ye. He wished for her to be less timid, yet observing her petite frame, obedient and gentle, he realized she would undoubtedly be unable to fend off any adversaries. Therefore, he resolved to protect her diligently, ensuring that she remained unharmed. At that moment, Su Donglin's masculinity surged to unprecedented heights. He approached Ning Ye and said, Ning Ye, my dear sister, from now on, whenever you dine, please wait for Jiang Chun and me in our classroom. I shall ensure no one dares to bully you. Jiang Chun, upon hearing this, chose to remain silent. Ning Ye turned to Su Donglin, her demeanor shy and timid, asking softly, Is that all right? Her long eyelashes framed her dark, expressive eyes, and her pale skin resembled that of a peeled egg. She peered out from behind Jiang Chun, observing Su Donglin with a quiet intensity that was impossible to resist. Such a well-behaved child, one could hardly fathom who would possess the cruelty to mistreat her. Of course it is. Su Donglin Apfim. Ning Ye glanced back at Jiang Chun, who replied, It is. With her eyes reddening, she pondered for a moment before adding, But Sister Su Wei does not like me. Jiang Chun paused, realizing that his concern for Ning Ye was beginning to affect him profoundly. The previous day, when he could not reach her, he found himself unable to focus on his experiments throughout the afternoon, a phenomenon previously unknown to him. Jiang Chun initially hesitated to say more, but was reminded of the sight of Ning Ye picking up the scattered food from the ground. It's all right, he assured her. I will speak to her. Thank you, Brother Jiang Chun, Ning Ye replied, altering her form of address. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, his gaze darkening slightly. However, he remained silent, turning to gently console Ning Ye with a soft voice. Shall we first go to my house to change into some fresh clothes? Ning Ye obediently nodded. Su Donglin promptly interjected. I will go buy you some clothes. Jiang Chun shot him a glance, feeling inexplicably cold, and remarked, You should return to the cafeteria to eat first. Huh? Jiang Chun soon realized that his tone had been somewhat off. Uncertain of why he felt this way, he quickly adjusted, stating, Didn't the professor ask you to stop by at noon? Chapter 128. No. Su Donglin suddenly recalled that the professor had indeed requested him to return to the laboratory at noon. However, he was astonished as he gazed at Jiang Chun. But didn't he ask for both of us? Jiang Chun replied, That is precisely why you should go. It's inappropriate for us to both take leave. Or do you wish to bring her to your male dormitory for a change? That was absolutely out of the question. The male dormitory was inhabited by a pack of wolves and tigers. What if Ning Ye got frightened? Moreover, his dormitory was a chaotic mess. Su Donglin conceded, All right then. He then admonished Jiang Chun, Please take good care of Ning Ye. His heart ached for her. Jiang Chun nodded and subsequently took Ning Ye to his rented apartment. Despite the curious glances from passers-by, he did not relinquish her hand. Ning Ye returned the key from her bag to Jiang Chun. He accepted it, maintaining his grasp on her hand as they entered the house. He fetched a set of his own clothes for her, saying, Go take a shower and wear my clothes first, all right? Ning Ye nodded and headed for the shower, while Jiang Chun waited outside for her. Once Ning Ye finished her shower and changed into the clothes, she also washed her hair. Donning an outfit from Jiang Chun's elementary school days, her seaweed-like hair cascading down, she emerged seeking a hairdryer. Jiang Chun gazed at her in his clothes for a considerable time before fetching the hairdryer for her. As Ning Ye began to dry her hair, Jiang Chun took it upon himself to wash her clothes by hand. Once you've finished drying your hair, could you please sit on the sofa and wait for me? He requested gently. After drying her hair halfway, Ning Ye pondered for a moment, set the hairdryer down, and wrapped her arms around Jiang Chun's waist from behind. Jiang Chun stiffened, his heart racing and voice hoarse. Ning Ye? She remained silent. Jiang Chun continued washing her clothes, maintaining his composure despite the unusual tension. Once he finished, he placed the garments in the washing machine to dry. Ning Ye continued to embrace him, and Jiang Chun felt his mind clouded. After standing still for a while, he resigned himself and turned around, lifting Ning Ye to the sofa. With tenderness, he inquired, Why didn't you answer my calls yesterday? Ning Ye looked at him and replied, I was unwell. Jiang Chun paused for a moment. What illness? Her voice was faint, almost like a whisper. I couldn't sleep. Jiang Chun immediately grasped the situation and asked, Did you see a doctor? Ning Ye shook her head. I wasn't very brave. I went to the beach yesterday and forgot my phone. Jiang Chun understood she had gone there to clear her mind and asked, Are you feeling better now? Ning Ye replied, I received many messages, and I'm a bit scared. Jiang Chun asked, Where's your phone? Ning Ye handed it to him and embraced him once more. With a hoarse voice, Jiang Chun said, Ning Ye, please let go, all right? Ning Ye did not release her hold. Jiang Chun remained stiff for a while before saying, Open your phone. Ning Ye complied, and Jiang Chun diligently began deleting the messages for her. This time, it was not a jumbled mess, but rather a long string of unfamiliar phone numbers that the system could not block. He spent 5 or 6 minutes erasing all the messages. Once he finished, Jiang Chun asked, Shall I take you to the hospital? Ning Ye shook his head in refusal. No. This marked the first time Ning Ye had rejected Jiang Chun, causing Jiang Chun's heart to constrict painfully. He gently pushed Ning Ye away from his embrace and inquired, What shall we do if you fall ill? Chapter 129 Encounter 1 Ning Ye softly expressed, I am quite hungry. Jiang Chun found himself at a loss, responding, The clothes are still damp. May I offer you mine to wear outside? Ning Ye gently acknowledged with a hum. Jiang Chun took her hand, leading her downstairs. They ventured to a nearby restaurant, and upon entering, they spotted Su Wei's friend, He Lingling. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Jiang Chun, and just as she was about to call out his name, she noticed Ning Ye standing behind him. Then she observed Jiang Chun holding Ning Ye's hand, leaving her momentarily stunned. Furthermore, He Lingling realized that Ning Ye was clad in men's attire, possibly Jiang Chun's old clothes. Jiang Chun, too, was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with He Lingling, standing there, momentarily forgetting to release Ning Ye's hand. Ning Ye stood obediently beside Jiang Chen. He Lingling, somewhat taken aback, inquired, Jiang, why are you with her? After a brief silence, Jiang Chen responded with a non-committal hum, slowly coming to terms with the situation. He said nothing further, instructing Ning Ye to take a seat. Once seated, he softly asked her, what would you like to eat? Ning Ye replied, I would like some noodles. However, glancing at Lingling, she appeared nervous and helpless, timidly asking, can we go back and cook for ourselves? Jiang Chen gently reassured her. Aren't you quite hungry? Let's have something here first, shall we? Ning Ye, always compliant, nodded in agreement. Lingling interjected, Jiang Chen, may I have a word with you? Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment before replying, in a bit. He approached the owner to place an order, then returned to Ning Ye, saying, would you mind waiting here for me? Ning Ye affirmed with a simple okay. As Jiang Chen stepped outside, Lingling observed their interaction, taken aback by how tenderly Jiang Chen spoke to the girl, akin to comforting a child. She had never witnessed him speak to anyone in such a manner. Outside, Jiang Chen asked, what do you wish to discuss? Lingling inquired, is she wearing your clothes? Jiang Chen refrained from answering. She pressed on, do you know who that girl is? Jiang Chen replied, Idol. Then why are you with her? He responded, she is not as dreadful as you all believe. She is not ill, so you need not fear her. His tone had a hint of coldness. Lingling was taken aback. Not wanting to elaborate further, Jiang Chen asked, is there anything else? Jiang, do you have feelings for her? Jiang Chen's fingers clenched at his sides. He had sensed something amiss within himself long before. He pursed his lips tightly and finally declared, no. Lingling pressed, does Sue know you brought that woman to your home? The implication was clear. If Ning Ye was wearing Jiang Chen's clothes, it could only mean he had indeed taken her home and allowed her to bathe there. Lingling dared not ponder further. Jiang Chen concluded, you should head back now. Lingling cast a glance at Ning Ye within, observing Jiang Chen. She was puzzled as to why, after all these years, Jiang Chen had only eyes for Su Wei, seemingly oblivious to anyone else. Yet, Ning Ye had only just arrived at the school, and Jiang Chen was already exhibiting such intimacy towards her. Taking a deep breath, Lingling spoke, Jiang Chen, I hope you understand the implications of your actions. Jiang Chen, known for his amiable demeanor, despite the turmoil swirling in his mind, and Lingling's blatant overstep in addressing him, maintained his composure and refrained from retorting. However, Lingling trembled with indignation, her intuition telling her that Jiang Chen's feelings for Ning Ye were significant. After a moment, she cautioned him, Jiang Chen, you're already engaged to Su Wei. The Jiang family would likely prefer to avoid any complications in your relationship. Jiang Chen remained silent for an extended period before responding with a non-committal and then asked, have you finished? Lingling felt as though she had been stabbed in the heart. His response clearly indicated his reluctance to delve further into the matter. With no compelling reason to linger, she pressed her lips together and ultimately stated, think it over. I shall take my leave. Jiang Chen acknowledged her with an Once she departed, he stood outside for a considerable time before turning back inside. Ning Ye was still clad in his clothing, her hair cascading around her as she sat there, delicately consuming her noodles. Jiang Chen had ordered only one serving. He settled himself across from her. Ning Ye scrunched her delicate nose, straightening her posture as she regarded Jiang Chen. He asked, why are you staring at me? Ning Ye replied, Brother Jiang Chen, have I caused you any trouble? He reassured her, not at all. Lowering her gaze to her fingers, she parted her lips but ultimately refrained from speaking further, instead inquiring, Brother Jiang Chen, aren't you going to eat? He replied, I'm not hungry. You go ahead. Ning Ye protested, but you didn't have lunch. Jiang Chen merely smiled at her, reiterating, I'm not hungry. With her head bowed, Ning Ye resumed her meal. Jiang Chen noticed that her pace was quite slow, and when the food reached her lips, they appeared somewhat swollen. He inquired, what happened to your lips? Ning Ye hesitated, gripping her chopsticks tightly, which reminded her of Fu Yunting and that kiss that had frightened her. After a long pause, she replied, I bumped into something yesterday. Jiang Chen asked, have you applied any medicine? She nodded. He chose not to press further. Ning Ye only consumed half of her noodles before stopping. Jiang Chen asked, why aren't you eating anymore? She claimed, I'm full. Yet, she had hardly eaten a third of her meal. Just a little more, please, he encouraged. And she picked up her chopsticks again, taking a few more bites. Having not eaten all afternoon, Jiang Chun took Ning Ye back to his rented accommodation. On the way back, he no longer held her hand. Ning Ye's clothes had dried, and he took them out to hang up, saying, "Rest here for a while. When you wake up, I'll take you to school, all right?" Ning Ye nodded in agreement. Jiang Chun offered her his bed for a nap. Ning Ye inquired, "Brother Jiang Chun, where do you sleep?" Jiang Chun replied, "I sleep outside." Ning Ye could distinctly sense that Jiang Chun maintained a certain distance from her. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and lay down on Jiang Chun's bed, unable to find slumber. Yet, she remained silent throughout. After a short while, she perceived someone entering the room. Ning Ye did not stir. Jiang Chun took a chair, seated himself beside her, gazed at her for an extended period, then reached out to gently tousle Ning Ye's hair, yet he uttered not a single word. Chapter 130. Encounter 2. He Lingling returned directly to the dormitory, where she and Su Wei had been high school classmates, initially filling out their college applications together. Upon entering the dorm, He Lingling immediately spotted Su Wei, who was engrossed in her art, painting with fervor. He Lingling observed Su Wei for a while until Su Wei, sensing her gaze, turned to her and inquired, "What is the matter?" He Lingling hesitated, uncertain whether to confide in Su Wei. Ultimately, she decided to share her thoughts, saying, "I just had lunch and saw Jiang Chun holding hands with another girl, and that girl was wearing his old clothes." Su Wei froze momentarily before abruptly rising to her feet. He Lingling continued, "Did you see the trending topic online?" Su Wei asked, "What trending topic?" He Lingling replied, "You should check it out." With that, she climbed onto her bed. Su Wei stood rooted to the spot for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and pulled out her phone. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably as she gripped the device. She immediately dialed Jiang Chun's number, but no one answered. Just as she was about to leave for Jiang Chen's apartment, her mentor called, instructing her to come over. Su Wei questioned, "Does it have to be right now?" "Yes. There's an organization looking to collaborate with us." "Hurry over," came the response. Su Wei asked, "Can someone else go?" "No," the professor insisted. "Su Wei, others cannot substitute. I fought hard to secure this opportunity for you. Do not let me down. Come quickly." With no other option, Su Wei suppressed her urgency and hurried off. At 2 o'clock, Jiang Chun arrived to wake Ning Ye. Ning Ye had not fallen asleep. Her head throbbed slightly, appearing somewhat dazed. Jiang Chun had already dried her clothes with a hairdryer where they were still damp. He approached her with her clothes and said, "Let us get you changed, and I'll drive you to school. Shall I?" Ning Ye obediently nodded, her compliance strikingly sincere and pure. Jiang Chun was perplexed by how such rumors about her had even surfaced. On the way back, Jiang Chun drove Ning Ye home. As they sat in the passenger seat, Ning Ye pondered aloud, "So, after class today, should I still come to the lab to wait for you?" Jiang Chun fell silent for a moment before responding affirmatively. Ning Ye pressed on, "Brother Jiang Chun, you mentioned you would tutor me. Is that still possible?" Jiang Chun realized that she might genuinely struggle to grasp the lessons. No one could maintain equanimity while facing such challenges daily. Jiang Chun could sense Ning Ye's earnest effort to absorb his words, her sincerity radiating a profound trust, akin to a child relying on their guardian. It was as though he encouraged her to be diligent and attend class, despite how others treated her. Yet, she remained quietly steadfast in the classroom, never missing a lesson. After a long pause, Jiang Chun said, "When the time comes, bring your books and notebook to the lab, and once I finish here, I will take you to the library." Before engaging in experiments, he would often visit the library in the afternoons. However, recently, a series of experiments required someone to oversee them. Ning Ye replied affirmatively. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and suggested, "In the future, should any issues arise, you might seek out Brother Donglan." After a brief silence, Ning Ye responded, "All right." Once Jiang Chun concluded their conversation, he allowed Ning Ye to alight from the vehicle. She sensed that Jiang Chun was attempting to distance himself. Despite his continued gentleness toward her after meeting Su Wei's friend, he remained preoccupied with his own thoughts. Yet, she chose to remain silent and walked towards her teaching building. Once Jiang Chun was out of sight, Ning Ye lingered for a moment before turning to exit the school. She sought out a bank to transfer money to Chen Rue, inserting her card and entering her password. She felt a flutter of anxiety within her as she glimpsed the balance of the card that Fu Yunting had provided her. Nearly 100,000 was deposited therein. Chapter 131 Encounter 3 Ning Ye stood momentarily before the ATM, gazing at the displayed amount, feeling an overwhelming pressure in her heart. It rendered her hesitant to utilize Fu Yunting's money. She lingered there for a while before transferring 20,000 to Chen Rue. Subsequently, she placed a call to her. Xiaoye? Chen Rue answered promptly. Ning Ye said, I've transferred the money. Is 20,000 sufficient? Chen Rue replied, It's enough. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Ning Ye was not particularly adept at conversing with her classmates, even someone like Chen Rue. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired with genuine concern. Are you doing well over there? Chen Rue paused for a moment before responding. Xiao Yi, have you ever had feelings for someone? Ning Ye was taken aback and replied, No. Chen Rue, sounding somewhat insecure, confessed, I seem to have developed a crush on a boy from our school, but he is so dazzling. I don't feel worthy of him at all. Ning Ye had never pondered such matters throughout her life, and thus, she struggled to comprehend this turmoil. She asked, What does it feel like to like someone? Chen Rue described, It's as if no matter what I do, he occupies my thoughts. I feel anxious when I see him, and when he is not around, I can't help but think of him day and night. I become distressed whenever I see him being kind to others. Ning Ye fell silent for a moment before softly asking, If it's such a bother, why still harbor these feelings? Chen Rue was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, but the heart is not something we can control. Ning Ye remained quiet. Throughout her life, the only person she had ever crossed boundaries with was Fu Yunting, yet every time she encountered him, anxiety and fear washed over her. Whenever he kissed her, she felt a tightness in her chest, often gasping for breath. Ning Ye inquired, How is your mother doing now? Sheng Hui responded, She is still hospitalized, but has been moved out of the ICU. I will be going to renew her medical expenses shortly. Is her condition very serious? Ning Ye asked. Chen Rue hesitated before revealing. She was hospitalized due to an assault. Ning Ye was at a loss for words. Then, she heard a nurse calling for Chen Rue from the other end. Chen Rue, you should attend to your matters, Ning Ye suggested. Chen Rue acknowledged and added, Thank you. Ning Ye hung up the phone and put her card away, knowing that Fu Yunting must have received the transfer notification by now. After pondering for a moment, she could not resist sending him a message. Ning Ye, Uncle, I have transferred the money, 20,000. After waiting for a while without receiving a reply or hearing her phone ring, she sighed in relief and walked toward the school. In the afternoon, she arrived at the classroom, finding it devoid of any belongings. However, discussions about her and Jiang Chun were circulating among her classmates. Really? Jiang Chun took her out? But doesn't Jiang Chun have a girlfriend? Who knows? Isn't her mother a mistress? Perhaps the disposition is hereditary, and with such a chaotic private life. What would they do? Wasn't Jiang Chun the one who helped her pick up her books last time? Isn't he afraid of catching something? Ning Ye hesitated at the threshold, having listened intently to the discussions within until their voices dwindled. Only then did she step inside. Ever since her desk had been relocated to the far corner, she had been left without a companion, seated alone beside the refuse room. The teacher for the upcoming class had yet to arrive, prompting Ning Ye to retrieve her phone. Rumors about Jiang Chun assisting her at lunchtime had swiftly spread throughout the school, and nearly everyone was aware by the afternoon. A thread had even emerged online, soaring to the top of trending topics, with responses exceeding 10,000. Upon logging in, Ning Ye glanced at the posts, which were rife with vitriol directed at her. Discussions about the post Jiang Chun had deleted resurfaced, accompanied by her photos rendered in black and white, bearing accusations of her being promiscuous and afflicted with HIV. Ning Ye pressed her lips together tightly. After a lengthy contemplation of those images, she finally stowed her phone away. During class break, Ning Ye visited the restroom, where she encountered Yang Hui, who scornfully remarked, Shameless, a homewrecker, attending school despite being ill. You will face consequences. Ning Ye stood there momentarily dazed, before retreating to the restroom. Upon her return, she spoke little, quietly engrossed in her homework. Su Lian made several attempts to initiate conversation, yet hesitated, fearing that proximity to Ning Ye would lead to similar treatment from their peers. Su Lian felt a pang of sorrow, but Ning Ye did not meet her gaze. When class concluded, Ning Ye gathered her belongings hastily, wary of potential sabotage to her books. She then turned towards Jiang Chen's laboratory. On her way, she received a call from Fu Yunting, who inquired about her whereabouts. At school, Ning Ye replied. When do you finish? He asked. After contemplating, she provided time, to which he responded, I will come to pick you up. Unable to suppress the instinct to lick her swollen lips, Ning Ye hesitated to decline, ultimately offering a soft acknowledgement. She then gently inquired, Uncle, did you see the message I sent you? Fu Yunting replied, I just saw it, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. He had matters to attend to and instructed, wait for me at school. All right, she agreed, before they ended the call. Ning Ye lingered in place for a while before making her way to Jiang Chen's laboratory. Inside, Jiang Chen noticed her but did not emerge. She sat quietly outside, awaiting his presence. Su Donglin soon spotted her and remarked, Jiang Chen, Ning Ye's sister has come. Jiang Chen acknowledged with a noncommittal sound but remained silent, focused on his experiment, clad in a mask and gloves. Aren't you going to check on her? Su Donglin asked. I still have experiments to conduct, Jiang Chen replied. Observing Ning Ye patiently waiting, solitary and demure, Su Donglin decided, I've finished my data. I'll go keep her company. Today, Ning Ye endured so much yet uttered not a single word. She is willing to listen to us, undoubtedly perceiving us as her lifeline, thus placing her trust in us. I fear for the turmoil within her heart, so I shall comfort her. Su Donglin remarked as he removed his gloves and mask, proceeding to wash his hands. Jiang Chen, still holding a test tube, observed Su Donglin as he approached Ning Ye. When Su Donglin drew near, Ning Ye offered him a faint smile. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow tightly, brooding, his slender fingers gripping the test tube with intensity, remaining motionless for an extended period. Until someone called his name, Jiang Chen responded and turned, heading towards the machinery, yet he found it impossible to concentrate on the subsequent experiment. He lingered there for a while before removing his gloves and mask, washing his hands again and applying disinfectant. Finally, he turned and walked outside. He approached Ning Ye, took her hand, and silently led her away. Chapter 132. The Breakup. Brother Jiang Chen. Ning Ye was startled, her face as pale as a sheet. She could not comprehend the sudden fury that enveloped him. Su Donglin, equally taken aback, exclaimed, Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Jiang Chen, realizing he may have been momentarily unhinged, regained his composure and gazed at Ning Ye. After a brief silence, he queried, Aren't we supposed to be having a study session? Ning Ye nodded in agreement. Su Donglin interjected, But didn't you say you hadn't completed the experiment and needed to work on it? Why are you suddenly out here? Jiang Chen remained silent, taking Ning Ye's hand and leading her towards the library. Ning Ye blinked, trailing behind him like a little shadow. You're turning into a puddle, Su Donglin remarked, attempting to keep pace. Just as he was about to catch up, Jiang Chen turned back and said, You should check your experiment. I believe there was an error in the data just now. Su Donglin responded in disbelief. How could that be? I've checked it several times. Jiang Chen firmly stated, It is indeed incorrect. Why didn't you say something sooner? Su Donglin exclaimed before hastily making his way back to the laboratory. Once Su Donglin departed, Jiang Chen continued to hold Ning Ye's hand as they walked towards the library. However, Ning Ye's small hand tugged at his, her grip as gentle as a kitten's. Jiang Chen turned to her and asked, Is there a bookstore nearby? What's wrong? Ning Ye replied, as she unstrapped her backpack and revealed the contents, showing Jiang Chen the damaged books. Jiang Chen bit his lip, gazing at the books in her hands for quite some time, his heart aching for her. Shall I take you to buy new ones? He offered. Thus, Jiang Chen led Ning Ye off campus to purchase new books, paying for them before taking her to the library. He inquired, What don't you understand? Ning Ye pointed out the sections that puzzled her, and Jiang Chen patiently explained. While she worked on her assignments, he perused the shelves nearby. Whenever she encountered difficulties, she would rush over to seek his guidance, and he stood there, elucidating her queries. As he observed her, Jiang Chen realized that Ning Ye possessed a commendable comprehension of her studies. It was rather inconceivable that she was merely in a preparatory class. He lowered his gaze to her and asked, How is it that you ended up in a preparatory class? Ning Ye paused, her book in hand, contemplating for a moment before responding. During the exam, I was locked in the restroom and couldn't complete my comprehensive science assessment. Jiang Chen's voice faltered as he inquired. In high school, was it also Jiang Chun? The echo of his earlier fervor lingered, leaving Ning Ye frightened and pale, unable to fathom the source of his sudden ire. Su Donglin, too, was bewildered, questioning, Jiang Chun, what are you doing? Jiang Chun, feeling a twinge of madness, sought to regain his composure as he looked at Ning Ye, asking once more, aren't we supposed to be having a study session? Ning Ye nodded again. Su Donglin Zaitet? But you said you hadn't finished the experiment and needed to work on it. Why are you suddenly out here? Jiang Chun remained silent, taking Ning Ye's hand as they proceeded towards the library. Ning Ye blinked and followed closely behind, matching his pace, quickening her steps when he did, and slowing down when he did. Was Su Donglin's heart in turmoil as well? Ning Ye remarked, they will hit me. Who are they? Ning Ye cast a glance at the individuals standing not far behind Jiang Chun, fell silent, and reached out to embrace Jiang Chen's waist. Jiang Chen's entire body tensed up. Even the hand holding the book tightened instinctively as he called out, Ning Ye? Buried in his embrace, Ning Ye whispered, I can't remember. There are too many. Jiang Chun was at a loss for words. He had grown up in a privileged environment, hailing from a family of officials and businessmen, where humility and propriety were instilled in him, surrounded by those who led lives of affluence. He had never encountered someone like Ning Ye before. He struggled to comprehend how she could maintain such innocence and purity while growing up in such circumstances. Standing beside the bookshelf, he felt the urge to kiss Ning Ye, but refrained, instead gently coaxing her. Ning Ye, could you please let go? Ning Ye tikten it hadgurip. Not far away, Su Wei stood watching the pair in an embrace. She had just finished her obligations with the professor and logged onto the campus network to check trending topics, only to discover that it was Jiang Chun who had taken Ning Ye out of the cafeteria at noon. As she observed them, she could scarcely believe her eyes, needing to confirm several times before she was certain it was indeed Jiang Chun. At that moment, her mind buzzed and a wave of dizziness washed over her. Her classmates stood nearby, but she hesitated to approach, afraid to let them witness the scene. Throughout the afternoon, wherever she went, people had been asking her whether there were issues in her relationship with Jiang Chun. Su Wei, one of her classmates, called out, noticing her stillness. From their vantage point, they could not fully see Jiang Chun and Ning Ye. Only from where Su Wei stood could she clearly make out the scene. Suppressing her emotions, she managed to smile and said, shall we leave? Aren't you here to find Jiang Chun? Aren't you going in? Su Wei replied, I forgot. He shouldn't be here. He messaged me at noon, saying he would return to his apartment early this afternoon and asked me to wait for him there. In truth, she had called Su Donglin, who informed her he was at the library, prompting her visit. Well, do you want us to accompany you? No need, I'll take a taxi. After Su Wei spoke, her classmates departed, and she lingered for a moment before turning back. She returned to the original spot, only to find that the two were no longer there. She hurried into the library. Though she did not see Jiang Chun, she did spot Ning Ye. With a cold expression, Su Wei approached Ning Ye, raising her hand as if to strike her. Anticipating the action, Ning Ye deftly dodged. Where is Jiang Chun? Su Wei yin guit? Ning Ye tilted her head and replied, I'm thirsty. He went to buy me some water. Where did he take you at noon? Ning Ye caught a glimpse of Jiang Chun approaching, her innocent gaze fixed upon Su Wei. In a soft, mellifluous tone, she remarked, he took me back to his place to sleep. Jiang Chun Gij. Have you never been with her? But he has been with me, and it truly hurt. Su Wei's expression turned ashen. Ning Ye, she exclaimed. Ning Ye continued, next time, I will record a video for you. He is so obedient. Whatever I ask him to do, he complies. Su Wei, raising her hand, struck fiercely towards Ning Ye's face. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Immediately, Jiang Chen's voice rang out, Su Wei, what are you doing? Simultaneously, 5 distinct finger marks rapidly appeared on his face. In a moment Su Wei aimed her slap at Ning Ye, Jiang Chun had tugged at her, causing her hand to remain in motion, resulting in the slap landing upon his own cheek. Chapter 133, Why Don't You Inquire About What She Said? Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward Ning Ye. Ning Ye appeared utterly stunned. She stood there, her eyes rimmed with red, rendered speechless. Jiang Chun looked at Su Wei, who smiled. There were certain matters she had initially refrained from asking, fully aware of the outcome. Yet in that moment, she could not help but voice her curiosity. Did you take her back to your apartment at noon? Jiang Chun met her gaze, neither confirming nor denying her inquiry, offering no explanation for his actions concerning Ning Ye. Su Wei's face paled. Jiang Chun, have you changed your heart? Jiang Chun lowered his eyes, contemplating her for a long while, but remained silent. After what felt like an eternity, he finally uttered the painful words, Su Wei, let us break up. Su Wei felt as though the ground had shifted beneath her. Yet, she quickly composed herself and replied, give me a reason. Jiang Chun was unable to provide any justification. Su Wei pressed him, is it because of her? Gesturing toward Ning Ye. No. Then what is the reason? He stated, it is due to my own issues, unrelated to anyone else. Standing there, Su Wei felt vindicated in her recent decision to sever ties with her companion. For Jiang Chun seemed a stranger in that moment. Had she entered just then and been met with a breakup, her classmates would undoubtedly scrutinize her. I cannot break up with you. Neither will our parents approve. Jiang Chun, we are engaged. Jiang Chun responded, I will clarify matters with my parents and yours. Su Wei retorted, you are not thinking clearly right now. Regardless, I refuse to end this. I have other matters to attend to. Let us both cool down and discuss this properly later. Jiang Chun fell silent. Su Wei, unwilling to part ways, did not wish to continue the conversation either. She clenched her fists tightly, fighting back tears as she walked toward the exit. After Su Wei left, Jiang Chun remained rooted in place, motionless for a long time. Ning Ye approached and took his hand. Jiang Chun managed a faint smile, grasping her hand as he said, let's conclude today's lesson here. I will escort you home, if that is agreeable. Ning Ye gazed at him with wide, frightened eyes, hesitant to utter anything else. He then led her slowly toward the school gate. As they walked, Jiang Chun's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. He answered, speaking gently, this is Jiang Chun. Who is this? Senior Jiang. Su Wei has had an accident. She just fell off the ladder. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback and responded, I will come immediately. After hanging up, he turned to Ning Ye. Something has come up. I may not be able to take you home. Can you manage on your own? Ning Ye nodded gently, having just discerned the words emanating from Jiang Chun's phone. Softly, she uttered, I can do it. Jiang Chun replied, I'm sorry, and hurriedly made his way towards Su Wei's dormitory. Ning Ye watched his departing figure for a considerable time before turning around and walking toward the school gate. She glanced at her watch, noting she had about 10 minutes until Fu Yunting was to pick her up. However, upon reaching the school entrance, she discovered Fu Yunting's car already parked there, causing her to feel a sudden surge of anxiety. For a while, she hesitated to move. Fu Yunting spotted her as well, lowering his car window halfway to reveal half of his profile as he looked towards her. Ning Ye's heart quickened as she approached Fu Yunting. Uncle, she called out. Get in the car, he instructed, and she obediently complied. Yet, instead of heading directly home, Fu Yunting drove her to a hillside villa, a resort that had been developed. Halfway there, Ning Ye realized they were not heading home, and feeling a bit anxious, she called out, Uncle? Fu Yunting replied, we are visiting an old friend first. I'll take you home afterward. Ning Ye chose not to press further. Fu Yunting's visit to the hillside villa was, in fact, a last-minute arrangement, and upon arrival, he booked a room for them. We want to return tonight. We'll stay here, and I'll take you to school tomorrow, he declared. Ning Ye was taken aback and asked, then, Uncle, where will you stay? Fu Yunting looked at her and inquired, where would you like me to stay? Ning Ye remained silent. He then asked, are you afraid of me? To which she replied, no. Fu Yunting stood before her for a moment. His dark eyes locked on hers and said, Ning Ye, you need not repeatedly remind me. If I wish to kiss you, a reminder from you would not deter me. Ning Ye stood there, her heart racing, feeling as though it might leap from her chest. In that fleeting moment, her anxiety was palpable. She opened her mouth but found no words would come forth, the fear evident in her eyes. Fu Yunting wished to say more, but upon seeing her demeanor, he refrained and stated, you will stay here for now. I'll be in the next room. Ning Ye said nothing further, though she recalled she hadn't brought any belongings. Yet, she dared not inquire about it. Fu Yunting instructed, first, place your things inside, and then I will take you out for a meal. With only her backpack in tow, Ning Ye entered the hotel room to deposit it before turning back outside. Fu Yunting awaited her, and as she emerged and closed the door, she called out, Uncle. He turned and walked ahead, with Ning Ye trailing behind. Dressed in a charcoal gray suit, Fu Yunting's figure appeared both broad and upright. He led Ning Ye directly to a restaurant, where several people awaited them, 7 or 8 in total, most of whom were unfamiliar to her, predominantly men, with only a couple of women present. Someone observed him arriving with a child and couldn't help but inquire, "Whose child is this?" Fu Yunting replied with his usual demeanor, "She is my brother's child." The question arose, "How did she come to be with you?" Fu Yunting explained, "She is currently staying with me, as I worry about her being alone at home." As he spoke, he pulled out a chair, indicating for Ning to take a seat. The chair was positioned right beside Fu Yunting. Ning sat down obediently and greeted the gathering, "Hello, uncles and aunts." The child was indeed well-mannered. "Is she in middle school or high school?" someone asked. Ning replied, "I am in university." A few were taken aback. Ning appeared remarkably youthful, hardly resembling a university student. Chapter 134. Ning Ye remarked, "I am attending university." A few individuals appeared taken aback, as she seemed remarkably youthful and bore no resemblance to a typical college student. Furthermore, the young lady was quite attractive, with large, dark eyes, long eyelashes, a delicate nose, slightly rosy lips, and fair, tender skin that exuded an air of innocence. She possessed the kind of beauty that could easily deceive one into believing she was an angelic daughter. Someone offered Ning Ye a bottle of milk, to which she graciously replied, "Thank you," before inserting a straw and sipping delicately. Seated beside Fu Yunting, Ning Ye felt somewhat out of place and anxious, as she struggled to comprehend his thoughts. His earlier comment had instilled a sense of fear within her. Fortunately, the dishes were served shortly after. Ning Ye remained silent, consuming her meal with a demure demeanor. Fu Yunting engaged in casual conversation with the others, reminiscing about past missions. It dawned on Ning Ye that these individuals were likely his former comrades. Although Fu Yunting spoke sparingly in their presence, he seemed to adopt a more relaxed demeanor. As he chatted, Fu Yunting skillfully peeled shrimp and crab, then wiped his hands with a damp napkin, placing the delicacies before Ning Ye. She noticed his long, clean fingers and couldn't help but recall the strength with which they had once grasped her chin. Her grip on the chopsticks tightened, and though she wished to insist on serving herself, she feared her rejection might be too overt, so she merely whispered, "Thank you, uncle." The man seated across from Fu Yunting, named Gu Hong, who was of similar age, inquired, "Why didn't you bring Chu Man along?" Fu Yunting replied, "She is occupied," offering no further explanation. Gu Hong sighed, "You and Chu Man have been together for over a decade now." Fu Yunting countered, "It is not as you presume." "What do you mean?" Gu Hong teased, "When you first entered, you worked tirelessly to ensure she stayed by your side. Even when the dorm lights went out and the instructors were strict, you would sneak out to check on her, regardless of the hour or the rules you broke. Eventually, the instructors turned a blind eye. You have no idea how envious we were. Chu Man was stunning, with an exquisite figure, the belle of our unit. And many coveted her, but none could compete with you." Ning Ye poset, momentaristundet. Fu Yunting remained seated, his eyes calm and devoid of emotion. Yet they held a profound depth. During that time, she had no one but me. I feared she would struggle without care. "Is the content of your farewell letter related to this?" Fu Yunting fell silent for a moment, his voice devoid of warmth. "No." "Then it must be," Gu Hong remarked. "In a lifetime, encountering such profound love and entrusting one's life to another is rare. It is truly commendable that you have come this far." Fu Yunting remained silent, lost in thought. Ning Ye, after a long pause, resumed her meal, her head bowed. She found it somewhat difficult to envision Fu Yunting engaging in such actions for Jiang Chu Man. During her time at the Fu household, her interactions with Fu Yunting were limited. In her childhood, he appeared to her as a distant morning star, a source of pride for the Fu family. However, an incident in the kitchen, where she inadvertently bumped into him while seeking a snack, left her feeling apprehensive around him ever since. Ning Ye soon felt full after a brief meal. Her appetite was modest, barely noticeable in the company of others. Once the meal concluded, the group decided to head to a bar. Fu Yunting inquired, "Would you care to join us?" Ning Ye shook her head nervously, replying, "I'll return to my room to read." She preferred not to share the same space as Fu Yunting, as it made her anxious. After contemplating for a moment, Fu Yunting suggested, "Bring your backpack along. I shall arrange a private room for you later." He then addressed the others, You may proceed without me. I will join you shortly. Reluctantly, Ning Ye returned to the hotel to retrieve her backpack. Upon arriving at the bar, the group was not in the main hall, but rather in a private room on the second floor, which was well soundproofed. Fu Yunting had juice delivered for Ning Ye, allowing her to read in peace. Observing her diligent demeanor, someone couldn't help but express their amusement, teasing, "How is it that your brother's child is being so well attended?" Fu Yunting replied, "She happens to be studying here." Curiously, they continued, "What is it like to care for a child?" Fu Yunting responded, "Quite pleasant." The person remarked, "Given your fondness for children, you should hasten to marry Chu Man and have one of your own." Fu Yunting replied, "It's not the same." However, he refrained from elaborating on the distinctions. Chapter 135. As they conversed, the door was partially closed. In the small room, Ning Ye found herself alone. She remained somewhat dazed, her head bowed, unable to focus on her book. The fragmented voices from outside drifted in, and though Fu Yunting spoke sparingly, Ning Ye could discern each word with precision. She truly felt that being with Fu Yunting was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. Before long, her phone chimed. Glancing down, she saw it was Jiang Chuman. Her fingers tightened around the device. Ning Ye chose not to answer. Instead, she silenced her phone. Rising, she opened the door and approached Fu Yunting. He inquired, "What is the matter?" Under his penetrating gaze, Ning Ye felt as though he could see right through her. In a hushed tone, she replied, "Uncle, I need to use the restroom." Fu Yunting regarded her for a moment. With only a couple of women present and Ning Ye being a child, it was rather inappropriate for her to use the restroom alone in the room. Thus, he stood and accompanied her outside, remaining close by. "I'll wait for you here," he said, concerned for her safety, recalling the psychological shadow cast by that incident with Jiang Yi. It was that very event that had led to their first kiss in the room. Ning Ye nodded and proceeded to the restroom. Inside, she deliberated and decided to return Jiang Chuman's call. The line connected swiftly. "Xiaoye?" Jiang Chuman asked. "Tumanya?" Ning Ye responded softly. "Are you with your uncle now?" Ning Ye affirmed with a quiet her voice barely above a whisper. "What is the matter, Chumanjia? Are you at home?" "No," Ning Ye explained. "It seems my uncle is meeting with his friends." There was a prolonged silence.